I'm going to die. Cheng Lang stuck out his tongue and ran wildly ahead. Behind him, a wild boar 3 meters tall with 2 tusks sticking out was charging recklessly. Just as the boar was about to hit Cheng Lang at the critical moment, a huge meatball flew from the sky and crashed directly into the boar, causing the giant boar to roll, its eyes crushing several giant trees before stopping. The wild boar died instantly. However, Cheng Lang, still running with his tongue out, was completely unaware of what happened behind him. He had already become delirious from running. After all, anyone who encounters a wild boar 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide would be scared out of their wits. Especially for a game otaku, being able to run at all was already impressive. Cheng Lang, running purely on adrenaline, tripped over a protruding tree root and fell flat on his face. His lungs felt like a broken bellows. Feeling sharp pains all over his body, Cheng Lang's mind had only one thought: I'm going to die. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. The wild boar, as big as a tank, had disappeared. The forest was unusually calm. Rubbing his eyes, Cheng Lang stood up, panting heavily. He looked around. Just 10 minutes ago, he had been playing Minecraft, defeating the Ender Dragon and returning to the overworld. Then his vision went black and he arrived here, locking eyes with the 3-meter turtle boar. Did I transmigrate? Or did I eat poisonous mushrooms? He carefully observed the surroundings, and after confirming that the wild boar was truly gone, he leaned against a giant tree. He pinched himself, felt the pain, and finally accepted that it was not a dream, nor eating mushrooms, but a real transmigration. I didn't have any great luck, so why did I transmigrate? Where's the system? Where's the cheat? Come and save me. As if responding to his call, a square fruit fell from the giant tree. It landed right in Cheng Lang's hand. Catching it steadily, he stared blankly for a moment. Looking at the square fruit in his hand, he looked up at the sky, then back at the fruit. Although it was blocky, it was covered in threads, and the color scheme was strangely familiar. So familiar that he had been playing it 10 minutes ago. Green on top, brown on bottom. At first glance, it looked like a grass block. Could this be a devil fruit? He stood up and looked around. Then he saw the crushed trees behind him, and the fat figure, and the dead boar. Looking at the fat pockmarked figure. Alvilda, this is definitely the world of One Piece, so this fruit is the smooth fruit. No, the smooth fruit is pink, this is clearly not. Cheng Lang quickly looked around, finding pink in the forest was easy. And of course the pink fruit was also very close to Cheng Lang. Looking at the 2 devil fruits in his hands, he still felt a bit dreamy. But soon he gave up on the smooth fruit. Looking at the square fruit, he said whatever. He took a bite. It was crispy, but then an indescribable taste filled it. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, astringent, stinky, countless flavors mixed together. The taste hit his brain like a homeless man who hasn't bathed in 20 years, scrubbing Cheng Lang's mouth with his foot cloth. He forced the devil fruit down his throat, tears spilling out uncontrollably. It really is disgusting. Although you only need to take 1 bite to gain all the abilities. Cheng Lang still ate the whole devil fruit. Swallowing the last bite, he felt his soul was about to sublime. Fortunately, the taste came and went quickly. His vision began to blur. He looked down at his body, but saw no abnormality. The handsome young man was still handsome. His lean body was still the same. Could it be ineffective? Or is this just a special fruit from the One Piece world that tastes terrible? He stroked his chin and looked at the nearby giant tree. A strange feeling spread from the bottom of his heart. Following the feeling, he walked to the tree. He knocked on the wood. Not using much force, but cracks appeared on the wood, accompanied by the sound of mining the wood. Pop! The wood turned into a small block and fell to the ground. Then it was attracted to Cheng Lang and disappeared into his backpack. He instinctively opened his backpack. Then he saw the familiar yet unfamiliar sight, the Minecraft Steve player inventory. He placed the log in the 2x2 crafting grid and 4 planks were produced. He crafted a crafting table and placed it on the ground. Only then did Cheng Lang realize what he had done, and then he was overjoyed. The cheat had arrived. But why did the cheat appear as a devil fruit? Can't figure it out, so don't think about it. To get rich, first gather wood. The ingrained survival routine began smooth. He made a wooden pickaxe and started digging straight down. But after digging for a while, there was only dirt. After collecting about a stack of dirt, he finally hit stone. Mining 3 stones, the wooden pickaxe retired. Naturally, Cheng Lang started mining. The fishbone mining method. Torches. No, real men don't use torches. Looking at the backpack full of stone and dirt, he thought this mining trip was so bad. No, I'm not playing a game. He quickly rushed back to the surface. He quickly returned to the surface. Alvida was still lying there, seemingly unconscious. Cheng Lang began to worry. What to do? Alvida was a villain in the early anime. After eating the smooth fruit, she became pretty and seemed to become kinder. At that moment, Alvida, who had been unconscious until now, slowly woke up. Opening her eyes, she saw a man looking at her with a strange expression. Kid, haven't you seen a beauty before? Cheng Lang rolled his eyes. Looking at the smooth fruit in his hand, he said, I have, but you're not a beauty right now. What did you say? The visibly fat woman Alvida's hair began to float, clearly very sensitive about her appearance, and she got up to teach this man a lesson. But as soon as she stood up, a sharp pain hit her stomach, instantly clearing her anger bar. "He'll give you a choice, follow me, and he'll give you a beauty no less than the pirate empress." "What did you say?" Alvida's eyes widened instantly. The pain in her stomach couldn't affect her. She stood up, her gaze like a fierce wolf, smoke coming out of her nose. She was clearly extremely excited. "How about it? Can you really give me the beauty of the empress?" "First of all, it's no less than the empress. You need to know that women's beauty varies. I can guarantee that if you follow me, any man will sincerely call you beautiful." Cheng Lang painted a big picture. Alvida thought it smelled delicious, but her remaining rationality told her to see the actual result. But before she could speak, Cheng Lang shook the devil fruit in his hand. "Do you recognize it? This is called a devil fruit. The straw hat boy who knocked you out ate a devil fruit. If you eat it, you can not only take revenge, but also become beautiful." Alvida gasped heavily, her eyes fixed on the pink devil fruit, the greed in her gaze almost tangible. Looking at the scrawny man, a smirk curled at the corner of her mouth. "Kid, since you brought this good thing to me, I won't make trouble for you. Hand over the thing." Watching Alvida suddenly become so self-righteous, Cheng Lang felt a bit confused. How had her attitude changed so abruptly? Then seeing her eager stance, Cheng Lang understood. After all, she was a pirate. If she wanted something shed, just take it. With that thought, the smooth fruit in his hand suddenly vanished. "It seems you don't realize the situation." Alvida saw her devil fruit disappear in an instant. Panic seized her. She reached out to grab the man before her. But the next moment, a stone wall 1 meter square appeared in front. While she was still stunned, stone walls appeared beside and around her. By the time she reacted, she was surrounded by stone walls. Cheng Lang appeared above the stone wall. You're also a devil fruit user." "Of course, if I weren't, why would I give you the fruit?" Cheng Lang shrugged, and the smooth fruit reappeared in his hand. Realizing this, Alvida understood her position. She shyly started to try to flirt her way out. But in her current fat ant form, her coy gesture made Cheng Lang roll his eyes. "Stop. I'm in a good mood, so I'll give you a chance." "I agree." Cheng Lang smiled and nodded, then tossed the smooth fruit to Alvida. "Remember to eat it all." After saying that, Cheng Lang jumped down from the stone wall and walked toward the wild boar. If it weren't for Luffy defeating Alvida, he would have been dead. These two were his lifesavers. Although he wasn't a hardcore anime fan, he had watched One Piece, a widely popular anime. He knew the characters. He also had the issue of judging by appearance, but which man doesn't like a pretty face? He walked up to the boar, and it suddenly shrank and was sucked into his backpack. He was stunned. He opened the backpack and saw the 3-meter-long boar lying inside a single grid slot. Wow, this is very MC. He then crafted a furnace and placed logs in the fuel slot. He threw the entire boar into the top slot. Then the cooking started. It really works. He watched the fuel value decrease, and the cooking progress slowly increase. Obviously the logs weren't enough, but wood was everywhere in the forest. He took out a stone axe and started chopping a giant tree. As soon as he finished chopping, all around the giant tree above shattered into small cubes that fell to the ground. Cheng Lang was surprised because before he couldn't do this when cutting trees. His vision blurred again, and then he noticed an interface. So that's it. I can see the game interface when I want to. With a thought, everything in the game appeared, and his level was now 1. Leveled up. Was it from the experience orbs dropped by the dead boar? So leveling up unlocks mods. As Cheng Lang pondered, a panel appeared before him with only one option lit. Below there were several locked slots marked 10, 20, 30 levels, and so on. It went up to level 100, and then nothing below. He didn't know if that was the limit or if there was more that he couldn't see. He stopped thinking and returned to the furnace. He added all the logs into it. Then he went to check on Alvida. To be honest, he was curious how eating the smooth fruit could turn a person into a beauty. But when he looked, Alvida was still the same Alvida. The fat ant form. "Hey, didn't you eat it?" "I ate it, but why am I still like this?" Alvida was somewhat distressed. Cheng Lang was a bit puzzled. Then he seemed to think of something. "Use your ability, slide off the fat, slide off the freckles." As he spoke, Alvida began to transform like clay. Skin started to shed and lumps of fat fell to the ground. Soon the tall, beautiful Alvida from the anime appeared. Breaking apart the stone wall, Cheng Lang poked at the round ball on the ground. Fat and skin. So that's the principle, wrap the skin and slide off the excess fat and skin issues. Yeah, that makes sense. Otherwise, just sliding off the fat would leave the skin wrinkly. Alvida stepped out. She looked at her slender arms, smooth and hairless, white and delicate, slippery as silk. She touched her face. It was a perfect oval with well-proportioned features, not cramped like before. My voice has changed too. Normal. When a fat person loses weight, the voice changes because more air flows through the throat, making the voice clearer. Cheng Lang explained. Alvida was very excited. Though she hadn't seen her own face, she knew it was different. She looked at Cheng Lang about to utter thanks, but saw his eyes wandering. "What's wrong?" Cheng Lang scratched his head, his voice a bit floating. Confidence is a good thing. Alvida looked down, then paused, then laughed happily without any womanly shame. Before she couldn't see her feet when looking down. Now she couldn't see them fully either, but at least she could see her toes. Cheng Lang was baffled by her sudden laughter. Weren't women in the One Piece world this open? He scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed at age 20. He silently averted his gaze. After a while, Alvida, now neatly dressed, came to the furnace. Thanks. A simple thank you, but it was the sweetest words Alvida could say. Just in time, the roast boar is ready. Roast boar? Then Cheng Lang reached into the furnace and pulled out a massive 3-meter-long wild boar. Alvida's eyes widened. It was hard to imagine how such a huge thing could come out of that tiny furnace opening. But soon she gave up. After all, devil fruits are so amazing it's not strange. Eat some. It should help your injuries. Alvida rubbed her stomach, which was still aching. Without any hesitation, she reached out and tore off a leg of the pork. She started devouring. The 3-meter boar was cleaned up by the two of them in less than 10 minutes. Alvida had always eaten a lot, which is why she got fat. As for Cheng Lang, he could eat as much as he wanted. His chicken legs were full, but satiety could still be increased. That was a Minecraft feature. But now even the satiety was overflowing. I didn't expect you to be a good cook. Thanks, but whether it tastes good or not has little to do with me. It all depends on the fruit's ability. Cheng Lang spoke truthfully. As a modern man who couldn't tell one grain from another, this was no idle talk, let alone cooking. Yet it had to be said that the wild boar roasted in the furnace had no fur or internal organs left. It tasted purely of roasted boar, crispy on the outside and tender within. Even without extra seasoning, the flavor was decent. Of course it might. Alvida gazed at Cheng Lang with her beautiful eyes, sensing his sincerity. At that moment, she truly looked at the man before her for the first time. His attire was strange, loose shorts, a shirt with bizarre characters printed on it, and his manners had been polite so far. Then Alvida's gaze fell on his face. Messy hair, a fair face, and soft features. If he put on a wig and women's clothing with a bit of makeup, he could pass for. They were close. Compared to her brutish crew, the man before her could even be called a fresh-faced pretty boy. But those slender arms and legs made him look frail. If it had been before, Alvida would never have fancied someone like this, even for menial work. He lacked the bearing of a real man. That was also one of the reasons she always targeted Kobe, weak and pathetic. You said earlier you wanted me to follow you. Cheng Lang, patting his belly to find it flat, glanced at Alvida. Changed your mind? Not really. After all, I owe you a huge debt of gratitude. Well, I can't repay it otherwise. But I'm curious. You must know who I am, right? A pirate with a bounty of 5 million, and I was a fat hag. With that fruit of yours, you could easily find someone gentle and caring, couldn't you? Now with a beautiful face, she no longer cared about self-mockery. Those were all in the past. And you must be some. At that moment, Alvida had already thought of many things. In this world, fair skin usually meant the rich or nobles. Combined with his clothes, simple as they seemed from every angle, they looked like a famous brand. After all, the characters were unfamiliar. If he were a noble and had her a pirate follow him, they would inevitably enter high-class settings. Imagining herself under the predatory gaze of countless wolves, people who once despised her as a noble, Alvida felt a secret thrill. Me? A noble? How could that be? Cheng Lang pointed at his own nose, feeling baffled. Did he look that despicable? Not a noble. Alvida's fantasy shattered instantly. Then her expression turned strange as she looked him up and down. A high-ranking Marine officer's Then I should have arrested you on the spot and given you a devil fruit. Think about it. Alvida felt more and more confused. The man before her was neither a fallen noble nor a Marine officer's descendant. If he were just a rich man, it still didn't make. After all, she was a pirate, the kind hated by merchants during raids. Recruit. Hired muscle. Could it be that he was going to become a pirate himself? Cheng Lang stood up and patted his pants. Don't overthink it. Just take it as my whim. And to be honest, up until now, Cheng Lang had no clear goal. Going home. If it was just returning to his rented room on Earth, there was no need. As for family, he had none since walking out of the orphanage alone. Friends. He had plenty online. The only thing he might miss was his newly built computer. Let's go. Take a look at your ship. Alvida silently followed, deciding not to dwell on the questions. He just didn't want to say. She wasn't that eager to know. When they spent more time together, it would naturally come out. So are we going out to sea? Maybe. When they reached the coast, there was no pirate ship in sight. Even Alvida's original stronghold was empty. So are we going out to sea? Maybe. When they reached the coast, there was no pirate ship in sight. Even Alvida's He stopped worrying. The plot was about the same anyway. Meanwhile, Alvida was surrounded by a low-pressure aura. Those damned bastards. They actually ran off. Are you sure it was your crew that fled, and not that Luffy and Kobe taking your ship? My secret stash is completely cleaned out. Only my men knew about it. Damn them. It'll make them taste my iron club. Alvida gritted her teeth, rage burning in her eyes. Do you have another ship? By the way, do you know navigation? Silence stretched on. For a moment, only their breathing could be heard on the island. And by the way, we're both landlubbers, we can't swim after them. I know. Alvida huffed, and went to find a room to sulk in. Cheng Lang found it amusing. But this indirectly proved one thing. In the original story, when Alvida reappeared, she had no crew with her. It turned out her men had all deserted. After all, going from serving a fat hag to a beautiful woman, Cheng Lang didn't think those pirate grunts would prefer working under a fat hag. But later she seemed to get another ship equipped with cannons. Could she have shipbuilding skills? After a moment of thought, Cheng Lang dropped the matter. Instead, he decided to study himself. He walked to the seaside and reached out to touch the seawater. His body felt no different. Then he gradually increased his contact with the water. Soon he saw a debuff appear on his status bar: weakness X. Can I use milk to remove this negative buff? He pulled his body from the seawater. Weakness X quickly disappeared from the status bar. The feeling of weakness faded. Too bad I don't have a bucket now, otherwise I'd see if I could create infinite water. Then he looked at the ground. I refuse to believe I can't find iron today. But first let me make some chests. I've got too much dirt on me. He quickly built a simple wooden matchbox and tossed all the dirt and stone into it. Just like in the game, the chest had plenty of storage space. Then, using a true man's mining method, he dug straight down. With the stone shovel and stone pickaxe, the digging speed was much faster than before. When he reached the stone layer once again, Cheng Lang paused for a moment before continuing to dig downward without any hesitation. However, he was a bit more cautious this time. He did not use the true man mining method. Instead, he dug only half a backpack full of stones before stopping to begin branch mining. Time passed silently. Cheng Lang stared at his backpack, now full of stones, and fell into deep thought. Was he being too presumptuous? Games are games, reality is reality. In the game, iron ore blocks are perfectly square, but in reality, iron ore is fine and evenly dispersed within the stone. These need to be refined, and that requires the technology mods, or sifter. But setting aside the technology mod, even if he could build an or sifter, he would need iron ore and other minerals. Right now, he couldn't even get iron, or let alone anything else. After thinking for a while, Cheng Lang decided to try again, but this time, he would use chain mining. He made a simple adjustment. He set stone as the mining target with a range of 12 by 3. This time the digging speed was extremely slow. He could visibly see his hunger bar drop by half a segment. With a crash, 36 stones appeared on the ground. Nothing but stones. He expanded the area. Heaven rewards the diligent. Finally, Cheng Lang spotted some ore. As he approached, he saw it was coal, but that still excited him immensely. He walked over eagerly and began to mine. With a bang, the stone pickaxe in his hand, countless pieces of coal exploded before his eyes. Damn, I forgot to turn off chain mining. Staring at the pitch-black void ahead, Cheng Lang picked up a few pieces of coal from the ground and crafted a torch. The coal ore deposit was vast. Everywhere he looked, there was coal. However, Cheng Lang wasn't focused on that. He looked at his experience bar. But he didn't level up from mining. This was somewhat different from the game. He didn't understand, but it didn't matter. There were many ways to level up in MC. Since coal ore existed, that meant other ores were also present. He just hadn't found the veins. He took out a new stone pickaxe and continued mining coal. Since coal ore existed, that meant other ores were also present. He just hadn't found the veins. He took out a new stone pickaxe and continued mining coal, left unmined. When he returned to the surface, the sky was already dusk. By the shore, a ship painted in masculine pink was docked. Though small, it was enough to— I thought you had run away, said Alvida, sitting on a chair on the deck, legs crossed, watching Cheng Lang. Did you build this yourself? You give me too much credit. Alvida patted the stool beside her, signaling Cheng Lang to come up. Without much thought, Cheng Lang walked over and— clearly the quality was poor. Okay, leave it to me. They'll help you upgrade it. Night fell quietly, and Alvida watched as her former small boat gradually clearly the quality was poor. Okay, leave it to me. They'll help you upgrade it. Night fell quietly, and Alvida watched as her former small boat gradually transformed into a large angular vessel. Clearly the quality was poor. Okay, leave it to me. They'll help you upgrade it. Night fell quietly, and Alvida watched as her former small boat gradually transformed. Your devil fruit is truly amazing, Alvida remarked as she walked onto the deck, touching the flat, smooth planks that had no nails holding them together, feeling a sense of wonder. Of course, if I had more materials, I could do even more fancy things. Alvida admired the torch in her hand. It could be touched, wasn't hot, and since Cheng Lang started the transformation, it had been burning steadily, providing light without going out. It was simply incomprehensible. Watching Alvida play with the torch utterly absorbed Cheng Lang, focused on another point. Although he had upgraded the ship, MC ships couldn't move. That's just how MC was. But soon he felt relieved. Seeing the ship sway with the waves, he let go of his worries. Try testing the defense of the floor. Without a second thought, Alvida picked up her morning star and smashed it directly onto the wooden planks. The result was a faint crack appearing at the center of the block, but it vanished in an instant. It repaired itself. Alvida was astonished and increased the force. No matter how hard she struck, the wooden floor only showed fine cracks that healed the next moment. It's too strong. Try striking consecutively, not too hard. Bang, 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 bang. Under continuous strikes, the wooden floor finally couldn't hold up, and amidst countless cracks it turned into powder and disappeared. No wooden slabs dropped. Cheng Lang watched the scene deep in thought. It took 10 consecutive strikes to completely shatter a block. And if the interval between strikes exceeded 1 second, the block would instantly regenerate. This was just a wooden slab. He placed a cobblestone on the deck. Alvida looked at him speechlessly. But she still began her assault. The result was that the number of required strikes increased to 20, and she had to hit very hard to barely break it. If the interval exceeded 1 second, the cobblestone would regenerate in the next moment. As for the possibility of smashing it to pieces with sheer force, it seemed possible. After all, Alvida could break a wooden slab with 8 full-power swings. Clearly, brute force had its merits. Watching Alvida, who wasn't even out of breath, Cheng Lang once again realized the formidable physique of the people in this world. After all, Alvida had been punched straight out by Luffy. If that happened in the modern world, flying that far would probably mean death. But after a meal, Alvida had already returned to normal. Although his MC food had some special properties, her physique was undoubtedly a major factor. What? Mesmerized by my beautiful appearance. Alvida, seeing Cheng Lang sizing her up, propped her morning star on the ground and flicked her hair back with a cool gesture. In the past, it would have been off-putting, but with her beautiful face, it was indeed alluring. Night fell, stars twinkled, moonlight spilled onto the deck, and the torch. Alone together, a man and a woman. Cheng Lang rolled his eyes. Although Alvida was very pretty now, they hadn't known each other long, and remembering her previous fat ant appearance. Honestly, it was she stopped teasing him and walked over to the seat. We should talk about our plans from now on. Cheng Lang sat down on a chair nearby. Alvida, seeing that Cheng Lang remained silent, contemplated for a moment. First, we need to get some money. What? My treasure and food have been taken by those damned bastards. As you saw in the kitchen, there's nothing but rotten fruit and some nearly spoiled meat. Cheng Lang nodded. He had also renovated the kitchen, and indeed, as Alvida said, there was nothing edible left. If possible, I plan to go see the Straw Hat Boy. What? Don't misunderstand. After all, he's the one who defeated me. It's only natural to want to fight back, right? Alvida's eyes burned with fighting spirit. This surprised Cheng Lang. He remembered that in the original story, after being sent flying by Luffy's punch, Alvida ended up with Buggy, and in Logtown, she boldly declared that Luffy would be her man, or else she'd kill him. But now she seemed all about battle. Cheng Lang thought about it and nodded. At this moment, he truly had no idea what to do. Arriving in this One Piece world, he had no preparations. Chase the One Piece. Become the next pirate king. To be honest, none of these felt real to him yet. It all still seemed so far away. Yet he still wanted to meet Luffy, not only to see the world's protagonist, but also to meet his savior. Cheng Lang's quick agreement surprised Alvida. You don't plan to do anything? Well, if I had to say, maybe go to the dock and get some fries. What? Alvida was baffled. You? All right. We'll set off tomorrow to chase the Straw Hat Boy. Can we wait a bit? What's wrong? Nothing much, just want to deal with some traders. Cheng Lang understood and nodded. Do you know where they've gone? I have a rough idea. The food supplies are only enough to reach one place, so they'll definitely be there. Cheng Lang nodded. That night, they each went to their own rooms. Lying in bed, Cheng Lang gazed out the window. The bright moon hung high, its silver light spilling onto the wooden floor. I've transmigrated into the world of One Piece. After a sigh, he closed his eyes, countless thoughts swirling in it. Finally, he fell asleep. The next day, woke by the crashing waves. Cheng Lang rose. Alvida had already set sail. Awake. Leaving this early. Afraid those damned bastards might run. Cheng Lang walked to the bow, gazing at the endless sea. At first it was satisfying, but as time passed, the quiet sea became utterly boring. No wonder Luffy gets so excited when he sees an island. I wish I could play on a computer right now. Alvida emerged from the kitchen carrying sliced fruit and simply prepared food. Let's eat something simple. Cheng Lang took a fruit and bit into it. Even the chicken leg didn't twitch. But soon the plate of fruit was cleaned. Staring at the fruit pit in his hand, a strange idea struck him. He got up, went to the storage room, brought out some soil, and walked onto the deck. Alvida watched his actions. Then she saw Cheng Lang dig a hole in the deck, stuff the soil inside, and finally hold the fruit pit, staring blankly. What's up? Cheng Lang didn't answer. Instead, he took out a hoe and struck the ground. The surface sank, and with a flick of his hand, a seed-like marker appeared on the farmland. It works. With that thought, Cheng Lang dashed to the tool shed. Soon he came out with a bucket. Then he stood dumbly by the ship's edge. What? Then Cheng Lang lowered a rope ladder, climbed down himself, and scooped up a bucket of seawater. Seawater for irrigation. Cheng Lang made another opening in the deck, placed a block underneath, and poured the seawater into the empty space. Naturally, a small bucket couldn't fill a 1 by. Cheng Lang made another opening in the deck, placed a block underneath, and poured the seawater into the empty space. Naturally, a small bucket couldn't fill a 1 by 1 space. But something miraculous happened. Even though there was little water, the farmland became moist. Seeing this, Cheng Lang nodded. It works. While ordinary tools couldn't be transformed into MC tools, some properties could be utilized. Seeds could be planted on farmland, and as long as water was nearby, the soil would stay moist. It didn't matter if it was MC water or not, any water would do. After a moment's thought, he covered the half-empty water space with a half-slab, hiding the water from view. Pity there's a kitchen trash can. Cheng Lang sprinted into the kitchen. Alvida followed curiously. Then she saw Cheng Lang start his operation, dumping the trash can directly into a square. Then something magical happened. The square bucket emitted a green glow. Soon a white wrinkled thing popped out. It works. Alvida, give me a hand. Throw all the rotten or inedible stuff in here. Under their combined efforts, Cheng Lang ended up with 10 pieces of bone meal. What's this? Can you eat it? Alvida looked curiously. Follow me. It'll show you the power of bone meal. When they reached the deck, both were stunned. A square-shaped tree stood there. This? Alvida was dumbfounded. But Cheng Lang wasn't surprised. The growth cycle of MC trees was peculiar. Sometimes they took 3 or 4 days, sometimes they shot up in an instant right after. Cheng Lang walked straight to the tree. His eyes fell on the wood. Shaka fruit tree. He took out an axe and chopped it down cleanly. The leaves withered. A shaka fruit sapling dropped to the ground. At the same time, the shaka fruits fell as the leaves withered. Cheng Lang tossed a shaka fruit to Alvida. She looked at the plump, perfect fruit in her hand, having witnessed everything, her eyes brimming with. She took a bite. It was indeed a shaka fruit, crisp and tasty. The surprise wasn't over. Cheng Lang planted the sapling and used the first bone meal, and the shaka fruit tree grew instantly. This surprised Cheng Lang as well. He repeated the process. Leaves withered, shaka fruits fell. Finally, when the bone meal was exhausted, it ended. Your ability is really practical. With this, we won't lack fruit in the future. Alvida looked at the basket full of shaka fruits. Each one was plump and round, nearly identical in appearance. And miraculously, these fruits had no seeds, only pure flesh inside. They were also extraordinarily filling. One was enough to feel full. Pity there's no shears, otherwise I could achieve perpetual motion. What a shame. Cheng Lang sighed. Just then Alvida stood up and walked to the bow. What's wrong? Those damn bastards. I finally found them. Cheng Lang gazed into the distance, spotting a tiny black dot on the horizon. He wondered how Alvida could see it from so far away. The dot was minuscule, yet within half an hour it loomed before them. Alvida quickly located her ship. Alvida's former crew, upon seeing her appear, turned into love-struck fools, hearts dancing in their eyes. Witnessing her subordinates' behavior, Alvida felt a pang of awkwardness. She eagerly anticipated the remorse they would show when they realized who she was. But before she could speak, the men swarmed around her. Hey, beautiful, want to have some fun with us? We've struck it rich lately, we'll show you a good time. Who knew there was such a beauty on Mary Island? Listening to these lewd, even Cheng Lang frowned. She's Alvida? His sudden declaration momentarily sobered the lustful men, but when they saw the smooth, radiant skin and fiery figure before them. Haha, kid, you sure know how to joke. That fat pig Alvida could never look like this. What a hilarious joke. If Alvida looked like this, I'd serve on her ship till I died, even if she swung her spiked club at me every day. The unruly pirates laughed heartily, completely oblivious to Alvida hoisting her spiked club. A cold sneer finally escaped her lips. So you're the one who said you'd be happy to have me swing my club at you every day. Her voice had changed, but the tone and pitch were familiar. The men instinctively shrank their necks, as if transported back to the days under Alvida's rule. They now noticed Alvida club in hand. The familiar spiked club, the familiar hat, the familiar cloak, but a face they didn't recognize. A terrible suspicion dawned on them. Before they could react, the spiked club swung down. The dock erupted in chaos. Cheng Lang watched the scene, shaking his head with a sigh. Kill them? That would be too easy. I want them to regret betraying me, Alvida proclaimed, lifting her chin proudly. Now I have a figure. Kill them? That would be too easy. I want them to regret betraying me, Alvida proclaimed, lifting her chin proudly. Now I have a figure of face. She took out a small mirror, admiring her own reflection. Ah, this face, I never tire of it. Cheng Lang found Alvida's narcissism speechless. She had been like this since earlier. Still, it was understandable. After being ugly for over 20 years now, that she was beautiful, why not indulge in a little self-appreciation? Just as Cheng Lang still hadn't shaken off the strangeness of being transported to the world of One Piece, watching Alvida wreak havoc felt like watching a play. But one thing Cheng Lang needed to consider was strength. Earlier, the shock of transmigration, the devil fruit's power, and the surge of MC's abilities had made him overlook the actual gap in power. Seems I really need to train more. After all, the world of One Piece isn't as peaceful as China on Earth. But how could a blocky man like him become strong? Seems I really need to train more. After all, the world of One Piece isn't as peaceful as China on Earth. But how could a blocky man like him become stronger? Could he awaken Haki? He placed 2 wooden blocks on the ground, and a stone sword materialized in his hand. In a game, swinging at a wall wouldn't even reduce the sword's durability. But in reality, Cheng Lang gripped the sword with both hands and slammed it into the wood. The stone sword remained intact, but its durability decreased. He felt his hands, the tiger's mouth, numb from the shock. The wooden block developed cracks, but they healed in the next moment. He had to admit one thing: he was not as strong as Alvida. Cheng Lang's actions naturally caught Alvida's attention. She looked curious. Are you a swordsman? More or less. Cheng Lang didn't deny it. By the way, why did you choose a spiked club? For Haki, of course, to show off my strength, Alvida stated matter-of-factly. Cheng Lang nodded. Indeed, Alvida had that kind of personality, admiring strength. If she didn't, she wouldn't have sought out Luffy in the original story. If Alvida kept getting stronger like this, would she become a fusion of Kaido and Big Mom? That would be cool. But seeing Alvida admiring herself in the mirror, Cheng Lang snapped back to reality. So which direction are we heading? Silence fell, as Captain Alvida only decided where to go, leaving the navigation to the navigator. And Cheng Lang, a modern man, was going to sea for the first time. If you're looking for Straw Hat Boy, we could go to Low Town. It's the last stop before the Grand Line. Alvida suggested. Do you know the way? How about we recruit a navigator? Makes sense. They set sail and turned back. Once again, they arrived at the dock. After Alvida's rampage, the dock should have been in chaos, but it was now orderly with dock workers coming and going. They set sail and turned back. Once again, they arrived at the dock. After Alvida's rampage, they set off on their own. Leave someone to guard the ship. No need. Cheng Lang had removed all the doors, blocked them with wood, and connected the ship to the dock with cobblestone, making it impossible to sail away. Anyone trying to sneak aboard wouldn't find a door, and the windows were blocked from the inside. Are you sure you don't know any navigation? Cheng Lang asked again. Alvida nodded. What gave you the illusion that I know navigation? Cheng Lang scratched his head. He couldn't say he had watched the anime, and knew that she and Buggy navigated the seas and found Buggy's crew right on. Wait, could it be that Buggy could sense the location of his own body parts, allowing him to find his crew precisely? Realizing that, Cheng Lang understood why Alvida had ended up with Buggy. After all, even the apprentices of the Pirate King's crew after years at sea would have basic navigation skills. At that time, Alvida, without a goal, teamed up with Buggy, finding a guide and also a way to track down Straw Hat Boy. So naturally they stuck together. By the way, we need to pay crew members, right? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Of course, who would work for free? Alvida stated matter-of-factly. Cheng Lang's expression turned odd, but then he found it reasonable. Say, as a pirate with a bounty of 5 million, why do you have so little money? Cheng Lang asked curiously. After moving away all the items that the original crew had looted, he found that there were less than 1 million berry. This price, well, it wasn't exactly a lot, nor was it too little. If forced to convert roughly into Chinese yuan, it would be less than 4.50 yuan, or so, roughly a year's income for an ordinary worker. Relying on that to support a whole crew, no wonder these fellows were thinking of quitting. Stung by the remark, Alvida glared at Cheng Lang. Consider my appetite versus your appetite, will you? One who doesn't manage a household doesn't know how expensive rice and oil are. How much would that wild boar we ate yesterday cost if we bought it? About 200,000 berry. What? 200,000? For that boar? Alvida nodded. What did you think? And that's relatively cheap. A quick conversion, that was over 10,000 yuan per pig. Cheng Lang fell silent. He recalled that in the original story, Nami's mother Belmere had savings of 100,000, just enough to buy her own. Hiss. If you looked at it that way, Arlong charged a protection fee of 100,000 per month, meaning every 2 months he only needed to catch a wild boar. Expensive if you thought about it, yet cheap in a strange way. Such a distorted price system. How much would it cost to hire a navigator? Depends. Some take a share. If it were like my previous crew, about 110 to 120,000 per month. Hiss. For a moment, a sudden realization dawned on Cheng Lang. No wonder Buggy the Clown loved hunting for treasure, and his crew followed him even to impel down, trying to find a permanent log pose. He was a great boss to start a business with. Boss, how much is this bag of rice? The Tenjin bag. 5,000 berry. Wanna buy, sir? No, just asking. Boss. Converted 5,000 berry was about 254 yuan. Really fits the price environment of a certain country back then. What did you say? Alvida turned her head to ask. Are we almost at the place you mentioned for recruiting? We're here. That tavern ahead is the one. Alvida pointed with her chin. The scene was chaotic. Inside, countless men sat in groups of 3 or 5, all with rough appearances. Alvida's arrival immediately drew the gaze of every man. Only a table of men with bruised faces quickly lowered their heads. Cheng Lang looked at the motley crew in the tavern and was momentarily speechless. Then came whistles and catcalls filling the tavern. After all, what good people would come to a place like this? This was the epitome of a den of iniquity. Rubbing his temples, Cheng Lang felt irritated. But Alvida seemed quite pleased with the situation. In the past, when she came here, every man's eyes were full of contempt. I need a navigator, Alvida announced. Immediately, she was swarmed by enthusiastic responses. Beautiful lady, look at me. I'm a veteran navigator with 10 years of experience. I can take you anywhere in the East Sea. No sooner had he finished boasting than someone else undercut him. Give it a rest. Last time you went out, you nearly led the whole fleet into a death whirlpool. No sooner had he finished boasting than someone else undercut him. Give it a rest. The tavern instantly descended into chaos, with two men even starting to fight, though they had been drinking and laughing together just moments before. All attention was on Alvida while Cheng Lang was pushed aside. He shook his head helplessly. Looking around, he noticed that many people averted their eyes whenever they met his gaze. This puzzled him. He didn't think he looked that intimidating. Then he spotted the men who had been beaten up by Alvida earlier. Cheng Lang understood. The news had spread. He didn't care, though. Making such a commotion at the dock was bound to have consequences. After a quick glance around, Cheng Lang lost interest. And Alvida, surrounded by the crowd, either they led people into trouble or made stupid mistakes like delivering pirates straight to a marine base. She had thought this place was full of talent, but now they were all showing their true colors. The more she listened, the more her head ached. So Alvida simply walked over to Cheng Lang, grabbed him, and headed out. After leaving the tavern, Cheng Lang was confused. What's wrong? None of these guys are reliable. The ones I sincerely invited earlier. Turns out their resumes were all fake, damn it. The more she spoke, the angrier she got. Cheng Lang found it amusing. If they were truly reliable, her previous crew wouldn't have abandoned her and run off. Trying to find trustworthy people in an unreliable place was indeed unreliable. Just then a timid voice came from behind them. I heard you're recruiting a navigator. The two turned around and saw a thin figure with hair covering their eyes standing there timidly. Alvida glanced at the scrawny little thing and instinctively rolled her eyes. Do you even know navigation? Look at you. You'd probably fall over if the wind blew. I do. I've read many books on navigation. Please give me a chance. Alvida impatiently waved her hand to shoo them away. But Cheng Lang looked at the person curious. I know. The voice was still timid. Alvida asked impatiently. Tell me, what can you bring us? Alvida felt her temper rising. Cheng Lang, however, found it oddly amusing. It felt like a fresh graduate facing an HR manager. Full of naive stupidity. What's your name? Kuyumi. All right, you're hired. Cheng Lang made the decision on. Alvida rolled her eyes, but didn't object. This surprised Kuyumi, who had assumed the beautiful older sister was the leader. She felt a strange confusion. Already lacking confidence, she became even more flustered. But Alvida didn't care, since Cheng Lang had said so. She wouldn't argue. After all, she had agreed to follow him. When she put an arm around me, Alvida felt the trembling of the body and the unmistakable signs of a woman. You're a woman. I'm sorry. The girl muttered an apology. This behavior directly irritated Yairlita. Look at your cowardly demeanor. With such courage, why are you even out here? Why not just stay obediently at home? Kuyumi lowered her head and muttered softly. However, obviously her voice was not loud enough for the two to hear. What did you say? My friend went out to sea and hasn't returned yet. Although he sent letters to say he's safe, Kuyumi raised her voice a little. Merchants won't hire me, and I can't get on a ship, so I came here to take a look. Just now I saw a beautiful big sister recruiting navigators, so I wanted to give it a try. Kuyumi's explanation initially didn't interest Yairlita, but when Kuyumi said, beautiful big sister, not bad, you have potential. Although my reputation at sea is not very great, perhaps I do know the person you mentioned. Pinned under her arm, Kuyumi heard Yairlita's promise and immediately exclaimed excitedly. His name is Kobai. He's a big boy with pink hair and a good personality. I learned navigation from him. I tell you, although Kobai seems gentle and weak, he is very smart. He learns many things just by seeing them once. He's amazing, Kuyumi said, smiling. She didn't notice at all that Yairlita's face had darkened. Seeing this, Cheng Lang, who was walking ahead, couldn't hold it in anymore. He burst out laughing. Ha, this is fate. Cheng Lang sighed, then had to admit one thing: in the world of One Piece, it seemed fate really existed. Otherwise, why would it be such a coincidence to meet Kubi's childhood sweetheart? This character apparently never appeared in the original story, but now she has appeared, giving a strong sense of being tied to the future king of the Navy. Suddenly, Cheng Lang felt as if he had become a part of One Piece, or rather part of the upcoming wave, and thus fate had given him a different weight. Finally, Cheng Lang felt the sense of reality of this world. The world of One Piece is not just about the Pirate King Luffy, but also about countless ordinary people. What happened? Kuyumi looked at Cheng Lang, who was laughing heartily with confusion. Was what she said really that funny? Yairlita, angry, reached out and slapped Cheng Lang on the back. Feeling the slap on his back, Cheng Lang finally restrained himself. but he still couldn't suppress his urge to laugh. Nothing, just marveling at how wonderfully the threads of fate intertwine in this world. Kuyami looked up at Lita in confusion. Then she saw the other woman sigh and shake her head. The Kubai you mentioned, I know him. Kuyami's eyes lit up. Really? Where is he now? Can you take me to see him? I don't know where he is now, but most likely he went to join the Navy. The Navy, huh? So he really did become a Navy man. You knew? Yes, Kubai really admires Navy heroes. When he was little he often said he would become a Navy hero when he grew up, but later he rarely said those words. I don't know why. After hearing this, Cheng Lang was silent for a moment. Is that so? In the original story, it seemed that after being oppressed by Lita for 3 years, he talked about dreams with Luffy, and then wanted to become a Navy soldier to capture these ruthless pirates, right? The world of One Piece he was in had changed a lot, but he supposed that was normal after all. The One Piece 2 years ago, and 2 years later were completely different worlds. Even the gum fruit eventually became the Nika fruit. After all the patches, the world was no longer what it used to be. Indeed, he might really become a Navy hero in the future. Cheng Lang gave a slight affirmation. Although he had only watched up to the Dressrosa arc of One Piece, he occasionally came across many clips, such as the gum fruit completely becoming the human fruit mythical Zoan type model Nika, and Kubai becoming a new generation Navy hero or something. It seemed his reputation was quite bad. Hearing others acknowledge Kubai, Kuyami was very happy, as if she herself had been recognized. And Kubai becoming a new generation Navy hero or something. It seemed his reputation was quite bad. Hearing others acknowledge Kubai. As for Cheng Lang's affirmation and Kuyami's thoughts, she wouldn't say much. After all, it was just comforting words. She brought Kuyami onto the ship. By the way, are you sure it's okay to just go out to sea with us? Won't your family worry? Kuyami shook her head. Kubai and I are both children raised in an orphanage. Our families were killed by pirates long ago. Cheng Lang fell silent again. In this gentle and weak little girl, he saw the epitome of an era, and also understood why Kubai, even after seeing how Captain Morgan had ruined Branch 153, still yearned to become a Navy soldier. The root of everything was revealed. No wonder no family members appeared after 3 years at sea. If they hadn't appeared here, what would be the final fate of this little girl named Kuyami? Would she leave because she couldn't find a chance to go to sea, slowly develop in a small town, and eventually be happy for Kubai when he appeared in the newspaper? Or would she seize an opportunity to actually become a navigator and set out to find Kubai, eventually dying at the hands of unknown pirates, further strengthening Kubi's determination to eliminate pirates? Although I'm not sure where Kubai is now, I roughly know a place where you can get news of him. Cheng Lang spoke. Really? Thank you all. Don't thank us yet. There are some things we need to make clear to you. Cheng Lang looked at Lita. In response, Lita shrugged. She didn't mind. First of all, the Kubai you mentioned has been working under her for the past 3 years. Oh. Kuyami was shocked. But unfortunately, just yesterday, he switched jobs. Whether he went to join the Navy or work for someone else, we don't know yet. But if we go to Luoga Town, maybe we can find out who he's working for. For a moment, she was a bit panicked. After all, she wasn't stupid. Kubai quitting obviously wouldn't please Lita. She swallowed. For a moment, she was a bit panicked. After all, she wasn't stupid. Kubai quitting obviously wouldn't please Lita. She swallowed hard. So now you have 2 choices. 1, work under us. If nothing unexpected happens, you will meet Kubai again, but the time is uncertain. 2, when we arrive at Luoga Town, we part ways. As for whether you can find clues about Kubai there, it depends on whether fate guides you. Don't rush to give your answer. Wait until we reach Luoga Town, then you can decide. For now, we can set sail. Kuyami was brought onto the ship in this manner. At first, she was panic-stricken, unable to sit still. Yet as time wore on, she settled into her role as a navigator with diligence and responsibility. It must be said that the young girl had talent, as she could navigate the vast ocean on her first voyage without any trace of awkwardness. Obviously, over the years, she had done more than just read books. She had likely secretly observed and simulated her own sea voyages. However, there was one thing that worried Cheng Lang. It turned out the young girl suffered from seasickness. At that moment, Kuyami, leaning over the railing, was pale-faced. And you call yourself a navigator? Alvida watched with amusement. Kuyami wanted to stand up, but the moment she opened her mouth, she vomited again. Cheng Lang scratched his head and said, I think the ship is sailing quite smoothly. Alvida nodded in agreement. Compared to my previous ship, this one is much steadier. I am not seasick, I just have social anxiety. Cheng Lang was baffled. Can social anxiety make you vomit? He figured the hardest part of her body was probably her mouth. Alvida laughed out loud. There are only 2 people on the ship, what's there to be anxious about? Kuyami turned to look at them, but the moment their eyes met, she hastily averted her gaze. After this little episode, our first stop has arrived. Kuyami called out to the 2 who were fast asleep. The sun rose. Morning sunlight spilled into the room. Cheng Lang was quietly staring blankly at the ceiling. He was slow to respond to Kuyami's call. It had been a week since he arrived in the world of One Piece. He began to miss his past life, wanting to play video games. It was just too boring. Although there were 3 people now, and they could play Do Di Ju, the relationship among them was delicate. Kuyami wouldn't dare play even with a good hand, nor would she dare to be the landlord. The remaining players were Cheng Lang and Alvida. As long as the 2 of them had good cards they could win. Playing a couple of rounds was fine, but after a while it got really boring. As for drawing lots or other card games, they had tried them all over these past few days. There was really nothing fun to do. Finally, we've reached the island. Cheng Lang felt relieved at this moment. He could fully empathize with Luffy's feelings upon seeing land. Kuyami, seeing the 2 come out, pointed to the village ahead. Do you want to restock? Thanks to Cheng Lang, they didn't lack fruit. However, fresh water was scarce. Moreover, with 2 women, even if they didn't bathe daily, 1 bath would deplete the freshwater supply. Cheng Lang stretched. They'll go mining first. Alvida, you take Kuyami. Can I not go? Kuyami raised her hand to express her opinion. Seeing the 2 like this, Alvida was speechless. She was once a captain after all. Why should she have to do everything herself? Finally, she waved her hand. Cheng Lang jumped onto the land, the soft ground, making him a bit uncomfortable. Is there anything you want to buy? Alvida looked at Cheng Lang, who was eager to go mining. If possible, buy more seeds. Also, if you see cows, get 2. And iron. Seeing Cheng Lang rambling on, Alvida stopped him. I can get the seeds for you. You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. All right. And so the 2 parted ways. On the ship, Kuyami watched everything with flickering eyes, but in the end she obediently stayed as the shipkeeper. Over the past week, she had seen their special abilities. Both were devil fruit users. With her slender arms and legs, she had no way to resist. Forget about sailing away. Watching Alvida walk further away, she muttered to herself, Miss Alvida is so beautiful, will KB be devoured by her? She patted her own face, shaking off those thoughts. Kuyami went to the tool shed, took out a mop and bucket, and prepared to clean the deck. This was the job she had assigned herself. During this week, neither Alvida nor Cheng Lang had assigned her any chores, much less asked her to serve tea or do anything. But doing nothing made Kuyami feel uneasy. In the end, she assigned herself work. Even though the wooden floor was clean every day, and even if it got dirty, it would become clean again on its own after a while. Meanwhile, Alvida arrived at the village. The villagers were holding a carnival. Many houses around were collapsed, yet the villagers were joyful, clinking glasses with each other. This puzzled Alvida. Her appearance naturally made many villagers stare, and they were eager to answer any questions. You mean 2 days ago a pirate named Buggy the Clown ruled here, but was sent flying by a man in a straw hat? Yes. This Buggy the Clown seems to have eaten the treasure of the sea. Even when cut, he's fine. Truly terrifying. I heard from the village chief that the straw hat boy can also stretch his body really long. Several villagers chattered and laughed, even inviting Alvida to join the final bonfire party tonight. After hearing all this, Alvida's expression turned strange. Several villagers chattered and laughed, even inviting Alvida to join the final bonfire party tonight. After hearing all this, Alvida's expression, hey, just some seeds. Beautiful lady, my family has seeds for spring plowing. I'll give them all to you. As he finished his, hey, just some seeds. Beautiful lady, my family has seeds for spring plowing. I'll give them all to you. As he finished, his wife grabbed his ear and dragged him away. Amused and speechless, Alvida still managed to get quite a few seeds. When she was about to pay, the bill was waived. This surprised Alvida. But then she saw the heart-shaped eyes of the shopkeeper, and she gave a charming smile that nearly turned the seed shop owner into a wolf. Or perhaps due to his age, he just fell to the ground. I truly am the most beautiful woman on the sea. In a good mood, she still dutifully left some berries. Humming a tune, she walked alone down the street. Although many houses were badly damaged, the people all wore smiles. Oh, Miss Alvida, are you sure you want to join the bonfire? The village chief is boasting he'll perform a stunt tonight. The man's enthusiastic invitation was met with his wife's death glare. If I'm free, you'll come. Alvida responded generously. This was something she had never experienced before in the past. Her mere appearance would make men scream and scatter. The corners of her mouth never dropped. When Alvida returned to the ship, she saw square stone markers on the shore. She knew at once it was Cheng Lang's work. Curiously, she looked inside, and was startled to find it brightly lit below. Layer upon layer of stairs led straight into the earth. At that moment, she saw Kuyami emerge from a corner, struggling to climb up, while holding a box in her arms. Alvida recognized the box. It was the one in the warehouse that Cheng Lang had modified, capable of holding many things. Seeing Miss Alvida appear, Kuyami smiled and greeted her. What's this? Brother Cheng Lang came out a while ago, very excited, saying something about striking it rich. Then he went over there to cut trees and made a bunch of boxes. I saw him running back and forth to the ship, so tired, so I helped him carry some. Alvida took the small box from Kuyami's hands. It felt slightly heavy. How did you manage to lift this box? Am I not supposed to? Kuyami tilted her head in confusion. Without further ado, Alvida opened the small box. Inside it was densely packed with identical blocks. Though she didn't recognize them, the fact that Cheng Lang had filled the entire box indicated their importance. "They'll help too." Kuyami nodded excitedly. Then she led Alvida all the way down. "Not going to that corner from before. It's already cleared out." "I see." Alvida paid it no mind and continued downward. Although the blocks were sharply angular, they were surprisingly not sharp enough to cut the skin. Soon they reached the bottom. Before them lay an exceptionally spacious flat area. In the distance, Cheng Lang was mining. Whenever the brightness grew too low, he would plant a torch on the ground. The torches were placed with such regularity that even someone with OCD would find it satisfying. Beside the entrance stood rows of small boxes not connected to each other. Kuyami picked one up and slowly climbed upward. Alvida also approached, reaching out to carry one. Earlier Alvida had tried, but no matter how hard she strained, the large box remained immovable, as if bolted to the wooden floor. Now with a gentle lift she could pick it up. Was it a matter of size? Could large boxes not be moved? Opening the box, she saw its contents were the same as the previous one. The stones had khaki speckles. Strange. Closing the lid, Alvida picked up another box, one in each hand, and strode off briskly. Kuyami watched with envy, but she dutifully moved the boxes one by one. In the end, she lay on the muddy ground, drenched in sweat, eyes glazed, looking half dead. "Miss Alvida, you're not only beautiful, but also have such great stamina. I'm so envious." Alvida, slightly out of breath herself, heard Kuyami's praise, lifted her chin, and smiled. Her previous fatigue vanished. "You need to exercise more. You're exhausted after just 2 trips. I have high hopes for you." Saying this, she walked down on her own. Kuyami, lying on the muddy ground, felt her heart stir from Alvida's encouragement. It was rare for someone to believe in her. This was only the second time. The first had been Kobe. Gritting her teeth, Kuyami rose unsteadily and began to work. They worked until dusk, when the sunset cast golden paint across the land. Kuyami had long since collapsed on the ground, and Alvida was too tired to speak. Only Cheng Lang was thoroughly sad. He had never seen such a dense vein of ore. "What exactly did you do all day? What are all these?" Alvida pointed at the pile of small boxes, which was already larger than the ship. "There's iron ore and gold ore. This is the richest mine I've ever dug." I couldn't stop. Cheng Lang didn't mention that even more ore lay below, far too much to exhaust. He would have kept going if he hadn't run out of wood to make boxes. "Gold, At the keyword, Alvida pointed at the mountain of boxes. "Are you saying all of this is gold?" "Well, just a little. Barely enough to fill 2 boxes, Cheng Lang recalled. 2 boxes. Alvida felt her breath catch. She knew the capacity of these boxes well. Small as they were, they could hold 27 different types of items. If it was the same item, they could stack up to 64. Although Alvida wasn't great at math, she was certain it was over 500. How much gold can one ore produce? Not sure. Wait, let me check. Found it. With that, Cheng Lang crafted a furnace and began smelting gold. Soon a gold ingot appeared before the 3. "Here for you." Cheng Lang tossed it to Alvida. She caught it clumsily, but found it wasn't hot at all. Alvida examined it left and right, then bit it with her teeth, leaving a mark. "It's real gold." Alvida felt overwhelmed by happiness. The gold ingot in her hand was not large, a standard elongated prismatic ingot, 25 gene in weight, a perfectly standard size. And its purity, converted to market value. Just this one gold brick was worth around 30 million, and that was a severe underestimate. Alvida had plundered merchant convoys before, and the gold she obtained was mostly surface layered with low purity. But before her, this gleaming gold ingot, she could feel it, was truly pure. She swallowed hard. Staring at the box of gold, her eyes went wide. Kuyami too was dumbfounded, staring at the gold in Alvida's hand. She had never seen such a huge lump of gold in her life. Both women were speechless. Cheng Lang, however, began to worry. Smelting the iron ore into ingots was too slow. Especially that whole box of iron. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Fortunately, he had dug up a lot of coal on the previous island, enough to smelt all this iron ore. Should I make a furnace array? He scratched his head, debating whether to do it here or on the ship. Turning back, he saw the 2 women with vacant expressions. "What's wrong with you?" This. Alvida pointed at the gold ingot in her hand, dazed. "You want it? Here, it's useless anyway." Hiss. In that instant, Alvida felt herself drowning in a sea of berries, her mind about to explode. "You're giving it to me. Just like..." Alvida stared blankly at the gold brick in her hand. "By the way, is it okay if I modify the ship?" "No problem. Do whatever you like," Alvida replied without hesitation. Cheng Lang was a bit surprised. Back when he modified the small boat, he kept wanting to make it bigger. Of course he was stopped, because the sail couldn't handle a ship that large. After thinking it over, Cheng Lang decided to cut down on some unnecessary rooms. He had designed quite a few rooms initially, With that in mind, he began. By the time he finished setting up the furnace array, and even connected it to the storage, Alvida was still staring blankly on the shore. Oi! The two women finally snapped out of it. Their stomachs growled. None of them had eaten all day. Saying this, Cheng Lang walked over to the furnace, which had already produced 2 stacks of gold ingots. So slow. He put the 2 stacks into his pack. Seeing the envy in Kuyami's eyes, he smiled and tossed a piece to the girl as well. Startled, she tried to catch it, but her trembling hands, exhausted from the day's work, failed. The gold ingot crashed to the ground, sending mud flying. This made Kuyami kneel down in pain, prying out the gold ingot. Holding it with trembling hands, her cautious demeanor amused Cheng Lang. Yelida, on the other hand, felt no jealousy. Ever since she had followed him, she had gained a beautiful appearance, which was enough to make her stay. Though troubled by money, to her, it was not something difficult to obtain. After all, as pirates, they could simply plunder. However, it was clear that Cheng Lang was of a kind nature. Obviously, he would not take the initiative to do such things, but she was not in a hurry. After all, when money ran out, they would find a way. They couldn't possibly go to work, could they? This era would sooner or later drive the man before her to do such things, or perhaps forge a new revenue stream. This one chest of gold alone was of immeasurable value. No wonder this man had given such a precious treasure as a devil fruit to an outsider like her. Watching Cheng Lang moving supplies, she stepped forward to help. Where should I put it? Go to the deck. I placed a hatch door there. Just put these mineral resources in one by one. All right. Kuyami followed closely behind Yelida, ready to help. Although she had been exhausted to death, just now seeing that large gold ingot gave her renewed strength. Don't rush. Let's eat something first. Cheng Lang stopped their actions. He was not a slave driver, he still had to feed them. Saying this, Cheng Lang took out the Kyakia fruit. The fruit, M-sized, had magical effects. After replenishing his hunger value, he began to recover health. This was also how Yelida had recovered from her injuries so quickly. Moreover, during these days he had discovered its hidden effect. Not only did it heal injuries, but it also rapidly restored physical energy. This was why the two could work all day without feeling hungry. Taking the Kyakia fruit, the two didn't hesitate and began to devour them. Kuyami had a small appetite, as she was full after eating 3, while Yelida ate more than 20 before stopping. Cheng Lang was speechless watching her finish. In one piece, anyone with great strength was a big eater. If it could be displayed digitally, Yelida's chicken leg count would probably be more than twice that of Cheng Lang. After eating, the two started working. The 3 of them moved quickly. With the moon high in the sky, Cheng Lang and his group finally finished handling the day's harvest. Most of the time, Cheng Lang and Yelida were carrying things, while Kuyami opened the boxes and placed the items inside. The items inside the boxes were not heavy when shrunk and only returned to their original size upon leaving the box's range. However, by placing boxes inside boxes and having Kuyami swap them, the size remained unchanged, allowing for rapid transfer. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang occasionally went to the warehouse to combine all the iron ingots into iron blocks. In a game, there would be mods to help, but now there was no such condition. Even so, after compression, they still ended up expanding by more than 30 large boxes. And Kuyami's stomach growled again from hunger. In response, Cheng Lang took out the Kyakia fruit. Eat the fruit later. Look over there. Yelida was already a bit tired of the Kyakia fruit. They had truly eaten too much over the past 7 days. Curious, Cheng Lang looked. Indeed, a bonfire was burning in the distant town. What's that? Their town was attacked by Clown Baji. Yelida briefly shared the information she knew. Cheng Lang was surprised, then nodded in understanding. This was also normal. If they wanted to go to Luoga town, they would inevitably overlap part of the route with Lu Fei and the others, especially since the latter should have met Nanī by now and the route was already set. Let's go take a look. The group of 2 women and 1 man arrived at the town. At this moment, the town was filled with laughter and joy. Many people saw Yelida and warmly greeted her. As if they were old friends, they began to offer wine and food. And Cheng Lang and the others were also treated well. The townspeople were very happy. During this, the village chief also came. Hearing stories that matched his memories, Cheng Lang found them quite interesting. After listening, Kuyami's eyes turned strange. Then are they still considered pirates? Ha ha ha, how could they not be? There are good and bad people in this world. Obviously, Lu Fei and the others are good pirates. The village chief did not hesitate to praise them. However, Kuyami's expression was particularly complex, filled with curiosity and confusion. Seeing her expression, the village chief laughed out loud. There aren't many good people in this world. Since you've encountered them, why care about what they are? Cheng Lang patted Kuyami's little head. The village chief is right. Just like the Navy isn't necessarily good and pirates aren't all bad. It all depends on the people and the situation. Kuyami nodded and ate heartily from the feast. That night, Kuyami ate a lot and heard a lot. Finally, she was even invited to drink ale. Of course, in the end, she was carried back to the ship by Yelida. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang stayed until the very end. Young man, I'm not staying for anything special. I just wanted to ask if you have cattle, sheep, or chickens for sale. Well, the village chief was somewhat troubled. It wasn't that he didn't have any, but rather that he had some, but not many. Moreover, these livestock were hard to buy even with money because the Ba-Ji pirate group had not only plundered a lot of treasure, but also slaughtered many livestock to replenish supplies. Although they were also holding a banquet, they were actually consuming the livestock that had previously been killed by the Ba-Ji pirate group. Is there any difficulty? I can pay more. It's not a matter of money, young man. You've seen the state of our town. As expected, there aren't enough merchants in the town, and many people have lost too much. The livestock must be distributed to them to ensure they won't be unable to survive in the future. I see. Cheng Lang understood the problem. After thinking for a moment, he gave an answer. How about this? I can provide you with a safe haven, a place that can temporarily shelter several thousand people. In addition, I can build a dozen or so. Are you serious? The village chief asked suspiciously. What Cheng Lang offered was simply too dreamlike. Are you in the renovation business? The village chief certainly knew about the ship of Cheng Lang and the others, but seeing no pirate flag on it, he didn't think much of it. Well, not exactly, but close enough. So what do you think? How much do I need to pay? Still the same, 1 pair each of cattle, sheep, and chickens. Really? The village chief was incredulous. It's just a small favor, Cheng Lang replied with a smile. The village head pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, completing these large-scale projects would take at least a few months, and he was confident he could find new cattle, sheep, and chickens in a short time. Yet the reality left him stunned. Cheng Lang walked to the ruins destroyed by cannon fire. He struck the ruins for a long time, then with a bang, all the debris vanished. The village head was dumbfounded. Yet the incredible was yet to come. Cheng Lang began building a house, and it was visible to the naked eye how the house went up like building blocks. At first he worried if the house was sturdy, but no matter how hard he pushed it was futile. In less than an hour, a dozen square little buildings were erected. They had balconies, chimneys, and were 2 stories high. Although there were no windows or furniture, it had saved them a tremendous amount of time. What do you think? Amazing. Amazing. That's enough, more than enough, the village head hurriedly said, afraid that the man might build a few more buildings on a whim. The man had not only cleared the ground, but also built the houses. This had saved so much time. Now they only needed to buy some furniture to settle the homeless villagers. It could be said that Cheng Lang's efforts alone were enough to keep ordinary people busy for 3 or 4 months. An ordinary person would be unable to feed the family after 3 or 4 months without work. Even with the 5 million left by the Straw Hat Boy, it couldn't support so many mouths to feed. Yet now, all right, follow me. They'll take you to the shelter. It's already done. Just a small favor. When the village head saw the underground space, he stood there dumbfounded. This. Our town has such a huge underground space. Wait, when it collapse. No, this won't do. The village head shook his head frantically. Cheng Lang scratched his head. Obviously his abilities were too advanced for ordinary common sense. Simple, watch me. Then Cheng Lang erected stone pillars one by one. In no time, proper stone pillars were set up, neatly arranged. Though he hadn't calculated the volume, a simple mathematical substitution was enough. Cheng Lang placed torches every 12 blocks, 70 vertically and 131 horizontally, to find the area. Roughly the size of 3077 basketball courts. The village head was stunned. This underground space could accommodate 3,000 to 4,000 people. For a town with a population of just under 1,000, it was more than enough. It not only solved the housing problem, but also provided a shelter for the future. How much do you want? The village head asked blankly. Didn't we agree? 2 of each, cattle, sheep, and chickens. Are you sure? The village head felt like he was dreaming. Just 2 each of cattle, sheep, and chickens for such a massive project. Was that all he wanted? Cheng Lang found the man's expression amusing. He had, after all, taken so much iron ore from beneath their land. If the ship hadn't been completely full, he would have But Cheng Lang thought for a moment and said with a smile, if you feel it's not enough, just give me some of your village's specialty products. Okay. In the end, the village had agreed. Then Cheng Lang created a passage straight to the surface so they wouldn't be trapped if the entrance was blocked. The next day arrived. Of course, they also brought specialties, oranges. By the way, what's the name of your town? It's called Orange Town. The village head was proud. Cheng Lang was startled. He remembered Orange Town as Nami's hometown. He scratched his head. Do you produce a lot of oranges here? Yes, on this land, only oranges grow best. Is that so? Do you know if there are other places selling oranges? Well, I don't really know, but I heard from a passing merchant that there is indeed such a place, but what? It seems that place has been occupied by pirates for a long time. So many small merchants dare not do business there. I see, I understand. Yerlito watched baskets of oranges being carried into the warehouse and didn't think much of it. The group left Orange Town. Yerlita, however, was, why did Cheng Lang want cattle, sheep, and chickens? You're not going to raise them on the ship, are you? Yerlita asked curiously. Are you serious? Chickens aside, they can eat a bit of rice, but cattle and sheep need grass. Are you sure? At sea it was true that some people kept animals on ships. Sheep could indeed be raised as they were omnivores and would eat meat when starving. Some eccentric pirates even kept special sheep. As for what they were used for, besides, well, they could also be eaten. As for cattle, it was really impossible. Cows only eat grass. Let me show you something impressive. Cheng Lang smiled at the two cows had no idea of their impending fate. Moo! The cow even let out a cheerful call. Because they saw the wheat. That's right, wheat. Previously, Cheng Lang hadn't rushed to find wheat for a simple reason: he didn't have enough bone meal. By accelerating fruit trees, he could also get wood. But now it was not needed. Worried about bone meal shortage. He had iron now, so he could make shears, trim the leaves, and they could be composted, creating a perpetual cycle. And wheat could feed the cattle and sheep, even allowing them to reproduce. Of course, it needed verification. Both cows gathered in front of Cheng Lang, staring intently. The two sheep also saw it, but unfortunately they were tied to the side and could only watch longingly. Cheng Lang nodded. It seemed that MC's wheat was also effective on real cows. Then he fed each of the two cows a piece of wheat. The two cows chewed as if tasting divine food. They showed expressions of enjoyment, and then hearts involuntarily popped out from their bodies. Then something magical happened. The two cows came together, and with a bayou, a square black and white cow appeared between. For a moment, Yerlita was stunned, staring at the black and white cow's appearance. Then she froze. Is it wait, no. These two cows are both bulls. Two bulls gave birth to a calf. Let alone Yerlita, both bulls, fully awake, were exceptionally terrified. A world-shattering event had occurred right before their. Kuyami stared blankly, then looked somewhat incredulous. She even ran under the bull's belly to check. Confirmed they were. For a moment, both women looked at Cheng Lang and fell into a long silence. Two bulls giving birth rapidly. However, Cheng Lang was not finished. He approached two sheep. The sheep, unaware of any issue, merely stared at the wheat in Cheng Lang's hand. Finally, he came to the chickens. He switched the wheat for wheat seeds. Then another shocking thing happened. An oviparous chick. Finally, he came to the chickens. He switched the wheat for wheat seeds. Then another shocking thing happened. An oviparous chick was directly born on the spot. Hiss. Yerlita's expression turned strange. Devil fruit abilities are indeed miraculous, but can they really be this miraculous? Her own ability only made her skin smooth. As for Cheng Lang's, it felt like more than one. Cheng Lang looked at the lamb and calf with satisfaction. He patted the square, blocky head. No shedding, no dropping, survives on minimal food. It was simply perfect for. However, it seemed he could no longer stack them like in the game. Abandoning the pit farming idea, Cheng Lang simply planned to just keep them like this. Yerlita had a strange expression. Is it not okay? It's definitely okay as long as you're not afraid they'll fall off or be preyed upon by seabirds. In the One Piece world, not only are sea kings huge, but there are also even larger birds. After long voyages, there had even been cases of giant birds attacking and carrying people away. Leaving the animals on the deck like this, they would be gone within 2 days. Cheng Lang understood. Then, after thinking for a moment, he built a wooden awning over them. Looking at the deck transformed into a farm, Yerlita couldn't bear to see it. Kuyami, on the other hand, went to the chick and touched its angular body. Although it looked hard, it felt soft. She could feel she was touching feathers. But the feathers didn't split and couldn't be plucked, as if they were seamlessly integrated. So amazing. The newborn chick showed no resistance, allowing Kuyami to pet it, even revealing a pleasant expression. Can I keep it? Kuyami looked at the tiny creature, delighted. At this, Cheng Lang nodded indifferently. MC's cows, sheep, and chickens don't attack people. Wait a couple of days, let me check the stability. If there's no problem, I'll let you keep it. Okay, thank you, Cheng Langage. Kuyami was very excited. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang took out a bucket he had been planning to use. He approached the cow near the fence. At that moment, the bull was still staring in shock at the square calf, while the calf was rubbing against the fathers who had given birth to it. Yerlita looked puzzled. You're not going to milk them, are you? They're male. After a moo of agony, Yerlita stared blankly at the milk produced from the bull's body. She was stunned. Hiss. At that moment, the milked bull felt drained. Just standing took all its strength. Then its legs gave way, and it collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The other bull watched in terror. Its bovine eyes were shaking. What had it experienced in those 2 short minutes? It had seen itself and its buddy give birth to a calf, and now its buddy was being milked. Was the man before it a devil? Moo. It retreated to a corner. The cow was panicked. However, as Cheng Lang stepped closer, he finally reached its side. With a moo of agony, it too was milked a full bucket. Both cows lay limp on the ground. The calf, looking confused, still happily nuzzled. Want some? Cheng Lang looked at Yerlita, who was staring wide-eyed at the whole scene. At this, Yerlita shook her head frantically. You don't know what's good. Cheng Lang was unperturbed. Looking at the milk in his hand, he reached into the bucket to examine it. As a result, his hand touched the milk. However, when he pulled his hand out, not a single drop of milk stuck to it. Seeing this, Cheng Lang dug a hole in the floor and prepared to pour the milk. As expected, he couldn't pour it out, whether he turned the bucket upside down or tried to place it mentally. It seems him currently in the vanilla MC state. Cheng Lang pondered. Looking at the milk in his hand, although he could drink it directly, he had no negative status effects, so drinking it would be useless. Thinking this, he stopped bothering with it. Instead, he casually scooped 2 buckets of seawater and placed them in the previously dug pit. Cheng Lang reached in and stirred the water a cup. When he pulled his hand out and looked, it was dry. Me bring a small cup. Okay. Me quickly brought a cup from the kitchen. Cheng Lang directly scooped from the water source. A full cup of water was in the cup. He sniffed it. No smell. Then he took a sip and smacked his lips. No taste, it shouldn't be seawater. Then Cheng Lang downed it in one gulp. Cool and refreshing. Just as I thought. In MC there is no concept of the sea. So even though he scooped seawater, when placed it became ordinary water. Then he directly dug 2 blocks of wood and poured water on the far left, creating infinite water. It works. Yelita looked curiously. What's this? A water source, an infinite water source, and it's fresh water. Without thinking, Yelita crouched down and scooped water out of the ship splash by splash. But no matter how much Without thinking, Yelita crouched down and scooped water out of the ship splash by splash. But no matter how much she splashed, the 3 blocks of water never decreased. Kuyami was also curious, so she brought a larger bucket. Yelita took the bucket, spread her legs over the channel, and splashed water out loudly. Like the 3 Navy admirals. Cheng Lang shook his head. My fruit is called the MC fruit. MC. Yeah. Yelita said no more, assuming her knowledge was like the 3 Navy admirals. Cheng Lang shook his head. My fruit is called the MC fruit. MC. Yeah. Yelita said no more, assuming her knowledge was limited. Of course, even if the fleet admiral came, he would only feel his knowledge was limited. Then, can this water be used for bathing? Kuyami was curious. I'm not sure if it counts as washing. Do you want to try? Cheng Lang couldn't guarantee that MC water could be used for bathing since there is no concept of dirt in MC. You build a bathhouse then. Cheng Lang had modified the bathroom he had prepared earlier. Calling it a modification, it was actually more about placing the water source on the ceiling. Then he added 2 wooden steps where the water fell. He fixed the water flow directly. Reaching out to feel it, it was ice cold. He could still feel the water flowing downward. Yet when he withdrew his hand, it remained dry. He fixed the water flow directly. Reaching out to feel it, it was ice cold. He could still feel the water flowing downward. Yet when he withdrew his hand, it remained dry. To the bathtub. As a result, the water remained present before touching the floor, but upon hitting the floor it vanished, as if evaporated. Just as I expected. Cheng Lang had anticipated this. Although water in MC could interact with ordinary buckets, and even be drunk without issue, it would disappear as soon as it left the container. It did exhibit certain physical reactions, such as splashing when hitting the floor, or creating ripples on the sea. But once settled, the water would vanish. Truly wondrous. Try using a wooden ladle, Cheng Lang suggested. Lita took the wooden ladle and tried it. The result was that water could be contained, but once it fell to the ground it splashed and disappeared. Then Lita's playful side emerged. She ran to fetch a bamboo tube. She then aimed one end of the tube at the water source and placed the other end in the pool. The result was that the bamboo tube had no way to channel the water into the pool. Cheng Lang nodded to himself, realizing that reality also had to follow some of MC's properties. Any container that could hold water could hold it, but water could not be drawn from the source. It's fine in summer, but in winter it would freeze to death. Lita gave her assessment. Can it be heated? Probably not, but I have a rough idea. What idea? Don't you have a bathtub? Then Cheng Lang placed one corner of the bathtub against the water flow, and the continuous stream eventually filled the tub. How amazing! Kuyami watched excitedly, reaching out to touch the water in the tub. It was scalding hot. How amazing! Kuyami watched excitedly, reaching out to touch the water in the tub. It was scalding hot. To extinguish it is simple, just sprinkle some water on it. Cheng Lang scooped up a little water and sprinkled it directly onto the campfire. In an instant the fire was extinguished. To relight it, just use a lighter and ignite it above. Lita looked at the bathtub, which showed no signs of burning. Even the tub itself remained cool. She found it hard, but with Cheng Lang's operation, she immediately felt the tub's temperature. However, once the campfire was extinguished, the tub's temperature instantly reset to 0. How is this possible? After washing, you can just pour out the water like this. Cheng Lang tilted the bathtub, and the water inside vanished upon contacting the clean and hygienic. 0 pollution. Now as for your bath, it'll head out first. With that, Cheng Lang left. Clean and hygienic. 0 pollution. Now as for your bath, it'll head out first. With that, Cheng Lang left. In the joy of bathing. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang had begun crafting armor by hand. He made a set of iron tools and armor. However, after putting on the iron armor, no armor shape appeared on his body. Yet he could clearly feel that he was wearing something. It was very form-fitting with no weight at all. He felt no restriction in any movement. Does this count as having a steel body? Or rather an iron body? He touched the clothing on his body, but did not feel the iron chest plate. Should I give it a try? Although MC didn't have the function of self-harm with the sword, since you couldn't hit yourself anyway, reality didn't have that problem. He took out an iron sword, then switched to a stone sword, and finally, with a sheepish expression, settled on a wooden sword. Cheng Lang was a modern person too weak even to kill a chicken, naturally afraid of pain. Thinking this, he aimed at his own calf and began pressing, gradually increasing the force. At first he only felt something pressing against his calf, but as he exerted more force, a slight pain gradually emerged, but it was bearable. However, just as Cheng Lang exerted more force, he suddenly felt his wooden sword contact something hard. Cheng Lang understood how this armor was triggered. It was invisible when worn, but once he felt even a slight pain, Cheng Lang understood how this armor was triggered. It was invisible when worn, but once he felt even a slight pain, the armor began to take. He checked the durability of his iron leggings on the game panel. It had not decreased at all, clearly indicating that his previous action didn't even count as an attack. After a moment's thought, Cheng Lang swung the wooden sword forcefully. Ding! A metallic clang sounded. Cheng Lang felt as if he had been struck by a wrought tin cane. There was a slight sting. Even a white mark appeared on his skin. Yet his leggings' durability still hadn't dropped. Clearly this time he had intent, but the result was similar to just pressing with the wooden sword. Apparently, unless the force was enough to bend iron, the pain he felt would be about this mild. In a sense, he truly had an iron body. If he could get diamonds. Cheng Lang dared not imagine how strong he would be, especially with full protection for enchantments. However, enchanting required losing experience. He was still level 1. He had no idea how to level up. He had gained no experience from mining or smelting in the furnace. He even doubted whether he could gain experience by killing monsters. As for mob spawning, Cheng Lang had a guess. It probably didn't spawn. If mobs spawned, they would have appeared on his built ship or in the underground tunnels where he hadn't placed torches initially. Of course, Cheng Lang had also wondered if only blocks he placed would trigger spawning. He had tested this during his final mining. No use. The floor covered with cobblestone without light, and with him far away, did not spawn any monsters. Finally, he came up onto the deck. He looked at the two robust cows lively after being fed wheat, and the calf. As everyone knew, killing cows also yielded experience, but the calf currently did not. After a moment of thought, Cheng Lang took out bone meal and began to quick grow wheat. Soon 10 wheat were fed into the calf. The moment it finished eating, the calf instantly grew to the size of an adult cow. However, Cheng Lang did not make a move. He turned his gaze to the two bulls beside him. Sensing Cheng Lang's deathly stare, the two bulls trembled. Moo! After feeding them hay again, the two cows displayed hearts. The two brothers successfully produced their second calf. To this the bull expressed, "Tired, let's end it all." He did not rush to kill it, but instead fed the calf some straw, allowing it to quickly grow into an adult. Then he began breeding. In the awning of the deck, there were already 5 cows. However, the native animals were equally terrified of these newly born Minecraft creatures, especially the two bulls. They were now trembling in the corner. Cheng Lang fed the calf some wheat, and in a moment it directly turned into an adult cow. He glanced at the frightened native animals in the awning. With a pang of conscience, he led the freshly grown Minecraft cow alone into the room. Looking at the Minecraft cow that nuzzled against him, Cheng Lang stroked its head. "I'm going to have to put you through something." With that, he jumped up and, as expected, the cow merely panicked, running in circles left and right. Of course, after the second strike, the cow dissolved into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing from the spot, leaving behind 2 experience orbs and several pieces of beef. It actually works. As long as it's a Minecraft creature, then how did I level up this first level? Could killing animals from the One Piece world also work? Looking at the mere 3 wheat stalks in his hand, he realized that relying on killing cows to level up was a long and arduous goal. Alas, take it slow. Cheng Lang gazed at the cows in the awning. The 2 native cows were now useless. Just then the 2 women had finished. Cheng Lang, "This water really can be used for bathing," Alvita said with a smile. Although she had eaten the smooth fruit and could keep her skin from getting dirty, Kuyumi could not. After scrubbing vigorously, she washed off a lot of grime into the water, making it slightly murky. But when the water was poured onto the ground, it quickly disappeared. Although the dirt remained, the Minecraft planks had a self-cleaning function, and soon the area was clean again. Another cow. What do you want for lunch? How about a whole roast cow? Eat it now? Huh, eat it now? Kuyumi felt a bit reluctant. Then she greedily devoured 2 roasted cow legs. Afterwards, Cheng Lang also dealt with the sheep and chicken. Now only the Minecraft cow, sheep, and chicken remained on the ship, and it turned out that only Minecraft animals could grant experience. Kuyumi successfully obtained a soft little chick that didn't need to defecate, didn't require feeding, and had no strange odor. As for these Minecraft animals, Cheng Lang placed each one in an empty room. Unfortunately, there were no grass blocks on the ship, only dirt, so he couldn't make the sheep grow wool directly. Still, he could breed lambs, wait for them to grow, and then shear them. He crafted a standard Minecraft bed. Curious, Cheng Lang lay down on it, but nothing happened. The Minecraft bed was not hard. Lying on it felt like lying on an ordinary bed. Could it be because it's daytime? Let me try at night. Soon night arrived. Cheng Lang eagerly lay down. The anticipated ability to skip the night did not trigger. However, drowsiness washed over him. Within 3 seconds of his head touching the pillow, sleep came. When Cheng Lang opened his eyes, the sky was already light. He stared blankly at the wooden ceiling. So refreshing. No dreams, no fatigue. He woke up feeling refreshed and clean. Walking onto the deck, he saw Kuyumi already busy hauling up the anchor that had been dropped overnight. Cheng Lang, you woke up really early today. We'll be arriving at a new island today. There's a place called Syrup Village on the island. Do we need to stop and resupply? Although they hadn't bought much in Orange Town, with Cheng Lang's ability, the three of them wouldn't go hungry. Syrup Village, huh? It seems to be the island where Luffy meets Usopp. Luffy and his crew are 2 days ahead of us. I wonder if it's already over. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the only chance to meet Luffy and his group before Logtown. Cheng Lang began to recall, then seemed to think of something. There was also an island of rare beasts. Forget it, I'll figure it out. Well, since we're here, we might as well restock. Cheng Lang agreed with a smile. At noon, Cheng Lang and his group arrived at the shore. Seeing the gradually familiar scenery, his heart surged with excitement. After so many days in the One Piece world, was he finally going to meet Straw Hat Luffy? He wondered what the encounter would be like. The three disembarked. Alvida was surprised that Cheng Lang came along. Aren't you going mining today? No, I'll stop mining for a while. Besides, our ship can't hold much more. Cheng Lang said bluntly. Alvida felt a little disappointed. Although they had obtained a lot of gold, who would complain about having too much money? If she could get a huge amount of gold at every island, Alvida would wake up laughing just thinking about it. You're coming too. Alvida looked at Kuyumi. This little girl was usually socially anxious. But perhaps because of the days spent together, the little girl had gradually opened up. At least she no longer appeared timid, and whether it was the better food or the properties of Minecraft food, the little girl's previously gaunt appearance had improved a lot. Cheng Lang said we might meet someone who knows where Kobe went. Alvida looked at Cheng Lang in surprise, but didn't ask further. The three climbed the slope and saw a small town in the distance. Let's go take a look. Cheng Lang led the way. Seeing his enthusiasm, Alvida smiled and followed. The small island was full of birdsong and floral fragrance. Occasionally, they could see farmers working in the fields. The style of this other world was not much different from the modern era, though everything that should be there was there. Cheng Lang suddenly remembered something. The place where they had landed seemed to be one of the only 2 ways to enter the island. In the original story, Usopp had set up many props because he had mistaken the direction. Now there was nothing. Did that mean the plot hadn't started yet? Thinking this, Cheng Lang arrived at the town. As if guided by fate, the three of them ran into Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp at the same time. Judging by the situation, either Kuro's incident hadn't broken out yet, or it had already ended. The moment Cheng Lang saw the 4 of them, they appeared completely unharmed. But before Cheng Lang could speak, Alvida couldn't hold back. Cheng Lang. Okay. Reminded, Cheng Lang didn't hesitate and switched to the slot where Alvida's spiked club was stored. He casually tossed the club to Alvida. Straw Hat. I can't believe you're actually here. Alvida's murderous tone startled the 5 of them. The 4 opposite and Kuyumi. She didn't understand why Alvida had suddenly become so agitated. After all, in her impression, Alvida was quite gentle and even helped her scrub her back. You. Who are you? Luffy frowned at Alvida, looking confused. Beside him, Usopp stared at Alvida with a strange expression, giving Luffy an odd look. Nami looked at Alvida's spiked club, and her expression turned serious. After years at sea, she had a good eye for people. This woman was strong, but she still teased Luffy. Could she be an old friend of yours? Zoro watched the scene with interest, though most of his attention was on Cheng Lang. After all, the other man had suddenly produced a spiked club, which was clearly abnormal, and suggested he was a devil fruit user. Alvida now smiled radiantly. It's no wonder you don't remember me. I've just lost a little weight. Ever since you knocked me down with that fierce punch, I've been thinking day and night about finding you. Hearing Alvida's explosive statement, Nami's expression turned strange. Luffy was even more confused. Comb, who is the most beautiful woman in the world. The familiar words, but an unfamiliar address. Luffy seemed to have a spark of inspiration. Kuyumi, being called out, shrank back at first, but then thought of Alvida's appearance. It should be Miss Alvida. Familiar words, familiar name. Luffy suddenly remembered. After all, it hadn't been that long. Oh, you're that fat hag Alvida. Perfect. Luffy had precisely stepped on a landmine, and Cheng Lang was in awe. Only Luffy among those present had seen Alvida's former appearance. When the others heard Luffy say that the woman before them, with her exquisite figure, flawless skin, and stunning beauty, was once a plump hag, they were astonished. Nami scrutinized her from head to toe, her eyes filled with deep suspicion. Zoro too was somewhat surprised. Having spent these days with Luffy, he could clearly sense that Luffy was emotionally oblivious and not the type to be swayed by lust, nor would he maliciously disparage a woman's appearance. As for Usopp, being an ordinary man, his attention was immediately captivated by Alvida's beauty upon first sight. Thus, when Luffy claimed she was a fat hag, Usopp couldn't even conjure an image of her in that form. Hey Luffy, there's no way this lady is even remotely fat," Usopp blurted out. Nanī nodded in agreement. Luffy quickly explained, no, she used to look like this. He then took a deep breath, puffing out his belly to demonstrate. Seeing Luffy's comical gesture, Alvida touched her toned abs. "Indeed, I was a bit chubby back then." Alvida admitted it without anger, surprising Luffy even more. When he had first called her a fat hag, she had flown into it. "But you've really become beautiful now," Luffy affirmed. Alvida was pleased with his compliment. She hoisted her iron mace. "That's all in the past. Ever since you sent me flying, I've been thinking about getting my revenge on you." Luffy's face twisted into a grimace, clearly reluctant. Alvida laughed at his expression. "You don't have a choice now." With that, she launched the first attack, swinging her massive mace straight down. Luffy leaped backward to evade the blow. The ground shattered, sending debris flying. Nami, Usopp, and Zoro all scrambled out of the way. The three of them refrained from intervening, as it was clearly a personal vendetta between Alvida and Luffy. Cheng Lang watched the scene with keen interest. After all, in the original story, there was no rematch between Alvida and, especially since Alvida's devil fruit ability was the smooth fruit, rendering her immune to blunt force and slashing attacks. Without Haki in this era, he wondered how Luffy would handle it. He prepared to enjoy the show, but Kuyami tugged at his sleeve, puzzled. "Brother Cheng Lang, why does Miss Alvida have to fight that strong just because she was sent flying? It feels like Miss Alvida was jilted." She couldn't help but think that way, having only seen Alvida's beautiful and strong side since boarding the ship. And she was easy to get along with. The other three pricked up their ears, burning with curiosity. Gossip about Luffy was something they were all eager to hear. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Cheng Lang stroked his chin. In a way, that's true. After all, he had suddenly appeared in Alvida's home, vandalized it, insulted her, and then punched her flying. Now that she stood before him, he didn't even recognize her. When Cheng Lang confirmed it, Nami, Zoro, and Usopp's expressions turned mischievous. "Hey wait, you were the one who attacked first and mocked Kobe's dream," Luffy shouted, holding his straw hat as he leaped to avoid Alvida's strikes. "And you were the one who hurt my feelings first," Alvida retorted, her expression growing serious as she quickened her pace. But no matter how fast she moved, Luffy always dodged from a different angle. Frustrated by her inability to land a hit, Luffy decided to stop evading. He stood his ground. The mace came crashing down, but when it struck Luffy, it felt like hitting cotton. The force dissipated instantly. "I'm a rubber man who ate the gum fruit. Blunt attacks don't work on me." Though she had anticipated this, Alvida pursed her lips at the strange sensation. Naturally, she had considered how to counter his rubber abilities while on the ship. The answer was slashing attacks. However, she knew no swordsmanship and had no blade. Yet she still devised a solution. Fire. This idea had come from a conversation with Cheng Lang during a dull moment on the ship about developing her ability. The smooth fruit's power was simple. It reduced skin friction to 0, but only on the surface. More precisely, only on her skin. Only areas covered by skin could reduce friction. Although it could only reduce friction, not increase it, that was sufficient. Alvida reached into her chest and pulled out a packet of powder. She sprinkled it on her mace, then before anyone could react, wiped it with her fair hand. Flames burst forth immediately. Swinging the blazing mace, she swept it straight at Luffy. Naturally, Luffy wasn't foolish enough to take it heeding. "TCH. Coward. Weren't you going to stand still?" Alvida taunted. Luffy, utterly shameless, replied, "I'm not dumb enough to take a fire attack." "But that was amazing. What was that stuff?" Luffy was genuinely curious. Seeing that Luffy still hadn't attacked her, Alvida felt a mix of frustration and resignation. In truth, when he had complimented her on her beauty, her anger had mostly dissipated. Part of why she wanted to find Luffy was to prove herself, that she was no longer the fat hag she once was, that she had a new beginning. There was also a mischievous desire to see if Luffy would gawk at her like a lecher now that she was beautiful. As it turned out, Luffy's attitude remained exactly the same. Even his words were unchanged. As for the destruction of her pirate crew by the Straw Hat Boy, she did feel a gnawing hatred. But after meeting Cheng Lang, her fate had already changed and her resentment toward the Straw Hat Boy had faded. Cheng Lang saw Alvida give up after just a few swings at the ground and shook his head. Indeed, the smooth fruit was merely a tool for her to become beautiful and slip away from attacks, a passive ability that offered little combat enhancement. The earlier flame had been a mixture of gunpowder and magnesium powder, creating a brief burst of fire. That was his idea. The hastily concluded fight ended. "That's it." Alvida tossed the mace to Cheng Lang and shrugged. "I'm not fast enough to catch him, and he won't attack me now that I'm pretty. He can't bring himself to hit me." But you seem disappointed that I didn't beat the Straw Hat Kid, she asked curiously, having noticed his head shake. I was shaking my head at your fruit development. Alvida didn't argue, knowing Cheng Lang's abilities were strange and powerful. If he said her development was flawed, she wouldn't refute it. After all, it hasn't been that long. Alvida chuckled and spread her hands. Cheng Lang began to offer his thoughts. Think about it, if you reduce the friction on your entire body to almost nothing, or even eliminate it, leaving only the friction on your feet, wouldn't you be able to move faster? Alvida looked somewhat puzzled. Clearly she had no knowledge of air friction. Seeing her expression, Cheng Lang decided to thoroughly explain the concept of friction to her later. Kuyami, on the other hand, was awed without understanding, since Miss Alvida had set her mace on fire out of thin air. How incredible. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew, upon hearing Cheng Lang's words, immediately grasped that Alvida was actually a devil fruit user. Luffy, without any reservations, directly asked, Alvida, did you become a devil fruit user too? Alvida didn't hide much either. Yes, I ate the smooth fruit. As she spoke, she walked over to Nami's side. Amid Nami's bewildered expression, she reached out and brushed her hand across Nami's cheek. Nami didn't even feel her cheek being touched, as she only sensed a slight pressure on her face. It was a very strange sensation. Nami involuntarily reached up to touch her own cheek. So smooth and tender. Alvida didn't mind. Luffy simply marveled for a moment, and then paid it no further attention. Usopp, where was that restaurant you mentioned that's especially delicious? Clearly for Luffy, food was still his priority. Soon the 7 of them arrived at the restaurant. Why are you all sitting down so naturally? Nami remarked, wordlessly staring at the 3 who had made themselves at home. I guess this is what they call friends made through a fight, Cheng Lang said with a smile. Luffy grinned and said it was no problem. Eating together with more people was always more enjoyable. After Luffy expressed his opinion, Zoro had no objections. So the group began to eat. Then Nami, Zoro, and Usopp watched as Luffy, Alvida, and Cheng Lang ate faster and faster, eventually turning it into a competitive eating contest. This immediately drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Alvida was the first to drop out. Though she had a big appetite, she was no match for Luffy and Cheng Lang. Luffy could digest anything quickly no matter how much he ate. As for Cheng Lang, he could eat as much as he wanted. Even when his satiety was maxed out, he could keep going. Zoro cheered Luffy on from the side. The contest ended only when the restaurant owner ran out of ingredients. Ha, I didn't expect you to be such a big eater too. Luffy, now bloated like a ball, looked cheerfully at Cheng Lang, whose body showed no change at all, and was immensely amused. Finding a kindred spirit in eating, Luffy was overjoyed. It reminded him of the time 2 years ago when he and Ace would compete to see who could eat more. You're not bad either. The 2 were happy, but the owner was worried. At that moment, the owner was deeply conflicted. Usopp was someone he had watched grow up. In theory, it was fine for him to be generous to his friends, but they had eaten through an entire day's worth of food. Being that generous truly stung. Cheng Lang, however, didn't let the owner suffer. He tossed out some berries, about 100. The owner happily accepted and went to get change. Luffy, having been treated to a meal, increasingly approved of Cheng Lang. After all, how could someone who treated him to a meal be a bad person? Luffy, what's your name? Cheng Lang. This is me, currently our navigator. Actually, she probably has something to ask. At these words, everyone stared at Luffy strangely. They were still unclear about the matter with Alvida, and now another one. Kuyami suddenly brought up, shrank her neck. It was clear that her social anxiety made it hard for her to adapt, but she still spoke up. Do you know Kobe? Luffy nodded without a second thought. Zoro also looked over curiously. Overjoyed at his nod, Kuyami asked, where is he now? Right now he should be in the Marines. I wonder how he's doing at that Marine base. Luffy couldn't help but think of that pink-haired kid with no muscle. You're looking for him? Could you tell me which Marine base he's at? Luffy scratched his head in thought. Marine Base 153. Zoro gave the address. Kuyami immediately opened her sea chart and checked the location. It wasn't far, only about 2 days sailing. Kuyami was delighted, but then, as if remembering something, she scratched her head sheepishly. She didn't speak, but both Cheng Lang and Alvida understood her thoughts. It was Alvida who spoke first. Eager to go find your little lover already. No, it's not. It's not that. Kuyami shyly waved her hands. Zoro and Luffy both looked at her with curiosity, since they knew Kobe well. Who is she? Kobe's childhood. Luffy couldn't help but recall memories from his childhood. He wondered how Yuta was doing these days. Similarly, Zoro thought of. Cheng Lang found it amusing. Nami and Usopp had never met Kobe and couldn't join the conversation, but they were curious about who could make a young girl risk her life to go to sea. Then from Luffy's account, they learned about Kobe. Both were surprised. A guy who went fishing accidentally boarded the wrong ship and was forced to be a pirate's errand boy for 3 years. It all seemed absurd. Yet such a guy had a girl sailing out to find him, and after gaining his Nami gave her verdict. This Kobe is too much. Before anyone else could say anything, me hurried to defend him. You can't blame Kobe. I'm too timid. When Kobe talked to me, I rarely respond. Maybe he doesn't even think of me as a friend now. Cheng Lang and Alvida were more familiar with this. After all, when we first boarded, she was silent and could barely squeeze out a word for half a day. The simple solution was to talk more and get comfortable. Now she was much better than before. Do you want us to take you to base 153? He's probably there, Luffy asked directly without overthinking. Kuyami glanced at Cheng Lang and Alvida, then said firmly, I promised Cheng Lang and Sister Alvida that I would take them. The little girl was very persistent. But Cheng Lang waved his hand. No need to take it so seriously. The original plan to decide after reaching Lowtown was because he was likely to be there. Now that your goal is accomplished, you're free to choose. Alvida agreed as well. Kuyami scratched his head. He had thought there would be plenty of time before needing to make a decision, so he hadn't given it much consideration. The girl fell into silence. No need to rush. We'll be staying on this island for a while so you can decide when we reach Lowtown. But if you wait until then and want to come back here, it'll be a month-long voyage. Are you heading to the Grand Line too? Luffy asked curiously. He naturally knew about Lowtown, the birthplace of the Pirate King, and also the place of his execution. It was a famous island. Of course, he wanted to see the site where the Pirate King was executed. Cheng Lang thought for a moment and hesitated. Actually, we haven't decided yet. What's there to hesitate about? Every pirate should see the Grand Line, Luffy said matter-of-factly. Cheng Lang shook his head, pointing at himself and Alvida. She may be a pirate, but I'm not. And now with Alvida's appearance, who would recognize her as a pirate? Huh, you're not a pirate, Luffy exclaimed, looking at Alvida in surprise. When he learned that Alvida had transformed like this, he immediately assumed Cheng Lang was also a pirate, perhaps Alvida's lackey like Kobe had been. Alvida shrugged. She didn't really care whether she was a pirate or not. She had become a pirate only because it was necessary for survival at sea. Now seeing Cheng Lang's chest of gold, obtained not through robbery or hard labor but through ability, and in such a massive quantity, she realized that alone could secure a life of luxury for the rest of their days. If Cheng Lang wanted, he could even acquire more. It was an endless supply of money obtained without competition or great effort. Why bother plundering merchant ships? Why seek treasure? Cheng Lang himself was an infinite treasure trove. At this moment, not only Luffy was astonished, Kuyami was also stunned. Wait, Miss Alvida is a pirate. Having spent so much time on the ship without seeing a pirate flag or any plundering activities, she had assumed the two were on a honeymoon voyage. Kuyami's shock made Luffy's crew exchange amused glances. Aren't the three of you acquainted? Zoro found the scene hilarious and burst out laughing, slapping his thigh. Haha, your group is really something, Luffy remarked. Nami, overhearing this, also found it amusing. Her impression of the trio improved significantly. Afterward, they chatted about other topics such as the events in Orange Town. The meal came to an end. The two parties parted ways. Both Kuyami and Cheng Lang needed time to consider their futures. Since arriving in the world of One Piece, Cheng Lang had never really had a goal. Or rather, knowing the future course of events, he had too many choices and felt lost. But after meeting Alvida, he set aside this decision, planning to follow her to find Luffy and see the protagonist of this world. He had expected to meet again only in Lowtown. But now they had already crossed paths. Not only did Kuyami need to make a choice, but so did he. Back on the ship, Kuyami returned to her cabin. Cheng Lang went to the hold to check on his source of experience, namely the cows, sheep, and chickens. He skillfully fed them a batch of wheat and surveyed the animals, which were nearly overflowing the space. He drew his iron sword and began culling them. He left only 2 of each kind. Watching his level reach 3, he sighed. This leveling was too slow. If it were a game, he wouldn't need to worry about space. He could just raise them densely. Especially chickens. In the game, the simplest farm could lag the entire system. He smashed the eggs he had collected against the wall. Instantly 4 chicks scattered. What luck! He muttered and left the breeding area. He went up to the deck. Alvida was lounging comfortably in a bikini on a deck chair, her graceful figure highlighting her unique charm under the sun, her fair crystal-clear skin reflecting a pearly luster. She took a sip of orange juice. Seeing Cheng Lang approach, she showed no embarrassment and held out the sunscreen. Want to help me apply it? He didn't refuse and walked over. At some point, Alvida had developed the habit of sunbathing, and she often asked him to help with the sunscreen. The smooth fruit could directly eliminate skin imperfections, so Alvida, who originally wasn't fair-skinned, had become porcelain white after eating it. Sunscreen was practically unnecessary for her. What do you think? Should I become a pirate? Offhandedly, Cheng Lang asked for Alvida's opinion. A pirate? Sure, Alvida said without objection. Cheng Lang explained, that's not what I meant. Alvida understood his meaning. She fell silent. She too began contemplating the future. People think differently when they have money versus... Alvida understood his meaning. She fell silent. She too began contemplating the future. People think differently when they have money versus when they don't. Just as a hungry person only wants to eat after a full meal, thoughts become more complex. Similarly, when poor thoughts are singular, how to earn money. But now with sudden wealth, A chest of gold that could sell for hundreds of billions. That might not be much for a large nation, but it could pay the tribute of some small countries. Such immense wealth in the hands of one person. It would be more than enough for a lifetime of pleasure. So the direction of thinking changed. With this, was it necessary to become a pirate? Or even establish a country? Then become a noble lord and enjoy a life of luxury? Why not? Who in this era wouldn't want to be a noble? To put it bluntly, the celestial dragons were a model and a symbol promoted across the world, even with rumors that they could summon an admiral. If given the chance to become a celestial dragon, who would refuse? And now with money, founding a country and becoming a noble, without celestial dragons around. What difference was there between a local noble and a celestial dragon? As she thought about this, Alvida felt excitement. While her thoughts grew increasingly wild, Cheng Lang continued, "What do you think about joining the revolutionary army?" "What? Are you crazy? Do you want to go against the world government?" Lita looked at Cheng Lang in disbelief, her eyes filled with utter confusion. As a pirate, she was occasionally chased by the Navy, each time terrified, which was already quite distressing. But if she were to confront the world government, she couldn't bear to imagine how dark her world would become. At that time, even if you had money, you wouldn't be able to spend it. Cheng Lang silently averted his gaze and gave an awkward smile. "I said it's," but Lita shook her head firmly. "Don't have such thoughts. That's the world government, not something someone as insignificant as us can afford to offend." Cheng Lang hadn't expected Lita to be so agitated. Seeing Cheng Lang like this, Lita felt helpless. She lay back down again and said, "Whatever you think, don't think about joining the revolutionary army. Do you know about the demon child?" "I know the demon child, Luo Bin, right?" Cheng Lang was surprised by Lita's words, but still replied, "Although I don't know how she offended the world government, she is an example, hunted by both the world government and the Navy." "Is she that famous? News even reaches the East Blue." "It's not a matter of fame." Lita laughed. "There's a rumor if you turn in the demon child Luo Bin alive to the world government, you can shed your pirate identity." "Really? I don't know." Cheng Lang's hands kept moving, his eyes filled with doubt. After all, he hadn't seen such information in the original story, though there were many brief scenes of Luo Bin being betrayed, but most were about bounties or the Navy breaking in. "I don't know. But true or false, if I ever encounter the demon child ID, probably contact the world government immediately to turn her in. Getting a sum of money and shedding my pirate identity. That's already a rare opportunity for many small-time pirates." Cheng Lang understood. This was a form of propaganda. True or false, it would push most pirates to Luo Bin's opposing side, making it impossible for her to trust pirates, let alone the people of any country. In other words, Luo Bin could hardly find support in either the underworld or the legitimate world. "By the way, why did you want to become a pirate?" Cheng Lang asked curiously. Lita stretched her gaze, drifting into the distance. "It's a long story." She began to recount her past. In brief, her parents were ordinary farmers. But because the kingdom had to pay the heavenly tribute, every family had to contribute money and labor. As a result, the family, already with little savings, scrimped and saved. In the end, her parents starved to death at home, and she became an orphan, starting to steal petty things to survive. Having suffered hunger, she became very fond of eating. To eat her fill, and due to her constitution, she soon became a fat woman. But at the same time, her strength also increased through eating. Her weight went up, and so did her power. At that point, petty theft could no longer sustain her. She became a bully, starting with collecting protection money. Then a few years later, she was wanted, and finally she went to sea. She became a pirate. Everything happened so naturally, with no choice involved. Only the pressure of life forced her to become a pirate. Cheng Lang immediately saw the crux of the problem. The beginning of the collapse was the heavenly tribute. Perhaps many people in various kingdoms scrimped and saved to pay the heavenly tribute, becoming destitute and cold. Unable to survive, they turned to evil. As the population dwindled, the heavenly tribute did not decrease, putting more pressure on the remaining. A vicious cycle. In the end, those who resisted became pirates, and those who did not starved to death. The population dwindled, the kingdom lost its status as a member state, and was eventually destroyed by pirates. Seeing this, other kingdoms naturally became determined to become member states. Thus, pirates on the sea could never be eradicated. With pirate harassment, more kingdoms would seek to become member states to avoid being destroyed. The so-called Great Pirate Era is said to have been started by Luo Jia, but perhaps it was more of an inevitable phenomenon. The accumulation of grievances reaching a threshold and then erupting. This is really like the rise and fall of dynasties. What? Nothing. The sunscreen is applied. Cheng Lang clapped his hands, walked to the railing, and gazed at the distance. Lita turned her head to look at Cheng Lang. In the sunlight, Cheng Lang's gaze was distant, as if he was looking toward the future, but Lita could sense his suppression. After all, what she had just recounted was not an interesting story. "Don't worry, we have so much gold. That kind of situation won't happen to us." Lita believed that it was lack of money that caused her family's tragedy. Cheng Lang didn't say much because in this world there was no such thing as basic education. Lita was relatively well off. She was at least literate. Many people in the world couldn't even recognize their own names, let alone consider why they had fallen to becoming pirates. They only knew that they had no money, so they became thieves and eventually pirates. Step by step it seemed like their own choices, but in reality people in this era never had a choice. One Piece tells a story of free adventure, and it is precisely because of this setting that the value of freedom is highlighted. Just like in the dark night, a single firefly is already very bright. Letting out a breath of stale air, Cheng Lang clarified many things and gradually realized the path he should take. Become a Revolutionary Army soldier. He gave up that idea. After all, that was a place you only go when you have no other choice. When there was a choice, joining the Revolutionary Army would be tantamount to blocking all future paths, leaving only one dark road to follow. However, he had to admit that his abilities were indeed well suited for the Revolutionary Army. If the opportunity arose, he wouldn't mind providing some assistance. Then become a Marine. It was indeed possible. His identity was clean, and joining would be easy. But unfortunately, Cheng Lang would not choose that. The reason was simple: the Marines' concept of justice was good, but what they did was not. Lita and going to become a pirate. Why? Lita was very puzzled. With Cheng Lang's abilities, whether he joined a kingdom as a noble or founded his own kingdom as a king, or at the very least became a wealthy man, she wouldn't even be surprised if he intended to join the Navy. After all, during these days of getting along, Lita had clearly understood Cheng Lang's character. He was a good person, inexperienced in the world with a kind heart. She could also sense that he didn't really want to be a pirate. Why? What do you think of this world? This world? Alvida hesitated, being asked this question for the first time, then frowned. What aspect do you mean? Everything. Then it's absolute. Alvida fell silent for a moment, searching her mind. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall a single key moment when the world had felt rotten, but she still felt it was rotten. Seeing her silence, Cheng Lang smiled and offered an answer. Can't answer right. The reason is simple: you feel the world is rotten at every single moment. Cheng Lang's words made Alvida nod. Indeed, ever since she was born, she had never had a full meal as a child, and as she grew up, she had never known peace. But since meeting Cheng Lang, the world seemed to have changed. It had not only become beautiful, but she had also gained wealth. This made her wish to experience comfort, and she often dreamed of becoming a noble, because that would make her feel good, allow her to escape the mud of being a pirate constantly on the run, and free her from the worry of not having enough to eat. Just as you said. Alvida nodded, then asked in confusion, what does this have to do with you being a pirate? Although Cheng Lang's questions had made her think from a fresh perspective, she was still puzzled about the core issue. Yet Cheng Lang did not answer her directly. If I were to become a Marine with my current abilities, what rank do you think I could reach? This? Alvida began to ponder. Cheng Lang's strength was still a mystery to her, but judging by his physique, he was clearly not a combat type. He looked handsome and harmless. A lieutenant commander. That was still a relatively high assessment from Alvida. What if I became a noble? Then you could become the greatest noble in the country. If you wanted, you could even establish a nation directly. And with your abilities, you wouldn't need to fear pirates. Seeing Alvida think so highly of nobles, Cheng Lang shook his head. What's wrong? Why did your crew leave you? What does that have to do with this? Alvida frowned. Cheng Lang began to draw an analogy. A nation is like a pirate ship. You are the captain, which represents the king. Liu Fei is the king of another country. He defeats you, but does not destroy your nation. Yet your country abandons you. Your people sell the country and prepare to go live in a new one. The country wasn't destroyed, so why were you abandoned? Because I was defeated, eh? In other words, your country's foundation is military force, and since your force was negated, your people left you. On a larger scale, what is the foundation of a great nation? This? Alvida couldn't answer, as it was beyond her knowledge. Also military force. Oh, you know the Four Emperors' Big Mom's crew, the whole cake chateau, right? Alvida nodded. What do you think would happen if Big Mom suddenly announced she was no longer a pirate and promised to pay the heavenly tribute? Whoa. So building a nation with force, maintaining it with money. We have gold ingots now, and we do seem wealthy, but it's like a child holding a crown. Do you think other adults will trick us or rob us? Yes, definitely. So founding a nation or becoming a noble is an impossible problem for us. We are that child wandering the streets. Then we could also not be pirates. For instance, become a merchant. What did you rob before? Merchants. So force is necessary. Whoa. Alvida felt that Cheng Lang's reasoning was impeccable, and she couldn't refute it. In fact, her perception of the pirate identity reached a new level. She also realized one thing: the reason she couldn't see the beauty of the world was that she was too damn weak. Suddenly enlightened, Alvida stood up and walked over to Cheng Lang. This startled Cheng Lang. He didn't know where to look. What are you doing? I get it now. The reason I felt the world was rotten is because I wasn't strong enough. I wasn't standing high enough. When I become a great pirate, Like Big Mom, one day the world will become beautiful in my eyes. You could say that. Cheng Lang looked at Alvida, who had become somewhat strange. Oh no, did I instill too much of my viewpoint into Alvida? And Alvida's eyes were burning with passion. At this moment she had regained her confidence and found her goal. Previously her goal had been simple: to be praised as beautiful, just like a hungry person wanting to eat their fill. Her method was to use force to suppress. She was indeed praised, but she knew deep down that she wasn't truly beautiful. When she was called a fat woman, the anger that surged up was real. After eating the smooth fruit, she achieved her goal, but at the same time lost her purpose. All that remained was to enjoy the success brought by beauty and incidentally observe what kind of man this was who had made her beautiful and what strength he possessed. She didn't mind following this man like her crew for a while until he was defeated, just like her former self. And at that time she might leave him just as her crew had left her. But now, her thoughts had changed. This man's way of thinking was on a different dimension from hers, and she had also confirmed that Cheng Lang was a man she could follow. The moment she made up her mind, Cheng Lang saw countless experience orbs suddenly burst out from Alvida's body. He was utterly puzzled. What was happening? But before he could react, the experience orbs surged into his body. In just an instant he was not far from level 9. Yet this left him confused. What was going on? Why did Alvida suddenly produce experience? How was this achieved? Could it be repeated? Cheng Lang began to ponder this question and the logic behind it. He also thought about one thing: how had he leveled up the first time? What commonality did it have with Alvida now? Alvida was looking at him now. Was it recognition? Had he been recognized? Was it intellectual recognition, meaning she had submitted to him? Then the first time when he stood before Alvida, had he indirectly made her submit? But it hadn't been genuine submission, so the experience gained was minimal, yet just enough to level up once. He hadn't noticed it at the time. That remained to be verified. Yerlita noticed Cheng Lang staring at her with a dazed look only, then realizing her own lapse in composure, yet she remained perfectly composed. She didn't mind being admired by Cheng Lang for her charm. She put on her bikini swimsuit. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang snapped out of his contemplation about the experience orbs. Since you've decided to become a pirate, what do you say now? Shall we go plundering? Yerlita asked curiously, as that was the inherent impression of pirate. Plunder what? Money. Not lacking. Hiss. Supplies. Food. Or beautiful women and wine. Yerlita replied again. Cheng Lang found it amusing. Being a pirate doesn't necessarily mean plundering or doing evil. Then what's the point of being a pirate? Yerlita didn't understand. Think about Orange Town. Yerlita was stunned, then understood. Indeed, this man was still the kind-hearted fellow, as she had thought he had changed. Then it doesn't matter whether you're a pirate or not. Yerlita teased, but she didn't intend to continue this topic. What? Are you planning to join Straw Hat's crew? That's the idea? What about you? I'm fine with it. I don't mind. There are plenty of examples of defeated subordinates being recruited among pirates. Yerlita showed indifference. Just then Kuyumi walked out. She came before Cheng Lang and the other. I've made up my mind. Oh, what decision have you made? Kuyumi looked seriously at the two. Thank you for your care these days. I want to go to branch 153 and meet KB. Just a meeting. Kuyumi fell silent. Cheng Lang waved his hand. You must have heard our earlier conversation, right? The little girl has learned to lie. Yerlita shook her head with a smile. Kuyumi lowered her head and said, what was your original intention? I want to follow. Kuyumi gave her answer. During the days at sea, Kuyumi could feel the goodwill of the two and also sensed that her social anxiety was gradually improving. She had been very happy along the way, and compared to the past decade or more, she finally understood what freedom meant. But at the same time, she had heard Cheng Lang's words. Strength. She didn't have Miss Yerlita's physical strength, nor did she have Brother Cheng Lang's miraculous abilities. She was just an ordinary girl with a rough understanding of navigation. If she followed, she would probably hold them back. The thought of that outcome, and facing their disappointed expressions, she might as well take the initiative to leave. So she made her choice. Yerlita sighed and spread her hands. You convince her. With that, Yerlita went back to her lounge chair. Cheng Lang rubbed the girl's head. He brushed aside the black hair that covered her eyes. It must be said that in One Piece young women are rarely unattractive, of course being fat ruins everything, whether it's Big Mom Lingling or Sharon of Haji country. The girl's face was no longer as gaunt as before now. It was a standard oval face with drooping aquamarine eyes and a forced smile that was endearing. With her hair brushed aside, Kuyumi's shy face flushed red, but her gaze still tried to meet Cheng Lang's. Haven't you noticed that you've been eating more and more lately? Yerlita, who had just lain down, almost slipped off her lounge chair. Meanwhile, Kuyumi's face no. Her entire head was turning red and even steaming. Sorry, yo. Eat less next time. Me looked as if she was about to cry. Cheng Lang, you. Before Yerlita, Cheng Lang interrupted her directly. Don't misunderstand. I want you to eat more. This is a characteristic of my ability that I've discovered. What do you mean? Cheng Lang interrupted her directly. Don't misunderstand. I want you to eat more. This is a characteristic of my ability that I've discovered. I noticed this for me. At first she could only eat 3 kyakia fruits, but now she can eat about 5 and this trend is continuously rising. The same goes for you. Cheng Lang gave the explanation, then looked at me. Compared to when you first came aboard, your physical fitness is vastly different. Back then you were seasick, vomiting uncontrollably, and even cleaning a room made you tired. But now, Kuyumi thought for a moment. Now she could clean the entire ship without much trouble. It seems. That's true. The food produced by my ability not only fills your stomachs, but also quickly restores your condition and relieves fatigue. That means as long as you persist in training without worrying about rest and recovery, the effect of your training will be several times that of others. If you put in several times the effort of others, can you imagine how powerful you will become in the future? Kuyumi imagined it, and then her gaze became firm. Indeed, her goal in going to sea was to find KB, but during these days at sea with Cheng Lang and Yerlita, she had seen a world she had never known before, and she wanted to see this vast. Me was well aware that she was a nobody with very low presence. From leaving the orphanage until now, she had tried many jobs, but all of them ended in failure. Due to her personality, she was not good at socializing. If not for the occasional charity from the orphanage, she might have starved to death on the streets. So she desperately wanted to change herself. At that moment, she thought of KB, who was equally timid, but striving to change. She learned that KB had gone to sea, so she began studying the notes and books he had left behind. But the results were unsatisfactory. She was a woman, and she knew well the expressions of those merchants. Or rather precisely because of her personality, she was very good at reading people's expressions, so she had protected herself well. However, the merchants who had no ulterior motives toward her still looked down on her abilities. After many twists and turns, she ventured to a tavern frequented by pirates, intending to take on underfeedable work. At that time, she dressed herself very plainly, even androgynously, in order to protect herself. But in the end, she still hit a wall. Pirates indeed didn't require experience, but she was too thin and small. Just as she was about to give up, she saw Cheng Lang and Yerlita recruiting. She had wanted to sign up enthusiastically inside the tavern, but unfortunately, she was pushed to the outermost edge and couldn't even get a word in. Fortunately, she finally mustered up her courage. What is your decision now? I want to go to sea. I want to be a pirate, Kuyumi said firmly. A clattering sound. Cheng Lang once again saw experience orbs burst from his body, but the number of orbs was clearly not as many as Yerlita's. Still, they elevated him to level 9. Staring at the experience bar that was on the verge of breaking through to level 10, Cheng Lang felt a bit speechless. Good grief, it was just a quarter short, making him tempted to simply head to the warehouse and absorb the stored experience points. In the end, he didn't act. After all, finding cattle, sheep, and chickens would be quite troublesome. And more importantly, even if he killed all the ones below, it probably wouldn't fill the remaining quarter. After all, in MC each level increases, and since Cheng Lang arrived in this world, the difference in experience required per level was far greater than in the game. He stopped paying attention to the level, looked at Kuyumi, and ruffled the girl's hair. Good, very spirited. Alvita was quite relieved to see Cheng Lang persuade Kuyumi, and she also sighed, realizing that now there was another reason to follow the man before her. When Alvita realized she wasn't strong enough, she had already started thinking about ways to become stronger. Naturally, her first thought was a devil fruit. After all, it was the treasure of the sea. Now that physical attacks were ineffective against her, but that was passive, she intended to actively consider how to develop her abilities. As for improving physical strength, one had to admit that women's physical strength had its limits, and improving it wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. But now it was different. It could be said that even an ordinary person had a promising future following Cheng Lang. The three of them had already made their decision. On the right side of the island near the reef, in a concave cave, Zango crawled out of his hiding place of the past few days. In that case, I'll head back to the Black Cat Pirates now. Captain Kuro, we will arrive tomorrow morning. I told you not to call me that name. I am now Klahadown, the butler of Miss Kaya. Kuro also came out, pushed his glasses with his hand, and said, looking forward to your arrival tomorrow. Zango pressed down the brim of his hat, didn't reply, and left by boat. However, perhaps because of Cheng Lang, all of this went unnoticed by Usopp. At that moment, Usopp was up in a tree telling Kaya about the interesting things that happened today, and also boasting a story about a giant goldfish's droppings being as big as a continent. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others were already discussing at the village entrance. Luffy, if you really want to go to the Grand Line, you have to get a big ship. But don't forget, your 5 million berries have already been given to the villagers of Orange Town. Now you're penniless. Nami said. Even if I took out the 5 million, I couldn't buy a decent ship, Luffy said with his hands behind his head. That's true. What do you think about asking the young lady there? Would she give us a ship? Luffy replied with a smile. Nami helplessly sighed and rubbed her forehead. Although they had met in Orange Town, she could still see that Luffy was a good-natured guy, which was the main reason she followed him. If he were an ordinary pirate, she would have stolen the treasure and run away long ago. Zoro laughed after hearing Luffy's proposal. Maybe it'll work. Usopp is inside now, and they seem to be on good terms. She might agree. Want to go check it out? Luffy suggested. Zoro stood up. Nami rolled her eyes. These two had no sense of shame or propriety. Don't you have any other ideas? Oh, Nami, do you have a plan? That Alvida used to be a pirate, right? They're not pirates anymore now. What do you say we just buy their ship? Nami showed a slime merchant's expression. When it came to bargaining, she considered herself quite skilled. Besides, looking at the three of them aside from Alvida, the others seemed easy to fool. Especially that Cheng Lang, he was clearly an easy target. After all, he paid so readily without asking for change. He must be rich. And given Alvida's relationship with Luffy, maybe they could be persuaded with a bit of emotional appeal. But let me say this first. I can front the money, but you have to pay me back when you have it, Nami suggested with a smile. Luffy thought for a moment and hesitated. Wouldn't that be a bit? Seeing Luffy's hesitation, Nami was baffled. You had the nerve to ask a stranger for a ship, but when it came to someone you had a connection with, you felt embarrassed. What was going on? Zoro seemed to be on the same wavelength as Luffy. Yeah, it's not appropriate. Huh. They've already decided not to be pirates anymore. What do they need a pirate ship for? And besides, they'll probably head to Marine Branch 153 to see Kobe later. It's convenient for us, right? Nami thought she made a valid point. In the East Blue, the weakest sea, selling a pirate ship was actually quite difficult. It wasn't that there were no buyers, but it was hard to find pirate buyers. If sold to non-pirates, the price would be much lower. If sold to an ordinary ship dealer who knew it was a former pirate ship, there would be a discount. If the dealer was unscrupulous, they might even report it to the Marines, and then you'd lose the ship and get arrested. After all, such things happened often in the East Blue. But they said they weren't sure about not being pirates. What if they just said that? And Cheng Lang mentioned they wanted to check out Logtown. If we take their ship, how will they sail? I don't mind giving them our 2 small boats. What do you think, Luffy? Zoro looked at Luffy, waiting for the captain's order. Let's go find Cheng Lang first. Usopp isn't going anywhere anyway. Luffy gave his answer. Clearly, not having a ship capable of long-distance sailing made Luffy make a choice. I saw them heading that way earlier. Zoro naturally started pointing the way. Luffy didn't doubt him, and Nami hadn't spent much time with Zoro, so although she felt a bit odd, she didn't suspect anything since his tone was so confident. 2 hours passed quietly. The three returned to the village entrance. Nami rolled her eyes. If you don't know the way, why did... Zoro scratched his head and said nothing. Luffy burst out laughing, unable to contain himself. Just then Usopp walked down the street with a dejected look. Seeing him, Luffy curiously asked, "What's wrong? Did you have a fight with the young lady?" Usopp shook his head, but then nodded and finally briefly told them what happened. Without Luffy and the others causing trouble, Usopp had intended to run the moment he sensed Kuro. That had been his habit, but this time Kuro was different. In the past, he would just scold him a few times and tell him not to come see Kaya, but just now it was like he had taken the wrong medicine. He chased after him, calling him a notorious liar. And worse, he insulted his mother and father. Usopp couldn't take that. He argued with Kuro. Of course, he couldn't hold back, and ended up hitting Kuro in front of Kaya. In the end, he was driven away. That was why he was so down. What could be worse than being rejected by the girl you liked? Being rejected because of another man. Under the double blow of the BUFF, Usopp fell into a slump. Then Luffy and his crew brought him to find Cheng Lang. Luffy gazed at Cheng Lang's massive vessel and exclaimed, "Saji." Trees were actually growing on the ship, and the trees were oddly square and blocky. He wasn't the only one curious. The others were also looking around, for Cheng Lang's ship was truly bizarre in style. Even the dejected Usopp, no longer gloomy, touched a vine-like plant on the deck. What kind of plant is this? It looks so strange. Pumpkin vine, Cheng Lang replied with a smile. Huh. A vine this thick, standing upright without any support, is a pumpkin vine. Usopp was dumbfounded. He was no stranger to farming. Having survived not merely by the charity of villagers, he had actually tilled the land himself. He had grown pumpkins before. They could never look like this. As if to prove it was indeed a pumpkin vine, with a swoosh the vine bent and produced a perfectly square large pumpkin. This scene left everyone stunned. The texture suggested it might be a pumpkin, but a pumpkin couldn't possibly be like this. Cheng Lang took an axe and chopped the pumpkin. What? Hey, where did that big pumpkin go? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment as the pumpkin merged into Cheng Lang. You're an ability user too. Except for Zoro, everyone else was utterly shocked. They had already found it strange that Luffy was a rubber man, then encountered Buggy and Alvida, but those were still within the realm of understanding. But now Cheng Lang's ability left them in awe. The square trees and the peculiar pumpkin. Yes, I have a special ability. They had already found it strange that Luffy was a rubber man, then encountered Buggy and Alvida, but those were still within the realm of understanding. Fruit. What's this? Kaka fruit. So sweet, not sour at all. This kaka fruit, Usopp remarked in surprise. The kaka fruit in his hand resembled an apple, but a normal kaka fruit was somewhat gourd-shaped with a crisp, crunchy texture that could be stored long on a ship. yet after 3 days it would begin to turn sour. However, it was an excellent choice for brewing fruit wine. Many pirates would buy this fruit before setting sail. It kept well, could be eaten, used for brewing, and when dried served as portable rations to replenish vitamin C. The group started eating without hesitation. It's really sweet. Nanī took a couple of bites and sighed in appreciation, then quickly finished it. But after eating she was astonished. There's no core at all, just pure flesh. What kind of new variety is this? If we could sell this, would make a fortune. As a girl who sold oranges at home, Nanī understood the value of this caca fruit well. Luffy, however, paid no attention and devoured them one by one, never stopping. Cheng Lang smiled and produced another basket. Luffy didn't stand on ceremony, thanked him, and continued eating. Then a look of shock appeared on all Vita's. Cheng Lang smiled and produced another basket. Luffy didn't stand on ceremony, thanked him, and continued eating. Then a look of shock appeared on all Vita's face. Zoro was curious what's wrong. They had seen Luffy's appetite before. These apples, though they seemed numerous, were mostly water and wouldn't take up much stomach space. So why was everyone so stunned now? Cheng Lang, meanwhile, was counting 144. As he finished, Luffy also stopped eating, patting his belly. He was puzzled. Was his appetite off today? Why did he feel full? Hiss. Alvida drew in a sharp breath. She now understood the gap between herself and Luffy. At most, she could eat over 30, and that was her limit. And that was after a day of starvation. Luffy had already eaten a full meal earlier, his belly stretched round. In other words, these 144 fruits weren't even Luffy's limit. What's going on with you all? Usopp asked in confusion. Cheng Lang didn't hide the truth. These fruits are born from my ability, so they have a special nature. They are foods that can directly provide energy. Didn't you all feel a strong sense of fullness after eating? Now that you mention it, I did feel full after just one. Usopp rubbed his belly. He had already eaten before, so he thought it was just because he was too full. Now he realized the fruit's magic. Zoro picked up another one, ate it, and his eyes lit up indeed. Then everyone stared at Luffy in disbelief. You were already full and still managed to eat 144. You were never full, were you? Nanī looked at Luffy incredulously once again, feeling the monstrous nature of his physique. 144. Even if they weren't special fruits, Nanī admitted, she couldn't finish that many. I feel so much stronger after eating. Luffy bounced around excitedly, his spirits soaring. Tisk tisk, as expected of Nika. Cheng Lang couldn't help but, huh? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Cheng Lang waved his hand with a smile. Now that you've eaten, tell me, what did you come here for? Luffy scratched his cheek, looking hesitant. Naturally, Nanī took over the conversation. Earlier we heard you say you weren't planning to be pirates anymore, so we wanted to ask if your ship was for sale. Oh, that. This ship was created by my ability. If you need it, I don't mind helping you modify your ship. Cheng Lang replied. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Really? You're such a good person. Cheng Lang waved his hand. It's no trouble, but there are some things we need to discuss first. Is it about money? We don't have much, but we can offer 2 million berries. Nanī immediately jumped in at the mention of, then her captain exposed her. Huh? Don't we have 5 million? That's mine. Nanī snapped, giving Luffy a sharp rap on the head. Turning to see Cheng Lang's faintly amused expression, she rubbed her head awkwardly. Well, we still need to stock up on a tiny bit of supplies, so we need to keep some reserves. Nanī wrung her hands, forcing a strained smile. Seeing Nanī like this from that era, Cheng Lang found it amusing. He waved his hand. What I need isn't money. I just want to briefly explain the nature of my ability. First, my ability can't directly float on water. Don't be fooled by the size of our ship. It's essentially a small boat that has been expanded. If the small boat is damaged, my ability won't fail, but you'll be unable to sail on the sea anymore. Cheng Lang had once tried laying wooden planks directly on the sea. Just like the original, they floated, but didn't move. Newton would probably spin in his grave, but it fit perfectly with Minecraft. After Cheng Lang finished speaking, Luffy and Zoro pondered over the 2 small boats. To be honest, even if expanded, they would probably only be barely usable. As for going to the Vita Honglu, it was a bit doubtful. The problem returned to the starting point again. May I ask the original size of your ship? Cheng Lang scratched his head and looked at Alvida. 6 meters long and 5 meters wide. Nanī briefly estimated Cheng Lang's ship and gave an answer: a small to medium-sized vessel refitted into a large ship of 24 meters long and 20 meters wide. Do you want to make do? We can probably refit it into a medium-sized fishing boat of about 17 or 18 meters. Luffy, your ship should be the small boat you sailed away from me, right? Alvida seemed to recall Luffy's manner of appearance. Apparently, he had no ship. She hadn't taken her own pirate ship. At that time, Alvida was too lazy to bother taking it back. After all, the ship remodeled by Cheng Lang was indeed very comfortable to live in, clean and hygienic. Moreover, she wanted to chase after the Straw Hat Boy, so she didn't bother wasting time selling her own pirate ship for money. Right, Luffy replied without minding. Then forget it. I know how worn out that small boat is. It's fine as a spare boat for going ashore, and with some patching up it's still usable. But after these long days of sailing, haven't you noticed it's much slower? Luffy didn't notice, but Nanī did. Indeed, that small boat is very slow. The wood itself is poor quality, and with aging and long-term immersion, the hull has become heavier, so naturally it can't go fast. It's fine on the calm seas of the Donghai, but if you really go to the Vita Honglu, that small boat is sure to break down. Alvida shrugged. She didn't have much money back then, and everything was frugal. As long as the spare boat could be used, who cared about quality? After all, pirates were all good swimmers. If it capsized, they could just swim back. I see that's troublesome. Although Luffy hadn't heard the earlier part, he understood Alvida's later words. It would certainly break, so even if they remodeled it, they still couldn't go to the Vita Honglu. Nanī also sighed. She thought about remodeling the small boat they got from Buggy, but considering it was about the same quality and she had read some books about the Vita Honglu, just the Diandao Mountain alone could eliminate some poorly made ships. This small boat's durability was certainly insufficient. Even if remodeled, it would be similar. Cheng Lang didn't say anything, letting them struggle. After all, at this point in time, not only Usopp would board the ship, but also Meili. He didn't want his appearance to cause the disappearance of the Huangjin Meili. But seeing Luffy so troubled, he decided to skip this topic for now. By the way, didn't you encounter anything else today? Other things. What else happened? Nanī asked, puzzled. Usopp also cast a curious glance. Seeing the sunset on the horizon, could it be that the timing was off? In the anime and manga, the storyline always seemed continuous, as if time passed only a day or two. But since Cheng Lang arrived in this world, he could clearly feel one thing: in the anime and manga, plot events must occur consecutively. But in reality, it had been almost a month since he came to this world, and Luffy had only just recruited Usopp. However, in the world of One Piece, they used sailboats and had to consider supplies. Crucially, upon arriving at the Vita, on launching, even with a modern steam ocean liner, circumnavigating the world took about 79 days. Seemingly not much, but that was a steam liner, and most of the time was spent sailing with very few stops to observe local customs. However, in the world of One Piece, they used sailboats and had to consider supplies. Crucially, upon arriving at the Vita Honglu, they needed to store magnetic force before heading to the next island. With all this back and forth, could 1 year be enough? And that didn't even account for the time spent fighting when encountering trouble. Moreover, building a wooden ship at Chishui-Jidu also took time. Although the physique of people in this world allowed faster construction, it still required 1 or 2 months, such as wood treatment and decoration polishing. Completing the first half of the Vita Honglu journey within a year seemed unreasonable, no matter how you looked at it. So now that the timing was off, Cheng Lang couldn't be sure if it was normal. If there is anything else, it's probably about Usopp. Nanī thought and recounted Usopp's story. After listening, Cheng Lang immediately understood that it was probably the butterfly effect of his own appearance. He and Luffy and the others had eaten for too long and chatted a while. In the original story, Usopp had run off halfway through the meal. Kilobother. There must be a reason for the anomaly. Your interaction with Kaya is beneficial to her illness in a sense. From your account, her depressive personality has become cheerful. If this person named Kilobother truly wanted Kaya to get better, he would certainly stop you from contacting her, but more likely, like the steward Meili, he would turn a blind eye and maintain a balance, preventing you from further corrupting Kaya, instead of directly driving you away, which would produce the opposite effect, pushing the already melancholic young lady into an even more depressed state. So is this Kilobother really acting in the best interest of Miss Kaya? Cheng Lang offered his reasonable reminder. Luffy naturally didn't understand. Usopp immediately became alert. Cheng Lang's words indeed hit the point. Nanī frowned upon hearing this. She hadn't thought much about it before, but now that it was brought up, it indeed seemed full of suspicious points. But obviously suspicion alone couldn't convict a person. If nothing unexpected happens, something will probably occur tonight, Alvida voiced a guess. What? Think about it. Usually he just curses and drives you away, but today he was relentless. Had his patience reached its limit? But did you do anything to Kaya? Nothing at all, same as always. And he even let you punch him in the end. Could it be that we're overthinking? Nanī offered another possibility. Cheng Lang shrugged. In my opinion, this Kilobother must be in love with Miss Kaya. Seeing Usopp gradually make the melancholic young lady cheer up, and even her illness improving, he has long been jealous. Today he revealed his true colors. Or perhaps because Miss Kaya's illness is mostly recovered, he can finally drive you away from her side. He probably plans to confess to her tonight. After this alternative explanation, everyone immediately accepted it. Then all eyes turned to Usopp. After all, it had turned into a war between rivals in love. Usopp's face flushed red. He remained silent, clearly in inner turmoil. He'll go check it out. Everyone laughed. Night fell silently. Because of Cheng Lang's words, Usopp now arrived at the entrance of Kaya's mansion. The mansion was unusually quiet at night. Yet he hesitated at the doorstep. Kaya's dismissal during the day still weighed on his mind. And visiting her so late was a first, inevitably giving rise to second thoughts. What if Kaya misunderstood? Scratching his head, he nevertheless moved aside the camouflaging leaves with practiced ease and slipped inside. No sooner had he entered than a scream and the sound of shattering glass reached his ears. Startled, Usopp turned toward the source, a male voice vaguely familiar. Could Cheng Lang really have hit the mark? Usopp moved swiftly, approaching the room from which the sound came. He peered cautiously around the corner. Inside the room, Mary the butler lay on the floor, blood pooling beneath him. Though Usopp had braced himself the sight, he gasped involuntarily. Damn, Kaya is in danger. Usopp dashed to the large tree, scrambling up the branches in a few swift moves. The window was shut, but the curtains were open, revealing Kaya fast asleep. She hadn't even stirred at Mary's scream. Something was clearly wrong. But before Usopp could act, he saw the door to Kaya's room open. It was Kuro. On one hand, he wore a black glove from which 5 silver-white blades extended like claws, dripping crimson blood onto the floor. The scene left no doubt the fallen Mary had been struck down by Kuro. Instinctively, Usopp flattened himself, not daring to show his head. His timid nature left him frozen, mind blank. But the thought of Kaya falling victim made his eyes flicker with resolve. Silently, he reached for the slingshot he always carried. The grating sound of blades scraping against each other filtered through the window. No, Kaya must not come to harm. With sheer determination, Usopp raised his slingshot and aimed at Kuro by the bedside. Clearly, Kuro hadn't anticipated Usopp's sudden appearance outside the window. An iron ball shattered the glass, but just before it struck Kuro, his catclaw blade deflected it. The crisp sound of breaking glass mingled with the clash of metal. Seizing the moment, Usopp leaped into the room, still firing pellets from his slingshot in rapid succession. Kuro instinctively defended. Special attack. Smoke star. In an instant, the room erupted in clouds of smoke. Yet even within the haze, pellets continued to fly accurately toward Kuro. Kuro was given no chance to counter. When the smoke cleared, Usopp had already carried Kaya out of the courtyard. Kuro touched the scratch on his cheek. Veins bulged on his forehead. He had been careless. 3 years of peaceful ease, though he had never neglected training, had dulled his vigilance, enough to catch him off guard. Fortunately, his well-honed body allowed him to deflect the iron pellets. Still, the smoke bomb had slipped past his defenses. Fearful of unseen projectiles, he chose not to pursue. Usopp is it? That damn liar actually has some skill. Meanwhile, Usopp fled with Kaya on his back. Yet, even so, Kaya remained unconscious, clearly in an abnormal state. Had it not been for the warmth of her body and the rhythm of her breath against his back, he might have thought she was dead. Fortunately, his years of scampering around had given him a certain authority and speed. But before he had run far, he saw a group approaching in a throng. It was Luffy and his crew. After Usopp had left, Cheng Lang had suggested following to see what happened. If Usopp were mistaken for an intruder, they could explain. Hey, you've straight up kidnapped Lady Kaya? Alvida teased with a laugh. But Usopp was in no mood for jokes. That Kuro really is dangerous. He killed Mary the butler. Usopp recounted briefly. Nami's eyes widened. She hurried to Kaya's side, checking her breathing. Still there. But the unnatural deep sleep was deeply troubling. Kaya, wake up. No matter how Usopp shook her, she only maintained a steady. This is from a heavy dose of sleeping pills. Usopp suddenly recalled. Come to think of it, Kaya's parents died, and she couldn't sleep from grief, which made her body gradually weak. But why take such a dose? She can't be woken. And if this Kuro guy wanted to kill her, why go through the trouble? Nami did not. She had just posed the question when the answer came not from Usopp, Cheng Lang, or the others, but from Kuro himself. Simple. Lady Kaya must live, at least until she finishes writing her will. Luffy and Zoro turned to face the newcomer. Kuro stood impeccably dressed in a suit, and but for the catclaw blades on his hands, he would have seemed a distinguished gentleman. Yet the blood-dripping claws gleamed eerily under the moonlight. Cheng Lang watched the plot diverging from the original. He found it fascinating. In the original story, Luffy and Zoro, for various reasons, hadn't confronted Kuro directly at first. But now, thanks to his changes, they had met Kuro Hiden. In this situation, how many seconds could Kuro last? But now that the plan is exposed, Kaya's life is no longer important. Kuro adjusted his glasses. Under the moonlight, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was in front of Zoro. Zoro had already drawn his 2 swords, blocking Kira's charge. Oh, you're the pirate hunter Roronoa. Zoro, quite famous in the East Blue these past 2 years. You do have some skill. Kuro gave an honest assessment. So fast. Zoro stared warily at Kuro as he retreated. He had sensed the intense killing intent from the start, and drawn his blades to prepare. A moment later, and he might have been cut down. Luffy too looked serious. Kira's burst speed was formidable. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang rubbed his eyes. He truly hadn't seen the movement. By the time he heard the clang of metal as Kuro clashed with Zoro, the exchange had already happened. Under the moonlight, the blades reflected faint glimmers. You know cats are nocturnal animals. You know cats are nocturnal animals. As the words fell, Kuro vanished from his spot, but due to the darkness, an afterimage lingered. Cheng Lang narrowed his eyes. He could barely track Kira's figure when he actively followed it, but it was like playing badminton at night. The white shuttlecock left a trail of afterimages in the air. Without a single footstep, Kuro disappeared from Cheng Lang's sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind them. Alvida exclaimed, "Cheng Lang, give me the weapon." When Cheng Lang turned around, he saw the cloak, slashed with 5 gaping rips. Alvida, dressed in cool attire, had fury blazing in her eyes. Although in the original story Kuro was defeated by Luffy, his fighting style was brutally straightforward. Luffy had to trade blows to finally take him down. Back then it was daytime with sunlight everywhere. But now it was night, compounded by the silent step technique. No footsteps and vision was obscured. Trouble. They were facing Kuro on his home turf. Cheng Lang felt a creeping dread. He hadn't anticipated this situation. He had instinctively assumed Kuro was just an early-stage pirate with a Soya-like technique, and with Luffy and Zoro present, it was 2 against 1, advantage in their favor. But now he realized he had been too presumptuous. Without another word, he first protected Kaya with a block of cubes. After all, Kaya and Kuja were probably the weakest present. He had to ensure their safety first, then build the cubes piece by piece. But just as he had protected Kuja, Usopp let out a scream. 5 bloody gashes appeared on his back. At that moment, Usopp was shielding Kaya with all his might. Luffy shouted indignantly, "Damn it! Come at me if you've got the guts." Zoro frowned deeply. Under the moonlight, tracking an enemy with no footsteps and incredible speed was indeed a challenge. Moreover, the enemy seemed to be attacking indiscriminately. This was the hardest part. Zoro couldn't possibly protect everyone under these circumstances. After all, defense was passive. By the time he reacted to an attack, he would need to be faster than the enemy to counter it. If it were daytime, Zoro might have managed, but in the pitch-black night the difficulty increased exponentially. A scraping sound of wood came from somewhere. The wooden cube encasing Kuja instantly developed extensive cracks. One more strike, and it would shatter. Kira's attacks were not light. They at least met the minimum threshold for damaging the wood, and it seemed he had struck 5 times. Fortunately, his attack frequency wasn't very high. Cheng Lang immediately moved to Usopp's side, intending to build a cube for him as well. But before he could start, he caught a flash of white light in his peripheral vision. A screeching sound of metal scraping erupted from Cheng Lang's body. He felt 5 blades strike his chest. Hiss. He touched his chest. The clothes were intact, but 5 white marks remained on his skin. At the same time, the durability of his chest armor dropped by 1 point. How terrifying, Cheng Lang said, looking at Kuro, who had paused in surprise. "I didn't expect both of you to be devil fruit users," Kuro said, sounding genuinely surprised. He knew of devil fruits, the treasures of the sea, and had even seen them before. Captain Smoker of Lowtown was said to be a user, a hurdle for those in the East Blue trying to enter the Grand Line. Before he finished speaking, Luffy struck immediately. "Got you. That hurts." As soon as Luffy grabbed Kira's wrist, the cat claws cut him. 5 bloody streaks appeared. Fortunately, when his arm retracted to its original size, the wounds, which looked severe, shrank proportionally. Normally the arm would have been entirely covered in gashes. But after retraction, they became 5 small slits. Clang. Zoro seized the opportunity and attacked. In the end, numbers still had their advantage. By now, Cheng Lang had also encased Usopp and Kaya in cubes. Realizing that Kuro couldn't break through his defense, he grew bolder. He pulled out an iron sword, narrowed his eyes, and prepared to face Kuro himself. Though he knew the principle of Soru, stomping the ground rapidly dozens of times to generate explosive bursts, knowing it and executing it were 2 different things. It was like the brain saying, "I got it," the eyes saying, "Easy," the hands saying, "Anyone can do it," and the feet saying, "You're full of crap." Kuro had no intention of fighting Zoro Hiden. He blocked Zoro's slash and quickly retreated. 3 ability users. Kuro felt a chill run down his spine. 1 or 2 he could handle, but 1 couldn't be cut, another couldn't be damaged, and the 3rd acted as if nothing happened after. Before Kuro could make a move, Zoro closed in again. He didn't want to endure another silent attack. Meanwhile, Luffy had already flanked Kira's side. He prepared for close quarters combat, unwilling to lose sight of the enemy again. The pincer attack left Kuro flustered, unable to use his silent step. Alvida, carrying the spiked club, watched the scene with a complex expression. "I couldn't even see that guy. But those 2 apparently did, though their movements couldn't keep up. Still, if he gets close, they can fight back." Alvida tightened her grip on the club. If not for her devil fruit's immunity to slashing, she would have been injured and helpless. Cheng Lang scratched his head. He hadn't seen it either, especially when Kuro got close. He didn't even have time to react. If not for his iron armor, he would have been hurt as well. "The gap is so obvious," Cheng Lang sighed. As they spoke, the 3 in combat began to shift. After taking a punch from Luffy and a slash from Zoro, Kuro disengaged. Without a word, he activated his silent step again. He's going to escape. Alvida rushed forward to help, but she was too slow. Luffy and Zoro tried to chase, but Kira's speed far exceeded theirs. Damn it. Luffy waved his fists in frustration. Zoro frowned deeply. In terms of raw power, Kuro was no match for him, but his speed was overwhelming. That bizarre footwork, though not fully executed during close-quarters combat, still significantly boosted his speed. Especially in the dark of night, the cat claws seemed specially polished to reflect moonlight. When swung rapidly, they flashed, and prolonged observation left countless afterimages burned into the eyes. It was like seeing a glimmer of light in the dark. Even with eyes closed, the residual brightness remained. The longer the battle, the more the eyes struggled with the light, leading to increasingly blurred vision. This was why the two had failed to capture Kuro all this time. After a full 10 minutes of vigilant observation, Cheng Lang finally dismantled the blocks he had erected for protection, having constructed a simple wooden box. But when he noticed Nanī, who had somehow emerged alongside Kuyumi, he was somewhat speechless. When did you come out with me? Cheng Lang hadn't noticed Nanī while building the blocks, and only now remembered she had disappeared. Nanī shrugged. It's a self-preservation skill of a poor weak girl. Cheng Lang waved his hand dismissively. He freed Usopp and Kaya as well. Kaya was still unconscious. Usopp was grimacing in pain, but that was all he could do. Cheng Lang hadn't noticed Nanī while building the blocks, and only now remembered she had disappeared. Nanī shrugged. It's a self-preservation skill of a poor weak girl. Delicious. Hey, meat. Luffy immediately came over. Cheng Lang helplessly took out 2 more pieces which were dropped by killing MC cows. He had originally planned to enjoy them himself. Luffy ate with relish. This is beef. So tender and tasty, he said with a smile. He had originally planned to enjoy them himself. Luffy ate with relish. This is beef. So tender and tasty. Clearly the continuous health regeneration effect of the MC chicken leg, at full saturation, was still working. Luffy's eyes were full of excitement as he saw his severed arm restored to its original state. Eating food to heal injuries was simply wonderful. Cheng Lang, do you want to become my crewmate? Sure. Cheng Lang didn't refuse. But Alvida and Kuyumi have to join as well. Luffy looked at Alvida, then at Kuyumi, and smiled as he extended the invitation. Would you be willing to join my pirate crew? Alvida stared at Luffy. Are you sure you want to invite me? I mocked Kobe's dream. Luffy flashed his trademark grin. Indeed, then I won't hold back, Captain Luffy. Kuyumi looked at Cheng Lang with a strange expression. What's wrong? I thought Brother Cheng Lang wanted to be the captain of a pirate ship. Me? Cheng Lang scratched his head. He had indeed entertained the idea, but he was well aware of his situation. Having spent the first half of his life in modern society, suddenly becoming a pirate captain felt somewhat uncomfortable. Most importantly, his strength was truly lacking. He had no idea how to defeat a pre-timeskip character like Kuro. I've only just made up my mind to become a pirate. Besides, this guy is a good person, the savior of Orange Town. So joining him isn't a bad... Kuyumi recalled Orange Town and the joyful bonfire party, and she nodded with a smile. Then he'll join too. But am I really qualified? Her voice faltered with a hint of self-doubt. But Luffy paid no attention to that. Yash, I've recruited 3 more crewmates. Zoro and Nanī shook their heads in amusement, offering no objection. Usopp, however, showed no sign of joy. He sat on the ground dejectedly. What do we do now? That guy is too fast, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. We can't just stay here forever, can we? Everyone fell silent. It was just after dark and dawn was still far away. Cheng Lang reinforced it again, but the second layer wasn't fully covered. Only the ground floor with a 1-block gap in between. That way they would notice immediately. Cheng Lang reinforced it again, but the second layer wasn't fully covered. Only the ground floor with a 1-block gap in between. That way they would notice immediately if the outside was destroyed and could counterattack. Cheng Lang doubted the enemy would be willing to crawl in. Usopp's shooting speed was fast enough to score consecutive heads. Should we go out and lure him around? Cheng Lang looked at Luffy and the others. The other 3 had no objections. Cheng Lang dug an exit in the ceiling. Each of the 4 looked in a different direction. In the night, the distant village was silent. Cheng Lang jumped down to the ground. He went to the spot where Kuro had fled earlier. Ding. The experience orb merged into his body instantly, leveling him up to 10. What? Experience dropped. Why? Who dropped it? It clearly wasn't from Luffy or the others. He would have seen it. There was only one possibility. Kuro. But why? Was it because he was defeated? He hadn't even attacked Kuro, he was the one being attacked, and Kuro had just run away. Wait. Alvida had initially intended to attack him, but couldn't due to her injuries. Could that count as a form of defeat? Or perhaps a surrender? Cheng Lang decided not to dwell on it. He was curious to see what he would unlock at level 10. Wait dude, isn't that something you already have? Then he saw something familiar. A mini-map in the upper left corner, and a full map he could expand at will. However, the large map was completely dark around the edges. But after zooming in and out, he found that the avatars of Luffy and the others were all marked. Yet Cheng Lang soon noticed another feature of the map. It could display the coordinates of other creatures. He enabled the hostile coordinates indicator and immediately saw Kira's avatar. Although this map wasn't the kind that allowed direct teleportation, the function was already powerful. He fixed his gaze on the direction of Kuro. Having taken, he could, but there was no need. Now, although the enemy seemed hidden and they were exposed with the map, the opponent couldn't escape Cheng Lang's detection. Moreover, he wanted to test his own full strength. Most importantly, he knew that Kuro couldn't harm him. Seeing Cheng Lang choose a direction, first Luffy, Zoro, and Nami exchanged glances and began walking in different directions as well. Cheng Lang, however, headed straight toward the direction where Kuro was hiding. Should he put on an act? No need. He already had an iron sword in hand as he walked directly to Kira's hiding spot. Come out and fight me face to face. If you win, I'll let you go. There was no response. This is my ability. I can track you. Come out and fight me face to face. If you win, I'll let you go. There was no response. This is my ability. I can track you. Hiding is useless. Kuro of 100 Plan's former captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Cheng Lang wasn't surprised after all. If he could be provoked so easily, the man wouldn't have been described in the original story as having an intellect comparable to Ben Beckman's. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Cheng Lang touched his neck in astonishment, finding a white mark on his. You really are fast. Cheng Lang squinted as Kuluo appeared beside him. He showed no panic. In Minecraft, the iron armor provided full body protection, so the neck was not a weak point. Kuluo, however, wore a grim expression, yet he was not afraid of the man before him either. After all, his speed was formidable, especially in the darkness of night. It was nearly impossible for the other to capture him. Let me go. You think you can catch me? Cheng Lang raised his iron sword and shrugged. As long as you're on the island, my ability can track you down. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. But a friendly reminder, Lu Fei and Su Long are incredibly strong. They're the ones who punched and slapped. Cheng Lang's reasoning was sound. Kuluo touched his abdomen, the spot where Lu Fei's punch had landed. He had to admit that the fist was heavy. Internal bleeding was almost certain. If it really dragged on until daybreak, and he was found, he would indeed be in danger. Yet he sneered dismissively. Daytime might not be his domain, but he still had his pirate underlings. He was about to sneer and say something, but Cheng Lang did not give him the chance. He attacked first. But the result? The speed was slow, the grip on the sword was awkward, the swinging motions were excessive, and only the arm was used. Even if a cut landed, it would likely be just a flesh wound. Compared to Su Long's slash that nearly broke bones, it was incomparable. Kuluo easily dodged his cat claw blades sweeping across. A metallic scraping sound rang out. TSK, what kind of ability do you have? Why is your body so hard? Is it the iron fruit? Cheng Lang squinted. The moonlight reflecting off the blade was uncomfortable. Kuluo's attacks left after images, making dodging impossible. You could say that. Cheng Lang had no intention of revealing his information. He swung his sword. This time Kuluo did not dodge, but blocked with his cat claw blades. He wanted to see the man's attack power. Clang, clang, clang. An amateur indeed. Kuluo sneered contemptuously. Cheng Lang was not annoyed. His past life had been spent in modern society. The most strenuous activity might have been morning exercises. In the world of One Piece, Lu Fei and Su Long had trained since childhood, and Kuluo was a pirate with a bounty of over 10 million. If a modern man who had just transmigrated could defeat him, that would truly be a miracle. I'm curious, how does your silent step achieve the same speed as the shave? The shave required stomping the ground a dozen times in an instant, which inherently negated the concept of silence. Some powerful fighters even stomped so hard that the ground cracked. Yet the silent step, a technique with a similar principle, eluded his imagination. Even as he spoke, Cheng Lang's hands never stopped. He swung the iron sword as efficiently as possible while gradually adjusting his bonus power generation. He knew the mechanics, legs driving the waist driving the arms, and finally the wrists, and he was experimenting with them bit by bit. You think he'll tell you, eh? Now that you've been exposed, 3 years of effort have been wasted, and you'll have to return to life as a pirate. But I can give you enough gold to leave this storm behind. You can find a small village and live a comfortable life. As he finished, Cheng Lang produced a gold ingot. Kilobotter stopped his movements. His eyes locked onto the standard ingot. What do you mean? A gold ingot. If I'm not mistaken, it's 9,999 pure gold. I don't know the exact price, but it's worth at least 50 million. Kuluo adjusted his glasses, feigning composure, but his trembling hands betrayed him. Tell me the difference between the silent step and the shave. Why would I? Before Kuluo could finish, the gold ingot flew toward him. Kuluo fumbled to catch it, his eyes filled with disbelief. The moment he touched it, he sensed the weight. It was definitely gold. Even if it wasn't the 99.99 purity Cheng Lang claimed, it was still. He looked up at Cheng Lang in astonishment. Just like that. Given away. So generous. Why hadn't he said so earlier? Wasn't everyone after money? His mouth, which had been ready to spit threats, honestly revealed the difference between the silent step and the shave. The difference between the shave and the silent step: the shave is faster. As far as I know, the minimum standard for the shave is 10 stomps in an instant. Master that, and you've mastered the shave. The silent step is a weaker version, 6 quick taps with the toes, which is the frequency I usually use. But that's its limit. If you try 10 taps, the direction will likely veer off. You can roughly determine the orientation, but the stability is poor. Kuluo dutifully explained the comparison and issues. After hearing the differences, Cheng Lang nodded. It was another developmental direction of the shave, a downward compatible version. Good. Then let's continue. Cheng Lang raised his sword once more. Kuluo frowned, now holding the gold ingot, reluctant to let go. He froze, unsure whether to put it down or not. I think we can talk. Kuya's father left a lot of assets. If you... Before Kuluo could finish, Cheng Lang interrupted. I'm not interested in money. Those words silenced Kuluo. Gritting his teeth, he threw the gold bar into the grass and resumed fighting Cheng Lang. But the more he fought, the more frustrated he became. He couldn't break through the opponent's defense. No matter what angle he attacked, the result was the same. He couldn't even scratch him. Cheng Lang, on the other hand, grew more and more excited, attacking without any defense. A pure berserker's approach. A normal person would have died 700 or 800 times over. And Kuluo was astonished to find that the opponent's attacks were becoming increasingly fierce. Both his sword swings and footwork were gradually taking on a pattern. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, he saw the corners of Cheng Lang's mouth curl upward more and more. Clearly the man was in the zone, enjoying the fight. As for himself, due to the earlier punch and slash, his combat power was steadily declining. If the stalemate continued, he might actually be exhausted to death by this kid. With that in mind, he gritted his teeth, retreated, and vanished from the spot. Cheng Lang, losing his target, froze for a moment before realizing that Kuluo had fled. He was furious. Who runs away in the middle of a fight? It was like... Just then Lu Fei and Sua Long walked over. He got away. Luffy and Zoro had actually arrived long ago. After all, the sounds of Cheng Lang's battle could be heard from afar, even from a great distance. The reason they hadn't intervened was that they saw Cheng Lang seemed to be enjoying the fight. Of course, Zoro also noticed that Cheng Lang was using Kuro as a whetstone, which was why he didn't step in. It's fine. If I want to find him, I can actually do so anytime, as long as he's still on the island. Cheng Lang waved his hand dismissively. Then he checked his own condition, specifically the durability of his iron armor. He found that it had already dropped by 1/3. Especially the durability of the helmet, which had turned yellow. Zoro was curious because Cheng Lang's tone was too confident. Yeah, my ability just happens to be able to lock onto him. Upon hearing this, Zoro didn't ask further. Alvida came up beside Cheng Lang, looking him up and down. His body was unblemished, and he wasn't even out of breath or flushed. If she had endured such a sustained high-intensity attack, she definitely wouldn't have been as composed as Cheng Lang. So do we still chase him now? Alvida asked. Just then Usopp ran over. Mary the butler was slashed by Kuro. Maybe we should go check on him. Also, Kaya has woken up and can't accept the current situation. At that moment, Kaya was inside the Matchbox house, pacing back and forth. Soon the group returned and headed en masse toward the villa. When Kaya saw Mary, tears involuntarily fell. Mary the butler was the elder who had watched her grow up, and after her father's death, he was her only remaining elder. But Mary wasn't dead yet. Although his body was covered in blood from the cat claw knife cuts, with blood pooling on the floor, he had already bandaged himself up on his own. Seeing Kaya safe and sound, Mary also breathed a sigh of relief. Lady Kaya, Mary, it's really good that you're okay. It's Kuro. Through Mary the butler's explanation and the accounts of Luffy and the others, a clear picture soon emerged. This so-called Kuro was actually the former bounty of 16 million Berry, the strategist Kuro. For a moment, Kaya found it hard to accept that the gentle and considerate Kuro was a pirate. But reality was cruel after all. At the same time, she was especially grateful that Usopp had come to help her. The sky gradually began to lighten with the break of dawn. Luffy and his group had already finished their preparations. And Mary the butler's injuries were nothing to Cheng Lang. 2 stakes later, he was instantly healed, which made Luffy quite envious. I need to go warn the villagers to prepare, Mary said seriously. That shouldn't be necessary. A group of pirates has gathered at the beach. They're probably his former crew, the Black Cat pirates, in that direction. Cheng Lang pointed toward the eastern beach. Nami's mind went blank for a moment as she looked in that direction, but the next instant she thought of her treasure. Wait, that seems to be where we moored our ship. No, my berries. Nami seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. Luffy, hurry. We need to get over there or those pirates will take our treasure and run. When it came to treasure, Nami was serious and could unleash her inner strength. She grabbed Luffy and started running directly. The others quickened their pace as well. But the more one hoped something wouldn't happen, the more likely it was to occur. Kuro did not lead his Black Cat pirates to invade Syrup Village as in the... Instead, they prepared to set sail by ship. Of course Cheng Lang could see on the map that 1 or 2 pirates had boarded Luffy's ship. Although he didn't see exactly what happened, it was safe to assume that the 5 million berries were gone. Looks like trouble. They're about to set sail, Cheng Lang warned. Nami's expression shifted from flustered to furious. Luffy, launch us over there. Launch. A sense of foreboding loomed over them. Cheng Lang watched as Luffy stretched his arms out and grabbed the trees along the roadside. No way. Luffy launched Zoro, Nami, Cheng Lang, Alvida, Usopp, and a panicked, bewildered Ku Yami into the air. Amid a string of curses, the group was about to reach the coast. Meanwhile, at the shore, Zhang Ao was somewhat puzzled. Are we really leaving just like that? Kuro remained silent in response and tossed out the gold ingot he was carrying. Looking at the gold ingot, Zhang Ao was surprised, then touched it and verified its authenticity. Wow, this gold ingot must be of very high purity. If sold on the black market, it would be worth about 70 to 80 million. That would be worth nearly 200 million. Berry equals yen 1. 96 billion yen. Zhang Ao held the gold ingot with great care. There were many gold ingots on the market, but most were impure. After all, refining techniques varied from island to island, and compared to pure gold ingots, crafting gold into other metallic alloy products not only commanded a higher price, but also looked more attractive. Of course, there were issues like wear and tear and difficulty in trading, but in terms of liquidity, gold ingots were top-notch. Let's go. There's nothing we need here anymore, Kuro sighed. If everything had gone smoothly over 3 years, he would have amassed total assets of about 1.5 billion, but unfortunately with those people around, his plan could never be executed. 3 ability users. What rotten luck. Though resentful, Kuro couldn't think of a way to solve the problem. Wait for them to leave, and then come back. Without a doubt, in a couple of days his wanted poster would reappear on the seas. Ah, did you hear a strange noise? Kuro wondered. Zhang Ao nodded. The sound is getting. Before he could finish, a loud crash was heard. The deck shattered. A straw hat fellow inflated and burst in. Amidst a clatter, I thought we were going to fall into the sea. Luffy patted himself and stood up with a wide grin. Safe landing. Where is it safe? Nami stood up trembling. Cheng Lang also got to his feet, feeling like his whole body was falling apart. Even though Luffy had inflated like a balloon as a cushion at the end, the impact was still too great. Watching the anime, it didn't seem so bad, but experiencing it firsthand was truly. Cheng Lang sighed helplessly, then shook awake the terrified Ku Yami, who had lost her wits from the shock. Seeing the group burst through the wall, Zhang Ao was so frightened he didn't know what to do. Kuro was slightly more composed, but only slightly. His jaw dropped to the floor. Seriously, man. I was about to leave, and you still chase after me to kill me. Cheng Lang looked at the landing point. It was truly precise. He was well accustomed to sealing Ku Yami away first. Then he drew his iron sword, facing the former and current captains of the Black Cat Pirates. Countless Black Cat Pirates crew members rushed in. The atmosphere was tense, and a battle was on the verge of erupting. Luffy confronted Kuro. The Cat brothers Bucci and Sham engaged Zoro first, while Cheng Lang faced Django. Usopp and Alvida dealt with the incoming Black Cat Pirates. As for Nami, she had already rushed to embrace Ku Yami at the first opportunity. The battle began swiftly and ended just as quick. Kuro, still wounded and lacking the support of his cat claws, was no match for Luffy in a fistfight. As for Zoro's duel with the Cat brothers, it was uneventful. A single demon slash and a tiger hunt ended the confrontation. As for Cheng Lang, after taking a punch from the opponent's iron-ringed glove, he struck back with his sword. There was no flashy technique. Strangely, after a piercing scream, the opponent collapsed and lay motionless. Cheng Lang was puzzled. He hadn't run the man through nor struck a vital point. The blow had only landed from the shoulder to the chest. How had the opponent been knocked out so easily? He poked the man and pried open his eyelids. The eyes were rolled back. It didn't seem like an act. Could it be that the weapon's attack effect had taken hold? He recalled that iron swords indeed had such an effect on original Minecraft creatures, but not on creatures from the One Piece world. This was something he had concluded from slaughtering livestock. After all, the jump attack critical hit mechanic no longer existed for him, whether for Minecraft mobs or One Piece animals. But Cheng Lang decided not to dwell on it. Whether the man was playing dead or genuinely unconscious from severe injuries, he couldn't care less. Still, he accepted the experience orbs that dropped from the opponent. He then joined Usopp and Alvida's group, and one by one the enemies dropped experience orbs. Even the pirates who hadn't entered yet turned and fled upon witnessing the scene, leaving behind experience orbs. It seemed that both defeat and surrender yielded experience orbs, though each person only had one chance to drop them. The quantity and experience value were roughly the same. At least for the common soldiers they were similar. Django's was significantly higher, but only twice as much, comparable to Kuro's earlier. Kuro, defeated again, no longer dropped experience orbs. Cheng Lang's level had reached 12. He stroked his chin. If this were the Fishman Island 2 years later, Luffy could clear out 50,000 soldiers with a single burst of haki. 50,000. He'd never be able to pick them all up. Lost in such thoughts, he extracted Kuyami. But when he saw Nanī inside as well, he wore a speechless expression. When did you get in? This is the basic skill of a weak and pitiful girl. Go find your treasure. It should be. Before Cheng Lang could finish, Nanī vanished like the wind. Kuyami looked at the fallen figures strewn across the ground and swallowed nervously. When will I have such strength? Cheng Lang gently ruffled the girl's hair. Don't rush. Everyone needs time to grow. The dust settled. Cheng Lang pointed at Kuro and his bound crew. What now? Should we send them to the Marines? By the way, you're not wanted yet, are you? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Kuro was not dead. Bound and utterly dejected, he felt life was hope. What if I said I'll never come to Syrup Village again? At this, everyone exchanged glances, and finally their eyes fell on Kaya, who had just arrived. Kaya approached Kuro. Her gaze was complicated. Everything had happened so fast that she still couldn't believe that the man who had been loyal and meticulously cared for her family was actually plotting to seize their fortune. Did you cause my parents' death? Kuro let out a long sigh, his gaze fixed on Kaya's face. Your parents died of illness. His voice was cold, simply stating the fact. Hearing this, Kaya instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, but her expression remained complicated. She didn't know whether to believe Kuro's words after all. If your parents hadn't died, I might have gotten rid of them at some point too. Kuro offered another answer. Usopp stood up, ready to punch Kuro. To say such a thing in front of Kaya. This man was an animal. But Kaya stopped him. Kaya, he's only saying that to prove he didn't kill my parents. Kaya said, her expression pained. She looked at Kuro and finally asked 3 words, why? Kuro stared at her with a puzzled expression. Why? I'm a pirate, a villain through and through. I disguised myself in this village for 3 years, earning everyone's trust. And now I've obtained your family's vast fortune. Only then can I live freely and truly find peace. Kaya looked at him, her eyes filled with incomprehension. The 3 years of memories echoed in her mind. She couldn't imagine how the devoted and meticulous Klahadore had become this. His tone and demeanor were like those of a stranger. Cheng Lang frowned, observing Kuro's expression. Suddenly a thought struck him. Kuro, are you perhaps at Sundara? Cheng Lang's words hung in the air, and the room fell silent. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp didn't understand at all. The girls, Kuyami and Kaya, were stunned. Then their expressions turned strange. What are you talking about? Kuro's eyes widened in bewilderment. Kaya's parents died about a year ago, right? Cheng Lang looked at Kaya for confirmation. She nodded. In a year, if you really wanted to seize the property, you had plenty of opportunities. Kaya's parents died of illness, and if she had also fallen ill, it wouldn't be unusual. A family member catching the same disease is common. If you had truly intended to do so, you could have given her frail health. Yet you continued to care for her meticulously until someone appeared. Cheng Lang looked at Usopp. Usopp was stunned, then his expression grew serious as he understood. Despite your comfort and care, the young lady didn't improve. But a wild boy's lies made her miraculously recover, even stabilizing her condition. You grew jealous. Yet you suppressed that jealousy because you wanted her to be healthy. But every time you saw her smile at that wild boy and talk about his lies, the emotion called jealousy consumed your mind. You refused to admit it. Finally, you gave up. You wanted to destroy everything, so you made this decision. But in reality, you didn't intend to kill Kaya. You had your Black Cat pirates invade the village, but your real target was that wild boy. And you had planned from the start, after the pirates finished their work, you would eliminate them all so no one would ever know your identity, right? That way you would erase your past, eliminate your rival. And as for Kaya, you did plan to use hypnosis to make her write a will, but you had additional conditions afterward, like erasing part of her memory. You've concocted quite a plot. But unfortunately, I'm a pirate. I could never fall for a spoiled, tantrum-throwing little girl. Kuro laughed arrogantly. But everyone else heard the stubbornness of a loser. Kaya lowered her head, then looked up at Kuro seriously. I'm sorry, Klahadore. I always thought of you as a brother. After all, we're 16 years apart. Kaya delivered the cruelest blow with a gentle tone. With that, Kuro fell silent. In the end, Kuro departed with his crew. However, a minor incident occurred along the way, the rebellion of the Black Cat pirate. After Kuro was defeated, some fleeing pirates were not all captured by Luffy and his crew. Django feigned death, and collaborating with the escaped pirates, he successfully fled. Naturally, they had no intention of taking Kuro with them. 3 years later, Django became the captain of the Black Cat pirates. The bonds forged during this time and the recognition from the crew were naturally different. In contrast, Kuro had not only failed to bring benefits to the crew, but now seemed intent on reclaiming the captaincy of the Black Cat pirates. The old members might have gladly accepted him, for they had witnessed Kira's strength, far superior to Django's. But the new members naturally could not accept it. The result was a clash between the two sides. Django suffered a crushing defeat. The ship and crew were taken away. Cheng Lang was not surprised at all. A current captain and a former captain could never coexist peacefully on the same ship. Even if they did, it would only be a temporary expedient. As a shrewd man, Kuro knew this well, so he acted decisively. As for why Luffy and his crew did not completely eradicate the Black Cat pirates, the reason was simple: Kaya chose to forgive. Kuro, whose every thought had been exposed by Cheng Lang, could not face Kaya. Was he furious? Would he seek revenge? Kaya's reply was that if he wanted it, she would gladly give him her family fortune, if that was what he truly desired. It was also her way of repaying him for his dedicated care after her parents' death. What does a cunning villain fear most? A sincere heart. Cheng Lang witnessed all of this with a rather peculiar expression on his face. Perhaps this was the charm of One Piece. Even minor characters have their own stories. However, Cheng Lang paid no mind to that. In Kaya's courtyard, he summoned the Iron Golem. After obtaining the pumpkin seeds, he had long wanted to try summoning it. In Minecraft, the Iron Golem has no weight, but reality was a different matter. The moment the Iron Golem appeared, it looked exactly like its Minecraft counterpart. But the first thing it did was offer Cheng Lang a poppy. Sugoi? Sugoi? Cheng Lang, is this a robot? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared at the scene. Usopp felt the same way, reaching out to touch the Iron Golem's body. The cold metallic touch was exactly like real thighs. Usopp could only repeat those words. Zoro, on the other hand, appraised the Iron Golem with his gaze. To be honest, its nearly 3-meter turtle form was imposing, but its expression, he didn't know what to say. There was a kind of clear, innocent foolishness in its eyes. As for sensing its danger level, nothing. He felt no threat from the Iron Golem. Zoro, do you want to try lifting it? Don't worry, it won't mind. Cheng Lang smiled, inviting Zoro to give it a try. Zoro, who had a habit of lifting weights, curiously approached. He reached out and grabbed the Iron Golem's waist. He exerted all his strength, but even with his face flushed red, he couldn't lift the Iron Golem even a fraction. Cheng Lang nodded. It seemed his guess was correct. The Iron Golem was forged from 4 cubic meters of iron blocks, and 1 cubic meter of iron weighs 768 tons. 4 blocks, you can imagine the weight. In the future, Zoro would surely be able to lift it, but in the East Blue era, that was uncertain. Just then the Iron Golem offered Zoro a poppy. Cheng Lang nodded. It seemed his guess was correct. The Iron Golem was forged from 4 cubic meters of iron blocks, and 1 cubic meter of iron weighs 768 tons. Then Cheng Lang briefly tested the Iron Golem's intelligence. He gave it a few simple commands, such as run or patrol, and it understood them clearly. It could even execute more complex commands. For instance, it went to the gate and brought back the bodyguard who wore a hat and had a scar on his face. Since the Iron Golem couldn't speak, it simply carried the hat-wearing, scar-faced bodyguard over. Evidently, it could distinguish facial features. Cheng Lang immediately appointed Kaya as the second owner. The Iron Golem's dejected expression showed that being abandoned by Cheng Lang had hit it hard, but soon it offered Kaya a poppy. It indicated its acceptance. Of course, Cheng Lang could still command the Iron Golem to work. Name it. You decide. After all, I created it to be your bodyguard. Cheng Lang waved his hand, tossing the question back to them. Kaya looked at the Iron Golem and gave it a name she thought was quite fitting: Big White. The Iron Golem raised its arms and nodded its iron head frantically, its eyes, one looking left, the other right, clearly conveying joy. Seems like you accept it. Then from now on, Big White, please take care of me. Kaya smiled and touched the Iron Golem's body. The Iron Golem extended its 2 straight arms and gently stroked Kaya's head. Cheng Lang, why does it have moss on its body? Can I wash it? Kaya asked curiously. You can give it a try. Kaya and Luffy's crew were all drawn to the Iron Golem. Cheng Lang meanwhile pondered another matter. Could the Iron Golem identify someone as an enemy? Would it only retaliate when attacked? For now it was hard to find an enemy to test it on. But clearly the Iron Golem could distinguish people's appearances and was very obedient. If Kaya ordered it to attack, it could do so proactively. Just then Mary walked over to Cheng Lang. Thank you so much for your help. Now that only he remained as an old servant in Kaya's household, he had to work even harder than before. No need for that. Besides, this was just a byproduct of my experiment. I couldn't possibly take it aboard the ship, so leaving it here is putting it to good use. Cheng Lang waved his hand dismissively. Speaking of which, you're a mink, aren't you? Being wounded like that, and still alive. An ordinary person would have died. Mary touched his own goat horns. I'm not very clear about my race, but my father told me that my mother was half mink. So I suppose I have a quarter mink bloodline. But as you can see, I only have these few features left. Nothing happens on a full moon. Well, if I had to say, I used to feel restless during the full moon, but that was when I was a child. It's gone now, Mary replied with a smile. As for his peculiarity, only Kaya's parents had never minded it. That was why he was willing to serve as the butler in Kaya's household. Your next generation might not even have the traits of the fur tribe, right? There will still be some, but it's limited to the white fur. Meili responded with a smile. After confirming his earlier speculation, Cheng Lang exchanged a few more words. Then Meili went off to attend to his own affairs. As expected, Meili was preparing the Mary, though it was clearly a ship that had been built long ago. Should he go ahead and modify it? But after a moment's thought, Cheng Lang abandoned the idea. The other party hadn't even asked yet why was he in such a hurry. It would make him seem like he was trying to cash in on a favor. Clearly after being cleaned the green vines had vanished and some rusty spots had been polished away. The iron golem now looked remarkably pristine. Doesn't it look a bit off? Kaya scrutinized it. Then as if struck by an idea, she dashed back into the house. Soon all the women were called inside. Amid the men's confusion, Kaya emerged with trousers and a shirt hastily stitched from black cloth. The iron golem was more than happy to be dressed up, standing patiently as a clothes rack. Moments later it appeared in a black suit-like outfit. Strangely enough, it now looked like a double-door security guard. Putting aside its head, Luffy blurted out, "So cool." Usopp shared the same sentiment. Cheng Lang, however, felt it looked worse than before. In the end, the iron golem presented everyone with a poppy flower. It was clearly in high spirits. When praised, it bashfully scratched its head with its rigid iron hand, looking utterly adorable. Curiously, though the iron golem weighed 31 tons, it left no tremors on the ground, nor did the earth cave in. Yet its weight matched his estimation. Was this a peculiar trait, or was it simply how the world of One Piece worked? If it was a trait, Cheng Lang had no worry about the ship sinking. From now on, he could just have the iron golem guard the ship. Amid the lively fun, Luffy approached Cheng Lang. "Cheng Lang, I want one too. I want him to come aboard as my nakama." To this, Cheng Lang sighed helplessly. "Zoro can't even lift him. Are you sure our ship won't sink if he joins?" Luffy was momentarily stunned, then frowned in distress. The ship was indeed a major problem for them now. "Can you make it smaller?" Cheng Lang spread his hands. Luffy's face crumpled with disappointment, but he bore the look of someone who wanted something, yet understood the constraints, all his concerns written plainly on his face. If the ship can carry him in the future, he'll build another one then. For now, let this one stay with Kaya to protect her. Luffy stopped fretting. The story progressed steadily. Cheng Lang stroked his chin, wondering if he should go mining again. Not for iron or gold this time. He wanted to dig deeper and see if he could find lapis lazuli or diamonds. His full iron armor set made him feel somewhat insecure. In the east blew the safest sea it might pass, but once he reached the Grand Line, this iron armor could easily become worthless. As he looked at the ground. Might as well dig a cellar. Use it as a shelter. He then sought Kaya's opinion. She gave her approval readily. So Cheng Lang went to the warehouse on the first floor. Then Cheng Lang truly went down, digging straight into the earth. He was now a man with a bucket. Even if he encountered lava or an underground cavity, he could ensure his safety. In no time he had dug about 1,000 blocks downward. He stopped not because he wanted to, but because his inventory was full. His feet were surrounded by coal, and there weren't enough placeholder blocks to fill the way back up. He also felt a headache coming on. Why is it all coal? From around 600 blocks down, it had been nothing but coal. Above that, the vast majority were stone and a small amount of iron ore. Is this it? Ultimately, the inventory limited how deep Cheng Lang could mine. If only I could stack items in thousands. Wait, that all my future mods will be these small utility mods. Cheng Lang wore a strange expression. The first one unlocked was Vein Miner, the second was the map. If the third turned out to be auto-sorting, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, when playing the game, he had always needed these mods. Especially auto-sorting and more stacking. They were his staple mods. But now he felt a bit uneasy, especially about auto-sorting. As for stacking in thousands, it had some use, if it unlocked. Still, I hope for other mods, preferably a conversion table. Muttering to himself, Cheng Lang headed back. If he continued downward, he might not be able to return. However, about 5 meters beneath Kaya's house, he began digging a cellar. He simply created a 20 by 20 by 3 space and tossed all the coal he had into a corner. In the MC world, items would despawn, but in the real world they wouldn't. Whatever he dropped would remain forever, not floating, but piled up layer by layer. Bring them back to the ship. No need. There were still 6 large chests of coal blocks on board, more than enough. Then he placed a furnace nearby. Both he and others could use it. They couldn't open an interface though, they just had to throw coal into the bottom slot and put items to be smelted into the top slot. Naturally, the bottom slot didn't have to be coal. Normal firewood worked too, but it burned as fast as sticks and didn't last as long as coal. After finishing this, Cheng Lang climbed back up, setting a trapdoor in place, only to find Alvida waiting there. Seeing him emerge, she looked at him excitedly. Cheng Lang waved, but it's normal. The vegetation around Orange Town is sparse, suggesting the geology isn't suitable for plant growth, so naturally, there's less coal below. Look at Syrup Village. It's lush with vegetation and relies on rice farming. Cheng Lang remarked. This was the suspicion he had formed when he was still hitting coal at 1,000 blocks deep. Games were games, reality was reality. In the game, ores were evenly distributed. But reality was different. Otherwise, some countries wouldn't rely on selling iron or to maintain their United Nations membership. However, if he dug deep enough, he could still find different ores. But his inventory would definitely not hold them, and with too many dropped items he would have trouble even standing. Still, I got 3 or 4 stacks of iron ore. Not a loss, Cheng Lang said, taking it in stride. Alvida nodded in agreement, then changed the subject. Steward Meili said he has a surprise for us. Luffy and the others said they'd wait for you. Now you're the only one left. Let's go take a look. After Luffy saw Cheng Lang and Alvida, the group marched toward the seaside in a grand procession. Mary began introducing the ship with a smile. The Mary was a triangular sail schooner 13 meters in length and 11 meters in height. Its interior space was quite modest. The deck housed 3 rooms. At the bow was the cannon room, opposite was the storage hold, and above the hold was the kitchen combined with the meeting room. Below lay the lower deck. There were 3 rooms in total. The room nearest the bow served as the men's quarters, the middle one was the bathroom, and the stern quarter was the women's dormitory. 6 rooms, neither too large nor too small, suitable for 5 or 6 people. By now the crew had grown to 7. The male members were Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Cheng Lang. The female members were Nami, Alvida, and clearly the current arrangement could barely accommodate them, but any more would pose difficulties. Naturally, all eyes of the Straw Hat crew turned to Cheng Lang. I can remodel it, but is that all right? Cheng Lang asked Mary. Of course, she's your ship now. Mary showed no displeasure whatsoever. After all, how much could he really change? He couldn't exactly dismantle her, could he? Then he stared in disbelief as Cheng Lang proceeded to take the Mary apart piece. He carried out a massive renovation on the original framework. In the end, the ship still bore the likeness of the Mary, but it was no longer the Mary in shape. The original 13-meter-long Mary had been expanded to 32 meters. If not for the insufficient sails, he could have made it even larger. How's that? Cheng Lang admired his own handiwork with satisfaction. Though he was no builder by trade, he felt quite pleased with his craftsmanship. Mary stared at the boxy, angular ship and felt utterly perplexed. Hiss. Are you sure this thing can even move? Absolutely. Even though the ship is much larger, the blocks I create with my ability aren't as heavy as they look. Look at the waterline. Hasn't it sunk just as much as before? In that case, why bother remodeling a ship at all? Mary was puzzled. After all, with Cheng Lang's ability, he could build a ship larger than a warship as long as he had the blueprint without being limited by materials. No, let me give you a simple example. Cheng Lang stacked 2 wooden planks, then removed the bottom one. A very unscientific floating plank appeared before Mary. No, let me give you a simple example. Cheng Lang stacked 2 wooden planks, then removed the bottom one. A very unscientific. If I built from scratch, the result would be a ship that couldn't move on its own. It would have to rely on another vessel. The only downside of scaling up proportionally is that decorative parts might not align. By the time Cheng Lang finished, Luffy and the others had already boarded. Oh, I need to make some glass too. He scooped up sand from the beach and began smelting it into glass. Mary stared at the angular, sharp-edged ship and shook his head with a wry smile. Angry? How could he be? He just sighed and prepared for the next step. Wait a moment, he'll gather some hands to do some finishing work on the ship. Since the ship had been scaled up, his designs naturally needed to be scaled up as well. Even Luffy couldn't pull them apart with all his strength, as if those items had grown together with the planks from the start. The planks could also be painted or covered with iron sheeting. Even Luffy couldn't pull them apart with all his strength, as if those items had grown together with the planks from the start. The planks could also be painted or covered with iron sheeting. Thus, the scaled-up Mary was officially born. Its only potential flaw was the relatively thin hull, as the bottom had to contact the water. If the hull were wrapped in blocks, the ship wouldn't be able to move. Time passed in a flurry of activity. The next day, the supplies from Cheng Lang's old ship had been completely moved, and the ship itself was dismantled. Usopp had already bid farewell to Kaya. The Straw Hat Pirates' East Blue Saga was only missing Sanji. On the shore, Kaya stood without a word of farewell, just smiling as she watched Usopp. Kaya, wait for me to sail around the world and come back to you. Then I'll tell you my real adventure stories. No more tall tales made up from nothing. Okay, I'll wait for you. Usopp's 3 little followers waved excitedly as well. Luffy stood beside Usopp, looking reluctant to part. Don't misunderstand. He wasn't reluctant to leave Usopp, he was reluctant to leave the Iron Golem. As it turned out, Cheng Lang's idea was correct. The Iron Golem was too heavy. The moment it boarded, the entire ship sank noticeably. As soon as it stepped on deck, the ship began to tilt. The harbor of Syrup Village grew smaller and smaller. The figures of Kaya and the 3 kids gradually faded from sight. Since we've got a decent crew, it's about time we officially hoist the Jolly Roger. Luffy voiced his idea. But after saying that, Luffy looked at Alvida. After all, she was once a pirate captain herself. Alvida tossed her hair and gave a charming smile. You defeated me, so I have to follow the victor's orders. And so the Straw Hat Pirates were officially formed. As the flag bearing their symbol was raised, Cheng Lang looked around at the crew. His gaze eventually settled on Alvida. Originally, Alvida would have met Buggy, who had been beaten by Luffy shortly after. Then they would sail together, both seeking revenge on Luffy. But now Alvida had been recruited by Cheng Lang and had even become a member of Luffy's crew. What would become of Buggy the Clown? Would he simply drown because of this change? In the original story, it seemed Alvida had saved Buggy. But Cheng Lang quickly dismissed those thoughts. With Buggy's Conqueror's Hake-level luck, there was no way he'd die so easily. What are you staring at me for? I'm not your captain anymore, you know, Alvida teased with a laugh. Cheng Lang shrugged. I'm not cut out to be a captain. Yosh, let's have a banquet to celebrate officially becoming pirates. Luffy suggested cheerfully. The others responded enthusiastically. Then an awkward situation arose. Don't look at me. I can only provide some food produced by my ability, Cheng Lang said, spreading his hands. Everyone else also shrugged, admitting they couldn't cook. Nami smiled and said, if you're willing to pay, I could cook for you, but I can't guarantee it'll taste good. Huh, you want money for that? Usopp was shocked. The newly boarded Alvida and Kuyami were also surprised. Nami showed no sign of backing down, looking completely justified. We're really missing a cook, Zoro remarked. Ever since he set sail with Luffy, they had mostly lived on bread and other dry rations. He had hoped that with Cheng Lang's arrival they'd finally have some good food. In the end, Cheng Lang brought out cooked beef, chicken, lamb, and some fruit. As for cake, there was no sugar, so he couldn't make it, and the same went for pumpkin pie. The moon hung high, casting its chilly light upon the deck. The crow's nest of the melee had been expanded by Cheng Lang into a panoramic skylight, where he and Kuyami now sat gazing at the nightscape along the coast. Occasionally, a colossal sea king leaped across the horizon. First, you must determine one thing: your own thoughts and direction. You can also think of it as the direction of your efforts. Human energy and time are limited. You cannot excel at everything. Take Zoro and Usopp, for example. If not only would his swordsmanship fail to develop properly, but he would also never be as good at the slingshot as Usopp. Conversely, if Usopp were to practice swordsmanship, he would end up a jack-of-all-trades, master of none. So you must determine your future direction and then work tirelessly toward it. Kuyami listened, then fell into deep thought. Finally, she picked up the wooden sword Cheng Lang had made. She swung it once, then recalled Usopp's slingshot. In her mind, she could not help but think of the Black Cat pirates. Although Cheng Lang had protected her after the danger passed, she saw devastation and heard wails everywhere. This pained her heart. She had never even faced an enemy directly. At that moment, she did not know what to do. Though she had made up her mind, when she truly stood at the crossroads of choice, she felt lost. What should I choose? Kuyami looked at Cheng Lang, hoping he would make the decision for her. The choice I make for you is not what you truly desire. So you must ask your own heart, do you really like it? If you encounter setbacks in the future, can you hold onto the conviction to persevere? If you still cannot figure it out, I'll teach you a method, the questioning method. First, list 1. What are you striving for? 2. If you put in effort but gain nothing, can you continue to strive? 3. If the results of your efforts are unsatisfactory, can you accept them? 4. Can you take immediate action? 5. After achieving unexpected gains, can you continue to strive? These are just simple questions. Everyone's answers are different. In the future, when you feel lost, you can voice your confusion. For example, before you met me, you asked yourself deep down, do you really want to go to sea? If you go to sea and don't find KB, what will you do? You don't have to answer these questions now. You can start acting while answering them. By the time you reach the conclusion, you might have already arrived at your desired destination. Cheng Lang smiled, recalling something he had once seen on the internet. Kuyami listened quietly, then pondered. Why was she? The answer was simple: she wanted to change herself. The catalyst was seeing KB's transformation, though there had been some misunderstandings along the way. For instance, she had thought KB had changed by venturing out to sea on his own. The answer was simple: she wanted to change herself. The catalyst was seeing KB's transformation, though there had been some misunderstandings. And what about herself? What exactly did she want to change? It was her inferiority and timidity, her desire to escape the vicious cycle of the past. What did she need to do to change these? It was to be cheerful, sunny, and confident, and beautiful like Miss Yerlita. Having arrived at her first answer, she looked. What if she put in effort, but gained nothing, remaining an inferior and timid person? Kuyami was stunned for a long time. Cheng Lang seemed to sense her thoughts. Can it get any worse than it is now? Kuyami froze, then burst into laughter. Indeed, could it be any worse than it already was? At that moment, she realized that she was already on the path of change. As for the future harvest, it could never be worse than the present, could it? The second and third questions seemed different, but both were about the confusion of the future. The fourth: could she start immediately? Looking at the sword in her hand, she could indeed start right away. The fifth: what about gains? After achieving gains, she would only work harder. Seeing the light in Kuyami's eyes, Cheng Lang smiled, knowing she had solidified her conviction. Next is another choice for you. This isn't a question, it's about what you're good at. Good at? I don't seem to have any strengths. Kuyami shook her head. Since childhood, haven't you been good at anything? Cooking, singing, medicine, navigation, swordsmanship, boxing, agility. You can choose from a variety of fields. Kuyami lowered her head and pursed her lips. I might be good at running away. Running away. That was an unexpected answer. Indeed. Not a bad answer. Off. Cheng Lang chuckled. What's shameful about that? Being able to escape is a skill in itself. If the Black Cat pirates had been good at fleeing Kaya, and Mei Li might not be able to sleep well now. But is this really okay? There's no such thing as okay or not okay. Running away when you're outmatched is not disgraceful. You can come back to challenge when you're strong enough. If you can't escape when you're outmatched, that's the real tragedy. I really don't have to be like the Black Cat pirates. Haha, does the image of pirates in your mind match the current situation? Those who are good at fighting go to fight. Those who are skilled in navigation handle the ship. What's wrong with that? You're good at running away. If someday we encounter an unbeatable foe, you leading us to escape would be the perfect solution. And while running you can harass and distract the enemy, making a contribution just the same. Cheng Lang briefly explained the running techniques from his previous world. On the ship you can do weighted exercises. Let me try something. Cheng Lang briefly explained the running techniques from his previous world. On the ship you can do weighted exercises. With that he took out a gold bar, placed it on Kuyumi's instep, and tied it with a rope. It's about like this. Tomorrow I'll ask Usopp to make some gear for weighted training. We'll gradually increase the weight. As he was speaking with the sound of climbing came from the ladder. It was Zoro. You two go to sleep. He'll take the watch for the rest of the night. Good. X2 the two left the crow's nest. Zoro looked at the moonlight, then picked up the dumbbell that had been placed there. He began his nighttime training. The two returned to their quarters. Although the ship had been expanded, the number of male and female dorms remained the same. Originally, the male dorm on the Mei Li had hammocks, while the female dorm had a bed. But after Cheng Lang arrived, everyone had their own bed. Wooden partitions were added, creating small compartments like capsule hotel rooms. As for snoring, there was no need to worry. With the MC bed, as soon as you touched it, you would fall into a baby-like sleep within 3 seconds, completely oblivious to any snoring. The next day in the dining hall, Cheng Lang was the first to voice his opinion. I think we really need to find a chef as soon as possible. Even though there are animals bred from my ability on the ship, they can't satisfy our own consumption, and it would be a waste of the fresh ingredients As they ate various fruits, all of which had been M-sized, the others nodded in agreement. While the food produced by Cheng Lang's ability was decent since they had a kitchen, it was necessary to hire a chef. As they ate various fruits, all of which had been M-sized, the others nodded in agreement. While the food produced by Cheng Lang's ability was decent since they had a kitchen, then let's recruit a musician as a crewmate. Luffy transformed his need into a direct statement, leaving Usopp utterly bewildered. Why are you so fixated on a musician? Kuyumi asked, puzzled. She had never heard of pirates who could sing. Because pirates who sing are romantic. When I was little, the pirate I admired, Shanks, had someone on his ship who could sing. Luffy continued explaining while eating roasted beef. The others nodded in understanding. Nami looked at Luffy's hat. Speaking of which, did that person give you that straw hat? Yeah. Alvida poked Cheng Lang beside her. What's up? The name Shanks sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere. That's normal, after all. That's the name of the red-haired emperor, one of the 4 emperors. Cheng Lang calmly revealed Shanks' true identity, leaving the others who hadn't quite grasped it stunned. That emperor? Usopp exclaimed in surprise. Zoro beside him was also astonished. Nami stared at the straw hat on Luffy's head, dumbfounded. She couldn't believe Luffy knew such a big shot, her expression complex. Alvida opened her mouth and shook her head with a wry smile. No wonder you're so strong. Usopp, why are you surprised? Isn't your father a member of the Red Hair Pirates? Huh, really? You didn't know? No, I just knew my father went out to sea as a pirate when I was very young. Usopp confessed honestly. Your mother never told you? No. I see. Cheng Lang nodded. It made sense. If Yasop's son was discovered, he would likely be captured by the Marines or the world. In the world of One Piece, there was no concept of crimes don't extend to family. To keep it secret, even their own people had to be kept in the dark. Usopp's mother probably considered this and chose not to tell him. The atmosphere in the dining hall turned strange. They had thought this was a group of ordinary young people setting off on an adventure, but unexpectedly 2 of them were the children of pirates. Nana asked Luffy curiously, didn't that Emperor Shanks leave you any precious treasure? He did. Where? Hear this. Luffy lifted his straw hat. Nana was rendered speechless. Zoro burst out laughing, and soon the whole ship joined in. In the afternoon, Cheng Lang was cutting trees and collecting leaves to make compost. Kuyumi had several iron ingots strapped to her legs for stretching exercises, though they were tied inside her pants. One had to admit Usopp's craftsmanship was excellent. He had made them. They were sturdy and durable. They didn't use gold not to hide wealth, but simply because Kuyumi lacked the leg strength for it. Gradually increasing the weight would suffice. Alvida was swinging her mace in the training area Cheng Lang had set up, smashing it against 2 wooden blocks. Nami lay on the aft deck sunbathing and reading the newspaper. Luffy and Usopp were tinkering with the cannon. With a bang, the gunfire echoed across the Going Merry. It briefly caught everyone's attention, but soon they all returned to their own business, having already seen Luffy and Usopp work. One had to admit Usopp's talent in marksmanship. Even though it was his first time operating a cannon, he accurately hit a rocky islet over 1,000 meters away. Thus, the Sword Saint Johnny and Blade God Yasaku officially made their entrance. Although the main story didn't deviate, the scene of Johnny being knocked to the ground by Luffy's punch was absent. After all, Johnny spotted Zoro immediately. Following that, Luffy and Usopp apologized and brought Yasaku over. Seeing Yosaku's extremely poor complexion, Cheng Lang naturally understood his condition. So he took out some milk, the 2 buckets of milk that hadn't been used yet. He wanted to try if it could remove the negative status of malnutrition caused by vitamin deficiency. Johnny didn't understand why milk was needed, but he didn't ask. However, he was curious whether Yasaku in that state could even— But then something miraculous happened. The milk flowing into his mouth didn't spill a single drop, and without Yasaku swallowing, the milk slowly decreased, as if it had been drunk. Yosaku's bluish complexion improved, and his wounds and gums stopped bleeding. His tightly shut eyes opened. Am I still alive? Yasaku. Johnny joyfully hugged his good brother upon seeing him awake. But Cheng Lang frowned at the sight. Good news, the milk worked. Bad news, the effect seemed weak. Did it have a reduced effect on people other than himself? He could understand it if that were the case. But within minutes, Yosaku's head tilted again, and he fell unconscious. This? Cheng Lang curiously examined Yosaku's condition. Soon he confirmed one thing: his milk had indeed taken effect, and had worked, otherwise Yasaku wouldn't have awakened. Nana, who had witnessed everything, took out a chopper fruit from the storeroom. This is common on the sea, scurvy. The body lacks vitamins. You haven't had vegetables or fruits for a long time at sea, have you? The bleeding on his body naturally stopped. Just as I thought. Cheng Lang nodded. Milk could indeed remove status effects, but it was different. Cheng Lang took out the milk again. Then something miraculous happened. Yasaku, who had been on the verge of death, stood up on the spot, backed by the chopper fruit and the milk. The bleeding on his body naturally stopped. Just as I thought. Cheng Lang nodded. Milk could indeed remove status effects, but it was different from in the game. In the game, status effects have a duration and eventually end on their own. In reality, the milk resolved the complications caused by scurvy, specifically the bleeding status. But scurvy itself wasn't cured. Eating the fruit replenished hunger and vitamins, restoring the body. Then the milk resolved the complications that reappeared. So it can't directly eliminate the disease inside the body, huh? 2 buckets of milk were gone. But Cheng Lang went to the breeding area and fetched 5 buckets of milk, setting them aside for— Although it couldn't solve the illness problem, other issues still existed. As for directly soaking in water while drinking milk to dispel the weakened state, it hadn't been tried, but without accident the weakened state would be briefly lifted. However, after being submerged in water for a few seconds, the weakness would reappear. Johnny and Yasaku, as former underlings of Zoro, heard that the ship lacked a cook and immediately recommended the Barity, the sea restaurant. Everything developed just as in the original story. Cheng Lang was relieved about this. He didn't want his addition to cause the original members of the Straw Hat Pirates to not board the ship. But upon hearing the sailing time, Cheng Lang was stunned. 7 days? That far? After all, that is a well-known route, one that all allied nations pass through with abundant supplies nearby. Johnny explained with a smile. Cheng Lang scratched his head at this, thinking that it was close to Lobetown, since after Shanji's chapter, it would be Nam Mais Kekiaxi village, then Luaga town, and then entering the Vita Honglu. He opened the map. Cheng Lang watched as the course drifted directly upward on the map. Although the other parts of the map were black from his observations these days, he could deduce one thing: the Hong to Dalu was to the west of the map, and they were now sailing in the opposite direction. It seemed that Lu Fei and the others had been sailing in the Donghai for quite a while. With all the stops and starts, it would take at least 3 or 4 months. Cheng Lang stopped worrying about that. Having ample time was better than facing Kelookitier immediately. He arrived at the breeding area and simply fed the cattle, sheep, and chickens. Although he had expanded the breeding area as much as possible, it was still difficult to reach level 20 quickly with just this. Then Cheng Lang turned his attention to others. Currently there were 3 ways to gain experience. The first was from cattle, sheep, and chickens. The second was by defeating enemies, even if it was only an ideological surrender. The remaining was perhaps the hardest, gaining recognition. This trigger was very strange. Yet Airly Ta and Kuyami had triggered it before. So far it could only be described as recognition. But since boarding Lu Fei and his crew had not given any experience. Of course it might be because they hadn't gained recognition. But for Lu Fei, giving him food was the best way to gain recognition, and inviting him aboard was already enough to express that recognition. But still nothing. The final method might be to give Na Mei gold ingots. However, that result might not be what Cheng Lang wanted. After all, Na Mei hadn't truly acknowledged herself as part of the Chao Mao Ihua. Obviously, directly showing the gold ingots might drastically affect the plot. Considering this, Cheng Lang felt a headache. Wait. Plot. Could it be? that he had changed the life trajectories of these two people. In the original story, Yair Ta was a member of the Ba Ji Hai Zatuan. The plot was important in a way, but also not important indeed by the time she reached the Xian Shijie and even became one of the Wu Huang. Yair Ta didn't get much more description. If it weren't for Ba Ji being Wei Tian's favorite character, Yair Ta might not have had any screen time. And by changing her plot trajectory, he had gained a large amount of experience. As for Ku Yumi, she hadn't appeared in Hai Zhe Wang at all. Changing her might be equivalent to nothing for the world of Hai Zhe Wang. So the experience was little. This also explained why Yair Ta gave a lot of experience, while Ku Yumi gave very little. One had a role the other didn't. If this is the case, should I invite more original characters aboard? Like Cheng and I, and you say Fu? Cheng Lang scratched his head in confusion. However, in the end, Cheng Lang couldn't think of more. After all this was just speculation. Time passed quietly. The third day of sailing. Could that be the legendary Bao Dao? Yu Sei Fu pointed at the distant island shrouded in dark clouds, his eyes burning with excitement. That legendary Bao Dao. Name heard the word treasure and immediately thought of that place name. Yes, just as recorded. A small island but surrounded by dark clouds, and it said there is treasure on it. Chang and I immediately chimed in. And Lu Fei, who had no resistance to adventure, immediately became curious. Let's go to that island. Prepare for adventure. Wu Suapu was also very curious. But I heard that there is a god on the island and many pirates have been struck by divine punishment for angering the deity. Yair Ta looked into the distance. As a rumor, it was very hot among pirate internal information. Many pirates claimed to have seen the god and were cursed with everything going wrong. Cheng Lang, however, didn't have much thought since he knew what was on this island. A person trapped in a treasure chest. Wait, what if he freed that person from the chest? Would that count as changing the plot? With a mix of anxiety and curiosity, the group arrived at the legendary Bao Dao. Cheng Lang looked at the environment on the island. He had to admit, compared to plants outside, the plants here were extremely twisted, somewhat like the twisted patterns of devil fruits. Ahead, Wu Suapu walked nervously but was startled when a corncob-like plant opened its mouth by the roadside. This plant can even stick out its tongue. Is it an animal? Cheng Lang curiously approached. He reached out and touched it, and of course the result was being bitten. But it was more like being held in the mouth than being bitten. Cheng Lang had a bold idea. Dig up the root to see what was inside. But before he could act, the plant's root actually twisted. Then Cheng Lang saw the plant slither away like a snake. This scene was shocking not only to Cheng Lang. Others hadn't seen such a sight either. Is this a hybrid of a snake and a man-eating flower? Cheng Lang stared blankly at the slithering plant, his eyes full of curiosity. It looked like nothing in the animation, but when it happened in reality, Cheng Lang was still very curious about how it was possible and whether it was a plant or an animal. Could it be a plant animal? Cheng Lang's curiosity was piqued. However, at that moment, the god's voice sounded. Get out! Get out! But he had only spoken 2 sentences when Cheng Lang grabbed him from the bushes. Everyone saw this and was stunned at the same time. A person growing out of a chest. Lu Fei exclaimed in surprise. The others were also staring blankly at the scene. Lu Fei curiously came closer, looked left and right, then laughed. Are you the child of a treasure chest and a human? Yes, I have been since I was a child. No way. How can a human and a treasure chest have a child? I simply can't break free from this chest. It's been 20 years. But as soon as the words were spoken, Cheng Lang's hand was placed on the chest, and in the next instant the chest disappeared. The sudden sense of liberation left the chest man stunned. He looked down in disbelief. Years of constant confinement had long since adapted his body to the cramped space, and now, this. At that moment, a burst of experience orbs erupted from his body, rivaling the quantity Alvida had released. Cheng Lang instantly reached level 17. But he pondered his own matters. Meanwhile, the chest man was both delighted and terrified. After surviving over 20 years within the chest's protection, the sudden liberation left him somewhat disoriented. After a while, the group arrived at the chest man's usual dwelling place. I really have to thank you all. My name is Meng. For 20 years I've been stuck inside that chest. Honestly, I suspected my body had fused with the chest, but now it seems. Meng then began recounting his story. 20 years ago, he came to this legendary island with his captain in search of treasure. After learning that the captain found the chest empty, he refused to believe it and decided to search the last unexplored spot, a bare protruding rocky hill. There he spotted several chests, but the rock he grabbed crumbled, causing him to fall. By sheer coincidence, he got wedged into a chest and passed out. When he awoke, his comrades had already. After Meng finished his tale, Luffy and his crew wondered if the treasure still existed. Upon hearing the story, they urged the man to climb the bare rocky hill once more. Meng smiled and nodded. I can't believe that upon hearing about treasure, your first thought wasn't to claim it for yourselves, but to let me fulfill my dream. You're truly rare, good people. They arrived at the foot of the rocky hill. Though Ka Ming's body had been confined in a chest for 20 years, the human body in the world of One Piece is remarkably resilient. In the real world, he would have been unable to stand or walk properly. But Ka Ming could now stand and walk normally. After 2 decades, he climbed the same path he had taken back then. Everything felt surreal. Each climb made him feel as if his body had returned to its youth, and he was reliving the past. When he reached this, he caressed the chests. For 20 years he had longed for this treasure day and night. Yet now that he had finally reached it, he felt no joy as he had imagined. Click. Luffy and the others below heard no sound for a while. Curiosity grew, just as they debated whether to go up. Ka Ming appeared holding a chest with an expressionless face. How is it? Luffy asked first. But Ka Ming responded by turning the chest upside down. It was empty. Alvida shook her head helplessly. That's normal. Many treasure maps circulating among pirates end up like this. The real treasure was discovered long ago, and greedy pirates resell the maps for a good price. They deceive pirates to cut losses, fabricate stories to add value to the map, until some foolish pirate reveals the truth. Ka Ming sat on the rocky hill gazing at the azure sea. Though he had long suspected the treasure was empty, perhaps the captain found the chests above but didn't tell him, a mere crew member, he wasn't as sad as he had expected. After guarding the treasure for 20 years, it turned out to be nothing. A strange sense of relief spread from his heart. But Luffy and the others, seeing this, worried he might attempt suicide. Uncle, don't do anything rash. The treasure is gone, but there are many other treasures in the world. Usopp comforted. Luffy agreed. Yeah, uncle. There's plenty of fun stuff on there. Ka Ming waved his hand with a smile. Thank you, you're truly good people. He descended from the rocky hill, and the group no longer discussed the but one person was different. Cheng Lang stared at the rocky hill. What's wrong? Zoro asked, noticing Cheng Lang examining the hill. Actually, I suspect there's still treasure hidden here. Zoro was puzzled, but said, leaving it to Ka Ming isn't bad. I'm not talking about above. I mean inside this rock. Don't you think this protruding rocky hill looks man-made? Zoro also looked around, observing the surroundings. Indeed, the island was lush and green, but the rocky hill was bare, without even moss. Clearly abnormal. Moreover, treasure would hardly be left exposed on a hilltop. It was usually buried or hidden in a concealed corner. Upon reflection, Zoro sensed something was off. But Cheng Lang's suspicion didn't stem from deduction or logic. It was simply that the mini-map showed a chest icon exactly at the rocky hill's location. I'm going to dig. Cheng Lang produced a pickaxe and began digging. The small rocky hill was soon hollowed out. Naturally, the 5 chests above fell to the ground. As Ka Ming said, they were empty. Looking at the stone in his inventory, Cheng Lang studied the ground, which had a different soil texture. Without further thought, Cheng Lang continued digging. His actions caught the others' attention. Ka Ming was curious. Soon after digging 3 or 4 meters underground, a new object appeared, a devil fruit that had nearly fused with the rock. Cheng Lang reached out and touched the devil fruit. In an instant it vanished. With a flick of his hand, a complete devil fruit appeared in his palm. Its appearance was peculiar. The top was red like an apple, the middle yellow, and the bottom green, resembling a traffic light at first glance. But when turned over, the back was purple. It looked like a chaotic color palette. That's a devil fruit. Alvida exclaimed in surprise. Those who had eaten a devil fruit recognized it immediately. Usopp leaned in to examine it. So this is a devil fruit. It looks bizarre. The top resembles feathers, and the bottom seems like scales. Nami's eyes sparkled. I heard a devil fruit can sell for 100 million berries. Cheng Lang, could you give me this devil fruit? Cheng Lang waved his hand. If you're going to eat it, I can give it to you. But if you plan to sell it, forget it. Ah, dear brother Cheng Lang, don't you think our crew needs me? Nami was about to act cute and beg, but Cheng Lang interrupted her. If I'm not mistaken, this is a Zoan-type mythical Zoan chimera. In terms of market value, this devil fruit is worth at least 10 billion. Had he seen the devil fruit encyclopedia? Of course not. Cheng Lang merely repeated what the items. Actually, something strange has already occurred on this island. Haven't you noticed how peculiar these animals are, like pigs with lion features? It's because of this devil fruit. Over time, it almost merged with the stone, as if the stone had eaten the devil fruit, but since the stone lacks consciousness, its power spread out. Cheng Lang's explanation made everything clear to everyone, especially Kamen, who understood deeply. Having lived on this island for 20 years, what was the most abundant thing here? Not only strange animals, but also plants he had never seen before. Moreover, their reproduction defied biology. They mated on a whim, whether giving birth viviparously or oviparously, and the offspring often bore no resemblance to their parent. For instance, a pig and a sheep would crossbreed, and the result was a chicken. Quite bizarre. Such a phenomenon would be astonishing on any island in the vast sea. Now Cheng Lang's explanation resolved a major mystery for him. Yet Kamen gazed at the devil fruit without any desire to possess it. Does anyone want to eat it? Cheng Lang asked, looking at the group, not forgetting to include Kamen. By the way, a person can only eat one devil fruit. Alvida and Luffy have all eaten one. Me? Me. Nanī immediately raised her hand. Are you sure? If you want to eat it, you must do it right in front of me. Can't I enjoy it slowly back on the ship? Seeing Nami's eyes turn into berry shapes, the others looked dumbfounded. Cheng Lang scanned the crowd and found no one else volunteering. This puzzled him. Usopp, don't you want to eat it? This is a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Usopp scratched his head. It's tempting, but it doesn't feel right for me. Is that so? Cheng Lang turned to the others, his gaze landing on Zoro, who shook his head. My goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman. A simple answer, but Cheng Lang understood. Eating a devil fruit would make the swordsman impure. Then he looked at Kuyami and Kamen. Kamen was surprised and included. But, thanks, I don't want it. Finally his gaze settled on Kuyami. Kuyami, feeling Cheng Lang's eyes on her, wore a conflicted expression, wanting it, yet not wanting it. What's wrong? Cheng Lang noticed her peculiar look. Well, I've heard that Chimera is the embodiment of fear, evil, and calamity. Cheng Lang had also heard some legends about Chimera. Lion's head, goat's body, serpent's tail, each representing different meanings. Lion for fear, goat for evil, serpent for calamity. However, later on, Chimera was more often used to describe fused, malformed animals or creatures with discordant features. Legends are just legend stories. Eating a devil fruit won't be influenced by the devil fruit. He paused mid-sentence, falling silent. Cheng Lang's sudden silence puzzled everyone. What's wrong? Usopp didn't understand why he had stopped. Cheng Lang waved his hand. Eating a devil fruit shouldn't be affected by it. Just now he had seen Luffy, and behind him, was it because Luffy's personality was like that, or had eating the Gomu Gomu no Mi influenced him to become Nika? At the same time, Cheng Lang recalled something. It was a popular theory online devil fruits have consciousness and choose their masters. Looking at the supernovas as children, it was evident that they were highly compatible with the fruits they would later consume. Kid, who loved robots since childhood, ate the magnet fruit. Capone Beej, who adored fortresses, ate the fort fruit. Apu, who loved music, ate the sound fruit. So it made sense to say that the fruit chose the person. Now a fruit that hadn't appeared in the original One Piece had emerged. Could it be that Kuya-mi was the one chosen by this devil? Cheng Lang looked at Kuya-mi while she gazed at the devil fruit in his hand. Finally she took it solemnly. Can I really eat? Cheng Lang glanced at the others. Everyone shrugged. No objections. In the end, Kuya-mi took a bite of the devil fruit. Her expression twisted in pain. What's wrong? The others rushed to her side. It's disgusting. Kuya-mi swallowed the fruit. You have to finish it, Cheng Lang said with a smile. Ask Luffy if you don't believe me. He ate the whole thing, and Alvida did too. Both nodded. With a grave expression, Kuya-mi wore a face of one facing death, and finished the entire mythical Zoan Chimera fruit. After a while nothing seemed wrong. But Cheng Lang noticed that everyone except Monka had a surge of experience emanating from their bodies. In an instant Cheng Lang reached level 30. He was stunned. Good heavens, that meant Kuya-mi had only altered fate slightly before, not enough to change the Straw Hat Pirate's predetermined destiny. But now clearly a great deal had changed. Whether it was for better or worse remained unknown. Cheng Lang looked at his newly unlocked features. As expected, one was the increased stack limit from 64 to 1,000, including items and chests. The third was what he had anticipated, the transformation table. However, it didn't need to be crafted. Instead, a new screen appeared beside the panel showing the classic transformation table interface. In the game, the left side was the charge slot, and the right side was where items were converted. Below left was the EMC value. But now it had changed. EMC was still EMC, but the charge slot had changed too, with the words Repair Convert written above. A single glance told Cheng Lang what they repair, as the name implied restored durability. Convert, unsurprisingly, would transform items from the One Piece world into MC item. Thinking this, he directly sold 640 cobblestones. The EMC value below became 640. Clearly the pricing was similar to the transformation table he had played in the game. He sold everything except his armor and weapons. Then he placed the iron helmet with reduced durability into the repair slot. The EMC value visibly decreased, but fortunately the repair cost was not high. It only cost about 30 EMC points. This surprised Cheng Lang, but it also seemed reasonable. After all, this wasn't the MC world. Game difficulty and item acquisition difficulty had to be considered. But since this was the world of One Piece, if he continued using the game's mechanics, he would probably suffer greatly. However, when Cheng Lang tried to retrieve an item from the transformation table, he froze. The cobblestone he had sold for 1 EMC now cost double to take out, and the same applied to all other items, twice the price to buy back. Holy crap, what a ripoff. Cheng Lang grumbled quite a bit about the price of the transformation table, but soon stopped caring. Anyone who has used a transformation table knows that the price is not the real issue. Of course, the primary purpose is to avoid repetitive and meaningless waste of time, allowing the duplication of scarce items. In the world of One Piece, even if the price doubled in the exchange, its core value remains unaffected. As long as he obtained a single diamond, he could infinitely duplicate more diamonds. That was more than enough even at double the price. The group returned to the ship. Joseph and Johnny were both curious about the sudden appearance of a disheveled man, puzzled, but refrained from asking, instead focusing their curiosity on whether the legendary treasure island held any treasure. Upon learning that the treasure was empty, but they had found the legendary devil fruit, a mythical zoan, they offered their congratulations. Edge, Uncle Cameron, are you really not planning to leave? Luffy asked, feeling both puzzled and regretful. They had only spent less than half a day together, but Cameron suited Luffy's taste. Cameron shook his head. Thank you for the invitation. For 20 years I have guarded the treasure every— Cameron shook his head. Thank you for the invitation. For 20 years I have guarded the treasure every moment, but as time passed I discovered my true treasure. With that he gestured behind him. One by one peculiar creatures emerged. Their eyes clearly showed reluctance. Under the influence of the devil fruit, these animals have become not only unique, but also highly intelligent. 20 years of companionship. They are like family to me. If I left they would be sad. Cameron stroked a pig-like creature with a lion's mane. Seeing how harmoniously Cameron lived with the animals, Luffy and the others stopped trying to persuade him. However, Cheng Lang casually conjured a small boat. It was a Minecraft boat small enough for 2 people. He placed it on the sea and then tossed out a small chest. Store things that are hard to preserve in the chest for longer storage. This little boat will let you leave the island when needed, whether to buy daily necessities or if you have new ideas in the future. The group bid farewell to Cameron. On the going merry, everyone's attention turned to Kuyami. After all, they were very curious about her new— and it was a mythical zoan, a devil fruit that could rival even Logia types. Under the gaze of everyone, Kuyami lowered her head, feeling a bit socially anxious, but she mustered her courage and tapped into the power within her. Then an astonishing scene unfolded. Hair began to grow on Kuyami's head, and her face gradually took on the form of a lion. But it was only her head. The rest of her body remained the same, small and thin. Everyone was stunned. Was that it? This was a mythical zoan. Just a lion's head. Could it be that she had eaten a defective devil fruit? That was the only thought in everyone's mind. Kuyami's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Don't ask how you could tell on a lion's head. The answer was that her entire head turned red and was practically steaming. Kuyami crouched in a corner looking utterly dejected. Ahaha, devil fruits are situational, aren't they? A lion's head can be useful too. Nami comforted her while glaring at Cheng Lang. The others also chimed in with words of comfort, then looked at Cheng Lang with odd expressions. Cheng Lang was baffled by the glare. Hey, what's with that look? It's normal that a devil fruit isn't easy to control right after eating it. Now she just has a lion's head. What's so strange about that? Just ask Luffy and Alvida, could they control their abilities well right after getting them? Although Luffy had eaten the gum-gum fruit as a child, his early use of the ability was so clumsy. That even a punch would send him flying. Alvida recalled how confused she was when she first ate the smooth fruit. If not for Cheng Lang's reminder, she might have taken a long time to realize she could use it to smooth away her freckles and fat. Then the two nodded obligingly. With that, everyone stopped staring at Cheng Lang. Cheng Lang felt helpless. Meanwhile, Kuyami's body began to undergo changes. Or rather, it was more accurate to say it was out of control. Crouching in the corner, her legs would unexpectedly turn into goat hooves, or a pair of wings would sprout from her back, or even a tail would grow. Her body was covered in messy fur which at one moment looked like down, but then turned into scales, and finally sprouted. Her appearance was utterly indescribable. Kuyami was panicked and completely bewildered by her own transformations. Calm your emotions, me. Zoan-type fruits change with your mood. Cheng Lang was not surprised by this change. After all, the chimera is a chimeric monster. It couldn't only have one type of animal transform. At least it wasn't fixed. If it were fixed, the fruit's name would be cat fruit model chimera. Without that specific fruit designation, it meant that the chimera's transformations were inherently diverse. It was likely the most difficult fruit to— That was precisely why Kuyami's body kept changing non-stop. To be honest, Cheng Lang suspected that this fruit was originally meant for Blackbeard, given that Blackbeard is known for his abnormal body structure, and his Jolly Roger has 3 skulls. Having already consumed the dark fruit Logia, and the tremor fruit Paramecia, the only remaining type that wouldn't conflict would be a Zoan. Hence many speculate it would be the Cerberus. But Cheng Lang felt that Blackbeard might take the chimera fruit instead, as it suits his image of bringing fear, evil, and calamity. As he considered this, Kuyami had already regained her composure and returned to human form. But the next moment she transformed again. In an instant her body became a lion, then a sheep, then a snake. And that was not the end. Within that brief span, Kuyami performed a veritable 72 transformations, turning into countless animals. It's as if she has eaten all the Zoan fruits at once. However, Cheng Lang felt it was somewhat lackluster. Any mythical zoan is special because it brings about fantastical change. For example, the phoenix can regenerate even if its heart is destroyed thanks to its undying flames. The azure dragon can breathe fire, control the wind, and manipulate flame clouds. But the chimera can only transform into animals. Compared to ordinary zoan fruits, it is indeed stronger, but that is about it. Me control these animals to fuse, grow eagle wings, snake eyes, lion's face, honey badger's body, horse legs, gorilla arms, and cat's tail. If you can also grow cow legs. Cheng Lang's series of words made me not to mention astonished. The others were dumbfounded. Bro, can you really do that? But after a moment the others felt it was reasonable. After all, this was the mythical beast chimera, so growing such body parts seemed not unacceptable. Kuyumi also tried hard. She grew eagle wings and condensed snake eyes, but her body and head involuntarily turned into a snake, and strangely the snake's body grew fur. Finally, under Kuyumi's unremitting efforts, she turned into a misfit, becoming an extremely abstract existence. Overall, it looked like a winged snake, and the key point was that the snake had fur and horse legs at the same time. Sorry, I'm not very good at controlling, said Kuyumi in her soft, weak voice. It's okay, it's not your fault. Cheng Lang's demands were too high. Nami smiled and comforted her, but when she wanted to reach out and touch her head she hesitated because the appearance was too Exactly. It's not Miss' fault, it's all Cheng Lang's fault. Luffy was the first to agree. Then Usopp and finally Johnny and Joseph also nodded in agreement. For a moment the ship was filled with booze. Cheng Lang's forehead was covered with black lines. You guys? Cheng Lang angrily clenched his fists and chased after them. Laughter and joy dispelled much of the atmosphere of failure. Seeing this, Kuyumi's depressed mood also lifted and she laughed. After a moment of play, Cheng Lang sighed. Setting such a high difficulty for you from the start is indeed hard, but let's break it down step by step. First, control your body to grow wings. Kuyumi did as told. A pair of wings grew from her back. Maintain this state, don't change. Also learn to fly. Once your body gets used to it, gradually increase the parts you change. By the way, the chimera can breathe fire in mythology. You can study it yourself when you have time. After arranging this, Luffy and the others had already gone off to play. After all, everyone knew Kuyumi's situation, excessive attention would be counterproductive. However, Usopp out of concern tied a rope around Kuyumi's waist to prevent her from accidentally losing herself while practicing flying. Cheng Lang, on the other hand, went to study his transformation table. He found Usopp and asked, "Do you have string?" "Yes." Usopp rummaged through his magic bag and took out a roll of string. "What are you going to sew?" Usopp asked curiously. "You'll see in a moment." Then Usopp watched Cheng Lang tinker around for a while and finally took out a fishing rod with a heavy pixelated style. "This is a fishing rod. A fishing rod that doesn't need bait." Huh. Usopp couldn't believe it. "Hey, Luffy, want to have a fishing contest?" Cheng Lang called out with a smile. Similarly, Johnny and Joseph also came over and said they wanted to. Then Cheng Lang made 5 fishing rods respectively. Really no need for bait. Johnny was still shocked. On the ship, he had already known that Cheng Lang's abilities were impressive. Of course, you don't even need fish below. Oh, Joseph was even more shocked. No fish below, and still can catch fish. How is that possible? Then Cheng Lang began his demonstration. He cast forward, and the fishing line extended from somewhere reaching about 5 meters. In just a few seconds, the float began to bob up and down. Cheng Lang noticed the bubbles on the water surface. He watched the bubbles disappear and the float sink, then instantly pulled hard on the rod. Got a catch. Cheng Lang was excited while the others stared in disbelief. What? He caught a fish already, but there were no fish on the sea surface. Then Cheng Lang was hit in the face by a book. He looked at his backpack where an enchanted book lay quietly. Durability 3, Curse of Binding. Hiss. To say it's good luck, he got an enchanted book right at the start, and it's durability 3. But to say it's bad luck, why is there a curse of binding? How is it? Luffy looked curiously at the stunned Cheng Lang. I caught some treasure. You guys might also encounter this later. You can even fish up shoes, seaweed, and such. Half a day passed. Cheng Lang looked at the rotten flesh and pairs of leather boots in the chest with a face full of doubt. Bro, seriously, did I use up all my luck at the start? On the other hand, Usopp, Johnny, and Joseph were catching fish like crazy, but no treasure appeared. And Luffy was the same as himself. He could catch anything except fish like lily pads, leather shoes, string, and any junk that can be fished up, but Luffy found it novel and was delighted. After all, he saw meat. Even though it was rotten flesh, but being able to fish meat from the sea was satisfying for him. Naturally, Cheng Lang also told Luffy that rotten flesh can be eaten, but it makes you hungrier the more you eat, and it probably doesn't taste good. If he insisted on eating it, it's best to have it with milk. As he said that, he still worriedly placed 2 buckets of milk in Luffy's chest just in case he really wanted to eat it. Night fell. The fishing group of 5 finally gave up angling. The final winner was Usopp, who caught over 500 fish, while Johnny and Joseph each caught around 400. The difference of over 100 was because the two occasionally got junk. As for treasure apart from the enchanted book that Cheng Lang caught at the beginning, there was none the whole day. And Cheng Lang confirmed whether it was him, Luffy, or Alvida, as long as they had eaten a devil fruit, they would not catch fish without exception. Most of the time, they got junk with a very small chance of getting treasure. But Luffy was very happy. He caught over 300 pieces of rotten flesh. This made him overjoyed. Even though Cheng Lang still wouldn't let him eat it, that didn't stop him from being happy. Nevertheless, thanks to the special nature of Luffy and himself, they could occasionally fish up string, so Cheng Lang didn't have to spend double the price to exchange for string to make more fishing rods. Haha, from now on call me the Fishing King. Usopp ate the grilled fish he caught today looking proud. You're really something. Cheng Lang gave the most sincere, manly compliment. At this, Usopp's nose was turned up to the sky. As for Luffy, he carried his chest and stared straight at Cheng Lang. Hey, Cheng Lang, when can I eat it? Obviously, Luffy cared about the rotten flesh. In the end, Cheng Lang allowed Luffy to start eating the rotten meat. Let's make a deal first. If it doesn't taste right, spit it out, got it? Luffy nodded and cheerfully took out the rotten meat from the box. He examined the clearly defined strips of meat, sniffed them, detected no off-putting odor, opened his mouth, and tossed the meat in. Luffy didn't spit it out. Instead, he smacked his lips, a thoughtful expression on his face. How is it? Delicious. But it's tasteless. Cheng Lang was puzzled. But then Luffy grabbed another piece of rotten meat, threw it into his mouth, and a crisp crunching sound echoed. It feels like eating crunchy bones, Luffy said, not stopping. Cheng Lang scratched his head, then took out a piece of rotten meat and bit into it himself. The texture was indeed like eating cartilage. This sensation reminded Cheng Lang of a snack from his previous life, human cat strips. If spicy strips had no heat, they might taste just like this. So it really was like spicy strips. After eating, Cheng Lang felt a brief sense of fullness, but the hunger buff had indeed appeared on his status bar. Luckily, it had a duration, about half a minute. At least it wasn't poisonous. Still, Cheng Lang took out some milk. He had never actually drunk milk from Minecraft before. He took a sip. It tasted like standard milk. But a whole bucket of milk didn't fill his stomach, nor did it quench his thirst. Seeing Luffy devouring piece after piece, the others were filled with curiosity. They each asked for one. The texture was pleasant, but that was all. If we could cook it, it might be delicious, Alvida commented, for she too enjoyed the texture of the rotten meat. Then without asking, she took out at least 30 or 40 pieces from Cheng Lang's box, intending to eat them as a snack. The others nodded in agreement. The texture and taste were indeed good, but it really had no flavor. Cheng Lang stopped imposing restrictions. Eat all you want. He went to the kitchen, found chili powder in the cupboard. He simply sprinkled it on. Now it had flavor, but unfortunately the taste was off. Not as good as the human cat strips he remembered. Still, it was a decent snack. For several days, Usopp, Luffy, and the others spent their time fishing. After all, Minecraft fishing was deeply satisfying. Every cast was a guaranteed catch. Cheng Lang was responsible for recycling the junk and converting it into EMC value. And during those days, the sea restaurant Bartai came into view. As in the original story, they encountered a marine battleship. Luffy, while deflecting cannonballs, accidentally sent one straight into the room of the head chef Zeph. For a moment, Cheng Lang wondered if Luffy had done it on purpose. Still, the plot followed the original. Luffy was left to work as a dishwasher to pay off the medical bills. As for repairs, Cheng Lang voluntarily helped fix the room. The result was that the entire room became quite square, but it was still usable. During this time, Nami, Alvida, and Kuyami on the ship received free meals courtesy of the pervy cook Sanji. Night fell. Cheng Lang went to the deck. There, Nami was gazing into the distance. What's wrong? You've been staring at the sea since this afternoon, Cheng Lang asked with a smile. Nami turned her head, seeing Cheng Lang's carefree expression. Why did you become a pirate? Cheng Lang was puzzled by the counter-question. Why do you ask? You must be a rich man's son or a noble. Cheng Lang was utterly confused. Whether in this world or his previous one, he had always been from the lower class. Why did both Alvida and Nami think that? Seeing his bewildered expression as if he had been exposed, Nami said, I've seen too many rich men and nobles in my years at sea. Your clumsy disguise can't fool me. Cheng Lang scratched his face. What makes you think I'm a rich man or a noble? Your behavior, your speech, your habit of bathing every day. You're even cleaner than a woman. Huh? Seeing his confusion, Nami pointed at Luffy, who was still working at Bartai. Luffy, Usopp, and Zoro. Unless they're too smelly or covered in dirt, they basically never bathe. And most importantly, you use chopsticks for everything except noodles. Plus many other small habits. Even if your hands are clean, you wash them before eating, you rinse fruit before eating it. These habits aren't developed overnight. They come from growing up in a wealthy family or a noble household. Nami listed all of Cheng Lang's small habits to prove he was wealthy or noble. Cheng Lang just scratched his head. These are just habits. And your speech, your knowledge, your literacy. None of it is ordinary. Cheng Lang could only reluctantly admit it. Since arriving in the world of One Piece, he had realized that the illiteracy rate was incredibly high. For example, Luffy could recognize some characters, his own name the names of food, but that was about it. He couldn't read an entire newspaper. His math was even worse. He could handle addition and subtraction with numbers 1 to 10, but beyond that he was lost. In fact, only 3 people on the ship were literate and numerate Cheng Lang, Nanī, and Kuyumi. The others could barely manage daily life. Cheng Lang wasn't surprised. The literacy rate in the One Piece world could never be high. I admit I might seem wealthy, but I'm no noble. He was forced to concede because explaining why he had these habits and extraordinary literacy would require starting from another. So to answer your earlier question, why I stare at the sea? Because I'm short on money. Without money I can't return to my homeland, and I can't escape. Nanī trailed off with a deep sigh. If you need money I can give it to you. How much? Cheng Lang decided to take the initiative. Before, Cheng Lang might have let things develop naturally, letting Luffy solve it, and eventually bring Nanī aboard. But now, knowing he needed to change fate to gain experience, things were different. Nanī turned her head, staring at him strangely. You? Nanī was surprised, but then she waved her hand. No need, and the amount I need is huge. Huge. How huge? Hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions. Do you know that a chest that can hold tens of millions is? Before Nanī could finish, Cheng Lang produced a gold ingot in his hand. I don't know how much this thing can sell for, but at least 60 to 70 million. If that's not enough, I have more. Gasp. Stunned by the sudden display of wealth, Nami's breathing became rapid. Her body instinctively moved closer to the gold bar. She had seen many treasures and could immediately tell that the gold ingot in Cheng Lang's hand was pure. And if it was a standard gold ingot, the price would be quite extravagant. Swallowing hard, Nami's eyes had already turned into the shape of gold ingots. You really want to give it to me? This would be worth over 100 million on the black market. I saw Buggy the Clown's treasure had lots of shiny jewelry and gold coins. Is this worth over 100 million? It's different. And those are already my treasures. Those jewelry and gold coins are mostly just gold-plated mixed with other metals to maintain hardness. Yours, however. As he spoke, Cheng Lang tossed the gold ingot directly to Nanī. She caught it frantically. The moment it landed in her hand, she knew it was pure gold. She bit it, and teeth marks were left on the surface. It was a gold brick with no impurities. Only such gold would be so soft. Such high purity. If that's the case, the price would be around 200 million. Do you have a gold mine at home? Giving it away so casually. Mid-sentence, Nami's expression turned strange. Cheng Lang shrugged. Enough. If not, I have more. Cheng Lang threw out 3 more gold ingots. For a moment, Nanī couldn't withstand such a financial assault and went weak in the knees, collapsing onto. Enough. If not, I have more. Cheng Lang threw out 3 more gold ingots. For a moment, Nanī couldn't withstand such a financial assault and went weak in the knees, collapsing onto the deck. Seeing that Cheng Lang was about to continue, Nanī quickly stopped him. Stop, I can't hold any more. She looked at him with a complicated expression. Her own troubles might not be problems in someone else's eyes. Nanī took a few deep breaths to calm herself, then took 1 gold ingot. I only need 1. I'll pay you back slowly. Cheng Lang looked at her expectantly, but she didn't reveal any experience under his financial assault. Now tell me what's going on. Do you have a sick mother at home, or a child waiting to be fed, needing to sail out alone to make a living? Nanī hesitated, but thinking that with this gold brick her money would be enough, and she could unload her burden, she looked at Cheng Lang and said, I can tell you. Nanī briefly explained the matter of Arlong, though she obviously omitted some details. From her words, one could tell she was intentionally portraying Arlong as a fisherman who kept looking at the girl who tried to emphasize the good over the bad. Cheng Lang only gave one response after hearing her. Are you sure they'll keep their promise? At least for the past 8 years they've never broken it. Have you considered asking Luffy and the others for help? Don't be fooled by their goofing around. They're quite strong. You should know that. Buggy and Kuro are formidable opponents. It's different. And you're devil fruit users afraid of seawater. If those fishmen avoid a direct confrontation and Luffy can't stay in Kokoyashi village forever, then the ordinary people in my village will suffer in the future. But now if I just exchange this for money, my village will be safe, and then I can be your navigator, right? Nanī said with a smile, envisioning her future after freedom. Cheng Lang listened quietly. Likewise, Zoro, on the lookout, and the other members below the stairs heard everything clearly. They all remained silent. As for Luffy, he was still wiping the table, but his hand movement slowed. The night on the sea was very quiet. Quiet like a volcano about to erupt. Time came to the next day. Luffy immediately went to find Zeph. He bluntly stated his request to invite Sanji aboard. So sudden. That brat won't just leave with you easily. Zeph was well aware that Luffy was trying to recruit Sanji. After all, the ship was small and Luffy hadn't been secretive about it. Yesterday when Sanji was delivering food to Jin, they had talked about All Blue, the legendary sea, and discussed many things. Zeph had heard it all. He had just felt that Sanji had grown up, and then the next day Straw Hat came to him about this. How impatient. But Zeph didn't dislike such a personality. I know, so I want to ask for your help. Oh, What kind of help? Before we come back, don't let Sanji be lured away by other pirate crews. Luffy said with a straight face. Zeph was puzzled. Are you going somewhere? We're going to take care of some trouble. Luffy grinned. Seeing this sudden change, Zeph pondered. But before he could agree, a commotion came from downstairs. It's Krieg, the one who commands 5,000 men and 50 ships, the overlord of the East Blue. Good heavens, why is he here? Didn't he set sail for the Grand Line? In an instant the restaurant was in chaos. By then Sanji had already brought out a plate of seafood fried rice. Cheng Lang and the others on the ship naturally noticed the scene. Cheng Lang nudged Zoro. Can you cut through his armor? The black gold armor. Zoro thought. I might only know if I can after cutting it. What followed was just like the original story. He picked up the bowl to eat, then put it down, and immediately started fighting. Witnessing all this, Cheng Lang shook his head. He prepared to move. Let it continue. He didn't want to do that. As for Sanji's wish to feed the half-dead pirates after defeating Krieg, that could still be done later, couldn't it? Cheng Lang moved, and naturally the others followed. After all, Luffy had invited Sanji to join the crew, meaning he was a prospective member. Now that a prospective member was being beaten, how could they stand by? But Luffy struck first. He didn't just watch like in the original. You scumbag. Sanji was the one who fed you. Cheng Lang witnessed this, stunned for a moment, then found it reasonable. Yes, this was reality. Luffy, who valued Sanji for offering free meals, wouldn't just stand by and watch him get beaten, would he? The battle was on the verge of eruption. The others showed no intention of intervening, for this was a captain's duel. Yet it was evident that Krieg lacked the honor of an unknown combatant. The moment he realized Luffy was a devil fruit user, he immediately ordered Jin to carry Luffy and leap into the sea. The reason he hadn't unleashed his full power was simple. He didn't want to damage the ship. Jin, whose bones had just been fractured by the grip, winced at the command, but rose with a cold resolve. Hey, Jin, there's no need to listen to such a bastard. He even struck the one who fed him. Luffy fumed, launching another attack with righteous fury. Yet within the restaurant, he couldn't fully unleash his strength. His usual method of extending his arms and using elasticity to amplify damage was impossible, and Krieg's black gold armor was too tough for Luffy to break through. But before Jin could act, Cheng Lang stood before him, blocking his path. Now it's a captain showdown. No interference allowed, Cheng Lang said with a smile. He knew well Jin's blind loyalty. Even if he knew Krieg wanted him dead, Jin would accept it calmly, even willing to carry the defeated Krieg away. Cheng Lang had admired Jin when he first saw him, but encountering him in person was a different matter. Blocked Jin's eyes flickered with conflict, but only for a moment. His gaze then hardened. Outwardly, he seemed to give up, even appearing relieved. But the next instant he sidestepped and sprinted toward Luffy, who was locked in combat with Krieg. Alas, Cheng Lang had already anticipated his move. Jin crashed into the wooden wall, having charged forward without holding. Thud. A good sound for a good head, Cheng Lang muttered, watching Jin knocked unconscious. Zoro sheathed his sword. Krieg saw this, as well, his expression darkening. Useless trash, he cursed, enduring Luffy's attack to land a punch that sent Luffy flying. He then removed the weapon from his shoulder and mounted it on his wrist. Luffy, he's about to throw a gas bomb, Cheng Lang warned, then fell silent. After all, poison meant nothing to him. Krieg wasn't angered by having his plan exposed, since using gas bombs in the East Blue was no secret. Watch me bounce it back. But the next moment Krieg dropped the gas bomb at his own feet. Ridiculous, he sneered, pulling out a gas mask as he pulled the trigger. Boom. A massive cloud of poison gas erupted from the explosion. Instantly everyone in the restaurant panicked, scrambling to flee, but time was too short. Everything happened too fast. The poison gas spread, but the next instant all the smoke converged in one direction. Luffy inhaled all the gas into his belly. Luffy's body and face turned visibly blue and purple. Even Krieg was stunned, not to mention the others in the restaurant. If Luffy had held his breath and fled the restaurant, Krieg wouldn't have been surprised. The poison worked through inhalation, so holding one's breath and breaking a window would have been a viable escape. He had been ready to open fire as Luffy fled in disgrace. But instead he sacrificed himself to save others. What kind of saint was this? Krieg couldn't understand, but that didn't stop him from laughing. He had thought this would be a tough opponent. Sanji immediately opened the window. Luffy, spit it out from here. Patty Carne. Find the antidote on the ship. Luffy, now balloon-like, waddled to the window and expelled all the poison. But as he did, blood streamed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. You idiot. You dream of becoming the Pirate King, and now you're poisoned. Sanji was shaken by Luffy's actions, his emotions tangled. Many on the ship were pirates, and Sanji held no prejudice against them. He was even willing to help them, as in this era countless people turned to piracy to survive. When he learned that Luffy wasn't a pirate in the traditional sense, but a dream-chasing explorer, he also spoke of his own dream as a chef, all blue. But he never expected Luffy to sacrifice himself for others. After expelling all the poison from his stomach, Luffy wiped the blood from his lips. He glared angrily at Krieg, unconcerned about his own poisoning. Just then Cheng Lang approached and handed him milk. Luffy drank without hesitation. Instantly the blue-black tint on his face faded. Sanji and Krieg stared in disbelief. What? The poison was cured just like that. Chef, I might have to damage the ship a bit. A rubber rocket punch slammed into Krieg's abdomen. In an instant the black gold armor shattered. Krieg was sent flying. But he happened to land in the direction of a small boat. Instead of falling into the sea, Krieg was sent crashing back onto his own pirate ship by a single casual sword swing from the boat's occupant. It was Hawkeye Mihawk. Few noticed, however. The restaurant erupted in applause and cheers. The diners cheered for Luffy's victory, and many thanked him for saving their lives. If he hadn't absorbed the poison, everyone present would have been poisoned with unimaginable consequences. Luffy looked a bit bewildered by the cheers and praise. Sanji noticed. What's wrong? Luffy pulled his straw hat over his head and flashed a bright smile. Sanji, join my crew. Huh, how did we jump to this topic? Sanji was baffled by Luffy's train of thought, but he didn't bluntly refuse. Well, wait. But before Sanji could finish, a commotion erupted outside the ship. Everyone turned to look at the loud noise. There Zoro, wearing his headband, was embedded in the side of Krieg's large ship. What was going on? Wait, isn't that Hawkeye Mihawk? The world's greatest swordsman. A diner recognized Mihawk, his jaw dropping in astonishment. At his reminder, the others realized. The world's greatest swordsman. Cheng Lang watched as Sualong was sent flying with a single effortless slash. This left him somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't this be the moment when Sualong challenges Ing Yin, suffers defeat, and declares he would never lose again? A battle that earns Ing Yin's recognition. How could he be knocked away in just one encounter? The story unfolded far too unexpectedly, but in the next instant he understood why. The ship that should have been shattered by Ing Yin remained intact. Without a place to land, what would Sualong choose to do? Fight on Ing Yin's vessel? Ing Yin would certainly never agree. What if his ship were damaged? And as it turned out, Ing Yin indeed had no desire to destroy his own boat. With a single leap, he landed on the massive ship of Kolike. 2 minutes ago, he had seen Ing Yin, and knowing full well that the man was the world's greatest swordsman, issued a challenge. Ing Yin accepted, but drew the small knife hanging from his chest cross. Sorry, I don't have a smaller blade than this on me. Those words instantly ignited Sualong's fury. Then he charged forward. Then he tasted what it meant to be utterly powerless. No matter how he attacked, Ing Yin parried every strike with that tiny knife alone. All three of his swords were suppressed. On that small boat, Ing Yin stood motionless, shattering every ounce of his pride. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to pour more strength into his attacks, only to be sent flying by that same small knife. Yet despite the force, he suffered no real injury from the blow. The control of force was exquisite. The blood at the corner of his mouth came purely from his own teeth, biting his gums in humiliation. The world cannot be so far from me. How pitiful, a weakling still unable to see the gap between us. Ing Yin's face remained calm, his breathing steady as he uttered these words flatly. In contrast, Sualong was already panting hard, sweat dripping from the tip of his nose. Clenching his teeth, he crossed his arms and unleashed the demon's slash. A sharp clang rang out. At the intersection of the crossed blades, Ing Yin easily blocked with his small knife. What? He could not advance an inch. He had already exerted all his power in the attack. This was not on that tiny boat, yet he still couldn't make Ing Yin budge even a hair. Driving his legs, twisting his waist, rotating his body, he angled his blade sideways to bypass the small knife and continue his assault. Ing Yin simply swung his own dagger downward. Sualong's offense was neutralized once more. It was a crushing defeat in both technique and strength. Utterly frustrating. Had it not been for the small size of the opponent's ship, he might not even have been worthy of making Ing Yin take a single step. Sualong recalled the vow of his childhood to become the world's greatest swordsman and make his name resound in heaven. In both technique and strength he had lost. Even in speed, he was beaten, for Ing Yin had only been defending, never counterattacking. Unwilling to accept this, Sualong abandoned his defense, preparing to end this farce with pure offense. Ing Yin noticed this and thrust his small knife straight, but the result was that the opponent showed no sign of stopping, leaving his center wide open. Ing Yin had seen this many times. He merely adjusted the angle of his blade, avoiding the heart. Why didn't you dodge? Did you really want to be pierced straight through the heart? I don't know, but I felt that if I retreated, everything I had held on to before would vanish. Yes, that is the feeling of defeat. Then I must not retreat even more, even at the cost of your own life. I would rather die. Not bad boy. State your name. Sualong lost. The same outcome as in the original story. Cheng Lang witnessed it all. Though he had known the result, experiencing it in reality evoked a different feeling. Should he step up and spar with Ing Yin? He couldn't. This was a pure swordsman's duel. Besides, he was no swordsman. He didn't even know swordsmanship. He would only embarrass himself. He walked over to Sualong and offered him grilled fish. Sualong didn't hesitate and began to eat. 10 minutes later, Sualong was able to stand up. Only the fierce scar on his chest remained vivid. The scar won't heal. It doesn't matter. This wound is a testament to my failure. I must remember it. Sualong stared solemnly at the boat drifting away on the small vessel. In the restaurant, Shanji had also witnessed the entire scene. He too was shaken by the battle. He came to Sualong's side, took a deep drag of his cigarette. Aren't you afraid of death? For a mere dream and promise. I set sail for my dream and promise. If I die on this path, I will have no regrets. Sualong untied his headband, speaking calmly. No regrets, huh? Shanji repeated the last words. Japu had witnessed everything. Shanji, from today on your huh? Old geezer, what nonsense are you talking? I'm not leaving this ship, Shanji retorted. After a brief commotion, Baratai resumed business. But this time there was no place for Shanji. The dishes he used to prepare were all replaced. In the end, Shanji was kicked out. The plot continued to unfold. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang went to the side of Kolaik, who was embedded in the ship from the blow. At this moment, both Kolaik and his crew lay half dead. He approached him. So it really is diamond. Cheng Lang directly removed Kolaik's glove. On it were set 1 large and 4 small diamonds. But in his inventory, they were not marked as usable diamonds. Still, Cheng Lang didn't care. He pried the diamonds off and tossed them into. After spending about 500 EMC, Cheng Lang held 5 diamonds in his hand. This surprised him. He hadn't expected those 4 small ones to count as diamonds. Supposedly Nami's 5 million treasure also contained diamonds, but those were pitifully tiny, at most around 2. Cheng Lang tried to convert them, but in the end only a Minecraft-style ring appeared. The diamond on it had grown larger, but was unusable. He drained his EMC value entirely. In exchange, he got only 24. Why are these diamonds so expensive? He sighed helplessly at the 1230. He drained his EMC value entirely. In exchange, he got only 24. Why are these diamonds so expensive? He sighed helplessly at the 1236 EMC value. That was the selling price. Buying would cost double. Still, it was far cheaper than in the game. But seeing his roughly 600 EMC vanish was still painful. Whatever, it's just the price of a full diamond armor set. Cheng Lang was quite satisfied with the major equipment upgrade. In Minecraft, the difference between iron armor and diamond armor might seem like just 1 tier, but in reality, it was a fundamental difference. In the world of One Piece, diamond could block Hawkeye's long-range slashes. Honestly, with this defense, as long as you didn't encounter admirals, emperors, or their right-hand men, you basically wouldn't have any life-threatening issues. He directly sold the half-durability iron armor set. Looking at the recycling price of less than 1,000, Cheng Lang's mouth twitched. Rip-off, too much of a rip-off. You know, a single iron ingot costs 216. 24 of them would be over 5,000. Yet the recycling price was indeed too low. It wasn't even worth the price of a single diamond. After cursing the unscrupulous merchant a few times, Cheng Lang took out the food that Shanji had given him. Pirates. Those who can still move, come get the food. After saying that, Cheng Lang left. The listless pirates looked at the abandoned food with hope and utter disbelief. After all, they had noticed everything that had happened before. They were already in despair. Since Captain Kolaik had been knocked flying, what could they, the defeated remnants, do? Weren't they just waiting to die? One by one, their eyes filled with tears. Yet they still instinctively crawled toward the food. It's really so delicious. It's so good to be alive. Each pirate's eyes welled up with tears. On the other side, Ajin, who had been knocked unconscious, also woke up, but he was lying on the corridor of the kitchen. Awake. Shanji was leaning against the wall, smoking. Captain Kolaik. Failed, didn't he? Ajin opened his mouth and finally uttered those words. Yeah, but probably not dead yet. I see. Ajin's eyes were dark. Although he had passed out, he still vaguely heard men. For example, the other party had released a poison gas bomb while he was unconscious. You accept your failures so calmly. Shanji was surprised. He was here partly because he had been kicked here and partly to keep an eye on Ajin. After all, it was hard to guarantee that the other party wouldn't do something irrational. Ajin laughed self-deprecatingly. 50 pirate ships entered the Grand Line, and now only 1 battered ship remains. Although we were lucky to cross the Combelt, failure is already a certainty. Just being alive now is a blessing. Watching Ajin, whose spirit was completely broken, Shanji took out a cigarette from his pack. Smoke. Thanks. He took the cigarette, but just 1 puff made him choke. If you can't smoke, don't. Shanji teased. Ajin, however, covered his forehead, tears involuntarily streaming from the corners of his eyes, whether from choking or. After a long while, Ajin calmed his heart. Thank you. He stood up and prepared to leave. Shanji reached out, but didn't know what to say, hesitating. But watching the others' desolate back, Shanji finally spoke. What do you plan to do after this? After this? Ajin stood there, his eyes on the blue sea. Maybe he'll live in obscurity on some island. Ajin finally left. He returned to the battered large ship. The former overlord of the East Blue, now a failure of the Grand Line, left Baratai on that dilapidated ship. Witnessing all this, Cheng Lang also had a complex expression. His little butterfly had already stirred up a different future. And just now a gene had dropped experience. It directly brought him to level 32. Just a gene not continuing to sail into the Grand Line actually gave him 2 levels of experience. Obviously a gene who appeared early still had some minor story in the future New World arc, and he must have participated in them. But now it seemed that the other had completely given up and left the sea for better or worse. At least in the storyline, Cheng Lang knew a gene had never appeared. Shanji, have you decided? Lu Fei leaped onto the railing, his eyes full of expectation and anxiety. Yeah, I've decided. He'll be the chef on your ship, but let me say goodbye first. With that, Shanji directly opened the kitchen door and walked in. He came before Japu and knelt down. Thank you for your damn care all these years. The sudden kneeling naturally surprised the other chefs, but then they all sighed in relief one by one. They no longer had to pretend to dislike Shanji. Yahoo! This beautiful miss, ya Li Ta, what flavor of drink would you like? Your loving knight Shanji serves you. With hearts in his eyes, Shanji directly went to ya Li Ta's side, knelt on one knee looking like he was proposing. Ya Li Ta propped her chin with one hand, looking at Shanji with interest. Just give me a glass of fruit wine. Okay. And what about the beautiful and dashing Miss Nanī? What flavor of drink would you like? Orange juice. A lovely angel, miss me. Watching Shanji start hitting on girls as soon as he boarded the ship, Su Long rolled his eyes in exasperation. Perverted cook. Exactly. Perverted cook, we want drinks too. Wu Suapu immediately chimed in. I want meat. Seeing this, Cheng Lang also joined in. I want meat too. Yash, then let me show you my skills. For a moment the ship was filled with laughter and joy. Next stop, Kokoyashi village. What's wrong? The neighboring Kesha town resisted and was destroyed by a long. Many people died. Nuo Chigao's hand paused for a moment while trimming the— What's wrong? The neighboring Kesha town resisted and was destroyed by a long. Many people died. Nuo Chigao's hand paused for a moment while trimming the tree, then she continued methodically. How many towns has this destroyed now? Ajin sighed deeply. 8 years oppressed by a long for 8 whole years. The island, once famous for its fruits, now had few people left, some dead, some fled. Now Kokoyashi village might not be far from extinction itself, perhaps only a few years away. After all, fewer and fewer merchants came to buy fruit. Business was getting harder, and if this continued, they wouldn't even be able to pay the monthly head tax of 100. No need to worry anymore. The sudden voice startled Ajin. He turned around. It was Nanī. No need to worry anymore. Nanī came to Ajin's side, with a smile, repeating her previous words. Nanī, you're back. Ajin lowered his head to hide his I've saved enough money. 100 million. Nanī shook the suitcase in her hand. Nuo Chigao walked out of the tangerine grove, and seeing Nanī so happy, she also smiled. Looks like you made a big profit this time. Nanī smiled mysteriously. Seeing her like this, Nojiko laughed and changed the subject. It's rare to be back, let's have a meal together. The oranges just had a great harvest. They'll make your favorite orange dish. Great. Nanī happily returned to her room. Jin, watching Nanī, who had finally shed all burdens, also breathed a sigh of relief. The promise was about to be fulfilled. He was also happy for Nanī. All these years of endurance had been worth it. The sky gradually darkened. Cooking smoke quietly rose. Arlong Park, what do we do? Nanī has really saved up 100 million bear. The blue-skinned, protruding mouth Chu looked at Arlong. The moment Nanī returned, the Arlong pirates knew. Likewise, the berries in her hand and the news she had overheard all proved one thing: she had made a fortune on this trip. Ha ha ha, has she brought the money before me now? It's too late to notify the Navy now, Arlong. Karubi spoke in confusion. After all, if Nanī brought the money tonight, Arlong would have to admit defeat. It just so happens we haven't collected this month's tax from Gosa village yet. Let's go. With that, the fishermen all dove into the sea and swam out of Arlong Park. Night fell. Nanī came alone to Arlong Park. Arlong Park, which should have been brightly lit, was now empty of any fishmen. Nanī gazed at the deserted place, her hands clenched tight. Taking a couple of deep breaths, she walked step by step to her own workroom. 8 years, countless days and nights echoed in her mind. The next morning arrived as scheduled. A group of Navy soldiers also came to the orange grove. 8 years, countless days and nights echoed in her mind. The next morning arrived as scheduled. A group of Navy soldiers also came to the orange grove. As Navy men, since when do you arrest thieves? Nojiko stood at the door, fury in her eyes. Captain Mouse snickered. First, let me correct one thing. We are not here to arrest a thief, but to take what rightfully belongs to the Navy. We've already brought the reward for the cat burglar. A plaque. For characters on it upholding justice. This is a rare honor, oh very few in the Navy base have ever received it. You are not only free of crime, but also commended, truly. Enviable. Captain Mouse grinned devoutly. You. Nojiko took a moment to compose herself, then fixed her gaze on Captain Mouse. As a family member of a meritorious person, I report a pirate presence. Will you take action? Naturally. Then I report that pirates are stationed in the southwest of the island. Please send a large force to wipe them out. Nojiko. Captain Mouse nodded seriously, pulled out his notebook, and wrote, "In the southwest corner of the island, is it? Very well, we will go." Then he put away the notebook and continued to idly watch the Navy men searching the orange grove. "Search carefully. Why don't you go wipe out the pirates now?" Nojiko suppressed her anger. Captain Mouse looked innocent. "One thing at a time, isn't that right? We are now searching for the stolen goods to confiscate. Once we verify that all this money belongs to those pirates, we will proceed with the next step. Have fine. I trust the Navy. Search away." Nojiko laughed bitterly, but she truly had no way to stop these. Seeing that Nojiko showed no resistance or obstruction, Captain Mouse felt uneasy. Could she have hidden the money already? Just as he was thinking, a Navy soldier carried a chest to report. "Captain, we found 83 million berries, including jewelry." Hearing the report, Captain Mouse's hanging heart finally settled. He grinned slyly at the berries in the chest. Though many were stained with blood, that didn't affect their value in the least. "Since we've found the stolen goods, we won't linger. Wrap it up." The group of Navy men left in a clamor. Nojiko and Jin watched it all with grim expressions, but no one stopped them. So this is what happened after all. Nojiko sighed deeply, her face dark. Jin's clenched fists trembled. He wanted nothing more than to go up and give that rat a good beating. So this is what happened after all. Nojiko sighed deeply, her face dark. Jin's clenched fists trembled. He wanted nothing more than to go up and give that rat a good beating. "How is it? 83 million berries already in hand. All here. Is it a 50-50 split, as agreed?" "Naturally. Have I ever broken a promise?" Arlong laughed and waved his hand. Captain Mouse nodded with a smile, rubbing his hands. "Then I won't be polite." Just then Nanī pushed the door open and witnessed the shady deal between the two. "Arlong, don't you have anything to explain?" "Huh? Explain what? I'm just having a simple conversation with the Navy. What's the problem?" Arlong shrugged innocently, as if the money before him had nothing to do with Nanī. Captain Mouse sneered. "The Arlong pirates are the most law-abiding pirate crew in our jurisdiction. If all pirate crews were as stable as the Arlong pirates, the world would have been at peace long ago." Hearing the two colluding, Nanī took several deep breaths, trying to keep her voice steady. "Arlong, are you planning to break your promise?" "I will naturally keep my promise." "Have you prepared 100 million berries?" Arlong smiled meaningfully. Not only Arlong, but the other fishmen also burst into laughter. Nanī said nothing. She silently walked to her workroom, then came down carrying a suitcase. In front of all the fishmen and the Navy, she opened the suitcase. 100 million berries. Count them. For a moment, the laughter in Arlong Park died out. Only the sound of wind and waves remained. Captain Mouse stared blankly at the 100 million berries, then at the blood-stained berries before him. His eyes bulged. That made 183 million berries. How did this girl earn that much? And without a doubt, this 100 million was earned on her recent voyage. While he was shocked, the others were not just shocked, they were dumbfounded. Every fishman in the Arlong pirates wore an expression of disbelief. This was 100 million. Arlong's bounty was only 20 million berries. Had Nanī stolen from a national treasury? After all, no pirate in the East— What? Not keeping your word? Nanī's tone was very calm. Arlong's face turned ugly. "How did you?" He hadn't expected Nanī to actually produce 100 million berries. Nanī sneered. "I've been saving for 8 years. I knew you'd try something. So I hid part of the money. The 100 million here is the real deal. Now honor our agreement." Arlong gritted his teeth. "Fine. You win. From now on, you're free. But don't think you can leave this island alive." Nanī's calm voice echoed throughout Arlong Park. The air fell silent for a moment. All the fishmen turned to Arlong as the scene was beyond anything they had imagined. Now only two choices lay before Arlong. Accept the 100 million berry Nanī offered, acknowledging that she had bought back her village. The second choice. Arlong shifted his gaze from the chest of 100 million berry, then fixed his eyes on Captain Mouse. Captain Mouse felt the predatory stare. An involuntary shudder ran through him. He lowered his head to look at the money in his hands, then seemed to come to a realization. He stood up and cleared his throat twice. Then, pointing at the chest in Nanī's hands with a look of shock, he exclaimed, "Isn't this the berry stolen from my warship? Thief cat Nanī, I advise you to return the 100 million berry you stole from us right now. Otherwise, even if you are a member of the Arlong pirates, I will not let you off." Nanī looked at Captain Mouse with utter contempt in her eyes. "Shameless. That's what I should say to you. Thief cat Nanī. Previously you only stole from pirates, but now you even steal from the Navy. Arlong, is this your crew member? Please give me an explanation. Hand over the 100 million berry to me, and I can generously let bygones be bygones." His words sounded high-sounding and righteous. The other fishmen burst into laughter upon hearing this. Listening to the mocking laughter, Captain Mouse felt his face burn, but he endured it. Arlong, on the other hand, understood the other's intention. Without hiding his disdain, he naturally took the berry from Nanī's hands and tossed it to Captain Mouse. "This is my fault, rest assured it won't happen again." That's more like it. In that case he'll be off. Captain Mouse, carrying the chest of 100 million berry with a satisfied expression, prepared to leave. Truly a bunch of scum. The sudden voice silenced the laughter. Then a perfectly square opening appeared on the ground. A man leaped up. You? Who are you? The fishmen became alert, and the atmosphere grew tense. But Cheng Lang paid them no heed. He walked over to Nanī. Ready? The two spoke as if oblivious to everything else. The next instant the ground began to crack. The fishmen froze, then the cracks instantly spread beneath everyone's feet. With a crash the ground shattered. All the fishmen present along with the buildings of Arlong Park fell into an abyss. At the bottom of the abyss was a square passage, and a group of people stood there. The others, however, were already accustomed to this. The fishmen upon landing stood up after a brief daze. A fall of less than 30 meters was not enough to kill them. The others, however, were already accustomed to this. The fishmen upon landing stood up after a brief daze. A fall of less than 30 meters was not enough to kill them. Arlong immediately noticed the Straw Hat crew as well as the sudden man and Nanī, whom he had carried down while she was held in his arms. Nanī, are these the allies you've brought? Arlong, I'm going to knock you flying. Luffy glared fiercely at the speaking Arlong. The moment he finished, he launched a direct rubber rocket punch. The two clashed in battle. The fight erupted instantly. The other fishmen, seeing Arlong attack, prepared to join the fray. Hachi faced Zoro. Karubi confronted Sanji. And Chu did not immediately target Usopp. His eyes were always on Cheng Lang. Chu. A water bullet shot straight toward Cheng Lang. Slap. The water bullet hit Cheng Lang's head. Who's so unhygienic? Cheng Lang wiped the water off his face with his clothes, looking disgusted. Chu stared in shock. His water bullets were more damaging than bullets, yet a headshot had no effect at all. What was this man's head made of? Nanī was equally stunned by the scene. It happened too fast. She hadn't reacted as they had just fallen from the height. But the next instant Chu's head also exploded. Special attack Firebird Star. Usopp, after a brief surprise, also targeted Chu. Alvida, hefting her iron club, laughed and teased. I knew your body was tough, but I didn't expect it to be this tough. Kuyumi asked with concern, Brother Cheng Lang, are you okay? This fishman is really unhygienic. Cheng Lang fumed. That fishman is called Chu, right? Usopp, leave him to me. You deal with the other fishmen. Cheng Lang's anger meter shot to the max. Being ambushed didn't anger him, but what he couldn't stand was the spit. Upon hearing Cheng Lang's words, Usopp stopped targeting Chu. He focused his aim on other fishmen. He swallowed. Falling from such a height, and these guys are still completely intact. They're monsters. Usopp sighed, then pulled his slingshot and began shooting. Firing from a height and providing cover for the others was his duty as a sniper. Then let's go too. I've heard fishmen have 10 times the strength of humans. Alvida leaped down as well. Kuyumi hesitated for a moment, but followed suit. In the end, only Nanī and Usopp remained on the square opening, watching the entire scene unfold. Cheng Lang walked step by step toward Chu. So you're the one called Chu. Despicable humans. Huh, I'm despicable. You had someone steal Nami's money and then publicly gave Nami's 100 million berry to the Navy in front of everyone, and you call me despicable. Cheng Lang was shocked at the double standards. 2. A water bullet shot out. An iron sword appeared in Cheng Lang's hand, and he slashed it down directly. The water bullet was shattered. Cheng Lang closed and ready to engage in close combat. But as soon as he got near, Chu was cut down several times without any resistance and fell to the ground. This made Cheng Lang frown. What? He's this weak. It wasn't just his side. The same happened with Sanji and Zoro. Karubi and Hachi were no match. This was vastly different from the original story. Cheng Lang scratched his head. Of course, if Chu lying on the ground could speak, this was vastly different from the original story. Cheng Lang scratched his head. Of course, if Chu lying on the ground could speak, he would have cursed angrily. Try falling from 30 meters up. Full health becomes full body fractures. Being able to stand and fight was already a testament to their strong physique. If a human fell from 30 meters, they'd be instantly GG. Arlong also noticed this. He charged into the house of Arlong Park, retrieved his weapon, a large sawtooth sword, and burst through the wall. But his target was not Luffy, it was the wall. Humans knocking us into the underground is your greatest mistake. Although they had fallen over 30 meters, the fact that the sea was right next to them hadn't changed. He exerted force intending to smash the stone wall, but the expected shattering didn't happen. Only a few cracks appeared on the wall, and then under Arlong's gaze the cracks vanished the next second. How is this possible? Arlong couldn't believe it. But the next moment a storm of rubber Gatling met him. Arlong was sent flying in the air. He suffered the same treatment as Crocodile. Finally, Arlong, bruised all over, fell back into the deep pit. At the moment Elong landed, Cheng Lang looked at the experience dropped by all the fishmen on the ground. It directly boosted him to level 36. A 4-level increase was still decent. This is really easy. Cheng Lang scratched his head, having expected a tough battle, but unexpectedly they achieved a complete victory, with Sua Long and Shan Ji not even getting injured. They directly crushed Xiao Ba and Koluo Bai in a dominating posture. As for Lu Fei, perhaps due to his maxed out anger, he launched a combo right from the start, not giving Long any chance to resist. A result completely different from the original story. But thinking about it, it made sense. If it weren't for Lu Fei, the unreliable captain, falling into the water first, Shan Ji and Sua Long wouldn't have been distracted by the need to save Lu Fei, leaving them utterly unable to focus on the fight. And without Lu Fei, that unstable factor. With everyone's inherent strength already formidable, and the enemies all debuffed with fractures, how could they possibly lose? In summary, blame it all on Lu Fei. However, Cheng Lang felt somewhat troubled by this. So far he hadn't experienced a real battle. During the Ku Luo incident, the opponent had now fighting Jiao was purely a stomp. Nanī watched as Yilong's crew lay sprawled on the ground, her expression complex for a moment. She had never imagined that the Yilong pirates who had ruled over Kikiyashi village for 8 years would be defeated like this. The speed of their defeat was so fast that even Nanī felt a sense of unreality. At that moment, the figure of Captain Lao Shu caught. His hands were still tightly clutching the 100 million berries she had taken out earlier. Seeing him, Nanī's eyes burned with anger. If it weren't for this man's connivance, their Kikiyashi village wouldn't have ended up like this. From the 4-dimensional pocket in her chest, she pulled out a 3-section staff and strode directly to Lao Shu. Captain Lao Shu panicked. "You can't hurt me. I am a Marine. If you hurt me, you'll face the Marines' retaliation." "That's right. Now that the Yilong pirates have been defeated, I can give you all their bounties. If you're willing, you can even join the Marines directly. With my maneuvering, you can go to headquarters if you want. With your strength, even at the headquarters, you could be rated as captains. In the future, you'll all be Marine heroes." Captain Lao Shu tried his utmost to persuade. But as he watched Nanī approach step by step, he panicked. "You? Don't come any closer." In the end, Captain Lao Shu didn't resist. He didn't even draw the gun at his waist. Wu Suapu, who had been on full alert, lowered his slingshot. Clearly the man had been terrified by Lu Fei and his crew, forgetting even to resist. Cheng Lang shook his head at the sight. "Shouldn't we?" He made a throat-slitting gesture. Nanī finally shook her head. The reason the Yilong pirates could run rampant for these 8 years isn't just because of this Lao Shu. From what I learned from Xiaoba, Yilong is the brother of Xinping, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If we take them down, Xinping will likely come to Kikiyashi village, and then... The rest of the sentence was left unsaid, but everyone understood the implication. Cheng Lang wanted to say that Xinping might not even know what happened here. If he did, he would probably come to resolve the issue immediately. But in the end, he didn't. Yet Erlita spoke up at this moment. "Actually, as I said before, that CMO Gu from Luo Gu town is a decent Marine. I heard he's a thorn in the Marine side, exiled to the EC for being too stubborn about justice. It might be a good choice to hand over the Yilong pirates to him." After listening, Shan Ji took a deep drag of his cigarette. "I've heard of that CMO Gu too. There are indeed many bad rumors about him, but he is indeed an upright Marine. Handing over the Yilong crew to him should be fine." In the end, everyone's eyes focused on Nanī and Lu Fei. After all, one was the captain, the other was the person most directly involved. Lu Fei clapped his hands together and with a single bound launched himself out of the pit. His intention was clear. He wanted Nanī to make the decision. But at that moment, a weak voice sounded from the bottom of the pit. "Nah, sorry Nanī. Nah." Xiaoba quickly waved his hands. "I admit defeat. Actually, even if you hadn't defeated Yilong, I was planning to leave soon." Sua Long was surprised by the other's frankness. He turned to look at Nanī. She didn't refute anything. "And last night when you came back, Nanī, I didn't say anything, but this is probably our retribution." Seeing that Sua Long was no longer on guard, Xiaoba relaxed. He looked up at, "Nah, don't worry. Even if Boss Xinping finds out about all this, he probably won't come. He might even come to apologize to you. What Yilong did is exactly what Boss Xinping detests most. If he knew, he would probably come to take him away immediately. That's also why Yilong gives Lao Shu so much money every year. Not only to hide our deeds, but also to have Lao Shu write false reports to Boss Xinping. Nah, I actually tried to stop it." Xiaoba sighed, his head lowered as he looked at the unconscious Yilong, then his gaze settled on Nanī. "Nah, I know saying more now is useless, but I still want to apologize to you. I'm truly sorry, Nanī." The sudden apology from the enemy left everyone except Nanī with strange expressions. They all naturally knew what had happened before. Now Xiaoba was saying that he had seen everything last night. Last night their group had openly discussed things right here at the Yilong Pirates base. In other words, Xiaoba knew everything, yet in the end he chose to say nothing and wait quietly. At this, everyone's expressions turned strange. Nanī's expression was also extremely complicated. If there was one person in the Yilong Pirates who could be considered the best, it was indeed Xiaoba. It was precisely because of this personality that he was only left to guard the house. When they went out to collect money, Xiao Ba was not with them. Cheng Lang was not surprised by this. In the original story, Sua Long had cut down all the fishmen in East Long Park. And what was Xiao Ba doing at that time? Fishing. The distance was so close that it was impossible not to hear anything, but Xiao Ba still insisted on not letting Sua Long speak, and then led him away. Thinking back now, he probably knew everything at that time, but chose to do nothing. Obviously, the original story designed this scene for comedy, but now that reality has adapted, it has turned out like this. Cheng Lang pondered these things. Meanwhile, the others were surprised by Xiao Ba's situation, and one by one their expressions became unusually complex. Nanī slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the knot in her heart eased a little under his sincere apology. Don't expect me to let you off. You are also an accomplice. Nah, sorry. Take them all away. To Luo Gu Town. Soon the entire villainous dragon gang was bound hand and foot and carried aboard the ship. Naturally, the storage space was a special prison created by Cheng Lang, using his ability to connect with the hull, wrapping it in layers upon layers of stone blocks. For the convenience of observation, iron bars were also used. However, there was one exception. Xiao Ba was imprisoned separately, and the location of his confinement was on the ship. He was simply tied up with ropes there. But at this moment no one was on the ship. Luffy's crew were all in the village among the orange groves. Nojiko smiled as she looked at the Straw Hat crew. Oh, Luffy, that's my orange pie. Haha, first come first served. Damn it. Usopp gripped his fork, then with a flicker of his eyes he stabbed directly toward the bowl in Cheng Lang's hand. Of course the result was that he missed. Huh, did you think I wouldn't be on guard? How naive. Cheng Lang raised his bowl and sneered disdainfully. Then in a place he didn't notice, Luffy's arm stretched out and snatched the food from the bowl. Luffy. Seeing Usopp laugh, Cheng Lang sensed something was wrong. When he looked up he found that the bowl was completely empty. Luffy. Cheng Lang and Usopp immediately rushed forward to pull at Luffy's bulging cheeks. It's cooked. It's gonna leak. Luffy covered his mouth and chewed frantically. Sanji brought out more dishes. There's more if you need it. But the next moment, the freshly served food also vanished from the plate. Sanji was left stunned. Good heavens, the speed of their eating truly shocked him. On the other side, Alvida was no slower, wolfing down her food without a trace of a beauty's image. Sanji wiped the sweat from his brow. It seemed he would have to change his cooking methods. This way he couldn't keep up with the rate of consumption. Humph, Nami, you've joined a pretty good pirate crew, Nojiko said, resting her chin on her hand as she watched Nami chatting with Kuyami and laughing out loud. How long had it been since she had seen Nami laugh so happily and unreservedly? The joyful sounds spread out from the orange grove. Ajien led the other villagers as they also arrived at the scene. Laughter quickly spread from the orange grove to more places. When night fell, the entire village started a banquet. Naturally, the news of Arlong's defeat also reached the neighboring village. Smiles spread like a virus. The moon hung high, the village was brightly lit, and joy never ceased. It wasn't until the sunlight poured down the next day that the revelry gradually subsided. The group lay scattered on the ground, fast asleep. But there was one exception. Nami arrived outside the clinic. The doctor, Neko, wearing sunglasses, rubbed his head as he got up. You're here. Yeah. I want to get this removed. Nami touched her shoulder, looking at the tattoo, symbolizing Arlong. This. Neko was troubled. Removing the tattoo wasn't impossible, but the large area would inevitably leave marks. You could also change it according to this design. Nami smiled and took out a piece of paper. Neko looked at the combination of a windmill and oranges on it and smiled. But as he smiled, tears welled up in his eyes without him realizing. Nami, you've really worked hard all these years. Alright, I know. Ajien told me a lot last night. This time make sure it looks good. Neko nodded with a smile. He still remembered 8 years ago when little Nami came to him with Arlong's flag and asked him to tattoo it. Had 8 years really passed so quickly? That little girl back then has grown up now. Belmir would be proud of you. Are you sure you don't want to keep any of it? You want me to transform it all with my ability? Cheng Lang looked at the golden orange orchard and couldn't help feeling a pang of regret. Nojiko raised a Minecraft-style orange in her hand. I've never eaten an orange so full of juice and without seeds. Although it looks a bit strange, it will become our village's specialty in the future. Nojiko smiled, peeled the Minecraft-style orange, and began to eat. Cheng Lang scratched his head. It wasn't that he was unwilling to help, but he was unsure whether the orange tree's fruit was a one-time yield or would continue to produce. I'd suggest keeping half of them. By the way, you can try this first. Cheng Lang handed the iron hoe to Nojiko. Nojiko tilted her head in confusion. Try using this to hoe the ground. Nojiko was puzzled, but still took it. The hoe, which had been small in Cheng Lang's hand, instantly enlarged when it fell into hers. Soon it was half a person tall. The style was still Minecraft's. Cheng Lang wasn't surprised, as he had tested it on the ship, giving his Minecraft. For example, a pickaxe hoe or axe would scale up proportionally to fit the user's height. Simply put, if a giant race member got Cheng Lang's Minecraft tools, they would also scale up proportionally. Try it. After a brief moment of surprise, Nojiko began to till the ground. The ordinary soil showed no change, but soon the raised soil disappeared and turned into farmland, though it was unwatered farmland. Try planting an orange sapling. Nojiko reached out and touched the slightly dry soil. She simply dug a hole and planted the orange sapling. However, the sapling didn't change. It doesn't work. Cheng Lang scratched his head. What's wrong? Cheng Lang briefly explained his concern. Orange trees that only bear fruit once. That is indeed a big problem. Nojiko now understood why Cheng Lang had her do this. Cheng Lang touched the little sapling. Out of curiosity, he used bone meal on it. The next moment, the orange tree began to grow visibly. In less than 10 minutes, the orange tree grew from a sapling to a full tree, then bloomed and bore fruit. Of course, the fruit was not a Minecraft-style orange, but an ordinary one. Nojiko picked one and tasted it. It was very sweet, the same variety she had planted with a high yield rate. Almost all of them were good fruit. This is incredible. Cheng Lang looked at the farmland and the hoe that had lost 1/10 of its durability. Just as I thought. Cheng Lang nodded. His tools behaved the same as the original when he used them, but if he gave them to others, their durability would drain quickly, though the effects would be fully realized. A hoe could till the soil, an axe could chop down trees in a chain, and a shovel could dig out 1v1 soil blocks. Of course, ordinary people picking them up wouldn't have a backpack. They could only hold them in their hands. If they placed the soil block on the ground, it would be placed. The same applied to a pickaxe. However, when ordinary people picked up stackable blocks, they wouldn't feel the weight of the stack, and they wouldn't place all of them at once. It seemed their hands were treated as having 2 slots. But the limit was 64, not Cheng Lang's 1,000. Try the composter. It's useless after all. Cheng Lang scratched his head. The compost bin only worked for him. To others, it was just an ordinary. Cheng Lang could compost some kitchen waste, but no matter what Nojiko used, even if he handed her a pile of leaves, the result was. Finally, Cheng Lang gave the bone meal to Nojiko and told her to use it. Try to use it with your mind. But nothing happened. Cheng Lang scratched his head. If others could use bone meal, he could simply build an automatic bone meal stacking machine. But if even bone meal couldn't be used, then making it would be useless. Is this stuff something like fertilizer? Yes. Then can I just bury it in the soil? Probably. Cheng Lang said uncertainly. Then Nojiko directly buried the bone meal in the farmland. After a while, there was no movement. Not working. Cheng Lang wasn't surprised. But Nojiko reached out to stop him. It seems to be working. Look, the growth rate of this branch is slow, but still visible. Cheng Lang observed carefully and noticed a flower bud growing quietly. The speed, how to put it, was very slow, but still noticeable, much faster than normal. Nojiko dug up the soil and found the bone meal inside had become patchy, as if it was being decomposed. When he used it himself, it took effect instantly at full power. If applied to non-MC plants, it also worked, but the process should complete within 10 minutes, and the effect was not diminished, only much slower. If buried directly in the soil, it also accelerated growth, but took even longer. Then Cheng Lang tried it outside the farmland. The speed became even slower, to the point of being imperceptible to the naked eye. It was like 0. 5x speed, then 0. 25x, a 0. 125x, 0. 0.6 to 5x speed. And obviously, planting outside the farmland also suffered from diminished effectiveness. The reason was simple: soil fertility. Another problem with non-MC plants was aging and pests. However, with proper care, an ordinary orange tree could live 20-50 years. But now it had been forced to grow. Whether it would age and die prematurely in the future was unknown. But for a tree that took 10 minutes to grow and bear fruit, it probably didn't matter. I've left you 2 boxes of spare hoes. I also made an automatic composter for you. You can put in plants, fruits, and even meat, but not whole pieces. Anything larger than a fingernail won't work. And clean. Look at this hopper. If you see spots, you can just reach in and take them out. Cheng Lang built a simple automatic composter and taught Nojiko how to maintain and use it. Using MC items had no issues. If the hopper got clogged, you just opened the panel. But when interacting with non-MC items, if a blockage occurred, it would show on the outside of the hopper, and ordinary people could clean it. Just then Sanji came spinning out. "Ah, beautiful Miss Nojiko, would you like to try the drink I just made?" "Thanks." Nojiko took it with a smile. After offering Nojiko an orange drink, Sanji curiously approached the composter. "You say this thing can handle kitchen waste. You want to try?" Without hesitation, Sanji brought out 2 large bags of kitchen waste and threw the whole bags in. The bags visibly shrank and were placed into a wooden chest. Then a crunching sound was heard. The gray-brown material inside the compost bin slowly increased. Grease and white spots also appeared on the hopper. The pile grew until the hopper was full and stopped. "What's this?" Sanji cleaned the hopper briefly, and the machine started again quietly. "Pretty handy, but it can't handle oil and bones. Plastic bags won't work either." Cheng Lang pulled a large plastic bag from a black pixel in the hopper. That's convenient. Cheng Lang, can we install one on the ship? Sure. By the way, I've made the dish using food produced by your ability as I mentioned yesterday. Want to see it? Really? Is there really food produced by my ability in this? Yes, don't worry. Cheng Lang stopped overthinking and delicious. Cheng Lang quickly finished the fried noodles. At the same time, he checked his saturation level. It had increased dramatically. 8 drumsticks. That's insane. A normal grilled steak restores 4 drumsticks and 6 saturation points. Now he had 8 drumsticks and 12 saturation points. Wait. Cheng Lang stared at his status bar. Strange words appeared: strength, I duration 5959, regeneration, I duration 5959. How is this possible? Cheng Lang was stunned, unable to believe that it actually had a buff effect. Sanji took a drag of his cigarette, thinking it was just a satiety effect. He was also excited. You have to start from scratch with the wheat and beef and fruit you gave me. Grind the wheat into flour, knead the dough, mince the beef into paste, reshape it, then marinate. If you just use the wheat or beef you gave me to make food directly, it has some effect, but the taste is strange. There's a clear layering of flavors. Still, it's a unique experience. Cheng Lang listened, nodding while eating. Soon Luffy and Alvida, as if smelling the food, rushed in and started snatching it. Bastard. Luffy, that's mine. Get your own. Alvida, abandoning all dignity, began fighting with Luffy over the food. For a food lover, Sanji's cooking was irresistible. Luffy even started drinking directly from the bucket. After drinking less than half, Luffy stopped with a constipated expression. Sanji asked curiously, what's wrong? I'm full. Luffy scratched his head, troubled. Not only Luffy, but Alvida felt the same. It was a strange experience. Although they felt there was still room in their stomachs, and even wanted to eat more, the satiety was so intense that they couldn't swallow. The food felt like it was stuck in their throats. They could continue, but it felt like they would throw up. For Luffy, who cherished food, this was painful. Cheng Lang burst out laughing, never thinking he'd hear Luffy say he was full. This showed the value of MC food. Hearing Cheng Lang's merciless laughter, Luffy felt greatly insulted. Then, as if remembering something, he took out some spicy strips rotten flesh from his pocket and took 2 bites. In just a moment, hunger struck again. Cheng Lang froze, then laughed and cursed. What the hell? You're exploiting a bug. But after 2 more bites, Luffy was full again. The satiety effect clearly outweighed the hunger debuff. In the end, Luffy managed to finish the entire bucket of fried noodles, driven by the hunger debuff from the rotten meat. Cheng Lang could only roll his eyes at this. After a while, Luffy rubbed his stomach. Although the hunger debuff from the rotten meat did not stack, its duration increased subtly with each use. I tell you, Luffy, this is the real waste of food. That rotten meat doesn't enhance digestion. Look, you're hungry again. As he spoke, Cheng Lang tossed a few chow fruits to Luffy. Accused of wasting food, Luffy lowered his head in shame. Yet he was tormented. Having food before him, but being unable to eat, was sheer torture. Of course, there was also the embarrassment of being called wasteful by his companions. Ignoring Luffy's inner conflict, Cheng Lang turned his attention to Alvida, who was now preparing to fight him. Made up your mind, I haven't taken a single day off these days. Alvida hoisted her mace, her eyes glinting. Since being enlightened by Cheng Lang, she had been striving to grow stronger. Yet she encountered Kuro, who attacked her without giving her a chance to fight back, barely even noticing him. Though she had fought the fishmen, the half-crippled ones offered no real pressure. But all this was not because she had grown stronger. It was because Cheng Lang had weakened them. When Cheng Lang found his battles unsatisfying, Alvida felt the same. Sanji stood nearby. Damn it, Cheng Lang. Don't you dare hurt Miss Alvida, or else. Cheng Lang was speechless at Sanji's hopeless condition. Ignoring him, he drew an iron sword and produced a set of iron armor. Put this on. Howie. Alvida looked at the tiny iron armor, puzzled. No matter how good her figure, she couldn't fit into a palm-sized iron. Just press it against your body and try. Alvida picked up the iron chest plate and pressed it against her body. The chest plate vanished. Alvida touched her body and indeed felt something on her. So it works. Cheng Lang nodded. He hadn't given it earlier, not out of reluctance, but because it hadn't occurred to him. His initial test subject was Koyami, and in experimenting with tools, he discovered that tools like axes, hoes, and swords could scale proportionally on others. But the iron armor remained palm-sized when held. So he had tried different methods, applying it to Koyami or handing it to her and asking her to visualize using it. It didn't work. As for wearing it directly, it was no bigger than a palm no matter how you thought about it, so he gave up. But just now Nojiko had buried bone powder in the soil, and it had taken effect, giving Cheng Lang an idea. He watched the iron armor merge into Alvida's body, then saw her remove what looked like a hat, revealing the miniature iron helmet in her hand. Amazing. An invisible armor. So this is why you're so tough. Alvida was both curious and impressed. Without the ability to bend or cut iron, you can't hurt me. Cheng Lang didn't deny it. Good, now I can fight without holding back. Alvida was excited. Cheng Lang rolled his eyes. But I can't hit you now. Alvida didn't deny it either. She smiled, hoisted her mace, and her demeanor shifted. Then I won't be afraid. Their eyes met, and they charged at each other. The iron sword clashed with the mace. Cheng Lang could clearly feel the pain in his tiger's mouth. Alvida had innate monstrous strength, and with days of relentless smashing practice, her stamina had been quietly increasing. In contrast, although he had trained, he hadn't been as desperate as Alvida. Alvida sensed Cheng Lang's strength. Her eyes flashed. Can you handle it, skinny dog? Who says I can't? Cheng Lang gritted his teeth and used every ounce of strength. But after several clashes, he had to admit that his strength was truly inferior to Alvida's. Moreover, the more they fought, the stronger Alvida's battle lust grew. Her mace swings became faster and faster. Eventually, Cheng Lang was forced on the defensive. Just then, Zoro also arrived in the backyard and saw the duel. Watching Cheng Lang's sword swings, he shook his head. Your grip is unstable, your footwork is floating, and you are not using your waist at all. Cheng Lang noticed, annoyed. How long had he even been holding a sword? At most it hadn't been 2 months. How do I use the waist? Cheng Lang stomped the ground repeatedly, trying to use shave, which naturally failed, but he did burst out some speed, briefly escaping Alvida's storm. Using the waist isn't just twisting. It's twisting while moving your body, not just wiggling your waist. Otherwise you won't unleash your full power. ITLL, even be diminished. Alvida was also listening and didn't pursue. Although using a sword and a mace differed, the essence of applying force was the same. Let me try. Cheng Lang and Alvida continued to battle. Zoro gave pointers from the side. It had to be said that Zoro, who had been taught by a master, was a far better teacher than the two who had learned on their own. Just then Nanī returned with her tattoo. Seeing the two fighting in the yard, she was puzzled. What's with them? Fighting. Sanji smiled and handed her a drink. They're training. That guy Zoro is giving pointers. And what's Luffy doing? Nanī looked at Luffy, who was sitting on a chair in a daze. Cheng Lang scolded him for wasting food, and he's brooding. Wasting? Luffy. Nanī couldn't believe it. Sanji smiled and explained the rotten meat issue. I see. Nanī dropped the topic and changed the subject. Anyway, it's about time we said. Ever since they got these rods, they couldn't adapt to the old ones. Hachi, take out these 2 humans. Arlong and his crew had long since awakened. The guards were Johnny and Yasaku, but they were both fishing using the imp-styled fishing rods prepared by Cheng Lang. Ever since they got these rods, they couldn't adapt to the old ones. Hachi, take out these 2 humans and let us out. It was Chu who spoke. Hachi pretended to be asleep and didn't move. This scene had played out more than once. At first, Chang and I and Yusei Fu were quite nervous. Yet as they witnessed Xiao Ba being bound without any reaction, his eyes closed, they gradually grew accustomed to it after repeated occurrences. Meanwhile, the fishmen imprisoned in the stone cell initially clung to hope. However, as time passed, their disappointment deepened. Kuluo Obai glanced at Xiao Ba and finally shook his head. Forget it, Gio. That fellow won't move. Gio glared at Xiao Ba. Xiao Ba, are you planning to betray us? To become a human's dog? Yet the only response was silence, a deathly silence. Just as Xiao Ba had once remained silent toward humans, now he responded to his comrades' calls with the same silence. Vile curses poured from Gio's mouth, and soon other fishmen joined in. But no voice answered them. Finally, Elong spoke, putting an end to it. Enough, Xiao Ba. Have you made up your mind? Have you forgotten how Tiger Bro died? Do you still believe in humans? After a brief silence, Xiao Ba, who had been feigning death, finally opened his eyes. He even rose and walked to the ship's edge, gazing at Elong inside the cage. No, I haven't forgotten how Tiger Bro died. But brother, Elong, you've become more and more like those people from Sabaody Archipelago over the years. This single remark plunged Elong in the stone prison into silence. Of course, it was not a moment of self-reflection from being unable to refute, but rather anger. Xiao Ba, what nonsense are you spouting? Did you not follow brother along to the East Blue out of agreement? Of course, it was not a moment of self-reflection from being unable to refute, but rather anger. Xiao Ba, what nonsense? It was Gio who spoke. He held Xiao Ba in great contempt, or rather he had long disliked Xiao Ba. Were it not for brother Elong's leniency toward his crewmates, he would have driven Xiao Ba out of the Elong pirates long ago. To this Xiao Ba side, he could not deny this point. When he had originally followed along away, it was mostly out of anger over Tiger Brother's death, anger toward humans. But as time passed over 8 years, he witnessed everything that happened on the island. The final straw that broke the camel's back was naturally the incident with Nanī. Although Elong had also hated humans in the past, and had been one of those opposed to humans boarding the ship during the Sun Pirates era after Tiger Bro died, Elong still kept his promise when he came to Kokoyashi village. As long as humans paid the tribute, he would not trouble them. Yet as time passed, the promise-keeping Elong gradually disappeared. Whenever he felt displeased, he would seek out trouble even if the other party was not at fault. He would find an excuse to go berserk and kill them as a warning. However, his attitude toward the Marines grew increasingly amiable, From initial threats to now laughing and co-op. It was the Marines who had led the assault that killed Tiger Bro. Along had once so hated the Marines and humans, deeming them unworthy of association. Yet now he had changed. No, you're right. I am an accomplice. But the one who changed is not me. It's Along. With that, Xiaoba said no more and returned to his cell. As for Cheng and I and Fu, they scratched their heads. They understood the conversation, yet felt as if their brains were it. The Elong pirates were notorious villains in the East Blue with influential connections and were considered a superior race. But listening to their words, it seemed as if they were the victims seeking revenge. Yet they had always been the ones discriminating against humans. Just then Cheng and I and Fu spotted the Straw Hat crew. They waved frantically. We heard shouting from afar. What happened? Sanji asked curiously. Then the two repeated the entire previous conversation. The Straw Hat crew with everyone present except Nanī fell into silence. In the East Blue, a small corner of the world, the only way to learn about the outside was through newspapers. Yet the newspapers never wrote about such matters, especially now with the five elders deliberately pushing for the Mermaid Kingdom to participate in the reverie. They would be even less inclined to report such things. Cheng Lang naturally understood the plight of the fishmen. Moreover, he had learned a great deal about the current world of One Piece over these days. The East Blue had no slave trade. At least Cheng Lang had not seen any so far. But there was a distinction between nobles and commoners. Furthermore, the newspapers entering the East Blue had undergone various levels of filtering. After all, this world had more than just the one newspaper controlled by Morgans. All member states of the world government received official news publications. Non-member states, however, were not granted this privilege. But Morgans was different. He provided newspapers not only to non-member states, but also to pirates. This was why Morgans was known as the news king of the underworld. Morgan's newspapers were illegal. Yet precisely because he reported everything and dared to speak freely, his newspapers were highly popular and had become a symbol of credibility. However, such newspapers were not widely circulated in the East Blue. Cheng Lang had no intention of explaining further, for no amount of words could compare to witnessing it firsthand. Moreover, the crimes committed by the Elong pirates would not be lessened by the suffering of other fishmen. Speaking of which, Sister Nanī didn't come. Cheng and I awkwardly changed the subject. Fu nodded in agreement as the topic was too heavy. She asked us to come first. She might be saying goodbye to the villagers. Kuyumi said with a smile. She had been following Nanī every day, not only because they were of the same age and got along well, but also because Kuyumi was seeking Nami's advice on navigation knowledge. As her words fell, Nami's voice rang out from a distance. Set sail. Everyone turned toward the direction of the sound, only to see Nanī running toward them, chased by a group of people. Though puzzled, everyone sprang into action and set the ship in motion. Then the iconic scene unfolded. Nanī leaped aboard with a single bound. The pursuing villagers halted in their tracks. Then Nanī lifted her shirt, revealing her slender waist. Of course, the next moment wallets dropped to the ground. For a moment, the villagers who had been chasing her burst into laughter and scolding. Finally, it turned into a chorus of blessings. Cheng Lang witnessed all this and asked curiously, "Did you leave all the berries in the village? Is that not allowed?" Nanī looked at Cheng Lang with pitiful eyes. After all the money from the gold had been given by Cheng Lang, it was about 700 or 800 million. Yes, Nanī had sold all 4 gold ingots Cheng Lang had given her. When it came to money, she put on the expression of a little girl next door. If Cheng Lang were Sanji, he would probably have already showered her with gold. But unfortunately, Cheng Lang was unmoved. It wasn't that Cheng Lang was indifferent to women, but rather that he knew Nami's personality well. "It's yours to use as you wish. How you spend it is up to you." Cheng Lang shrugged. He had plenty of gold. "Then, brother Cheng Lang, could you give me a little more gold?" Nanī smiled, stretching out her hand like an old man giving away his fortune. Cheng Lang. In Luaga town, Sualong was walking down the street, dragging a long line behind him. "Are those fishmen? Look, the one in front is Along, the boss of the Along pirate crew, with a bounty of 20 million belly. Heavens, he actually got caught. Behind him are Koluo Obai with a bounty of 9 million belly, and Gio with 5 million. So the entire Along pirate crew has been taken down." Many people on the street were buzzing with discussion. In Luaga town, it was common to see bounty hunters arresting pirates every day. But most were small fry with bounties of mere hundreds of thousands, at most 1 million. Pirates with bounties over 5 million were rare, let alone having an entire crew taken down. It's the bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro. Heavens, he actually wiped out the Along pirates. No way. I heard he was executed. How old is your intel? The bounty hunter Zoro not only avoided execution over a month ago, but also turned the 153rd branch upside down, throwing Captain Monka straight into prison. Huh. Are you even speaking human language? You don't know? My aunt's second uncle's next-door neighbor's childhood friend's boarder's wife's lover has a reliable source. Back at the 153rd branch, when Zoro was about to be executed, thunder suddenly roared the heavens, fury smashed Monka's statue, and then the people rose against Monka's tyranny led by Zoro to complete the purge. Countless rumors swirled through the streets. Meanwhile, Zoro, as usual, got lost with ease. Just then he saw a crowd gathered ahead. Curious, he approached to ask for directions. But the moment he reached the front, two screams rang out. Amid cheers from bystanders, a path opened up. At that moment, Dasichi smiled and waved, but then she tripped over a stone and fell forward. Zoro instinctively reached out to catch her. Naturally, since Zoro's right hand was still holding the rope, he could only free one hand. As a result, Dasichi, who hadn't yet steadied herself, stumbled and fell flat on the ground. Her glasses fell off as well. Oh, my glasses. Dasichi didn't mind the fall, as she instinctively searched for her dropped glasses. Oh, sorry. Zoro realized his mistake and crouched down to help. He picked up the fallen glasses. Just then Dasichi looked up with a smile. It's okay, Aksai. Dent. Crack. The sound of lens shattering. Zoro stared blankly at Dasichi. Dasichi stared at the glasses crushed in Zoro's hand. Her cheeks puffed up in anger. This guy, not only did he cop a feel, but he also broke her precious glasses. Zoro immediately snapped back to reality. His childhood friend Gu Ina was gone and the person before him just looked like her. At that moment he stared blankly at the shattered glasses in his hand. Zoro immediately snapped back to reality. His childhood friend Gu Ina was gone and the person before him just looked like her. At that moment he stared blankly at the shattered glasses. Dasichi glared angrily at the blurry figure. Alright, but I don't have cash on me. I need to go to the marine base to exchange some bounties. Zoro didn't argue since it was his fault. Dasichi squinted and looked behind him. But due to her nearsightedness, she only saw a long line of pirates being. You took down an entire pirate crew. You must be a very strong bounty hunter. Dasichi stood up. As compensation, you can help me carry these two. She pointed at two small-time pirates with swords. Fine. Zoro didn't say a word and quietly complied, but his gaze grew more complex. The similar face and the sword at her waist. Clearly she was also a swordswoman. Dasichi stood up. As compensation, you can help me carry these two. She pointed at two small-time pirates with swords on the ground. She was in a bad mood. She had been groped, even if unintentionally, and the way he crushed her glasses was clearly deliberate. Fuming, Dasichi didn't vent her anger, but swallowed it. Soon the two arrived at the marine base. Petty Officer Dasichi, did you find pirates who just entered the island today? Hey, that's the Along pirate crew. A big pirate with a bounty of 20 million belly. The front desk officer stared in surprise at the long line of pirates behind her. Dasichi was also stunned when she heard the bounty of 20 million. She turned around in shock. She hadn't looked back the whole way and hadn't realized the guy behind her had such strength. It wasn't me, it was this bounty hunter, sir. Dasichi explained. The front desk officer was surprised, then began recording and ordered soldiers to start counting. A moment later, holding 5 million belly in hand, So Along looked at Dasichi. How much were your glasses? 5,000 belly. By now Dasichi had put on her spare glasses, but her expression was complicated as she looked at Sualong. Naturally, she had learned who this rude person was. The famous bounty hunter of the East Blue Luo Loya Sualong. But he usually operated near the 153rd branch. According to reliable information, he and some straw hat-wearing kid had exposed Monka's crimes, leading to Captain Monka's imprisonment. Locally, there were many tales of Sualong's notoriety, but also some good ones. Like how he had voluntarily accepted Captain Monka's conditions for the sake of a little girl agreeing to pardon her if he fulfilled them. Were even now. Sualong handed 5,000 belly to Dasichi and prepared to leave. He found it hard to look at the woman's face. Luo Lungoya Sualong, don't you want to join the Marines? With your strength? Sualong cut her off. The Marines. No thanks. I can't stand the constraints. Besides, I have a promise to fulfill. The Marines would only slow me down. Dasichi watched silently as Sualong walked away, disappearing into the marine base. Finally she sighed. She knew that Sualong had already refused to become a Marine. After all, the Marines always invite every bounty hunter. She had just wanted to try. Just then the front desk officer approached with a troubled expression. Petty Officer Dasichi, during the inspection, we found that among the arrested pirates, there is Captain Lao Shu. What how did that happen? He hasn't woken up yet. Then why are you only telling me now? Dasichi demanded angrily. The front desk soldier broke into a sweat. His face was so swollen that we couldn't identify him. The doctor just performed a simple treatment to reduce the swelling, and then we recognized him. Oh, and there's a note clipped to his tie addressed to Captain CMO Go. You should take a look. Dasichi took the envelope. Without much thought she opened it and read. But the more she read, the darker her expression became. Finally she clenched the paper, breathing heavily. Lock up Captain Lao Shu. Treat him as a heavy criminal. Huh. This is hardly appropriate, isn't it? He holds the same rank as our base commander. We have no authority to detain him, the front desk clerk said, somewhat troubled. He had no desire to offend a colonel from another base for no reason. He was merely a lowly receptionist. If anything goes wrong, he'll take the blame. Tashigi commanded coldly. At this, the front desk clerk said no more and relayed the order. Yet the clerk was deeply curious. What could possibly be written on that note that had roused the usually mild-mannered Miss Tashigi to such fury? Tashigi carried the note to her direct superior's office. At that moment, Smoker was in a haze of smoke stacking stones. Who managed to anger Miss Tashigi? Tashigi ignored her superior's teasing and handed him the note. This caught Smoker off guard, but he still read it. However, the more he read, the more his expression darkened. Although he was the Marine captain of the Lowtown branch, his jurisdiction was limited to Lowtown and a few nearby towns. Without explicit orders, he could not set sail on patrols. Yet a pirate crew had been entrenched near Lowtown for 8 years, brazenly existing right under his nose, and he had received no intelligence whatsoever. And all of this was due to that rat of a colonel from Branch 16. Where is he now? He's already in the high-security prison, but he won't be held for long. The higher-ups will inevitably find out. Although Smoker was the commander of the Lowtown Marine Base, he was not particularly favored by the upper echelons for various reasons. To detain a fellow officer of equal rank, he would inevitably have to go through a review process. His unauthorized detention could not be kept secret from the officers responsible for reporting to the upper echelons. At most, half a month would pass, or even sooner if the reviewing officer had ties to that rat. Yet he could not resort to unlawful punishment either. After all, he was a Marine captain. That's enough time. Tashigi, write a report. If it's confirmed after I return, and submit it, even if they strip me of my rank, I won't let that bastard off easy. Smoker set down the paper, preparing to set sail himself. He needed to see for himself. After all, a mere note couldn't serve as definitive proof. Prepare a warship. I'm going out to sea. But, no buts. Prepare it immediately. Yes, sir. Tashigi watched her superior leave. But she let out a sigh. Even if he went to investigate, it would likely only be a tragedy. Just reading those few words, the understated descriptions, and the crimes, she could already feel the fury of those people. 8 years. She couldn't even imagine what kind of hell that was. On the shopping street, Sanji and Cheng Lang were walking. Do you think that Zoro guy can even find his way, eh? Although he hadn't known Zoro for long, he had heard others' complaints about him far too many times. Like how he could walk a straight line and still end up lost. Cheng Lang shrugged. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll probably run into someone who resembles an old acquaintance. How do you know? You know about Smoker, don't you? Don't you know anything else? Sanji was confused. Smoker is quite famous in the East Blue. After all, he's a Logia user. What else is there? He asked, taking a drag from his cigarette. He has a beautiful subordinate, something like that. Ah, really? Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Otherwise, I would have been the one to escort the Arlong pirates. Don't worry, you'll soon meet a beautiful one too. Before he could finish, a voice interrupted him. A woman dressed in red with a peony bloom adorning her waist made a grand entrance. Finally found you, Sanji. Sanji, startled by the voice, looked curiously at the newcomer and was instantly stunned. I've wanted to see you again for 10 years. Watching the woman, who was like a peacock in full display, Cheng Lang shook his head with amusement. She's looking for you, Sanji. I'll take my leave now. Remember to be a gentleman. With that, Cheng Lang departed, leaving a bewildered Sanji standing there, though a moment later his mind was completely occupied by the woman's beauty. Ah, my dear lady, have we met? Cheng Lang watched the story unfold as expected, confirming one thing. This world was indeed developing according to a combination of the anime and manga. After all, the manga didn't have this segment, but the anime had created an original character named Carmen, a beautiful chef bound by a tension. If that were the case, then Cheng Lang had to suspect something. The movie versions also existed. Films like Shiki, the Golden Lion, Tesoro with the Golden City, and Marine Z. Zephyr, all personally overseen by Oda, were indeed present, as confirmed by newspaper reports. But as for others like Bullet and Yuta, the red-haired songstress, he had no news yet. There were also other movies Cheng Lang didn't have a particularly strong impression of. There seems to be something about Pure Gold, a cursed sword, and a sea race too. After that, I can't remember. Yuta is easy to confirm. Just ask Luffy. As for the others. As Cheng Lang was lost and thought he collided with someone. Rubbing his nose, he said sorry. When he saw who it was, he was stunned. If it's nothing, can I leave now? Cheng Lang scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. The man with the dog-head hat smiled and grabbed Cheng Lang's shoulder. Wah, boy, you've got a fine physique. How about becoming a Marine? Carp laughed as he extended the invitation. Cheng Lang responded with a dry laugh, scratching his head. Thanks for the offer, but I've already made a promise with someone, so I won't be joining the Marines for now. Is that so? What a pity. You're a rare talent. Patting Cheng Lang's shoulder with a weighty tone, Garp munched on rice crackers, and watching Garp walk away alone without any followers behind him, Cheng Lang broke out in a cold sweat. Wait. Why is this old man here? Come to think of it, shouldn't he be heading to the 153rd branch to pick up Morgan, and then take on the future Marine King Kobe as his apprentice? But then again, what is Luffy doing right now? If the two of them ran into each other, what kind of chemistry would that produce? Wait, could it be that Garp's love? But then again, what is Luffy doing right now? If the two of them ran into each other, what kind of chemistry would that produce? Wait, could it be that Garp's love fist would turn Luffy's journey to become the Pirate King into a journey to become the Marine King here and now? Cheng Lang shook his head. Impossible. If that were really the case, his experience bar would already be full, because turning the Pirate King into the Marine King would be altering fate far beyond just a few threads. But if Garp is here, then Dragon should be around too. In that case, can Buggy still show up here? Can he still pull off that famous scene? Executing Luffy in front of two such legends. Just thinking about it feels like it would be no less monumental than the war at the summit. On the other side, Usopp was walking down the shopping street laden with bags, accompanied by a dazed Luffy. I say, Luffy, what's been wrong with you these days? Weren't you eager to come to Lowtown to see the Pirate King's execution platform? Usopp, having finished shopping, was puzzled. Since leaving Kokoyashi village, Luffy had been like this, looking preoccupied. At first, everyone thought he was still upset. After all, the Arlong pirates were trailing their ship, so it was understandable. But now it was clearly out of character for Luffy. I was just wondering what to do once I'm full. Usopp looked baffled. What kind of ridiculous problem was? Many people can't even afford to eat. Anyway, forget that. Luffy finally snapped back to reality. Oh, so this is where the Pirate King was executed. Seeing Luffy perked up, Usopp sighed in relief, his gaze also fixed on the towering execution platform. It's quite unremarkable, really, Usopp remarked. They had heard plenty of tales about the Pirate King Roger and had longed to see the place, but now that they were actually here, it didn't evoke the awe they had expected. Hey Luff, hey. Usopp was about to pull Luffy away when he saw Luffy stretch his arm and leap onto the execution So this is the best view. So this is where the Pirate King stood. Luffy laughed, standing on the platform and gazing at the scene below. His action in the already crowded square drew countless murmurs and stares. The crowd below buzzed with noise, but that didn't faze Luffy as he looked into the distance. I can see the sea. And there's Zoro. Luffy spotted the end. Hey Zoro. Luffy called from the execution platform. Zoro naturally noticed and turned to see Luffy waving at him from the platform. Moji stared out the window with a meat bone in hand. Captain Buggy, I think I see Straw Hat. Buggy, who was venting about his recent hardships while eating, looked in the direction Moji pointed. He spat out his drink. What is that Straw Hat brat thinking? Parading himself up there in public. Is he insane? Buggy couldn't believe it, but his gaze was conflicted as he watched the scene. That place reminded him of the late Captain Roger. Back then, he and Shanks stood together below the execution platform. It had rained heavily that day. Countless memories surged forth. In his moment of silence, a tall figure rose and walked to the window, his eyes fixed on the figure in the straw hat. Before heading to the Grand Line, I want to settle a score. And since you have a grudge against that brat too, why not execute Straw Hat right there? After all, he claims he'll be the Pirate King. Let's grant him that wish. Buggy smirked. Fine, that's a good plan. I'd like to settle things too. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, directly opposite the execution platform, a man completely cloaked stood there, a faint breeze swirling around him. Kid, after all these years, aren't you going down to say hello? For a man about to set sail, it makes no difference whether I appear or not. Then a thud echoed. A fist the size of a sandbag slammed into the man's head. Stop spouting nonsense. None of you ever let me rest. The cloak fell away, revealing Dragon, his face tattooed, rubbing his head where a lump had already formed. Are you planning to stop Luffy from going to sea? Forcibly drag him onto the Marine's deadened path. What do you mean deadened? And call me Dad. Garp laughed twice, then sat cross-legged on the ground. That's still better than him becoming a pirate. Really, it's all Red Hair's fault. While I was away in the East Blue, he filled my grandson's head with the idea of becoming a pirate. If I ever catch him, I'll make him taste my iron fist. Dragon remained silent, but the breeze around him subtly intensified and dark clouds gathered in the sky. He sensed the wavering in Garp's. Let the younger generation settle their own affairs. Even if you drag him into the Marines, he'll still end up chasing the vast, boundless sea. Kid lecturing me now. Dragon quietly handed a note to Garp. If not for Luffy, this is something I might have focused on later. Garp took the note and saw a few casually written lines, yet every word described a horrifying tale. The note detailed the atrocities of the Arlong pirates over the years and the cover-up by Captain Nezumi. Countless people and towns had been destroyed by the Arlong pirates in the past 8 years. Those few lines left Garp silent. Did he doubt its authenticity? No, because Dragon would never deceive him with such matters. The Marines have long been rotten to the core, Dragon said calmly. As a former Marine, he knew it well. He had witnessed it firsthand. Below the execution platform, Usopp frantically waved, Luffy, get down. The guards might come soon. But his voice was drowned out by the crowd's clamor. The square was in an uproar. It had been years since anyone dared to set foot on that execution platform. Some cursed, others watched with curiosity. At that moment on the building behind the platform, Kabaji stood with shackles in hand. Beside him was another figure. Standing on the platform, Luffy saw the crowd and instinctively touched his straw hat. A surge of emotion brewed within. Just then from the building behind the platform, Kabaji leaped down with the restraints locking Luffy's head to the execution platform. A tall figure also landed on the platform. I heard you want to become the Pirate King. Then you can enjoy the same honor as the tall figure's face was hidden by a coat, but the axe attached to his arm unmistakably identified him as the former defeated foe Morgan, the former Marine captain. Luffy, caught off guard with the shackles around his neck, looked up at Morgan and the axe raised high. I'm alive. Usopp touched his head. Luffy was pinned down on the execution platform. Below, many witnesses stared in disbelief at the scene. After struggling for a moment, he realized that he could not break free from the specially crafted restraints. Any last words? The breeze gently brushed by, causing the straw hat to sway unsteadily in the wind. Luffy recalled his dream and the man he had made a promise with. His eyes grew firm as he shouted the line that would echo through the entire manga. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. At that moment, a unique kingly aura emanated from Luffy, though faintly. The crowd below was stunned by a man about to be executed dared to utter those words on this stage. Was it fate? Some in the crowd were shocked, others shook their heads in disdain, but all felt an inexplicable quickening of their heartbeats. Those with weaker constitutions seemed overwhelmed by the aura, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground. Now it's time for your execution. Pirate King. Monka, though also feeling his heartbeat quicken, paid no heed. He did not even deny the other's dream, but instead felt exhilarated at the thought of beheading this future Pirate King. Luffy saw the axe suspended in midair. After a brief hesitation, he seemed to accept his fate with calmness, then grinned and said, "Sorry, everyone." At that moment, Sualong, who was rushing over, also noticed the scene. His face darkened, and he quickened his pace to prepare. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang was also in the square. He stared at Monka, somewhat bewildered. Wait, shouldn't the execution be performed by the clown Baji? Why had it turned into Monka? At the same time, Cheng Lang thought of Kapu, and a realization dawned on him. Because of his own changes, Baji had not encountered Alvida, and instead had met the fleeing Monka. Come to think of it, wasn't Monka once a marine? Could he accept becoming a pirate? And what about the clown Baji? Cheng Lang looked around, and soon spotted the red-nosed clown Baji. He was standing right below the execution platform. Cheng Lang saw the conflicted expression on his face. Conflicted? How could Baji have such an expression? At that moment, a breeze passed by, and the straw hat of the boy about to be executed slipped off, and was carried by the wind, landing coincidentally in the hands of the clown Baji. And now Baji seemed to fall into memories. Although it was not the first time he had held this straw hat, the state of mind was different. Zyankasi, it seems your choice was wrong. Cheng Lang could no longer just watch, he prepared to move. But Minka's tall frame was not for show. Withstanding the explosion, his hand axe did not slow down in the slightest. Only when the axe was— But Minka's tall frame was not for show. Withstanding the explosion, his hand axe did not slow down in the slightest. Only when the axe was about to reach Luffy's neck. Countless black lightning bolts flashed. A surge of dense conqueror's haki slammed into them. On the platform, Kabaji and Minka's eyes rolled back instantly. Then dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a thunderbolt followed, striking the execution platform. Seeing this, Cheng Lang breathed a sigh of relief. So Dragon was here, but— Cheng Lang looked at the ordinary people lying on the ground. This was not from the lightning, it was the shockwave of Conqueror's haki. He turned his head to scan the rooftops. Soon he spotted Dragon and Kapu. He strode straight toward the execution platform, shrouded in thick smoke. By now everyone in the square, including Usopp, had been knocked unconscious by the Conqueror's haki. However, Cheng Lang and Sualong were still awake. The latter's eyes were dim, clearly in a bad state. Cheng Lang only felt that the scene before him was distorted, making him dizzy. He checked his status bar. Dizziness level 1, duration 2959. After drinking a carton of milk, he felt much better. Just then, from the ruins of the execution platform, Luffy stood up. He laughed out loud. Ha ha, I was almost executed. You can still laugh. Don't. A crisp sound of a knock on the head. Ouch. Luffy clutched his head, then saw the newcomer, and instinctively recoiled in fear. Oh no, it's Grandpa. He grabbed Luffy, who was trying to run, and pinched his cheek. Luffy, do you know you almost had your head chopped off just now? Oh, sorry. A few mere nobodies nearly killed you, you brat. Today, no matter what, you're coming with me to Marine headquarters. I'm going to thoroughly train you, you little rascal. On the other side, Sualong, who was about to intervene, froze when he heard it was Luffy's grandfather. As for Luffy, he struggled fiercely. No, I want to become the Pirate King. What did you say? Kapu's expression grew even fiercer, and his fist was raised high. Sorry, but I want to become the Pirate King. Luffy struggled painfully between fear and his dream. Though his expression and body trembled, his mouth refused to yield. Kapu's expression grew more solemn, and his raised hand did not fall. The hand pinching Luffy's cheek also loosened. Luffy seized the opportunity to quickly break away from Kapu. At the same time, he spotted Sualong and Cheng Lang. Run! At that moment, a violent gale arose. A fierce hurricane swept through, lifting both Luffy and Cheng Lang off the ground involuntarily. My straw hat. Luffy frantically searched for his hat. Just then the straw hat flew perfectly onto. In the square the hurricane raged, but it only carried away Luffy's crew. The others still lay peacefully on the ground. Your identity is not suitable for being seen in public contact with pirates. Dragon's voice came. Kapu glanced at Dragon. Rascal, call me Dad. He walked up to Dragon and punched him on the uninjured. Now the pair of bumps were neatly aligned. Dragon remained silent. Just then Marines began to gather in the distance. Bring the fugitive Manka, Kapu said, and turned to leave. The newly arrived Marines saluted and began their operation. Baji, who had been lying on the ground the whole time, was sweating on his forehead. What did he just hear? No. He absolutely must not be discovered that he was still awake. He would die. Quietly, he activated his powers, splitting his body, and slowly moved inside a building. As he did, he also pulled out Kabeji, who had been charred by the lightning. As for Munka, it wasn't that he didn't want to save him, but it was impossible in full view of everyone, especially with Kapu calling him out. Inside the alley, Baji let out a sigh of relief. Captain gave the straw hat to Zyankasi, and now Zyankasi. You've passed it on to that kid named Luffy. You've given up the throne of the next generation, haven't you, Zyankasi? But that kid has the potential for Conqueror's Haki, doesn't he? And he's also Kapu's grandson. I wonder how happy the captain would be to know that. Baji could naturally sense the haki that had subtly emanated when Luffy shouted those words. It was faint, but he had been an apprentice on the Pirate King's ship and had encountered too many top-tier experts. Not only he but also Kapu walking along the road sensed Luffy's Conqueror's haki potential. As expected of my grandson, haha. The quality of a king. Bogart stood at the front harbor. Are we returning to headquarters? Mission accomplished. By the way, those two brats, they're still cleaning the deck. Let's go. Oh, did you bring the sunbae I bought? Bogart took out the local specialty sunbae from his pocket. Kapu grabbed it and started munching noisily. The sunbae from Low Town is still the best. On the ship the Straw Hat crew had gathered. What happened to you guys? Sanji asked, puffing on a cigarette as he watched the four who had descended from the sky. Luffy scratched his head. Zoro remained silent while Usopp looked somewhat bewildered, his memory stuck at the moment when Morgan nearly beheaded Luffy. Cheng Lang, however, knew everything, but he was uncertain whether to speak or not. Seeing the varied expressions on the four faces, Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke. Forget it. Hey Zoro, did you get the money? Zoro pulled out the berry from his chest, and Nami took it, counted it, then looked puzzled. Huh, didn't you spend money to buy swords? At that moment Zoro already had 3 swords at his waist. He had acquired the Sandai Kitetsu and the Yubashiri. As for why he didn't use the iron sword, Cheng Lang made the reason was simple. Zoro was accustomed to using swords. A double-edged blade didn't. Due to certain circumstances, these 2 swords were gifts. Zoro explained no further. Nami shrugged indifferently as long as they weren't. Watching Nami excitedly count the money, Alvida felt speechless. The ship was hardly short of funds, given that Cheng Lang's 2 chests of gold could rival the wealth of a nation. The supplies are almost fully purchased. So shall we set sail now? Alvida asked curiously. Her appearance now was vastly different from her wanted poster. As long as she didn't admit to being Alvida, no one would suspect she was a pirate. Thus, openly buying supplies on the shopping street was a rather pleasant experience. If it were possible, she wouldn't mind staying in Low Town a while longer. The ship fell silent for a moment. Eventually, everyone's gaze turned to Luffy for his captain. This was his decision. But Luffy looked at everyone with confusion. What? Is there something on my face? Sanji's lips twitched, but he patiently explained. Are we setting sail now? We haven't been wanted yet, so we can stay in Low Town a bit longer. Oh, is that it? Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go. To the Grand Line. The crew was left speechless. We were talking about this from the start. Nami sighed. Well, Low Town is the last island in the East Blue, where we can resupply before entering the Grand Line. By the way, did you get the log pose for the Grand Line? Mi handed the log pose on her wrist to Nami. This pose looks just like a compass. No difference, Alvida remarked, studying it curiously. At that moment, the needle of the log pose pointed in the same direction as the compass on the table. Before entering the Grand Line, this log pose works just like an ordinary compass. It only becomes functional once we're inside. But did you ask which route it's for? I don't know. Mi shook her head. It wasn't that she hadn't asked. These poses were all randomized before entering the Grand Line. The East Blue was different from other seas where piracy was rampant and merchants dealing in log poses would offer a bit more variety. But here in the East Blue, finding such a merchant at all was already a stroke of luck. She had only managed to learn about it through her fruit ability. Hearing Ms. explanation, Nami couldn't help but doubt the log pose on her wrist. Could it be a scam? As a navigator who had spent time in the Arlong pirates, Nanī had heard many tales of the Grand Line over the past 8 years. But she had never paid much attention to log poses as she had been too busy thinking about making money. Forget it, let's just use it for now. Nanī decided to stop questioning whether it was a scam. She took out a chart she had drawn, a map of Reverse Mountain. She had only seen it in books, never in person. Placing the map of Reverse Mountain on the table, she said, "Let me warn you, once we head to the Grand Line, coming back is almost impossible." Is that so? Didn't Krieg and his crew come back from the Grand Line? And Hawkeye too? Zoro asked curiously. Nanī began to explain the peculiarities of the Calm Belt and the Grand Line. Cheng Lang listened. He had actually already prepared to enter the Calm Belt since this was a plot point in the original story. But now that they were in reality, not in anime, Nami's reliability as a navigator exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Cheng Lang felt that this made perfect sense. Having drawn charts for 8 years, and with the Arlong pirates coming from the Grand Line, Nanī must have gathered some information. How could she not know about the log pose and basic knowledge? The scenes in the anime and manga were only there to explain the world to the readers. So once we set sail for the Grand Line, the probability of returning is nearly zero. Are you all really sure about this? Especially you, Luffy. The Grand Line is extremely dangerous. Just then, before Luffy could reply, Johnny and Yusaku, who had been silent all along, spoke up. "Zoro boss, Luffy boss, everyone, it's time for us to part ways." Luffy looked surprised. "Huh, you're not coming with us." The two had been on the ship all these days, to the point that by the time they reached Logtown, everyone had assumed they were already crewmates. Johnny and Yusaku exchanged a glance, then sighed. Johnny spoke seriously. "We really want to keep sailing with you all, but we don't have Zoro boss' ambition to become the world's greatest swordsman, nor Luffy boss' dream of becoming the Pirate King." Yusaku added, "So we brothers have no compelling reason to go to the Grand Line. If we continue on this ship, too many problems will surely arise. Rather than cause trouble for everyone later, it's better to end it here." Their eyes were sincere. "I see," Zoro said, unsurprised. He knew them best on the ship and had half expected them to quietly follow. Luffy, however, was reluctant. He had gotten along well with them. Laughter during meals, mischief during play. Luffy sat up straight, a rare, serious expression. "Is this really it?" The two exchanged glances, then bowed deeply at 90 degrees. "Thank you all for taking care of us these past days. If we could, we would love to continue following your footsteps, but it seems we can only stop here." Cheng Lang watched. In the original story, the two realized their weakness after the battle with Arlong and bid farewell before leaving Kokoyashi village, eventually staying there permanently. However, their development had not followed the original. They didn't even participate in the final battle. Cheng Lang had arranged for them to guard the ship and operate the MC wooden boat during the voyage. Naturally, it was Johnny and Yusaku who took on that role. He had hoped to change their fate, but it seemed the result remained unchanged. Cheng Lang spoke. "Actually, if you're only afraid of being weak, then you two have already known about my abilities these past few days, haven't you?" To this, Johnny and Joseph nodded. "You are destined to become great pirates in the future, but Joseph and I also have dreams. To become powerful bounty hunters, just like how my hometown was once saved by an unknown bounty hunter." Joseph nodded in agreement. "So in the future there might be disagreements. Rather than making our big brothers feel awkward, it's better to take our leave here." This was the result of their careful consideration. While that can't be helped, Luffy gave up on continuing to invite them. After all, it was their dream. "By the way, what are your dreams?" Luffy turned to look at the others on the ship. Zoro, the world's greatest swordsman. Sanji, all blue, the place where all the fish of the 4 seas gather. Nami, to draw a map of all the islands in the ocean. Usopp, I am going to become a brave sea warrior. After the original 5 had stated their dreams, it was Cheng Lang's group's turn. Alvida, to become the strongest and most. Kuyami, I want to change myself to become the most dazzling one. Finally, it was Cheng Lang's turn. "Is it my turn? My dream, Cheng Lang recalled a lot. Before his transmigration, his dream didn't actually exist, or rather they were just small expectations, like a person needing to eat to survive, thoughts for the sake of living. And as for a dream, until he came to this world, he still didn't have one. But before joining Luffy, he hadn't considered it either. However, during this journey, he gradually found one. "My dream is to change. Change. Yes, change this world. Because this world shouldn't be like this. Although people are not absolutely equal, at least more people can choose how to live instead of becoming pirates for no reason. There shouldn't be children born without parents. People should live more freely, shouldn't they?" Cheng Lang finished speaking his thoughts. For a moment, everyone on the ship was stunned. The dream was too fantastical, no less than becoming the Pirate King. Ha ha ha, this dream is amazing. I love it. Yes, people should live more freely. Obviously, Luffy only understood the last sentence. The others all broke into smiles. Alvida and Kuyami had complicated expressions, but then they also smiled. The former had become a pirate for no reason, the latter born in an orphanage, had been timid since childhood and unable to communicate normally. If she had parents, she would be a happy child now. Your thoughts? You really should join the Revolutionary Army, Alvida said with a smile. Cheng Lang shrugged. Who says only the Revolutionary Army can change the world? Can't pirates do it? Johnny and Joseph both burst into tears. Brother Cheng Lang's dream is truly magnificent. Joseph nodded. Yes, if such a dream could be realized, the world would become a better place. Maybe that would truly end the great pirate era. In the end, Johnny and Joseph disembarked. Cheng Lang gave them their final equipment, each an MC boat, and a chest containing an MC fishing rod and 2 stacks of 1,000 cha-cha fruits. Take care. Luffy smiled and waved. At the harbor, in the alley, Long Yi silently left. Change. They set sail towards the Grand Line. In less than half a day of sailing, the sky rumbled with thunder. In the distance stood the red line stretching to the heavens. In the storm at the entrance to Reverse Mountain, there were gateposts carved with dragon totems. So high. Is that the red line? Luffy marveled amidst the storm. Nami frowned as she checked the direction. Something's off. Steer a bit to the right. Usopp was at the helm, gritting his teeth. I'm doing it. Sensing Usopp's struggle, Sanji went to help. But when Sanji took the helm, he also found it astonishingly hard to turn. With the two working together, just like in the original story, the helm broke. No. Having anticipated this, Cheng Lang immediately stepped forward and placed a fence above the broken helm. Steer quickly. With all three pushing together, the Going Merry finally got back on course. Phew, that was terrifying. Usopp was drenched in sweat, not daring to imagine what would happen if they crashed. This is the first step into the Grand Line. This alone can weed out pirates whose ships aren't up to par, Nami said without surprise. Cheng Lang, however, was somewhat disappointed. Not because they didn't crash, but because they missed the 1,000-year dragon arc. He was very curious about the Whisper Fruit and the Sickle Fruit. Of course, he also wanted to try to obtain the Sickle Fruit and see if it could be sold on the transformation table. If it could, that would mean he could supply Devil Fruits infinitely. Then he could form a team of Sickle Fruit users, and when facing enemies, they could all wave their hands and conjure a massive whirlwind. As for the Whisper Fruit, if controlled properly, could it grant a power similar to the voice of all things? And if developed further, could it hear the whispers of non-living objects? If it could also hear the whispers of an enemy's muscles, wouldn't that be akin to observation haki? If developed even more extremely, hearing the whispers of the wind could reveal who is where. What a pity. Cheng Lang sighed. Meanwhile, the Going Merry had already ascended the canal, passing through the clouds to 10,000 meters above. Sunlight streamed down. Woo! Luffy sat on the figurehead, waving his arms in excitement. Usopp clung to the railing, legs trembling, but equally thrilled. Zoro stood calmly on the deck watching. Sanji quietly lit a cigarette. Nami took off her raincoat and waved. Alvida spread her arms, feeling the wind pass through her body. Kuyami tightly shut her eyes and hugged Nami. The Going Merry slowly turned direction under the force of the canal and wind. Finally, it naturally aligned with the canal leading to the Grand Line. We're going down. When sunlight once again shone on their faces, Usopp stared wide-eyed ahead. What is that? A mountain? No, it's a whale. A whale taller than a mountain. Stop the ship. We're going to hit it. Alvida was panicking. Nami looked resigned. It's not like we're on the open sea. How can we stop? We're gonna die, we're gonna die. Usopp felt like he saw his great-grandmother waving at him. Cheng Lang was not surprised. He silently took out cobblestone and started placing blocks, not to build protection, but simply to connect the ship to the rocks outside. Just as they were about to collide, a cannon shot rang out. It was Luffy, but the ship's speed didn't decrease. The recoil of a mere cannon could never stop the inertia of hurtling down from 10,000 meters. Noticing this, Cheng Lang placed the final block. The impact hit. He could hear the creaking of wood. Fortunately, he had connected the MCI's blocks, or the ship would have cracked by now. But in the next instant, the connected stone split. It couldn't withstand the force. Perhaps it was fate. The figurehead of the Going Merry eventually fell onto the deck. I'm alive. Usopp touched his head, still dazed. The same thought crossed the minds of the other crew members as they all exhaled in unison. Start rowing. This is no time to dwell on being alive. Zoro reacted the quickest. But before anyone could respond, Laboon, who had noticed the straw hats due to the cannon bombardment, opened its mouth and a torrent of seawater rushed in. The same fate befell Luffy's ship. The scene from the original, where Luffy punches Laboon in the eyeball, never occurred. In an instant, the world went dark. Huh, did it get dark? Luffy asked a brainless question, having just emerged from the cannon room at the bow. Nami, weak and dejected, moaned, We got eaten. Who? Us. You got eaten. That's terrible. Of course, Nami's response was a fist to his head. We all got eaten. By that whale as big as a mountain. Amid the clamor, a light appeared ahead. Then they saw blue skies, white clouds, and a small island floating in the middle. Is this heaven? Have we been digested already? Usopp stared in disbelief. Kujimiko transformed into wings and flew straight up. But no sooner had she taken off than she hit the ceiling. Is this painted? Kujimiko touched the soft wall. At that moment, a giant colossal squid burst from the water below. Before anyone could react, a hook shot from the small island, piercing the squid. It unfolded exactly as in the original story. Cheng Lang felt puzzled. Wait, was it really a perfect replica? He was supposed to have altered the world. Shouldn't there be at least a day or two of difference? Yet now the merry-go's bow was broken. The standard colossal squid appeared before them. The next second, Crocus stepped out of the small house. He stared at the straw hats with dead fish eyes, then sat majestically on a deck chair and leisurely opened a newspaper. Everything mirrored the original. Crocus successfully drove Sanji and Zoro over the edge. Then came Laboon ramming into the red line. Crocus went to inject Laboon with a sedative. However, a small incident occurred. Vivi and Mr. Nine, who were supposed to be thrown directly into Laboon's stomach acid by Luffy, instead rushed forward to hijack Crocus when he opened the small door. But the result was that they were no match for Crocus. With one move each, he tossed them into the sea of stomach acid. That old man is so strong. Usopp, watching through binoculars, noticed this. Hey, wait, aren't those two swimming? What do we do? Usopp turned to ask, only to see Sanji already lowering the rope ladder. Hey, how can you lower the ladder without knowing if they're good or bad? Usopp was startled by Sanji's move. Sanji replied matter-of-factly, a lady that beautiful. How could I let her be digested? Perverted cook. What did you say, seaweed head? The two glared at each other and started bickering. Clearly the seeds of their mutual disdain had already been sown. Soon the two climbed aboard. Scared me to death? I thought we were done for Mr. Nine said, wiping cold sweat from. This was their first time inside a whale. They had assumed the stomach acid would be much stronger. Vivi nodded in agreement, still shaken. But when they looked up, they saw the straw hats inspecting them. Mr. Nine immediately put on a fawning smile. Thank you, kind sirs, for saving us. If you hadn't intervened, we would have drowned in the sea of stomach acid. Thank you, Vivi added with a smile. Why did you attack that old man? Luffy asked, puzzled. Then Mr. Nine launched into a long tale. He spoke of how the island's residents were constantly harassed by the whale and how the old man extorted them under various pretexts. So he's a villain. Luffy believed him. That's obviously a lie, Luffy. Usopp immediately saw through the deceit. Yes, such a clumsy lie. If that old man were really what you claim, you'd be dead by now, Alvida added, shaking her head disdainfully. She had heard far too many lies. Huh, so you're the bad guys. Luffy looked at the two in disbelief. Vivi sighed. Mr. Nine, I told you that story wouldn't fool anyone. Mr. Nine scratched his head. My story is airtight. Where's the flaw? So you're the villains. Luffy confirmed. Zoro spoke up, exasperated. Enough, Luffy. Mr. Nine, that code name. You're from Baroque Works, aren't you? Who are you? How do you know our organization's name? Mr. Nine was startled, then stared at Zoro. Oh, I remember. You are the famous demon of the East Blue, Roronoa Zoro. The organization once invited you to join, but Mr. Ten and his partner Miss Tuesday were cut down by you. Zoro shrugged. Don't make it sound like I killed them. Those two are alive and well. Probably still recovering in some hospital in the East Blue. Zoro, you know them? Nami asked curiously. It was a while back, just before I met Luffy. I was broke and tried to catch a couple of pirates for some food money. Then two people approached me to join Baroque Works. I refused, but they were surprisingly persistent. I told them I'd join only if I became the boss, so they attacked me. So what does this organization do? I recall it's a bounty hunter group. Joining gives you some perks, I think. Zoro mused, clearly not caring much about the details as he could barely remember them. You get access to more pirate intelligence and a channel to buy better weapons. If you become an officer, you even get your own support team. Mr. Nine explained. Right, that's it. But the most important thing is that you have to follow orders. At the time, they wanted me to be their subordinate, so I refused. Zoro recalled. Sounds like an ordinary pirate hunter mutual aid association. Nami said, surprised that an organization from the Grand Line could reach the East Blue. Alvida rubbed her chin. Now that you mention it, I've run into a few bounty hunters who claim to be from Baroque Works. I just knocked them away and they said I'd be retaliated against. Cheng Lang listened, feeling something was off. Wait. The more he heard, the stranger it seemed. Wasn't Baroque Works a criminal organization? It sounded more and more like a righteous group. He shook his head, speechless. The original was the original, reality was reality. At the very least, bounty hunters were people who fought crime since their targets were pirates. It wasn't wrong for them to claim to be just. And in this era, pirates like Luffy who sailed for adventure were rare. Vivi nudged Mr. Nine with her elbow. What? She pointed upward. The Jolly Roger was hanging above them. Mr. Nine froze. His expression shifted through a rainbow of colors. They had just claimed to be bounty hunters, and now they were face to face with pirates. Folks, we're not really from Baroque Works. We're just ordinary people, not bounty hunters either, Mr. Nine said with a sycophantic laugh. But as he smiled ingratiatingly, his hands moved. Miss Wednesday. He instantly aimed a rocket launcher behind his back at everyone on the ship. But before he could fire, both of them received a knuckle rap on the head. Zoro was the one who struck. Your lies are too Sanji, however, looked at Vivi with concern. Seaweed head, can't you be gentler when hitting a lady? He then went to fetch. Having resolved the issue aboard the ship, Crocus returned to his own island-shaped vessel. Subsequently, the group heard a different answer from the other party. So they've set their sights on this whale. Indeed, if so, with Laboon's size, it could sustain a few hundred people for 2 or 3. Nami nodded in understanding. But there are plenty of sea kings out there. Why fixate on this particular whale? Sanji inquired with curiosity. Mr. Nine, now fully conscious and captured on the island, sighed helplessly. You should know very well. The group was puzzled. We are bounty hunters making a living off bounties. But because of this whale, countless pirates have met their end at the entrance. Even so, there are still many pirates on the sea, and some lucky ones managed to reach our base. At first we could sustain ourselves, but recently for some reason, this whale has been blocking Reverse Mountain for months, not letting a single pirate through. The town can't afford to buy food anymore. Mr. Nine lamented. Crocus remained silent, knowing this well, which was why he had never killed them. He always let them go. Crocus then recounted Laboon's story. The group was captivated. 50 years. To think this whale has waited here for 50 whole years. Luffy was moved. Cheng Lang, witnessing this, felt a surreal clash between the story in his mind and reality. Had the world adapted itself to such an extent? If things continued this way, perhaps Luffy wouldn't even get past Crocodile. After all, Crocodile had fought Barrett in his youth. He couldn't be ignorant of hockey. Moreover, he participated in the Paramount War, openly opposing the Navy's actions, cutting down the 2 executioners to delay the execution, clashing with Doflamingo, and even stopping Akainu, one of the 3 admirals, indirectly saving Luffy. Him not knowing hockey. If this continued, would Luffy end up dying? After all, Luffy had been killed once, and another time, he was completely drained of water. If not for sheer luck, the water orb he expelled bouncing back onto him, he would have died again. Cheng Lang felt the pressure, knowing full well that this was no longer a cartoon world. The world had adapted itself, as evident from Baroque works. It had transformed from a criminal syndicate into a righteous bounty hunter organization. After hearing the story, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday Vivi were moved to tears. Damn. If I'd known you'd tell this story, how could I complete my mission now? The people in town will go hungry. Mr. Nine held back his tears. Vivi covered her mouth, remaining silent. Crocus sighed. Unfortunately, I've received reliable intelligence that the pirate crew seems to have sailed out of the calm belt. Perhaps due to my news, Laboon has grown increasingly agitated, ramming the red line more frequently. Cheng Lang was puzzled. If it wanted, it could easily go through Fishman Island to reach the West Blue. Why ram the red line? Crocus shook his head. It firmly believes that the pirate crew will still come back through Reverse Mountain. That was the promise they made. That's why it waits. Cheng Lang nodded. It seemed he wouldn't need to dig through the red line. The heartache wasn't about being unable to return to the West Blue. A promise. Luffy pondered, glancing at his own hat. Another promise. Crocus checked the pressure gauge on the wall. Laboon should be surfacing by now. You should prepare to leave. With a mechanical clank, the iron door swung open. Sunlight streamed in. It was vastly different from the stomach's interior. By the way, how did you manage to get light inside Laboon's? Cheng Lang was curious, having never seen any luminous objects. The sun was just painted on. A pigment I concoct. Do you still have some? Crocus nodded, then went inside and fetched a large bag. Inside is my mixture, non-toxic and highly durable. Cheng Lang smiled, took it, and immediately tossed it into the conversion table, spending 300 EMC to obtain 2 items: white pigment and glowstone dust. Just as I thought. Old man, how much? Keep it, no charge. Consider it a gift for chatting with me. Crocus generously offered it for free. Cheng Lang, however, quietly left one of the 0 berries behind, since he was not short on money and saw no reason to. As for whether glowstone was useful, he'd just record it for now. It might come in handy. During this transaction, Luffy grabbed the ship's mast, charged at Laboon's scar, and delivered 2 consecutive blows. This enraged Laboon and left Crocus bewildered. Hadn't they just been immersed in the sorrow of the story? Why the sudden attack? Cheng Lang was unsurprised. So it happened after all. Luffy then made a pact with Laboon, the same promise: after sailing around the world, he would return. After painting a large crooked straw hat skull on the whale's head, the group threw a banquet using the elephant snapper fish that Sanji had obtained in Lobetown. After painting a large crooked straw hat skull on the whale's head, the group threw a banquet using the elephant snapper fish that Sanji had obtained in Lobetown. But during cooking, Cheng Lang's furnace was used. Food heated by his furnace took on MC properties, providing an intense feeling of satiety, ensuring Luffy wouldn't finish it all in one bite and still be hungry. Mr. Nine and Vivi watched the Straw Hat crew. Mr. Nine asked in confusion, "Are you really pirates?" Though their time together was short, having dealt with pirates daily, he could clearly sense a different atmosphere. This crew was nothing like the ambitious pirates entering the Grand Line. They felt more like an adventure team. "I'm going to be the Pirate King," Luffy declared, munching on grilled fish covered in paint, but utterly unconcerned. Vivi laughed at the sight. "You're so weird. What kind of pirate acts like this?" The others just smiled. Indeed, if Luffy were a true pirate, how could this crew have gathered? Zoro alone would never have agreed to board. Crocus bit into the elephant snapper, his eyes lighting up. What is this dish? It gives such a pronounced sense of fullness, and I feel like I've grown younger." Crocus was curious. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang glanced at his status bar. The duration of Vitality 2 was 35958, a 4-hour window. What exactly did this vitality do? Then Cheng Lang noticed a change in his health bar, which represented his hardcore mode. It had always been 10 hearts, but now it had become 12. This meant he now possessed 120% of his original health. The increase in health caught Cheng Lang off guard, for he had conducted experiments on his own body. Although the health display resembled hearts from hardcore mode, it actually indicated a percentage of his current state. When full, he could exert 100% of his strength. As he had told Kuyami earlier, being satiated gradually restored fatigue and left one feeling refreshed. Similarly, health would slowly decline during training, but after eating, physical damage and fatigue would be completely dispelled. This was the fundamental reason Cheng Lang claimed he could help others grow stronger quickly. However, no matter how much he strengthened, the upper limit of his health never changed. But now a change had occurred. Not only did it restore fatigue and leave him refreshed, but it could even be described as euphoria, as if he had taken a stimulant. At this moment, it wasn't just Cheng Lang who felt this way, the others did too. The most obvious was Luffy, who already had boundless energy every day, and now he was even more excited. However, after just finishing one elephant trunk, he couldn't eat anymore. That feeling of fullness reaching his throat had completely stuffed Luffy. As a result, Luffy, who had been very excited, suddenly became silent. But this was not the first time it happened. These days, whenever Luffy ate to fullness, this situation occurred. However, for others this was actually a good thing. But this time Luffy seemed to have thought of something. "I've got it." The others, who were still chatting, looked at Luffy in confusion. "What did you think of? Want to add something else on Laboon's head? Like my nose?" Usopp mumbled while eating instinct. Luffy stood up. "I finally figured out a way to keep eating delicious food." Although the people present didn't quite understand, Luffy had already started to act. Luffy's body began to freely expand. In just a moment, Cheng Lang saw Luffy gradually grow larger. This scene left Cheng Lang stunned. Not already awakened. You just entered the Grand Line, and you're about to become... Then the concern wouldn't be whether Luffy could defeat Crocodile, but whether this sand crocodile could withstand the impact of freedom. Seeing that Luffy's hair and body hadn't turned white, Cheng Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Luffy was now beaming because that feeling of being stuck in his throat had disappeared. Haha, it works. I can eat to my heart's content. Luffy, now as tall as an admiral, grabbed the food on the table and started devouring it. As he kept eating, his body size quietly increased. All this. Cheng Lang stared blankly. "Luffy, how did you do that?" The others were equally curious. After all, Luffy was now gradually reaching 4 meters in height. He could be considered a small giant. "How did I do it?" Luffy thought for a moment, then grinned and began to describe. "It's like a GGG dong SI, feeling emanating from within my body, and then I spread that feeling throughout my whole body, and that's how I did it." They were speechless. Everyone felt puzzled. What did he mean by GGG dong SI? What an abstract concept. Who could understand that? Kuyami's eyes lit up. "Brother Luffy, you feel that too?" Hey, another expert. Could someone actually understand such an abstract description? Kuyami began to gesture excitedly. "But I have one more feeling than you at CI. Nami finally couldn't help but laugh. Watching the two goofballs making GGG sounds and swaying, it was both helpless and amusing. Cheng Lang heaved a sigh. If only he could feel it too. But after thinking it over, there seemed to be only two possibilities in one piece that could achieve this. Chi or life return. What? Zoro heard and was curious. In the West Blue, there is a country called Flower Country. Their cultivation method allows one to sense chi, and by training it to the extreme, one can master an ability called life return. However, chi is chi and life return is life return. Even without mastering chi, one can still master life return. And this life return is a very miraculous ability. There is a vice admiral in the Marines named Enigmo. His fighting style uses life return to control his hair, turning it into countless black hands. At first glance, it looks like spider legs, hence his name Enigmo. What Luffy has mastered seems very similar to life return, controlling his body and with increased willpower causing his rubber body to expand. If Luffy wanted, he could actually change back now, right? Luffy nodded. But after returning to normal size, he became bloated and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Then he immediately covered his mouth. Luffy, who nearly vomited, immediately grew larger again. That was close. I almost wasted all that food. That's what you're worried about. Usopp complained speechlessly. Cheng Lang looked at Kuyami. You can do it too. I'm not sure, but I think so. It's like him trying to control multiple form transformations. As Kuyami spoke, her wings began to spread and enlarge. In just a moment, her wingspan reached 4 or 5 meters. Meanwhile, her legs gradually turned into goat hooves, and her eyes became vertical pupils. However, her body control was still lacking. The fur from the goat hooves gradually spread to her lower abdomen. In this form, if she had a whip-like tail, she could easily pass for a succubus. Naturally, Sanji's eyes turned into hearts. Ah, cute me turned into sexy me, ah. Absolutely wonderful. But within less than a minute, me returned to her form with just a pair of wings. Phew. Maintaining 3 forms is still quite difficult. Me wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. Clearly her stamina was insufficient to sustain the transformation for long, especially with her wings expanded to that extent. Are you two ability users? Zoan types? Vivi asked curiously. I'm a rubber man who ate the gum-gum fruit. I'm a Zoan type. Me nodded shyly. Because Cheng Lang had warned her not to follow Luffy's example and reveal her trump card, me only introduced herself as a Zoan type. But Zoan types should only have 3 forms, right? Human form, beast form, and human beast form. I'm currently in human beast form. Actually, I've been keeping myself in human beast form all along to train my ability so I can be of help as soon as possible. Me smiled, retracted her wings, and returned to her normal girl appearance. Vivi nodded. She also marveled at the wonder of devil fruits. As for asking what specific type of devil fruit it was, that would be too rude since she couldn't even fully use her human beast form yet. It must be very tiring. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang began to ponder. He didn't expect that the first to master life return would be me. However, the stacking of multiple animal abilities was so difficult that she could master life return under these circumstances. Although devil fruits are developed through imagination without a solid foundation, even if one thinks of an idea, it may not be possible to develop it. He really wanted to try other devil fruits. Cheng Lang sighed. When he watched the anime, he had thought about how he would develop a devil fruit if he had one. For example, Buggy the Clown's Chop Chop Fruit Awakening could affect the outside world, directly splitting the world apart. The Smooth Fruit could directly slide out damage, a concept similar to Kuma's development. But in reality, he didn't know about the Chop Chop Fruit, but the Smooth Fruit definitely couldn't be developed like Kuma's. After all, the natures of the two were fundamentally different. Similar to the classification of Zoan-type devil fruits into ordinary, ancient, and mythical types, Paramecia types are also categorized. They are roughly divided into 3 categories: self-targeting abilities, external targeting abilities, and creation-type abilities. Of course, they can be further subdivided, but these are the main ones. Representatives of self-targeting: Luffy, Buggy, Alvida. Representatives of external targeting: Pawpaw, Tremor, Door, etc. Representatives of creation-type: Wax, Poison, String, etc. Alvida's Smooth Fruit likely develops in a direction similar to Luffy's, affecting the outside world and making everything it touches smooth. Simple, but also very strong. If Alvida had the strength of a Yonko at this moment, her speed would definitely be the fastest. After all, before reaching a certain threshold, friction wouldn't hinder her from exerting force. But when reaching the threshold, the key point of the sound barrier, if friction is eliminated, the air would offer no resistance, and all the force she applied would be completely transferred to the opponent. Ordinary yet powerful. However, Alvida currently does not possess this ability. After a few remarks, Cheng Lang turned his gaze to Luffy, who was now about 4 meters tall and imitating a robot. Usopp and Mr. Nine cheered him on. Their relationship is warming up so fast. In just a short while, this Mr. Nine had already been assimilated. Crocus also laughed heartily. Then Luffy began to perform the nose-inserted copsticks dance he learned from Joseph. Cheng Lang, join us. Too embarrassing, I won't. Fine. Nose-inserted copsticks dance it is. The joyful time quietly passed, and night fell on the horizon. Nami took out the log pose she bought in Lobetown. So the red line also has its own magnetic field. How long does it need to store? Nami asked Crocus curiously. 1 day? But by the way, did you buy that log pose in Lobetown? Yes, what's the problem? Crocus looked at the sleeping others and pointed at Vivi and Mr. Nine. Then you should ask them. Currently, the only organization capable of reaching from the Grand Line to the East Blue is theirs. I suspect the next stop will be their base, Whiskey Peak. Nami immediately grasped the crux of the matter. So you're really making money from both sides. By the way, what would happen if a pirate crew came directly to the Great Line without obtaining a log pose? The voice speaking wasn't Nami's, but Cheng Lang's. He was aware that the Great Line had 7 routes. Yet he was curious. If Luffy and his crew hadn't encountered the whale Labu at the start, they wouldn't have met Wei Wei, and thus would have no way to obtain the exact direction of the island. What would happen then? There have been quite a few. Some time ago, a pirate crew from your East Blue, called Cricky, I think. They charged over without any preparation. Lucky for them, I had just given Labu a sedative at the time. In the end, I don't know where they drifted off to. As he spoke, Kroko shook his head. Probably either died in the storm or from lack of food. Cricky. Nanī was, you know them? Not really. They returned to the East Blue with nothing but a battered ship, Cheng Lang replied with a smile. Then they were incredibly lucky. The probability of an ordinary ship passing through the calm belt is virtually zero, Kroko remarked with a sigh. Indeed. In a sense, very lucky. Cheng Lang nodded in agreement. After all, to encounter Hawkeye, who rivaled the four emperors in strength as soon as they entered the Great Line, where could one find reason in that? Old man, from the stories you told earlier, you must have been out to sea and even looked into some information about that pirate crew, right? Yes. What's the matter? Do you want to go looking too? Kroko asked, puzzled. Cheng Lang shook his head. You must have the training method for hockey right. After all, you managed to take down a giant squid just by throwing an anchor. Your strength is definitely impressive. Seeing Cheng Lang's inquisitive expression, Kroko rubbed his chin, then went into the lookout tower. After a brief search, he came out holding a... This old man doesn't have that much energy left. This is a journal I wrote during my time at sea. It contains what you're looking for. Cheng Lang took the dusty notebook, delighted, and opened it. What he found differed somewhat from his expectations. The opening pages were filled with medical knowledge, particularly many records of pain-relieving and sedative medications, clearly prepared for the Pirate King Roger. Looking at the dense array of different painkillers, Cheng Lang asked, Old man, why have you recorded so many sedatives and painkillers? Who needed that much pain relief and sedation? Kroko, prompted by the question, involuntarily recalled the past. The story from over 20 years ago seemed as if it had happened only yesterday. A man who was dying. Without painkillers and sedatives, every day he could barely move. What illness did he have? That's severe. A lung disease. One that could have been cured if he had another 10 years or so, Kroko sighed and shook his head. As time progressed, diseases were gradually being conquered, but unfortunately time waits for no one. Lungs, that's something that often happens in adventures. Every island you visit presents different kinds of plants, climates, and even animals. After visiting many islands, you'll eventually encounter a problem that your boat's immune system can't solve. At first it might be just a minor cold, but over time it becomes irreversible. I see. Cheng Lang pondered this, but he only asked out of curiosity. After all, even a powerhouse like the Pirate King could fall ill, and the cause was clearly internal. Even someone as strong as Whitebeard was plagued by numerous ailments in his later years, all consequences of lacking systematic medical care. Take Garp, for instance. As a contemporary, he had the backing of the Marines and access to robust medical support, so even in his old age he retained considerable physical fitness. Cheng Lang quietly flipped through the pages, and soon he found what he was looking for, information about hockey. However, the way it was recorded was quite peculiar. It was mostly descriptions of various hockey training methods along with some content about how hockey affects devil fruit abilities. In summary, armament hockey can touch Logia users, and powerful armament hockey can negate the negative effects of devil fruit abilities. He was already aware of these points as they had been explained in the anime. Turning another 2 pages, he finally found insights on training. From this point onward, it was clear that Kroko himself was in the process of mastering hockey, specifically observation hockey, because with it one could better perceive the fluctuations of life. The description here was very detailed. It differed from what Cheng Lang knew. Observation hockey, abandoning the 5 senses and perceiving with the heart. That's such an abstract concept. You could also call it the 6th sense intuition. In any case, it's not perceived through the eyes, ears, throat, or nose. Organs that inherently have sensory properties, Kroko explained. Cheng Lang thought about it. He had in fact experienced something akin to this 6th sense before. When he was a child, he often walked alone and liked to take shortcuts through small alleys. But one day he suddenly felt unwilling to take that alley. The next day he learned from the director's casual conversation that a child's body had been found in that alley. At the time he had inexplicably taken a detour. If he thought about it now, he had already sensed something back then. There were also records of armament hockey, but it was obvious that Kroko had only achieved a preliminary grasp, not enough to cover and harden his body, but sufficient to coat his hands or objects. And it was described as an attachment of life force. It was similar to chi, yet also somewhat different. Hockey requires a stronger physical constitution to master, while chi exists in everyone's body and can be guided and felt through movement. Hockey could be considered a higher-level application of chi. There's also a record of qigong. I learned about it when I was young in the Flower Country. At the time, qigong therapy was being talked about as something very mystical. Cheng Lang silently noted this. Nanī, who had been looking on for a while, pointed curiously at an abstract diagram of a human figure in the notebook. Is this a basic movement diagram for qigong? Kroko nodded. It's a basic guiding movement. It can exercise the body and is a good health practice. I do it every day. With that, Nanī began to practice on her own. Cheng Lang was a bit surprised. You're interested? It's not that I'm interested. It's just that when I see Alvida and Koyami training every day, I don't feel right just watching, Nanī replied as she stretched her waist. Cheng Lang was surprised, but it felt reasonable. When everyone around you is working hard, the atmosphere tends to spur even the most reluctant to move. Of course, the opposite is also true, but clearly Nanī was influenced by the two women. Thinking this, Cheng Lang also stretched his body and decided to give it a try. He was also curious. After completing a set, Cheng Lang felt a continuous surge of something within his body. No fatigue, but rather an invigorating energy. In contrast, Nanī was drenched in sweat, breathing a little rapidly, but she was staring at her own hands. This is chi. It's amazing. Nanī closed her eyes to feel it, then frowned as she looked up at the sky. It seems like a hurricane is coming over there. As she spoke, a storm raged on the distant horizon. Ku Luokasi stared at Nam Mei in astonishment. How did you do that? It's just, I felt it. The wind over there was wrong. Nam Mei said matter of fact. Ku Luokasi sighed with admiration. Your talent for weather is extraordinary. With a navigator like you, this journey should be relatively smooth, for the most dangerous thing on the Vai to Honglu is often not the enemy, but the weather. A single misstep could lead you into a storm or a giant whirlpool, leaving you to perish at the bottom of the sea. Don't say such terrifying things, Name complained, annoyed. Ku Luokasi shook his head with a smile. This sea is indeed this dangerous. 40% of pirates and merchant ships vanish into the ocean without a trace. Then he turned to Cheng Lang. You kid. Your vitality is too exuberant. It's as if there's a furnace in your body endlessly radiating. Cheng Lang was also somewhat puzzled. His physique was special. Was it because of the MC fruit? After all, when his hunger bar was full, he never felt tired or any such emotions. But it was clearly unrelated to that state. I think I know the reason. Cheng Lang pondered. He had always been curious about what happened to the food he ate after his chicken leg and satiety were full, whether it disappeared into thin air or was stored in a form. Now he understood. The excess satiety from eating was stored in his body in another form, not gone. Feeling the surging chi within him, Cheng Lang merely moved his mind, and the chi quietly gathered in his left hand. He punched forward. Crack! The air popped with a sonic boom. His eyes flickered, and in the next instant he disappeared from his spot. Name was puzzled while Ku Luokasi looked up at the sky. At that moment, Cheng Lang had already soared tens of meters into the sky. Crack! He stepped on the air, creating a blast wave. Moonwalk! Ku Luokasi was astonished. Then he saw Cheng Lang using moonwalk to ascend straight up until he vanished from Name's sight. He's flying. Name only reacted now. But before a minute had passed, Cheng Lang quietly descended. I didn't expect moonwalk to be this exhausting. The falling Cheng Lang remarked. How did you do that? Name was curious, and not only her. The others were also awakened by the sound of Cheng Lang stepping on air. Among them, Yair Li Ta and Ku Yami were especially curious. It's chi. A form of life return, I suppose. I concentrate the power into my hand. Crack. The air popped with a sonic boom. Like this, I strike the air, creating an air blast. Then I use the recoil to lift off. Since it's midair, it's hard to get a foothold, so it requires some skill and a high degree of body control. The others curiously gathered around, eager to feel the chi. Soon the Straw Hat crew started drawing. The others curiously gathered around, eager to feel the chi. Soon the Straw Hat crew started drawing big watermelons on the left and pushing tiles on the right, mimicking random. Lu Fei and me, who had already mastered the basics of life return, quickly got the hang of it, while the others were still half understanding. Though they could sense the chi, they only sensed it. They still needed to adapt to using it. Of course, the one who benefited the most was me, since chi greatly helped her transformation. The price of Cheng Lang's shortcut was that he got hungry abnormally fast. That night, he felt hungry again and went to the ship to eat fruit. Seeing him eat, Lu Fei also asked for some and started eating again. Speaking of which, Lu Fei, since you've sensed chi and life return, you should be able to make the chi flow faster in your body, right? Huh, I think so. Try it. Then, as expected. In the original story, Lu Fei used the method of squeezing his limb extremities, his arms and legs, to create a second heart-like effect, thereby accelerating his metabolism. However, the high temperature and fast-flowing blood came with the negative effect of shortening his lifespan. The principle of lifespan reduction was similar to how a persistent high fever could damage the brain and organs. Human cells suffered damage when the body temperature exceeded 40 degrees Celsius. This is so tiring. I have to keep controlling it, or I can't do anything else. Use your rubber ability. For example, squeeze your arms and legs to passively speed up your metabolism. Lu Fei didn't think too much and started experimenting. Soon he successfully developed second gear, though it wasn't the same as the initial second gear from the original. It works. And I feel a lot faster. Lu Fei was delighted. Cheng Lang looked at Lu Fei's current state. The steam coming from his body was much less, but his skin was slightly flushed, similar to the second gear Lu Fei developed after 2 years, which was a perfected version that caused less damage to the body. Apparently, this was related to the difference between active and passive control. Cheng Lang mused. Initially, when Lu Fei first developed second gear, he could barely control it and had to force it. Now, thanks to Cheng Lang, Lu Fei actively thought about how to eat more, and through the development of his rubber physique and the vitality within him, he had made great progress. Indeed, when it came to eating, Lu Fei was serious. The result, however, was that Lu Fei ate even more. Looking at the almost empty fruit stock, Cheng Lang felt a bit helpless. It seemed he would have to spend days and nights ripening and cutting leaves again. Time came to the next day. The group prepared to set off. Naturally, to repay the notebook given by the other party, Cheng Lang made many boxes and fishing rods and also dug out a 30 by 30 by 4 space inside the Hongtadalu. It wasn't that Cheng Lang didn't want to expand further, but Ku Luokasi said it was unnecessary as he spent most of his time inside Lab. So Cheng Lang had to make more fishing rods and leave behind many converted fruits. We're off. Lu Fei stood at the bow waving his hand. Labu and Ku Luokasi watched them leave. What warm-hearted people, Labu. Labu nodded in agreement. The sea is about to become lively. And the Straw Hat crew officially entered the Vida Honglu, immediately experiencing its wondrous weather changes. One moment it was sunny, the next it was hailing, and before they could recover it was a blizzard. The temperature difference was so extreme, they didn't know whether to wear short sleeves or winter coats. This is the key to the different climates on each island in the Vida Honglu. But this sea area is like this because the magnetic fields of 7 islands overlap and interfere with each other, creating such conditions. Later the sea becomes relatively calm. Wei Wei explained with a smile. Nanī sighed. On the deck the men were having a snowball fight and building a snowman. These guys, can't they be a little more calm? Haha, I think it's great. Want to join? Wei Wei invited. Nanī was annoyed but still followed her out. Take this. As soon as Nanī stepped out, a snowball the size of a person's head hit her in the face. Seeing this, Lu Fei shivered. Oh no, you guys faced the judgment. Nanī laughed and started throwing snowballs as well. But in the next instant the connected stone split. It couldn't withstand the force. Perhaps it was fate. The figurehead of the going merry eventually. There was no such thing as farming here. Or rather, because the island was small and mostly saline-alkali soil, farming could barely sustain them. Even if it could, the location meant pirates would visit every day. Compared to farming, hunting pirates for bounties made living easier. Over time it became the Whiskey Peak of today. Mr. Nine recounted the town's origin, but at first this survival model was unstable. However, since the establishment of Baroque works, they promised that if the town joined they would provide stable shipping routes and stable prices for treasures. Over time, Whiskey Peak truly transformed from a brewing town into a gathering place for pirate hunters. You're good people. If you enter the town flaunting your pirate flag, even without bounties you'll be attacked. After all, looting pirate ships and treasures isn't a crime. You're good people. If you enter the town flaunting your pirate flag, even without bounties you'll be attacked. After all, looting Vivi nodded as well. Yes, as long as you don't admit to being pirates you'll receive normal treatment on the island. Although the town's food supplies are low, if you're willing to pay they'll be happy to trade. Their advice might have convinced ordinary people. But unfortunately, they happened to be dealing with Luffy. At that moment Luffy shook his head. We are pirates. We won't lower our pirate flag just to avoid trouble. It's a matter of pirate pride. You, Mr. Nine looked speechlessly at the Straw Hat boy. Luffy, have you thought this through? You're facing a town full of bounty hunters. Even if you're strong, you should consider your crew. Do they agree? Mr. Nine tried to get the other crew members to persuade their stubborn captain, but all he got was silence. Vivi was. Nami sighed, patted Vivi's hand, and shook her head. Usopp, on the other hand, was trembling. We are brave sea warriors. How could we lower our pirate flag just because of a mere town of pirate hunters? It'd be better if your legs weren't shaking when you say that. Sanji joked. Mr. Nine stared at the scene in amazement. You guys are really passionate, baby. This is what men should be like. Then his partner gave him a sharp knock on the head. How could you let them infect you? Mr. Nine. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Vivi had to give up. Since you've chosen this, we must part ways here. Oh, you take care too. Luffy waved with a smile. His frankness left Vivi speechless, and she finally waved back with a smile. Ahead was Cactus Hill. As enemies, well, go ahead. Mr. Nine and Vivi jumped off the ship and swam back. Zoro looked at them and asked doubtfully, those two aren't going to tip them off, are they? Cheng Lang watched them leave, his expression turning strange. He felt something was off, but couldn't put his finger on it. Then he froze, as if remembering a question he had once seen online. Since Vivi already knew Crocodile's identity, why did she continue to stay in Baroque Works? After all, in the original story, it was only when someone from above was sent down that Vivi's identity was exposed. That means Vivi should have already known who the boss of Baroque Works was. So what was the reason for Vivi to stay in Baroque Works? Could it be that she deliberately waited for Luffy? Unable to figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it, since the world would adapt itself, and he would find out when the truth came out. There wasn't even a single person. What's going on? Luffy stood at the bow looking puzzled. At that moment a series of explosions sounded. Had mentioned, there wasn't even a single person. What's going on? Luffy stood at the bow looking puzzled. At that moment a series of explosions sounded. Save them. Cheng Lang called out. Koyami instantly spread his wings expanding to 4 meters, and silently, it was a pair of a man and a woman. Cheng Lang recognized them. The mucus man and the kilogram lady, both devil fruit users. Me? Save them. Cheng Lang called out. Koyami instantly spread his wings expanding to 4 meters, and silently lifted off the ground. He wasn't the only one acting. Sanji also moved. He had already leaped to the shore and charged straight at the nose-picking Mr. 5. It wasn't that he couldn't beat the mucus man, but the kilogram lady was harassing him relentlessly. Since Sanji never strikes women, he was having a hard time dealing with it. Wasn't that he couldn't beat the mucus man, but the kilogram lady was harassing him relentlessly. Since Sanji never strikes women, he was having a hard time dealing with the attacks from both. That curly-browed pervy cook, Zoro rolled his eyes, and was about to help. But Alvida interrupted, leave that woman, saying that Alvida charged forward moving fast, clearly using Soru and her devil fruit ability. The burst of speed combined with her zero friction body made her even faster. In less than 2 seconds, she reached the battlefield and swung her mace, hitting the kilogram lady square in the abdomen. But the expected scene of being knocked back and severely injured didn't fully happen. Miss Valentine Makita, floating in the air, clutched her stomach and frowned at Alvida. Who the hell are you bitch? Having eaten the kilo fruit, she could freely control her body weight from as light as half a kilogram to as heavy as 10,000 kilograms. If she hadn't reacted quickly by lightening her weight to minimize the damage, she might have been taken out by that blow. Alvida frowned at her mace, then looked at Makita. She felt the impact, but it was like hitting a piece of paper. It caused damage, but not much. So she is a devil fruit user. Of course. I'm a woman who ate the kilo fruit. Right now I weigh only half a kilogram. Your attack should be heavy, but unfortunately, just the wind pressure from swinging your big mace can blow me away. You can't hit me now. I see. That's quite unfortunate. Alvida smiled and slammed her mace into the ground. Then she threw off her cape. Now wearing only a bikini, Alvida pushed off with her feet. You? Makita was puzzled about what Alvida was doing. But the next moment Alvida was right in front of her silently, without even stirring a breeze. In response, Alvida's slender arm also without any wind wrapped around her. Then an overwhelming force struck. The whole person was slammed heavily into the ground. Even though her body weighed only half a kilogram, the impact cracked. On the other side, without Makita's interference, Sanji quickly gained the upper hand. Even though his opponent's entire body could explode, Sanji's kicking speed was so swift that despite the explosions, the enemy was already kicked away and embedded into the wall. Seeing this, Cheng Lang couldn't help but remark that although the two were devil fruit users, they were truly weak. After all, both fruits were quite powerful. The bomb fruit needed no introduction. It was practically a humanoid nuclear bomb provided it was developed properly and not just used for picking noses. Then there was the kilo fruit, an inferior version of the tauntaun fruit. In the anime, the maximum weight it could achieve was around 10 tons, while the tauntaun fruit could reach 10,000 tons, a seemingly vast gap. But in Cheng Lang's understanding, these two fruits had some differences. One could only increase weight while the other could also make the body lighter. This difference was quite significant. After all, if one could make the body lighter and combine it with skills like paper art, it would be extremely difficult for any attack to land. Even if hit, much of the damage would not be absorbed by the body. At the moment of attack, one could instantly adjust the bonus weight. For example, when kicking, abruptly increasing the weight to deliver a whip-like strike. The Tenten limit was only superficial. The actual weight delivered depended on the user's strength. If awakened, whether it would affect an area, or like Kid allow weight manipulation on other objects, he placed a hand on the opponent's body. As I thought, it doesn't work. Cheng Lang had only wanted to test if his conversion table could directly sell the fruit ability within an enemy's body by touch. Of course, he knew it was unlikely. After all, his conversion table could only sell items that were Minecraftized. Non-Minecraftized items couldn't be sold, let alone devil fruit abilities still inside a living person. Still, Cheng Lang was reluctant to give up. He tried to convert it, but the result was failure. He looked around and saw that Luffy and the others had already gone to find Vivi. He thought for a moment, then took out various Minecraftized fruits and placed them nearby. Come to think of it, I've never killed anyone before. As he spoke, an iron sword pierced the man's neck. Cheng Lang watched his heart racing slightly, but soon calmed down. The anticipated guilt of killing did not appear. At that moment, experience burst from the opponent's body, directly raising Cheng Lang's level to 38. In the instant the man's life faded, the Minecraftized apple Cheng Lang had placed nearby underwent a change. From red, it quietly turned black with layers of spirals appearing. The stem also transformed into something resembling a fuse. At first glance, it looked like a bomb that could be lit with a match. Just as I thought. He dug 2 dirt blocks, then threw the still silent Mr. 5 into the pit and covered it with debris from the building, giving him a proper burial. Cheng Lang took the bomb fruit and placed it in the selling slot. It couldn't be sold. Then he placed it in the conversion slot and saw the price 80 million EMC. He fell silent. So expensive. But if it could be converted, that meant it could be sold afterward. 80 million was just the conversion price. What about the selling and buying prices? Before conversion, the price was not visible. But it might be just as expensive, at least 80 million. Buying might start at 100 million. Just thinking about it made his head ache. Currently, his daily guaranteed income came from fishing with Luffy and Usopp, about 300 EMC per day. Mostly Luffy and Cheng Lang caught junk. But for some reason, neither Usopp nor Luffy had ever fished up treasure-type items, nor had Cheng Lang. How long would it take to afford the conversion? Cheng Lang leisurely returned to the Straw Hat crew. Just then Vivi was reaching a crucial point in her story. So Vivi, you're the princess of Alabasta? Nami asked in surprise. Yes. And the boss discovered your identity and wanted to control you because you found out his discovery is an overstatement. It's more like speculation. I haven't actually seen the boss, but I have a pretty good idea who it is. Why did you join Baroque Works? Cheng Lang asked curiously, since a princess wouldn't normally join an organization. Vivi was silent for a moment. Then a weak voice came. Let me explain. Akainu, covered in black and blue from the explosion, spoke up. Vivi was silent for a moment. Then a weak voice came. Let me explain. Akainu, covered in black and blue. Akainu hesitated, but after seeing Vivi's nod, he ate everything. In moments, the lingering pain from the explosion faded, and he could feel his condition improving significantly. He was stunned, but began to explain. Baroque Works has a plan called Utopia. Simply put, it's a country where no one goes hungry, and there is no injustice. That sounds good, doesn't it? Yes, I thought so too when I first heard it. But the organization's target is Alabasta. They want to build their utopia on the ruins of this ancient kingdom. That's why the princess became curious and wanted to join. Koyumi asked, puzzled. This organization doesn't sound bad, does it? Indeed, Vivi nodded. If the organization truly held such ideals, I wouldn't mind secretly helping. Princess, Akainu, Alabasta is beset by internal and external troubles. If things are truly beyond saving, we can at least choose to hand the country over to someone with ideals, can't we? Akainu shook his head helplessly, thinking the prince's naive thoughts were far too childish. But in reality, after half a year of investigation, the princess and I discovered that Baroque Works has close ties with the rebel army. The weapons seized from pirates, especially guns and arms, have all flowed into the rebels' hands. Moreover, the boss identity makes it impossible to realize the so-called utopia. Unfortunately, we lack crucial evidence. Even if we disclosed everything we know, the people would only think we were shifting blame, a shirking of responsibility. Akainu sighed. So who is the boss? What? Koyumi was curious, but Nami covered her mouth. Me knowing too much isn't good. Vivi nodded, not speaking. This matter was unrelated to Luffy's crew. Revealing the secret would only drag them into trouble unnecessarily. Just then Akainu said, I don't know your relationship with Princess Vivi, but if possible, I ask you to take Vivi with you for a while. Now that our identities are exposed, and we've been targeted by high-ranking agents, if we don't contact the higher-ups for long, even more formidable assassins will be sent. I will sail directly toward Alabasta to draw their attention. Please, if you can take the princess with you. Akainu made his request. Have you underestimated our strength? Cheng Lang pointed at Sanji and Alvida. Would wipe them out in seconds. I don't think this so-called Baroque Works can handle. Cheng Lang's words made Alvida and Sanji blush. We're not that amazing, Alvida said, touching her face with feigned. Sanji raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak, Zoro cut in. Aside from the curly eyebrows, we're all strong. What did you say, Seaweed Head? Sanji glared at Zoro, who replied without flinching. If Alvida hadn't helped you, could you have faced them alone? You? Sanji had no retort. If Alvida hadn't appeared, he might have been entangled by the two attackers, and might not have. Moreover, the explosive man's ability was formidable. Even at his fastest kick, the explosion numbed his leg. A direct hit would have been disastrous. Seeing Sanji fall silent, Zoro said no more, though it was merely a tease. Cheng Lang waved his hand. So you see, people as strong as us are hard to find. Taking Vivi along is definitely fine. I wouldn't recommend going alone. If something happens, Vivi would be upset. Cheng Lang waved his hand. So you see, people as strong as us are hard to find. Taking Vivi along is definitely fine. I wouldn't recommend going. It's not that I want to snitch, but I was just saved by Vivi. I can't help much. Besides, someone needs to stay and handle the aftermath. They are our comrades, too willing to help after what happened. I can't just abandon them. Mr. Nine spoke weakly, clearly frightened. But as he said, someone needed to stay for cleanup. Igaram and Vivi lowered their heads. They had forgotten about these former comrades who had just helped them. Without their aid, Vivi and Igaram might have been executed. They felt guilty. Luffy's crew looked at Cheng Lang. After a brief hesitation, Cheng Lang understood their intent. He chuckled and scratched his head. Even if you didn't ask, I would have done it. Vivi and her servant looked at Cheng Lang in confusion, not knowing what was happening. Don't worry about the cleanup. First take me to your gathering place. And me lead out a cow. Vivi and her servant looked at Cheng Lang in confusion, not knowing what was happening. Don't worry about the cleanup. First, though early One Piece anime and manga rarely depicted death, a common flaw in youth manga of that era, in this world that rule did not apply. The explosive man, perhaps a victim of his era, could easily kill an ordinary person with his ability. Among the countless bounty hunters, less than 100 were still alive amidst the severed limbs. Vivi and Cheng Lang issued orders one by one. Luffy grew anxious. What about me? You? Go to Sanji, ask what ingredients he needs, and relay the message. Luffy's crew began bustling. Cheng Lang also started his work. Me had already brought the cow. Cheng Lang fed milk and grilled fish to the injured. But as he feared, those with severed limbs could not be restored. He did his best to save lives. My methods are too crude. A doctor could reattach limbs much better, he muttered. In the end, more survived than expected. Of the 300 in the town, about 100 died, leaving over 200 alive. For those with intact, severed limbs, vitality buffs allowed reattachment, but some resulted in mismatched arm lengths, clearly due to Cheng Lang's crude work. Still, survival was a blessing. Night fell. Under a starry sky, a bonfire was lit. Despite their losses, the people of Whiskey Peak unexpectedly began a celebration. Thanks to you, young master, I'd be dead otherwise. Yeah, without you my buddy couldn't drink with his hands anymore. Damn, you a gunman, might not even hold a gun. Haha, all thanks to you, young master. Drink. Tonight we feast till dawn. The rough bounty hunters raised their cups. Cheng Lang felt out of place. Seeing his hesitation, the bounty hunters smiled and shook their heads. Don't think too much, young master. We live on the edge of the blade. Even without this, we'd face other battles. Next time there might be no one to save us. Yeah, being alive is luck enough. We can still fight. What's there to complain about? Enough of that, young master. Cheers. The rough men drank heartily, trying to forget. But Cheng Lang saw those who laughed while tears streamed. He sighed. Yes, joy is better than sorrow, isn't it? He silently raised his cup. Igram and Mr. 9 were digging graves, burying the dead. On the Cactus Mountain, countless new tombstones appeared, for enemies and for the bounty hunters who lived there. Nami and Vivi carved the epitaphs. Just the names. Nami asked. Mr. 9 nodded. That's enough. Over there are nameless pirates. A name at least shows they were hunters, not pirates. Sanji took a drag of his cigarette. Such is the cruelty of the sea. Vivi, familiar with this, said, many are from other islands who couldn't survive, even some from Alabasta to come here. Why? Nami asked. Because here they can survive. That's why we had to kill Laboon before. It blocked too many people's livelihoods. Vivi smiled. But now it's fine. Still, I can't change much. Her smile was forced, tinged with melancholy. Sanji looked at Vivi, who was clearly smiling, yet he felt she was crying. Princess, you need not blame yourself so much. You will surely be a great queen one day. Ikelim approached Vivi and placed his hand on her head. Vivi shook her head. I couldn't change anything. If it weren't for Luffy and the others. Luffy clapped his hands and rose from the pit. I've decided, Vivi. Who was the mastermind you spoke of? I'm going to take him down. Vivi's expression was complex, then she smiled and shook her head. Luffy, actually. But before she could finish, Luffy had already fallen flat on the ground. I'm going to sleep now. Wake me when it's time to leave. In an instant, even snoring came from him. Wait. Luffy. Vivi was stunned. Nami smiled and shook her head. It's no use, Vivi. That's just how Luffy is. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Ikelim watched the scene and chuckled. Are you really pirates? After all, pirates wouldn't do things like this. Then Nami and Sanji also laughed. Meanwhile, elsewhere. On the ship, Zoro stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. A vulture and a beaver were circling in the sky, not descending. So that's the unlucky pair Vivi mentioned. Mr. 13. But can I cut them from this far? Zoro's hand rested on the Kitetsu 3. His breathing quietly deepened. One sword-style hawk wave. A sharp air wave shot toward the sky, but it fell. The unlucky pair in the sky sensed it and flew higher. TCH. What would that Hawkeye guy do? Yet the unlucky pair still lingered in the sky, the beaver's hand rapidly sketching, clearly recording the faces of the traitors. Come to think of it, Hawkeye could block my slashes with just a small knife, and the blade wasn't damaged. That must be what Cheng Lang called armament hockey. And he said that chi is not armament hockey, but armament hockey is a higher application of chi, so there must be some common ground. Zoro's gaze fixed on the unlucky pair 1,000 meters above. With Zoro's breathing, layers of milky white chi quietly emerged around him, gradually flowing into the blade of the Kitetsu 3. Then it was dyed into a black-purple hue. So this is the nature of a cursed sword. What a naughty child. But just right. Zoro sheathed the Kitetsu. He channeled all the chi within his body into the blade. One sword style, Demon's Lament. Swish. A flash of light. A black-purple flying slash soared into the sky. Where the blade passed, wailing and lamentation echoed. That slash pierced straight through the unlucky pair. But the distance of 1,000 meters was too great. It did not instantly claim their lives. Yet the wounds were deep enough to show bone, perhaps tinged with the ghostly chi. Black-purple blood rained from the sky. I'm still too inexperienced, aren't I? Zoro sheathed the kitetsu. In the next instant, sweat dripped from his brow. The use of chi is more exhausting than I imagined. Would haki be even more so? Zoro fell silent. He went to the storage room, where the grilled fish was kept. He took out a few strips and ate them, also scooping out some wine. This was the wine brewed by Cheng Lang and Sanji using MC fruits. However, it was still in the experimental stage, since MC fruits never rot, so the method of brewing wine naturally couldn't be the same as ordinary methods. It's just sugary water after all. Zoro smacked his lips, but he continued drinking. Though it wasn't wine, it was still much better than plain water. Meanwhile, Usopp, Mi, and Alvida were already having a banquet. Cheng Lang's food not only healed their injuries, but also restored them from critical condition to normal. Naturally, with their energy back, they had to celebrate. The sounds of the banquet reached Cactus Mountain. Luffy, who had been sleeping, woke up and followed the scent. The joyful atmosphere dispelled much of the gloom. In such an environment, Cheng Lang silently took out a diamond pickaxe. But he felt a bit distressed. Although it was only 3 diamonds, it was still over 6,000 EMC value painstakingly accumulated through fishing. Better use an iron pickaxe. I can't afford diamonds. Cheng Lang grumbled, switching to an iron pickaxe. He had plenty of iron, at least enough for the short term. Why not convert all the iron into EMC? Cheng Lang wasn't stupid. Converting it in and then out would lose half the value. If not urgently needed, he wouldn't do that, let alone sell everything to convert into devil fruits. But unnecessary. Even if he converted now, he might not be able to afford one, and more importantly, it seemed no one wanted to eat a devil fruit at the moment. Nami wouldn't, Sanji and Zoro. The former could eat one, the latter wouldn't. But Sanji had his own ideas. If he had a choice, it would definitely be the clear fruit. Bomb fruit was out of the question. The remaining one was Usopp's. Honestly, it would suit him perfect. That was also why Cheng Lang chose to kill Mr. 5. Cheng Lang began to dig. But soon he was too stunned to speak. The iron ore distribution below the island was abnormal. What's going on? Cheng Lang was puzzled. He had just activated vein mining. One swing of the pickaxe yielded over 300 iron ores. He placed a few torches to look around. Then he roughly understood the situation. The reason each island in the Grand Line had magnetic links to others was probably the high iron content of the entire island, plus possibly other metals like magnetite. But with his powerful MC abilities, had it all been crudely transformed into iron? This was something he had realized recently. It was also why when he first encountered Alvida, he hadn't mined any other ores. Before acquiring vein mining, he didn't have the ability to manifest ores as MC blocks. This was something he had realized recently. It was also why when he first encountered Alvida, he hadn't mined any other ores. It turned into ordinary rock. But now the rock was grayish-brown. So it is possible, manually disabling the mod. But it seems the range of deactivation is limited. Ooh, I have to touch it. Cheng Lang looked back at the iron ore blocks still in square form. Items I've affected seem to be permanent. Whether I fall asleep or pass out, they won't revert. Cheng Lang thought, then reactivated the mod. For now, he could only treat these other mineral stones as iron, or since he only had the conversion table and hadn't added any other mods. He continued digging downward. Soon he struck lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli. Does that mean I can try enchanting? But enchanting consumes experience, right? Well, the mod. Cheng Lang looked at the lapis lazuli in his hand and finally sold it directly to the transformation table. The price was not expensive, 324 EMC value. Looking at this malicious number, Cheng Lang's lips twitched. He felt that in the future he would definitely have to spend a lot of 648s. He just didn't expect that lapis lazuli was cheaper than gold. It seems this is somewhat consistent with reality. For MC, gold is the most useless thing, but in the world of One Piece it's different. Forget about that. Today he could try how deep he could dig. After all, with the transformation table, he hadn't mined for a long time. With chain mining, Cheng Lang found it effortless to go downwards. However, considering that he might need to build a shelter here later, he dug down about 10 blocks in a staircase pattern, expanding 3 layers, each the size of over 100 basketball courts. He installed glowstone as a light source, which was much better than torches since torches could easily be taken. After doing all this, Cheng Lang directly started digging straight down. After an unknown amount of time, Cheng Lang wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out roast beef to eat. The sweat wasn't from exhaustion, but from the heat. So it's exactly like reality, the deeper you go, the hotter it gets. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Oxygen is also decreasing, but it hasn't triggered the suffocation state yet. He looked at his backpack. Now there were 10 slots filled with over 1,000 cobblestone basalt and other stones. This was just stone. If you also counted iron or coal gold flint, roughly calculated, he had dug over 1,300 meters. Theoretically, he had reached a position even deeper than Fishman Island. But even so, he hadn't seen any lava, yet the temperature had risen significantly. I wonder how much further I can dig down. Cheng Lang considered whether to continue, because he felt that if he continued once oxygen deprivation occurred, something unacceptable might happen. But giving up like this was somewhat unwilling. He gritted his teeth, continued downward. However, just after digging 1,000 meters, the surrounding temperature had risen to an unbearable level. It was like being in a steam room. Thanks to Cheng Lang's ability to blockify, otherwise he would have been filled with underground water overflowing by now. Breathing heavily, Cheng Lang felt a slight dizziness, obviously showing symptoms of hypoxia. At this moment, bubbles appeared on the status bar. This was something that only appeared when a character was diving, but it was depleting very slowly. Can I only reach here? 14,000 meters, is this my current limit? Cheng Lang pondered, then dug 4 pits nearby to generate infinite water. He submerged himself completely. Instantly, the scorching temperature dropped to normal. But obviously, emsified water couldn't be evaporated, so it wouldn't produce oxygen, and the temperature was constant. To be fair, in the sweltering underground, soaking in relatively cool water felt quite nice. But Cheng Lang soon thought of something that could utilize the emsification feature. He continued digging underwater, directly excavating a cuboid, and placed a door underwater. Sure enough, the space where the door was could block water. At the same time, he could breathe air, and most importantly, it wasn't hot here. What the hell? A bug? No, how can this be called a bug? This is called reasonable use of MC features. Cheng Lang laughed and continued digging downward using the feature, and this time, he reached 1,500 meters underground. Although he had learned from his previous world that the closer to the mantle, the higher the gold content in the rocks, he didn't expect it could directly be converted. Although he had learned from his previous world that the closer to the mantle, the higher the gold content in the rocks, he didn't expect it could directly be converted into gold. Or did I hit the gold layer? It seems that digging further down would reduce the content. Cheng Lang scratched his head. Although gold was enough for now, it didn't stop him from converting it into EMC value. After all, the price of 432 was acceptable if the quantity was large. Cheng Lang pondered, then activated chain mining. Half an hour later, Cheng Lang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mining here was very risky because once he went out, not only was breathing difficult, but it was also extremely stuffy and hot. It seems I'm really reaching my limit. He silently sold all 5 stacks of 1,000 gold ore. He hadn't finished mining yet. This gold layer was even more abundant than he imagined. At this moment, the EMC value reached about 216W. After half an hour of hard work, I haven't even seen 3% of the devil fruit conversion. Is it that hard? At this moment, the EMC value reached about 216W. After half an hour of hard work, I haven't even seen 3% of the devil fruit conversion. It was just that all the gold in the gold layer was gone. Expanding outward was only stone. He took out roast beef and ate it. It's almost dawn, right? Continue, or? Cheng Lang gritted his teeth and chose to continue since he had already come this far. An hour later, finally he had to go up. In the end, he didn't reach the lava layer, but the scorching temperature and difficulty breathing once out of the wooden door and the fewer minerals further down made continuing not worth the cost. But even so, he didn't find the lava layer, which made him somewhat dejected. He was almost over 2,000 meters underground. Why hadn't he encountered lava yet? There was no reason. Even at the end, he directly activated chain mining all the way down, breaking a diamond pickaxe, but still no lava. It was really strange. It was so hot. After scratching his head in confusion, Cheng Lang finally returned to the surface. And it happened to be dawn. He had been mining all night. At this moment, Alvida and me were waiting for him. Seeing Cheng Lang come up, Alvida said irritably, "I was suspecting you died down there. If it weren't for occasional flashes of light, me would have gone down to find you." Me blushed slightly. No. I was indeed a bit worried. I wanted to try to see if I could dig to lava, but unfortunately no. Lava? What do you need that for? Alvida was puzzled, but she quickly put that aside and looked at Cheng Lang curiously. Cheng Lang naturally knew what Alvida meant. I dug up a lot about. Let me calculate. I got 1,300 standard gold ingots. Hiss. Alvida felt a bit of heart attack. 1 ingot worth 200 million, 1,300 of them. Hiss. Alvida counted on her fingers, couldn't calculate, simply couldn't. 2.6 quadrillion. Me gave the answer, swallowing saliva. It seems almost catching up to the gold emperor. Cheng Lang waved his hand. What are you thinking? Gold is precious because it's rare. If we really put out that much gold, the price would definitely drop. And 2.6 quadrillion is just an estimate. Alvida twitched her mouth. At the very least, the estimate starts at thousands of trillions. There are probably few organizations in the world richer than you, and this is just one mining. Cheng Lang didn't feel much about it. After all, from the moment he obtained his ability, he knew that money no longer held much. Cheng Lang sighed. It was almost as much as to Zoro's net worth, but still not enough to convert a devil fruit. Cheng Lang was speechless. The conversion price of 80 million was truly headache-inducing. He suspected that later when he bought back the records it would cost even more EMC points. Cheng Lang even doubted that even if he dug up the entire world he might not be able to buy many fruits. The thought of such an outcome filled him with a sense of helplessness. Cheng Lang even doubted that even if he dug up the entire world he might not be able to buy many fruits. The thought of such an outcome filled him with a sense of help. Seeing Cheng Lang change the subject, the two exchanged glances. Probably asleep after the banquet, Alvida said, pointing with her chin toward the distance where people were lying scattered about. By the way, while you were away, Nanī and Princess Vivi discussed how to leave. Oh, what did they say? Directly to Alabasta? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Mi shook her head. They planned to fake their deaths, and then slowly make their way to Alabasta using the log post. Not in a hurry. Cheng Lang was somewhat surprised. He had thought they would head straight to Alabasta. Was the pull of fate really that, according to them, faking deaths can muddle through and buy time? That way, after returning to Alabasta, they can surprise the mastermind crocodile. If possible, they might even find key evidence. Hiding in the shadows, huh? You aren't surprised at all. Alvida had been shocked when she learned that the mastermind behind Baroque Works was Shichibukai Crocodile. I have some idea. The two women didn't dwell on it. It was no secret that Cheng Lang was clever. Aren't you sleepy? I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Cheng Lang yawned. The two nodded. They had joined the banquet, but soon gave in, and now drowsiness crept in. Morning sunlight spilled down. The three walked toward the Going Merry. Zoro, seeing them return, simply greeted them. He was about to go to bed. But just as they boarded the ship, a sudden voice came. Ah, the banquet is over. Yes. All three became alert. They turned their heads toward the source of the voice. A woman in a white robe, a white top hat, brown skin, and a purple elegant chest revealing fishnet top that perfectly displayed her slender waist. The combination was noble and graceful, and with her tall figure any man would be captivated by her exotic charm. Who are you? Alvida frowned, staring at the sudden woman. Cheng Lang was surprised. He hadn't expected Nico Robin to already be on the ship. What was Zoro looking at? Naturally, Zoro was also staring at Nico Robin, who had appeared unexpectedly with a wary expression. He hadn't heard any sound, nor had he seen the ship, and no one had approached from the shore. How had she boarded silently? Don't be nervous. Nico Robin, leaning against the railing, smiled warmly, as if greeting an old friend. I'm here to deliver a message. A message? Zoro was puzzled. That's right. Since you don't seem like vicious pirates, I'll offer you a piece of information for free. Robin produced a compass. The next island on this route is Little Garden. It takes a full year for the log pose to store its reading, and you don't have that much time. Here is an eternal pose to the nearest uninhabited island, near Alabasta. As she spoke, she placed the eternal pose on the railing. Alvida frowned. You're from Baroque Works, aren't you? Robin shrugged without answering, but the gesture was as good as an answer. Cheng Lang looked at Robin, then waved his hand, and returned to his room, leaving behind, I'm going to sleep. He left. The three on the ship were baffled. Zoro snapped, what are you doing? Don't you see there's an enemy? Well, even if she wanted to attack or escape, you couldn't stop her, because this isn't her real body. Ah, you noticed, Robin said. The other three didn't understand. But in the next moment, Robin's body dissolved into flower petals and vanished from the ship. The scene stunned everyone present. A devil fruit user? Cheng Lang lay on his bed thinking. Robin was far stronger than he had imagined. When the anime first aired, Robin couldn't create clones, but now she had clearly mastered that ability. Still, it made sense. As someone who always had to hide, Robin naturally needed to develop her fruit ability. Splitting her entire body should not be difficult for the Hana Nomi. The real challenge was creating more limbs like the CN Fleur Gigantesco Mano that required generating limbs comparable to a giant's. Such a massive number of limbs consumed immense stamina. It felt like stomping the ground 1,000 times in an instant. How could it not be exhausting? But splitting off a body clone was probably much easier. The reason Cheng Lang could tell was simple. On the map, there were two Robins, one still far away in a small town. That one was clearly the real one, while the one on the ship was just her clone. For a moment, Zoro, Alvida, and me exchanged glances. Brother Zoro, what do we do now? Me was anxious since they had been exposed. Alvida was also troubled. Zoro picked up the eternal pose from the railing. Take things as they come. If trouble comes knocking, we just push it back. Zoro wasn't worried, but he was curious how Cheng Lang had figured it out. Whether by aura or sight, that woman had seemed completely real. Could it be Kinbunchika Haki? Zoro rubbed his chin. If Cheng Lang, now sleeping like a baby, were awake, he would have denied it 3 times. Alvida saw the two like this and rolled her eyes. But in the end she sighed. Since they were already exposed, they might as well accept it. Worrying, me on the other hand felt uneasy, a sense of guilt for being caught red-handed. Alvida patted her head. Don't worry. Should we tell Sister Nanī? Let's wait until they wake up. We need to rest and be ready to fight when the enemy comes. When Luffy and the others returned to the ship, it was already afternoon. What? An enemy came aboard and left an eternal pose. When Luffy and the others returned to the ship, it was already afternoon. What? Zoro, Alvida, and Cheng Lang were basically the top combatants on the ship, yet they hadn't managed to stop her, and it seemed no fight had broken out. She's a devil fruit user who can appear remotely. She said a few words, left a compass, and left, Zoro explained briefly. Alvida and me nodded. Nanī looked at Cheng Lang. You should be able to see, right? Others didn't know, but Nanī had asked him before how had known her treasure was stolen. Cheng Lang nodded without hesitation. Yes. Then why don't you catch her? Given her abilities, I doubt I could catch her. Moreover, her ability to create clones means that the target locked by my ability might not be her true body. If I had acted rashly then and revealed that I could precisely pinpoint her location, it would be even harder to catch her in the future. Cheng Lang gave his reasoning. Nanī sighed at this. Indeed, facing an enemy capable of cloning, if you act rashly and catch a clone, it would be quite troublesome. You must be referring to Miss Sunday, the partner of Mr. Zero's boss. She indeed has the ability to create clones. That's why I said we can't obtain conclusive evidence. Vivi explained. Then doesn't that mean our plan is completely ruined? Nanī slumped onto the table in distress. Just the thought of fighting a warlord was already vexing enough, and their carefully laid plan had been intended to be a covert operation. But unexpectedly, sigh, the future looks bleak. Don't worry, if it weren't for Miss Sunday, I probably wouldn't have discovered that the mastermind behind the scenes is the warlord Crocodile. But the one who reported your discovery of the boss identity was probably that Sunday. Sanji said, smoking a cigarette. As one of the few sharp minds on the Straw Hat ship, he quickly pieced together the logic. Vivi nodded. For a moment the air was silent. So what exactly does she want to do? Alvida didn't understand. Divert trouble, or have some? Vivi shook her head. She couldn't figure it out. The information Miss Sunday had revealed to her all proved that her guess was correct. Now being hunted down only confirmed her suspicions. It seemed like she was helping, yet also creating difficulties. It was like helping, but not completely. Now she even gave them a permanent log pose for an uninhabited island near Alabama. For a moment Vivi truly couldn't understand what the other party wanted. Did she want her life? Then why did she help her? Didn't she want her life? Yet the things she did were just like traps. After all, a permanent log pose given by an enemy. No matter how you think about it, it's a trap. Meanwhile, the simple-minded Luffy was picking his nose. Unlike the original story, the two hadn't met yet and discussions about plans had nothing to do with him. At the moment, he only felt bored and a bit hungry. Sanji, isn't breakfast ready yet? It's already afternoon. Sanji brought out the food. Luffy, without a word, immediately started eating. Since things have come to this, let's eat first, Cheng Lang said with a smile. The others also reluctantly began to eat. Soon the dining room echoed with everyone scolding Luffy as he had eaten too much, nearly reaching the ceiling. After eating, Luffy and Usopp went fishing. That was their daily routine. Nami, how much longer until the magnetic force? It still needs. Huh, it's already done. Nami looked at her log pose in astonishment. Wasn't it supposed to take about 3 days? Cheng Lang nodded upon seeing this as expected. He had dug a lot of iron, or underground. Indeed, the speed of magnetic storage had increased. Then without a doubt, the underground mineral deposits of Little Garden would be extremely rich. After all, a whole year. Just imagining it, one could tell how abundant the underground was. It's a pity the price of iron is too low. By the way, everyone 1 set each. Cheng Lang finally took out the diamond armor sets, giving 1 to each person, including Vivi. 8 sets of diamond armor, each costing less than 60,000. 48,000 gone just like that. If it had been before, Cheng Lang would have felt a bit pained, but now it was neither too much nor too little. Oh, new gear. Sanji was excited. The crew had already been wearing iron armor. The reason Sanji was able to withstand the explosion, only feeling his legs numb and not injured, was also thanks to the iron armor. I have one too. Vivi looked at the delicate emerald green diamond armor in her hand, puzzled. Just pat it onto your body, Cheng Lang explained with a smile. Without much thought, Vivi directly patted the diamond armor pieces onto her body one by one. Then she touched her body in surprise, clearly feeling that she was wearing something, but it was invisible to the naked eye. There was no uncomfortable sensation, it was just very form-fitting. This say, Cheng Lang collected the iron armor. Then he looked at the iron boots that had turned yellow. Did the explosion reduce the durability that much? Cheng Lang was surprised. Sanji scratched his head, he couldn't see the durability. Maybe it's because I used my kicking techniques, Sanji said uncertainly. It wears out faster than I expected. Cheng Lang pondered. His tools indeed consumed durability quickly when used by others. Could it be that the same issue exists on others' bodies? He would have a chance to test it. If he wanted to do it, he would just do it. Cheng Lang's first target was naturally Luffy, who was very willing. As Cheng Lang left, all the men followed, curious about his abilities and eager to join in the fun. Only the group of 4 women remained in the dining room. Vivi, out of curiosity, took off the diamond helmet and put it back on, playing with it delightedly. Vivi, you should notify Igaram. Let's get ready. Vivi nodded and took out a din mushy from her bosom. But she hesitated, looking up at Nanī. Actually, let's discuss it when Igaram arrives. Nanī interrupted. Now the Straw Hat crew had 3 paths before them. One was the permanent log pose heading straight to Alabasta. Another was an island nearby with nothing on it, which was likely a trap. The third was the next stop indicated by the log pose. Soon Igaram arrived. Nanī began to explain. Igaram was sober-minded, or rather he always thought the worst. Heading straight to Alabasta would inevitably result in an enemy ambush. As for the permanent log pose given by the enemy, although the direction was similar, there was a slight deviation. It indeed pointed to a small island near Alabasta. But it was definitely a trap too. He didn't believe the enemy would genuinely give them a clear path. However, I can go ahead as a scout. Igaram made his choice. Even if it was a trap, only by doing so could he ensure Vivi's safety. Vivi was silent. Igaram, actually no. Princess, you are the future of Alabasta. You must not come to any harm. I have already committed a grave offense by bringing you out. I need to atone for my mistake. This is my duty as a retainer. Igaram looked at Vivi seriously. No, Igaram, it's because of my willfulness. No, I failed to dissuade you, and even came out with you. The fault is mine. In response, Vivi opened her mouth to retort, but Igaram reached out and placed his hand on the girl's head. His smile was very kind. Countless words wanted to be said, but in the end she couldn't speak. The previous plan was good. Igaram would stay behind, play the invisible man to slip through and buy time. But now the plan had changed, so he had to make. Princess, if I go with you it might be fine. They are very strong. Even ability users can't withstand a few of their moves. But some things need to be done by someone. If it's not a trap, I can return in time to report. If it's a trap, as the captain of the guard, I have considerable strength. Outside, Lu Fei and Cheng Lang stood in a row. Wu Suapu, use your gunpowder star on both of us. At this moment, Cheng Lang and Lu Fei, now wearing iron suits, began their experiment. Outside, Lu Fei and Cheng Lang stood in a row. Wu Suapu, use your gunpowder star on both of us. At this moment, Cheng Lang and Lu Fei, now wearing iron suits, began their. Then he received their affirmative gazes. After 2 explosions, Cheng Lang and Lu Fei emerged unscathed. If there was any effect, that was the stinging of the eyes. Cheng Lang checked the durability of his armor. It had decreased by 3 points. Then Lu Fei took off the iron suit, and Cheng Lang examined it. It had also decreased by 3 points. Whether he used the armor himself, or others used it, it seemed fine. Afterwards, Cheng Lang fell into thought. What's the matter? Shanji asked curiously. It must be related to your kicking technique, as you said. Cheng Lang gave his. When his tools were used by others, their durability would decrease significantly, and Shanji's kicking technique in a sense used the shoes as weapons. This went beyond the concept of defense, but there was no reason for such a drop. Could it be that the iron boots also had an attack bonus? He placed 2 cobblestone. Use your kicking technique to continuously kick until it breaks. Oh, take off the diamond boots first. Shanji began the test. Because he was using full force, it only took 5 kicks to shatter the cobblestone block. Then Cheng Lang took out the used iron boots and handed them to Shanji. This time it exploded in just 3 kicks. Shanji was amazed while Cheng Lang checked the durability. Indeed, it decreased. But the durability drop was slower than expected. 3 kicks, 1 durability lost. Did you feel your leg go numb? Cheng Lang asked. Shanji admitted it. It seems. That's right. Cheng Lang concluded there's no doubt that the iron boots increased your attack power, but force is mutual. When you kick, the target explodes, which means the boots suffer cumulative damage from both your kick and the explosion, so the durability loss is higher. It seems that the original abilities of MC interact with reality to produce unexpected results. It's a pity that the durability of my creations won't last long at this rate. Cheng Lang sighed. Suddenly, he remembered that when he used an iron sword to cut down Zhang Gao and Qiu, it seemed their screams were particularly miserable. Could it really have some additional effect? For example, making it more painful. If so, that would be an increase in damage to enemies. After all, not everyone has such high pain. At that moment, Cheng Lang heard a ding-ding-ding sound. He was a bit surprised. What's going on? Then he saw experience orbs floating over, and the source was the restaurant. What's going on? Did he change someone's fate? Then watching the experience orbs continuously flow, and Cheng Lang was stunned. No way did he let way board the ship. That's exaggerated. Cheng Lang looked at his level, which had reached 41, yet it still hadn't stopped. Finally, the level stopped at 45. Cheng Lang was a bit puzzled. What happened? Why did he suddenly get so much experience? And what mod did level 40 unlock for him? Cheng Lang opened the panel and saw that a new mod had appeared in the mod list, one that left him speechless. Soul Possession. He had played this mod before, but mostly when playing with friends. For example, he would turn into a ghost while a friend was mining, then find a creeper and quietly approach the friend. Finally, a boom sound would bring laughter and joy. Cheng Lang eventually opened the details of. Cheng Lang felt a bit baffled as to why he got this mod. But then he seemed to realize something. It seemed that before unlocking a mod, he had some idea of what mod he wanted to obtain. For example, at level 1 he wanted to mine. Then he got chain mining, which actually assimilates surrounding blocks, allowing them to drop and blocks. Later he wanted a conversion table, and it really came. And before that he seemed to have thought about developing more fruits. So it gave him soul possession. So sloppy. If he had known, he would have asked for Kajin Loli directly a disconnection strike, but he didn't know if the disconnection strike would directly knock the soul out of a person. If it's a blue screen, would it directly scatter the soul? Cheng Lang scratched his head. Though he didn't know if it was really useful, he figured praying wouldn't hurt. Leaving that aside, Cheng Lang arrived at the restaurant. At that moment, Akainu had already completed his disguise, just like in the original story. You're not planning to go to the location of this eternal pose, are you? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Akainu nodded. Cheng Lang was speechless. We are this strong. Honestly, it's not necessary, right? And this is obviously a trap, isn't it? Cheng Lang was puzzled. Was it the forced convergence of fate? Then whose fate had he changed? Could it be that because of him, this Akainu had died? If so, it wouldn't be impossible that he provided so much experience, but that can't be right. Cheng Lang pondered. The others gathered around. Then they saw Akainu dressed like Wei Wei, and their expressions turned strange. Wu Suapu couldn't help but laugh. Akainu didn't explain, and eventually sailed away, leaving Wei Wei standing. Cheng Lang looked at Nanī. Nanī just shook her head. He looked at Early Ta, who shrugged. Finally his gaze fell on me. She scratched her head, hesitating. Wei Wei stared blankly at the distant figure of Akainu. She didn't say a word. No one knew what she was thinking. Only her clenched fists had turned white. There was no explosion like in the original. The other ship quietly disappeared at the edge of the horizon. Cheng Lang pondered, could it be that Wei Wei really joined the Straw Hat crew? If so, in a sense he had changed the fate line of a country, and it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to jump straight to level 45. But what happened in between? Looking at the three women, they definitely wouldn't say anything. Cheng Lang thought for a moment, then used the mod he had just obtained, soul possession. The next moment Cheng Lang saw himself, though his body was still standing there, it was just a shell. In this state others couldn't see him, unlike Brooke's soul projection. With a thought he could still control his own body. Then Cheng Lang moved to Mi's side. At that moment Cheng Lang had a feeling, I'm coming in. I'm coming in. Cheng Lang felt as if he had entered a vortex, his consciousness spinning. Mi's delicate body trembled at that moment. A hint of daze appeared in her eyes. Then her perspective shifted. Inside an empty, pure white space. Mi opened her eyes. What is this? Me. Brother Cheng Lang. It's me. You. Where am I? It should be the consciousness space. Look ahead. Mi looked ahead. At this moment the scene she had seen before appeared before her eyes. What is this situation? Mi was somewhat bewildered. Then she instinctively turned her head. She saw Cheng Lang standing in the distance. Before him was also a scene, an image of the ocean. It should be my ability. You should be able to go over too. Try it, Cheng Lang explained with a smile. Mi scratched her head, but still lifted her leg. However, when she took a step it seemed she hadn't moved at all. And when Cheng Lang opened his eyes he saw the deck, looked down at himself, and found unfamiliar clothing. She instinctively touched her chest. And when Cheng Lang opened his eyes he saw the deck, looked down at himself, and found unfamiliar clothing. She instinctively touched her chest, flat, but firm. Then she felt a strange sensation coming from inside her body. Then her vision shifted back to the white space from before. Mi was dazed for a moment. It seems so. This. Why? Mi was stunned, incredulous. It's my ability. It just away. It seems so. This. Why? Mi was stunned, incredulous. It's my ability. It just awakened. Cheng Lang explained. At this Mi was somewhat excited. Is it only you and me? Then. As she said this Mi's face flushed slightly as her mind involuntarily conjured many inappropriate thoughts. After all, this was body swapping. She had read many books, and naturally she had also read novels of various genres, including those about bodies. She just never expected it to actually happen. Cheng Lang thought for a moment. For now it should be only you and me. Is that so? Mi's face began to blush, her head was steaming, and even the consciousness space started turning pink. Cheng Lang was a bit puzzled, but didn't pay much attention. By the way, what did you say just now? Mi was stunned for a moment, and only after a while did she understand what Cheng Lang meant. Then Mi, with a strange expression, said, just now Princess Wei Wei said, if it's at the cost of sacrifice, then she could actually not inherit the country. And then she was criticized by Akainu. Cheng Lang was surprised, not expecting that Wei Wei would say such a thing. This can't be right. After all, Wei Wei had ultimately chosen not to board the Straw Hat Pirates ship for the sake of her country. Moreover, she had joined the Baluoke Workshop Baroque Works for the future of her country. What is this situation? Then Mi began to recount what had happened after Cheng Lang left. Finally, when Akainu said someone has to do it, Wei Wei said, why shouldn't it be me? After all, I am the one who will inherit the kingdom in the future. Yakalamu said Princess Weiwei will be a good king in the future, so now we need to seek a steady victory. Then Weiwei said if victory is achieved through sacrifice, I would rather not inherit the kingdom. After that, Sister Weiwei was scolded harshly by Yakalamu. He was really fierce at that time, and Sister Weiwei was so scolded that she didn't say a word. Mi vividly recounted what had happened after Cheng Lang left. In the consciousness space, she even acted out both sides, and it was quite well imitated. I don't understand all that. Did Sister Weiwei do something wrong? Mi was puzzled. After all, knowing it's a trap and still stepping into it. That's obviously wrong, right? Cheng Lang thought about it, also confused. There was no need for Yakalamu to leave alone at all. On the contrary, he should have stayed on the Straw Hat Pirate's ship. After all, his princess was here surrounded by pirates. As a retainer, shouldn't he protect her? How could he still set off alone on a road he knew was a trap? Isn't that just asking for death? Maybe we should put ourselves in his shoes. Cheng Lang tried to think from Yakalamu's perspective. Mi also began to imagine. But in the end, Cheng Lang still couldn't understand Yakalamu's actions, because no matter how he thought about it, the other was just going to his death. But Mi suddenly nodded. I think I understand Uncle Yakalamu's thoughts. Oh. Cheng Lang was shocked. The little girl had figured it out. Uncle Yakalamu wants to protect Princess Weiwei, right? How so? The boss behind the Baluoke workshop is a Kawei-high Shichibukai, and he's a Logia-type Sansan fruit user. No attack can harm him. In contrast, the pirate crew we are on is a small crew with no bounty, though they do have strong individual strength. But they are facing the Baluoke workshop and a Kawei-high. What can a small pirate crew of a few people do? They can't influence the situation. Rather than letting Princess Weiwei return to be assassinated or imprisoned, it's better to let her go to that so-called little garden. 1 year later, regardless of the final outcome, at least Princess Weiwei will be safe. Is that so? Cheng Lang blinked, feeling a bit incredulous, but then he also began to think along those lines. Then he somewhat understood the sentiment. Cheng Lang was looking at the present from the perspective of the future, so Yakalamu's actions seemed like suicide. But from the perspective without future knowledge, a long-established Kawei-high and his organization of over 10,000 bounty hunters with immense power, both overt and covert, were not something a small bountiless pirate crew could challenge. Thinking this way indeed, whether it was a trap or not, Yakalamu had to go. If it was real, then he could return and define the situation, report to the king, and prepare to confront the Kawei-high. If it was a trap, he could pretend that Princess Weiwei had died in the end. This way, Princess Weiwei's safety would be guaranteed, and there would be opportunities in the future. If he didn't go, the result would be being hunted down both openly and secretly. Having finally sorted out the logic, Cheng Lang thought. Then what about the experience that had burst earlier? Obviously, it was a change caused by the lack of a bounty. Could it be that because of the lack of a bounty, Princess Weiwei's fate had changed, and she could board the ship? Or perhaps Yakalamu had really died. But could Yakalamu's death directly bring him such a huge experience boost? After all, his experience bar had been very hard to increase after level 30. The experience from cows, sheep, and chickens was negligible to the point that he couldn't be bothered to farm them. And this wave of experience, if forced to compare, was equivalent to the experience he would get from killing the Ender Dragon. Cheng Lang scratched his head. Since the plot had already changed, he decided not to dwell on it any further. The boat would straighten itself when it reached the bridge. His gaze lingered on me, who seemed somewhat shy. Me? I am here. You must have realized by now that you can control my body. So, can I control yours for a moment? Cheng Lang finally uttered those words. The blush on Kuyumi's face had reached the tips of her ears. She didn't speak, only silently relinquished control of. Cheng Lang felt a shift in perspective. He looked at his hands. Now they belonged to Kuyumi's body. At the same time, a strange instinctual knowledge flooded into his mind. So it was a peculiar sensation, as if he could manage two bodies simultaneously. His own body felt like a blend of first-person and third-person perspectives in a game. Then with a thought, Cheng Lang spread his wings. He felt a strange sensation in his body. Looking down, he saw that Kuyumi's form had transformed into that of a bird. It truly is difficult to control. After a brief period of adjustment, Cheng Lang gradually grew accustomed to the Chimera Fruit's ability. It wasn't just about imagination, it also required a solid understanding of biology. The more one knew about an animal's physical structure, the easier it was to manifest transformations. This was likely why Kuyumi always struggled to maintain a blend of multiple animal traits, and why it was so exhausting. Similarly, it explained why her body grew larger each time she added a new animal feature. After all, she was essentially condensing the bodies of a bird and a goat within herself. Outwardly, it looked normal, but internally the merging of organs caused conflicts and inefficiencies, rapidly draining her stamina. To put it bluntly, it was like two oxen pulling in opposite directions. The wings on Cheng Lang's back subtly shifted. There's no need to limit yourself to imagining entire animals. The development of this ability relies on imagination. You need to let go, Cheng Lang said to himself. The next moment Mi soared into the air, her pure white wings flapping behind her. Birds' bones are hollow. If you use human lungs, it's hard to breathe efficiently. You need to alter the organs, not just the surface. As he spoke, Cheng Lang's body subtly changed, becoming smaller and more lightweight. Now combine this with Moonstep and see what true speed. Cheng Lang smiled and unleashed his imagination. In the next instant, a sonic boom appeared, and he formed a thin membrane over his eyelids to protect his eyes. The fierce wind pressure no longer stung his eyes. Mi vanished from sight into the sky. The crew stood dumbfounded by the sight. What a... Mi flew away. So fast. Usopp stared blankly. Mi could fly, but she was usually slow. Now her speed was incomprehensible. Not only was he shocked, but Mi herself was astonished. It was still her body, but the performance was beyond anything she understood. As expected of Cheng Lang, so amazing. When Cheng Lang guided me back to the deck, Luffy and Usopp were stunned. Alvida was also shocked. Mi, when did you learn Moonstep? And you? You seem smaller. Cheng Lang relinquished control. Mi took over, and the next moment she collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Cheng Lang returned to his own body. The instinctual knowledge vanished. It seems I can't replicate the fruit's abilities onto my own body. As he mused, the others gathered around him. Cheng Lang, you have this ability too. How enviable, no, how jealous, no. I want to control it too, said Sanji, only to be silenced by a punch from Nami. The content of his speech was truly unbearable. Luffy immediately leaned in. Cheng Lang, let's fuse. Luffy's eyes sparkled with stars. This isn't fusion, it's a soul possession ability. It's essentially letting me control your body. Are you sure? Cheng Lang explained with a smile. But Luffy didn't care about that, he wanted to try it. Cheng Lang prepared to possess him, but the feeling of entry didn't come. Luffy waited for a long time, scratching his head in confusion. Is it not done yet? Cheng Lang shook his head. It seems I can't possess you. Let me try someone else. Then Cheng Lang approached Alvida, and the sensation of being able to enter returned. After a spin, Alvida also appeared in the white mental space. Oh, I didn't expect you to choose me. What do you want to play around with your big sister's body? Alvida smiled at Cheng Lang, her eyes sparkling. She generously relinquished control. This was a feeling she instinctively understood the moment Cheng Lang entered, and she knew she could take back control at any time if she wished. Cheng Lang didn't hesitate, he took over immediately. It works. The voice was Alvida's. Everyone immediately knew Cheng Lang had possessed Alvida. Damn, how enviable. Sanji lay on the ground, tears streaming, his desire for the clear fruit wavering. But Cheng Lang didn't linger. He immediately exited and moved to another target. This time it was Zoro. Zoro also entered the pure white mental space. Oh, so this is the space me mentioned. Zoro rubbed his chin, observing. It works. Let me try controlling you. Cheng Lang asked. Zoro didn't speak. He simply relinquished control. Cheng Lang drew Wado Ikamanji, but unlike with the fruit's ability, he didn't possess Zoro's swordsmanship, so he couldn't perform Zoro's techniques. No good. I can't master the original owner's skills. Cheng Lang spoke, but it was Zoro's voice. The others then came Usopp and Sanji. There was no difference, including Sanji. He couldn't use the Germa technology's power, which was a development separate from the Devil Fruit's abilities. While Cheng Lang experimented with each companion, even Nami and Vivi agreed. Luffy crouched alone in a corner, drawing circles. He's not playing with me. At that moment, Luffy looked like a pitiful child excluded by his classmates. Cheng Lang returned to his own body. It's not my fault. I could enter everyone else, but I really can't get into Luffy. Then Luffy threw himself on the ground, rolling around like a tantrum-throwing child. Cheng Lang was very troubled. I'm telling the truth, I really can't get in. Cheng Lang sighed and explained, but Luffy didn't believe him. Alright, I'll try again. But Luffy, don't resist to try to accept me. Luffy immediately sat up, frowning hard, as if straining. Cheng Lang used the possession ability again. This time he felt a slight pull. Was it working? Then Cheng Lang entered. This time was very different from before. Previously it was a smooth spin, now it was sluggish like wading through mud. After a long while, Cheng Lang finally managed to enter. Luffy was about to greet him happily when he saw Cheng Lang get Bayou, ejected from the pure white space. Luffy witnessed this scene. Cheng Lang felt dizzy, his ears ringing, and a faint laughter seemed to come from nearby. Shaking his head, Cheng Lang stood up. I think I know why it doesn't work. He looked at Luffy, who was now full of confusion. You all know the basic common sense about devil fruits, right? The one about not being able to eat 2 devil fruits. Everyone nodded. There's another theory that a demon resides inside each devil fruit. The demon inside Luffy's fruit is rejecting my entry. Even though its master is trying to agree, it still actively expels me. That doesn't make sense. Alvida and I also have devil fruit powers, don't we? Alvida asked, puzzled. Mi was equally curious. After all, there was a contradiction in this conclusion. Cheng Lang looked at them. Do you know about the other common knowledge regarding devil fruits? What? Awakening. Awakening. The crew was confused. Sanji stood up. I've seen mention of awakening in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, but records are scarce. I've heard that awakening carries risks. If it fails, one might lose their mind, or even become permanently unable to return to human form. Cheng Lang was not surprised. Although Sanji was unwelcome in the Vinsmoke family, he had still studied some knowledge. And that's the origin of the rumor that a demon resides within each devil fruit. I see, but the question remains, why are we fine? Alvida was still perplexed. Cheng Lang smiled, and shared his long-held idea. Since the demon inside the fruit has been confirmed, doesn't that mean one thing? Perhaps devil fruits are not only chosen by humans, but can also choose humans. The novelty of the concept shocked everyone present. Except for one person, Vivi. That seems unlikely. Nanī found it hard to grasp. After all, to her a devil fruit was just a lifeless object. How could it have the ability to But Vivi spoke up. Actually, it's not impossible. Everyone looked at Vivi. You know I'm the Princess of Alabasta, right? Then you should know about our country's guardian deity. Seeing the confused expressions, Vivi sighed, and briefly explained the guardian deity. This is information only known to successive kings. As the next queen, I've learned a bit. Our country's guardian deity is a devil fruit user. When each bearer dies, their power chooses the next most loyal member of the royal family as the successor. It was too arcane for the crew to fully comprehend. That's all I know. In the end, they had to accept it, as there was no other explanation. Me and I haven't experienced such changes in our fruits, but Luffy's did. It's really strange. Alvida looked at Luffy, occasionally stretching his body. Luffy was also confused by Cheng Lang's words. He could indeed feel a strong sense of resistance. Me was also curious, examining Luffy from head to toe, full of wonder. Cheng Lang naturally knew what had expelled him from Luffy's body, the legendary human fruit model Nika. A devil fruit that the world government had failed to capture for 800 years. It was only natural that it was special. But, was Luffy? This question had been debated in the original world. After all, Luffy awakened his fruit powers when he was on the verge of death. It was hard not to wonder if Luffy had already died at that moment, and what revived in his body was actually Nika, but Nika had all of Luffy's memories. Of course, there was also the theory that Luffy's cheerful personality was partly the result of being influenced by the Nika fruit since childhood, a subtle gradual change. There was even a video claiming that Luffy was initially wise and alert at crucial moments. But as he developed his rubber fruit powers, Luffy gradually became more foolish, which could be seen as evidence that the Nika fruit was slowly influencing him, even attempting to take over. Evidence. The jailer beasts in Impelled Down, with their constant runny noses, were practically idiots. And Luffy was showing a similar trend. Luffy, are you sure you ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Luffy nodded. Yes, Shanks said I ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Sanji, does the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia you saw include the Gomu Gomu no Mi? Sanji shook his head. No, but that's normal. Many fruits aren't recorded. For example, Ms. Chimera fruit isn't in the encyclopedia either. Taking a drag of his cigarette, he continued. And I was very young when I read it. Maybe I didn't get the complete version. You suspect Luffy didn't eat the Gomu Gomu no Mi? Nami was intrigued. Cheng Lang nodded and shrugged. As I said before, Alvida and me are fine, so why wouldn't a paramecia fruit like the Gomu Gomu no Mi work? I'm curious if the recorded name is wrong. Maybe this fruit is special. Or perhaps Luffy has developed it so well that he's on the verge of awakening. Everyone looked at Luffy. What? Luffy tilted his head. Nothing, just saying you're amazing. Luffy grinned widely. So I'm really that amazing? Seeing his foolish expression, the crew exchanged awkward glances. Amazing development. Couldn't see it. They dropped the topic. Since the log pose is set, we're ready to depart. But according to Miss Sunday, the next island requires a full year for the record to accumulate. Is that really okay? Nami looked at Vivi with concern. Vivi remained silent, her expression complicated. She wasn't stupid, she understood Igaram's unspoken message. The others also stayed quiet. Cheng Lang waved dismissively. I can actually speed up the log pose's storage. What normally takes 3 days now only took 2, right? That's probably my doing. Huh. Cheng Lang briefly explained his theory. Everyone nodded, though some didn't understand at all, but they pretended to. So you could just demagnetize an island in the Grand Line? Theoretically, yes. Eventually they set sail. On the shore, countless bounty hunters waved goodbye. Cheng Lang had not only left them a shelter, but also built it in 3 layers. Not just for hiding people, but equipped with various facilities. For example, farmland, a tree farm, and some emsifid plants like pumpkins, watermelons, and cantaloupes that could bear fruit indefinitely. It could be said that if properly allocated, the 300 or so people would not starve. What a good person. Hard to believe they're pirates, Mr. Nine said, watching the departing Mary, his eyes wistful. There was reluctance, but also blessings. What? Regret not winning Princess Vivi. Miss Monday, Igaram's partner, a muscular dark-skinned woman, patted Mr. Nine's shoulder with a laugh. Mr. Nine scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Haha, somewhat. After all, she's Princess Vivi. We've been partners for so long, and I never expected this. The Going Merry sailed away, leaving the island behind. Little Garden. Despite its name suggesting smallness, it was far from small. In the original story, it seemed that 2 sea kings each occupied half of the island. But when he actually saw it, Cheng Lang marveled that this island was at least 3 times larger than the one where Whiskey Peak was located. At first glance, 2 white colossal mountains stood upon it. Cheng Lang knew what they were: whale bones. It was hard to imagine how massive those 2 sea kings must have been when alive. And more importantly, how powerful must the 2 giants who managed to capture them be? It seemed ridiculous that in the original story they were trapped by Mr. 3 using his wax fruit. After all, with strength like that, the wax fruit, which was comparable to steel, should not have been able to restrain Broggy, the former captain of the giant warrior pirates, even after a fierce battle. Cheng Lang wondered if he would encounter them. As he pondered, the group arrived at Little Garden and followed a stream inland. Usopp trembled in fear at the sight of giant beasts along the shore, the shortest of which were 3 to 4 meters long. Maybe we should just stay outside the island. It feels really dangerous here. Nanī nodded involuntarily. I think that's fine. Vivi, however, gazed curiously at these novel creatures. Having grown up in the palace, she had long wanted to leave. Although she had gained freedom after joining Baroque Works, most of her time was occupied by missions, leaving little freedom. But now, she had a brief taste of freedom. I think I've seen that in a book. It's a saber-toothed tiger. Hey, look over there. It's a dinosaur. This is a primeval island. Vivi pointed excitedly at a brachiosaurus eating leaves. Dinosaur. Usopp's eyes bulged in terror. I suddenly came down with a disease that prevents me from going ashore. Nanī also nodded involuntarily. I feel like I have that disease too. Me, on the other hand, spread her wings and took. She flew curiously in the sky, observing this wondrous island. I see a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Hey, it's fighting a Triceratops. Can I go take a look? Me chattered excitedly in the air. I want to go too. Luffy stretched his hands, grabbed Me's feet, and prepared to fly off with her. Wait, Me. Luffy shouted down. Hey, Sanji. My lunchbox. Sanji, who had just stepped out of the kitchen, threw a prepared lunchbox into the sky. Then Sanji handed one to each person. When it came to Nanī and Usopp, they shook their heads frantically. We're not going. There's still plenty in the kitchen. Help yourselves if you're hungry. Huh? Sanji, are you leaving? Usopp asked in confusion. I'm running low on spices. I plan to go ashore and see if I can try cooking dinosaur meat. Sanji looked at Me and Luffy, who had already flown far away. Damn it, that brat openly grabbed the lovely Me. Zoro yawned. We're at the island. Might as well take a stroll. Zoro got up and prepared to leave just as Sanji was also about to depart. They looked at each other. You're leaving too. Perfect, catch a dinosaur while you're at it. Zoro agreed readily. Don't worry, I'll catch one bigger than you. Sanji's forehead bulged with veins. What did you say? Catch a dinosaur bigger than you. Hard to understand, you pervy cook. You moss head. Fine. Let's have a contest. Whoever catches the bigger prey wins. You're on. Just like in the original story, the 2 prepared for a hunting competition. Left on the ship were Cheng Lang, Usopp, Nanī, Vivi, and Alvida. 5 people. Cheng Lang packed the food into his backpack. I'll head to the crater first to do some mining. Can I come with you? Vivi asked, curiously stepping forward. Cheng Lang looked at her thoughtfully. Are you sure? My route, why don't you come with me? I plan to hunt a few dinosaurs too. Sanji immediately welcomed the idea. Miss Alvida, are you also joining the competition? Then you'll definitely catch something bigger than that moss head. Humph. Zoro rolled his eyes. He'll die at the hands of a woman sooner or later. He snorted and left. After some consideration, Vivi finally rode Karu and followed Alvida. Suddenly, only Nanī and Usopp remained on the ship. The lively atmosphere vanished instantly. It was then that Usopp realized, wait, they've all left. What do we do? Nanī also realized the gravity of the situation. Should I keep a seed? Cheng Lang pondered. After coming to the world of One Piece, he had noticed that there were differences between the trees of Minecraft. In his case, the difference was imperceptible. Whether he used his hands or an axe, it was the same as the original. But for others, the gap was significant. Should I keep a seed? Cheng Lang pondered. After coming to the world of One Piece, he had noticed that there were differences between the trees of Minecraft. In his case, the difference was imperceptible. Whether he used his hands or an axe, it was the same as the original. But for others, the gap was significant. At least 10 hits were required, and for most exactly 10 hits to break a tree. But for ironwood, a type of wood specifically used for shipbuilding, the same wood used for the Mary's keel, its hardness far exceeded that of other trees, requiring about 15 hits. After cutting down a tree and obtaining a seed, he sold everything to the transformation table. Finally, he arrived at the vault. Smelling the sulfur and rotten egg odor, Cheng Lang prepared to proceed. But for safety, he took out an enchanted golden apple. He had actually been nervous about crafting the enchanted golden apple, hoping it wouldn't work, because then he could consider it a different version of Minecraft. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Still undeterred, otherwise he wouldn't be worried about the price of 80 million. Climbing halfway up the volcano, he took out his pickaxe and started digging. As the temperature rose, sweat dripped from the tip of his nose. It's really hot. After breaking the last block, he saw the volcano churning with small eruptions. At that moment, lava splashed from the center of the volcano. Cheng Lang narrowly dodged it and quickly ate the golden apple. A 5-minute fire resistance appeared in the status bar. The scorching heat around him gradually became tolerable. He could feel the heat, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Curious about the extent of his fire resistance, Cheng Lang carefully reached out to touch a small splash of lava. He felt a burn, but that was all. It was like stepping into a very hot bath. It's okay. Thinking this, he approached the edge and slowly dipped his hand closer to the surface of the bubbling lava. It still felt like a burn. Yes, Cheng Lang exclaimed excitedly. If that were the case, his operational possibilities would be vast. He first scooped up a bucket of lava using an iron bucket. He placed it on the conversion table. Lava bucket 1048. A loss. Previously, he had considered using the iron bucket to scoop lava and sell it, checking the price to see if it could exceed the cost of 3 iron ingots, which would allow him to profit directly from selling lava. Unfortunately, purchasing 3 iron ingots from the conversion table alone required 1296 EMC. The selling price of 3 iron ingots was 216 each, totaling 648, while the lava was worth 400. Clearly, this exchange resulted in a loss of 248 EMC. The idea of profiting from lava was not feasible. However, Cheng Lang pondered for a moment. He placed his hand into the lava. It still felt hot, but he didn't lose health, nor did his armor or clothes catch fire. How? Magical. Cheng Lang didn't bother to wonder why his clothes were fire-resistant. With a thought, he placed the lava into the conversion slot on the conversion table. This was possible. Converting lava required 120 EMC. Feasible. Can I earn 280? No, I also need to account for the cost of the golden apple. The golden apple costs 34.56, and within 5 minutes at least 13 buckets of lava would cover the cost. More than enough. Cheng Lang leaped into the lava pool, feeling as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Surprisingly, it was quite comfortable. But he had no time to hesitate. Nearly a minute of the 5-minute fire resistance had already passed. Fortunately, converting MC lava was instantaneous, requiring Soon the lava about to erupt from the volcano noticeably receded. Cheng Lang stood motionless at the center, and the lava reaching his hand seemed to be absorbed by a black hole. As the EMC value steadily increased, the smile on Cheng Lang's face grew wider. In just 4 minutes, his EMC value had already risen by 40,000. This was even with the delay of lava flowing toward him. If he sank deeper, he wouldn't need to wait for the lava to flow, making it even faster. He ate another golden apple. This time, Cheng Lang held his breath and dove headfirst straight down. The descent was no longer visible at a glance. It was like a sieve with the drain plug removed. Soon a whirlpool formed at the center of the lava. Countless lava disappeared into the volcanic crater, and the speed continued to increase. Cheng Lang noticed that the conversion window had 8 slots, allowing simultaneous conversion. With proper adjustment, he could convert 8 cubic meters of lava at once. Watching the EMC value rise at 8 times the speed, Cheng Lang was overjoyed. However, he still had to keep an eye on the duration of the status effect. He dared not gamble on whether his body could withstand the scorching lava without it. About 100,000 EMC per minute. 80 million would take about 13 hours. Can it be faster? Cheng Lang felt a bit troubled. Soaking in lava for 13 hours was somewhat uncomfortable. He wondered if the lava could make him swell up. Wait, I haven't checked the price of obsidian. If it's higher than 280, it would be faster than this. Thinking this, he took out a water bucket and stopped descending. Soon he saw the sky. He placed the water bucket on the wall. Blocks of obsidian quickly appeared. Cheng Lang took out his diamond pickaxe and activated vein mining. He first retrieved the water bucket to avoid wasting lava in case it was limited. With a bang, the obsidian blocks fell into the lava. Damn! Fortunately, real lava could not instantly destroy the dropped items. Seeing the price, Cheng Lang rejoiced. 482 EMC. This price was clearly higher than the 400 value of lava, and he no longer needed a golden apple every 5 minutes. Although the diamond pickaxe had 1560 durability, each block mined cost 1 durability. 1560 blocks would yield just over 700,000. Now it came down to efficiency. Soon Cheng Lang began working busily. Checking the time, the income per minute reached about 15,000. He simply set up the water flow direction so that he could stand still and dig downward. The obsidian would flow toward him on its own, and he didn't have to worry about it being destroyed by lava. Elsewhere, the combination of Luffy and me encountered Dory, while the timid duo on the ship encountered Broggy. But unlike the original story, Mr. 3 did not appear to cause trouble. After tasting the fine liquor brought by Luffy and his crew, a banquet quietly began. The volcano had not erupted due to Cheng Lang's influence. Dory and Broggy were surprised, but didn't pay much attention as the volcano had occasionally been silent for a few days. The sun set, and the banquet quietly ended. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue, simply put they had run out of liquor. The giants' appetites were enormous, and the liquor bought on the merry-go was far from enough. As for the liquor brewed by Cheng Lang and Sanji, it was still just sweet water and was quickly consumed. It was far from satisfying. The dinosaur meat hunted by Sanji, Zoro, and Alvida was also completely devoured during the feast. Kabababa Bragi laughed. I never expected your food to be so amazing. Even I feel a sense of fullness I've never experienced before. Dori gagagagaga. Since coming to this island, I've rarely eaten this much. I feel like if I take one more bite, I'll throw up. Luffy nodded proudly. This is my crewmate's ability. Even I had a hard time overcoming it. At this point, Luffy, who was already as tall as a giant's waist, looked proud. Don't overcome that kind of thing, Sanji said exasperatedly. Now, no matter how much he cooked, Luffy could eat it all. The workload had skyrocketed, especially with two giants. Fortunately, the oven Cheng Lang had given him could fit any item of the same type, no matter how large. Sanji wondered if he could handle it all. After all, Luffy's appetite had already surpassed the combined appetites of the two giants. Speaking of which, where's your other companion? Dori asked curiously as the other Straw Hats had gathered one by one. But the mysterious companion who had allowed them to eat their fill had yet to appear. Luffy scratched his head. Speaking of which, where's Cheng Lang? The others shook their heads. Alvida pointed downward. He should be mining. Didn't he say earlier that this island's mineral deposits would be very rich? Mining? By himself? Bragi looked down puzzled. They knew that due to their century-long battle, the entire island had been compacted, making even mining quite difficult for them. Well, he'll come out on his own eventually, Luffy said nonchalantly. He looked at Dori and Bragi. Giant uncles, you've been fighting here for a century. Why? Usopp asked curiously. The question made Dori and Bragi pause. Then they burst out laughing. Kabababa, if not for the competition between your companions, we probably wouldn't have remembered the original reason for the fight. Gagagagaga. See those two skeletons over there? Skeletons? Aren't those mountains? Usopp looked curiously, then stared blankly for a moment. Is that the skull of a sea king? That's right. Back then we were competing over who caught the bigger prey. And then, Kabababa, we've been fighting for 100. Is that the only reason? Nami was dumbfounded. 100 years of continuous battle, just to compare the size of their prey. This wasn't some trivial squabble, it was a century. Let alone her, the others were equally stunned. It was simply too absurd to fight for 100 years over such a petty reason. Seeing the Straw Hat's reaction, Dong Li slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Gaha Brokey, their faces are exactly the same as our former crewmates. Brokey nodded with a grin. Indeed. 100-year war. Usopp still couldn't comprehend it. All for the sake of comparing sizes. Dong Li stroked his beard. You might not understand, but we have staked the honor of Elbaf. No matter how trivial the beginning, once we set our honor on the line, nothing else matters. Brokey nodded. Kahaha, if it weren't for you, we might have forgotten the bet ourselves. How nostalgic. I wonder how the others are doing. Seeing their carefree attitude, the Straw Hats felt a bit dazed. Usopp murmured, honor. I think I'm starting to understand. Zoro touched his swords, and as his hand brushed over Wado, Ikamanji, the promise echoed in his mind. He fought for a childhood promise, vowing to become the world's greatest swordsman, so that his name would resound through the heavens and reach Konoha. He fought for a promise while Dong Li and Brokey fought for honor. Though different, the driving force was the same. Their honor is like our dreams and promises. Luffy wants to be the pirate king, I want to be the world's greatest swordsman. Different goals, but we'll give everything for them. Kahaha, that's a good way to put it. Elbaf's honor is everything to us giants. We would sacrifice anything for it. Brokey nodded with a smile, and Dong Li laughed as well. And Usopp gradually began to grasp the meaning of honor. In a daze he realized that for him, setting out to sea as a so-called brave warrior of the sea was more like an excuse to leave. His conviction was far more vague than Luffy's, Zoro's, or Sanji's dreams. It lacked a clear goal. But now he seemed— So that's it. Usopp's eyes sparkled. If I could, I'd love to see your homeland, Elbaf. The two giants exchanged, then they smiled and invited. We have eternal pose to Elbaf with us. Would you like to try taking one? Usopp quickly waved his hands. No. I didn't mean that. The two giants burst into laughter again. For them it was rare to have such friendly and amusing guests, and it reminded them of the old days. Back when the giant warrior pirates were sailing the seas, everyone was like this. Just then the ground began to tremble, followed by the eruption of the active volcano at the island's center. The two giants, still laughing, seemed to hear a starting gun. They rose simultaneously, returned to their dwellings, and retrieved their weapons. The Straw Hats in the center were still puzzled. When the two reached the central battlefield, they saw each other in a tense standoff. Are they starting the duel already? Luffy realized. The others retreated behind the vegetation. Over the centuries, their battles had carved out a circular arena at the intersection of their territory. Just moments ago, they had been barbecuing and eating there with the Straw Hats. But before the duel could begin, a shrill cry echoed from the sky. "Ah!" The sound started faintly, then everyone looked up to see Cheng Lang falling from the sky. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Dongli and Brokey were bewildered while Luffy squinted in confusion. Is that Cheng Lang? Alvita wasn't sure. The others looked as well and nodded. It does look like him. Why is he falling from the sky? Zoro wondered aloud. While they made sarcastic remarks, Cheng Lang frantically rummaged through his backpack. Soon he pulled out a bucket. He had never tried the water bucket landing in this world, and frankly he didn't want to experiment. What if something went wrong, and as he neared the ground, Cheng Lang gritted his teeth. After all, he wasn't in a game with his feet facing down, a mere cubic meter might not cover the entire area. He braced for impact. The expected collision came, but it didn't hurt much. He opened his eyes and touched his nose. Phew, I survived. Cheng Lang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As he stood up from the water, he saw two enormous heads leaning in. Whoa! Cheng Lang was startled, but quickly calmed down. Just then Luffy's rubber hands stretched over and grabbed Cheng Lang. The moment he was pulled away from the arena, a shockwave blasted through. The two giants had already clashed with their shields. The wind pressure was terrifying, bending the surrounding trees sideways. A massive axe and a long sword collided, the clang of iron echoing across the entire island. Purple-black lightning burst forth at the moment of impact. Clearly, they were using armament hockey. Amazing! Luffy exclaimed as he watched Dongli and Brokey clash. Zoro's eyes were fixed on the collision. He could feel the clash of their aura. And yet despite the force, neither weapon chipped, though their shields met again, this time sending an even more violent shockwave. Even though the Straw Hats had retreated to the edge, they were still knocked off their ha, full belly really gives you strength. Brokey shouted with excitement, and Dongli was equally thrilled. Today is the day we settle the score. Given their appetites, the ecosystem of Little Garden, no matter how rich, could never sustain two giants. The dinosaurs and countless wildlife still survived, not because they bred fast, but simply because Dongli and Brokey never overhunted. Of course, this also meant the two giants were perpetually hungry. Now having eaten to their fill, and with the special buff, they fought with 150 of their strength. The battle was naturally more intense than ever. It lasted an entire day until the sky gradually brightened. Neither had gained the upper hand. In the end, they both landed a punch on each other's jaw and called it a draw. 7-3-4-6-6 battles. 7-3-4-6-6 draws. Dawn broke. Ha, still no winner after all. The two giants lay flat on the ground exhausted, and soon fell asleep snoring. Sualong arrived at the slash mark left by Dongli's sword. He touched his own blade, recalling the opponent's slash. This was different from the flying slash he had previously unleashed by using his breath to stimulate the ghostly aura. It was purer and more powerful. At the same time, he noticed that this was the only flying slash Dongli had delivered. It wasn't that he could only do this much, but rather that in their contest the final showdown came down to endurance. For Dongli and Buluoji, their strength was equal, and their physical stamina was also equal. Winning through sheer power or techniques was nearly impossible. Thus the two naturally fought to the end, sustained by sheer will. But did they not use their full power? No, they were giving their all at every moment. They simply did not release any excess power. Over a century of battle, the two had not stagnated in strength. This slash that carved out a 100-meter gash was delivered by Buluoji, who deflected the force with his shield. On the other side, there was also a mark left by a giant sword, but this time it did not extend 100 meters. Even the nearby trees were not damaged by this strike. Is this the realm my master spoke of? The realm of cutting nothing, yet being able to cut steel? Sualong looked at Dongli and Buluoji, who were lying on the ground sound asleep. Both could deliver the same kind of slash. If I can't even achieve this, then there's no point talking about surpassing Hawkeye. Recalling that he had been sent flying but was unharmed, this was not something that could be achieved by mere power control. He drew Hidao Yuwenzi and swung it forward. The impact of the force cut down the trees ahead. No. Sualong continued. On the other side, after witnessing the whole process, Luffy's crew each gained their own Luffy lay on the grass. Those uncles are so strong. This is what I aspire to. Wujupi's eyes sparkled. Becoming a giant. Shanji lit a cigarette and asked with amusement. Wasupu immediately retorted. I mean their belief in fighting. Alright, I know. Shanji waved his hand. Cheng Lang, give me some ingredients. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll be busy again soon. What do you need? Cooked beef at least. 20 pieces. Is that enough? Cheng Lang was surprised. They're giants, no problem. Cheng Lang nodded and purchased a lot of cooked beef from the conversion table. Shanji went to work. Kuyami approached Cheng Lang nodded and purchased a lot of cooked beef from the conversion table. Shanji went to work. Kuyami approached Cheng Lang. Brother Cheng Lang, by the way, why did you fall from the sky? All this. Cheng Lang scratched his head. I went to the crater. You know I can store and convert items. I tried to convert magma and it worked, but then I accidentally converted too much. When I finished, the magma erupted, and I was sent flying into the sky by the volcanic eruption. Me nodded. That means Brother Cheng Lang was wrapped in magma. Are you okay? It's fine. Cheng Lang gave an awkward smile. The real situation was naturally not as easy as he described. Because of the water, as soon as the magma showed signs of movement, it turned into obsidian. This was fine for a short while as there was no cavity effect. But as Cheng Lang went deeper, the crater's mouth grew larger. After Cheng Lang withdrew the water and dug out all the obsidian, the concave magma would immediately fill in. It felt like jumping into water with a ball, causing the ball to fly 10 meters into the sky. Cheng Lang was sent thousands of meters high by such an impact. Fortunately, the flow rate of magma was not as fast as water, or else it wouldn't have been impossible to fly to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Cheng Lang looked at his conversion interface. At that moment, the bomb fruit was slowly transforming. He looked at the progress bar below. It had now reached 99%. He was quite looking forward to it. After all his hard work, wasn't it all to convert the bomb fruit into Minecraft form? Under Cheng Lang's watch, the bomb fruit successfully transformed. But its appearance remained the same, it didn't become blocky. Cheng Lang focused his consciousness on it, and saw the price. 1 million EMC, a very neat number. Only 1 million. No, isn't this too cheap? Could the difference between selling and buying back be huge? Cheng Lang thought, and sold the bomb fruit. Watching the 1 million arrive, he then focused on the purchase interface. 2 million. As he had estimated. The conversion table had not made an exception for this bomb fruit. But, isn't this price too low? An 80 million conversion cost, yet the buying and selling is so cheap. Cheng Lang was incredulous. At the moment, it was exactly the same as when he sold it with no change. The name was also the same as before, Paramount bomb. Then Cheng Lang thought for a moment and bought another bomb fruit. The result was the same. Obviously, he could now infinitely replicate the bomb fruit, and the cost was only 2 million. That was a lot, but if Cheng Lang wanted, he could still afford it. Now he needed to experiment to see what difference this fruit had from a normal devil fruit. But Cheng Lang was conflicted because he could sense that he himself could not eat this devil fruit. Eating it would have no effect. It seemed that the basic rule of 1 devil fruit per person still applied. So Luffy, Yair Lita, and Kuyami probably couldn't eat one either. But Cheng Lang was curious about one thing: what would happen if someone ate 2 identical devil fruits? Would they become stronger or repel each other? Or would there be no effect? Or was the 80 million EMC just to obtain the purchase qualification with no other effect? Cheng Lang pondered. Who should I experiment on? Then Cheng Lang found Wasupu. Wasupu, do you want a devil fruit? Wasupu suddenly approached, tilted his head in confusion. You got another devil fruit? Wasupu was surprised as he knew Cheng Lang seemed to have the ability to find devil fruits. What fruit is it? The others also looked over. Cheng Lang took out the bomb fruit. Paramount bomb fruit. Isn't that the ability of Mr. 5? Wei Wei was surprised. Maybe he's been taken care of, and I just happened to obtain this ability. Cheng Lang shrugged vaguely. Yair Lita remained silent. She hadn't found the explosion man, but she had found the kilogram woman who was currently tied up at Whiskey Town, no doubt. So she had rushed to find Cheng Lang, but he told her not to worry. The others also gathered around, curiously looking at this devil fruit that looked like a bomb. Wasupu looked at the bomb fruit, his eyes flickering. In truth, it was false to say he didn't envy Luffy and Cheng Lang. The reason he hadn't thought about getting a devil fruit before was partly because he was too embarrassed, and also because he felt it wasn't suitable for him. Now this bomb fruit, he was tempted. Usopp finally took the bomb fruit. Are you really giving it to me? If you don't want it, maybe ask Sanji. His kicking techniques combined with the bomb fruit would probably be quite formidable. Cheng Lang shrugged. At that moment, Sanji, who was cooking, heard Cheng Lang's words and nodded with a smile. Sure, I wouldn't mind the bomb fruit either. Usopp immediately shook his head, then I'll eat it. Cheng Lang made a gesture of invitation. Usopp gritted his teeth and took a bite, chewing twice before his entire face scrunched up. What's wrong? It's awful. Usopp finally swallowed the fruit. Cheng Lang nodded. Normal, that's how devil fruits taste. Remember to finish it. Usopp grimaced in pain, but still wolfed down the bomb fruit in a few bites. Then he collapsed to the ground, his eyes devoid of any light. As if he had been violated 100 times. Seeing this, Cheng Lang nodded in satisfaction. Then he took out another bomb fruit. This time, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Isn't there only one of each devil fruit? Sanji exclaimed in surprise. The others stared at the devil fruit in Cheng Lang's hand, utterly incredulous. Usopp felt that he had been deceived. Did I eat a fake one? Cheng Lang laughed and waved his hand. This is a replica created by my ability with the same effect as the bomb fruit. At that moment, Usopp sat up and looked at his own body. A new instinct had awakened within him. Naturally, he understood the power of the bomb fruit. He was not only immune to explosions, but could also make any part of his body explode. Usopp plucked a strand of his hair, thought for a moment, and tied it to a lead ball. He shot it into the distance. With a thought. Boom. The explosion startled the 2 sleeping giants. What's happening? They both turned to look at the blast. Such immense power. Usopp stared in awe. Cheng Lang was lost in thought. It was exactly the same as Mr. 5's ability, no reduction in power. Had the MC transformation changed nothing? Cheng Lang pondered. Did the 80 million just grant the ability to buy unlimited? That was not a loss, but it was slightly disappointing. Looking at the other bomb fruit in his hand, Cheng Lang was curious about what would happen if Usopp ate it. But he decided against it. Whether it would have no effect or cause an explosion, there was no need to make Usopp test it. Vivi had witnessed everything and curiously asked about the details of the bomb fruit. Then she gave a strange expression. No wonder Mr. 5 is often called the booger guy. He can only use parts of his body. If nothing unexpected happens, that's the case. For long-range attacks, you can only use parts of your body for close combat. As Usopp spoke, small explosions crackled in his palm. I can trade stamina for explosive effects. Long-range explosions depend on the mass of the body part. Yes, if I shaved all my hair, I might create a super big explosion. But there's a time limit after it leaves my body. The smaller the mass, the more the explosion power diminishes over time. Usopp plucked another strand of hair. For a strand like this, after about 5 minutes, it completely loses its explosive ability. Usopp explained. That was the explanation given by the ability. Cheng Lang nodded. That was normal. If it could last forever, then in the future Usopp could accumulate a lot of explosives just by taking care of his physiological needs in the bathroom. The image would be Usopp launching his own excrement into battle. The mere thought of that scene was chilling. Even if the target survived, they would be disgusted to death. If that's the case, I'm afraid he'll go bald soon. Usopp looked worried. His fighting style relied on ranged attacks. Did that mean he would end up with a bald spot after just one battle? Everyone burst out laughing. Cheng Lang patted Usopp. You'll be stronger when you're bald. Usopp was speechless. Cheng Lang looked at the others. Does anyone else want to eat? No one answered. Currently among the Straw Hat crew, only Sanji, Zoro, Nanī, and Vivi hadn't eaten a devil fruit. But the former two weren't dependent on fruits. Sanji wanted the clear fruit. As for Nanī and Vivi, the former didn't want to pull out her hair or pick her nose as a weapon. Vivi didn't think Cheng Lang would give her one since they had only known each other for a short time. The four of them remained silent. Cheng Lang didn't insist. Let me know if you need it. He didn't put it away but stored it in his inventory. Just as he turned around, he saw the two giants staring at him with eyes as big as car tires. Did you find a devil fruit? Dory asked curiously. How amazing. Froggy nodded. Cheng Lang casually mentioned to the giants, do you want one? The two exchanged glances. Ha, you're quite generous. Well, pass. Until we settle our battle, we won't take shortcuts by eating a devil fruit. Is that so? Cheng Lang shrugged. He was curious about how powerful an explosion from a giant eating the bomb fruit would be. After all, with their size, they were the real heavyweights. A single strand of their hair was probably stronger than 100 of Usopp's. The giant's physical strength was far superior to Usopp's. After saying this, the two lay down and continued sleeping. Cheng Lang was also a bit tired. He decided to go back to the ship and sleep. The others nodded as they were all tired from watching the giants battle all night. Luffy, who wasn't particular, fell asleep right there. No one disturbed him. Sanji said he would cook since they would surely be hungry after fighting all night. Back on the ship, Cheng Lang thought for a moment, placed the bomb fruit in the hallway, broke off a piece of wood, and covered it with the trap in case Vivi wanted it, but was too shy to ask. Feel free to take it if you ever want it, Cheng Lang said before going to sleep. The others didn't think much of it and returned to their quarters. In the girls' room, they undressed, prepared to bathe, and then sleep. Meanwhile, a chicken kept in the room staggered out. It came to the hallway and was drawn to the object under the trapdoor. When Cheng Lang woke up, it was already afternoon. He stepped out of his quarters to wash up, but after taking just 2 steps, he noticed an egg on the. Cheng Lang didn't think much of it and bent to pick it up. After all, the chicken in the girls' room was raised by Kuyumi. Occasionally, when the door was left open, it would wander out and leave an egg in the hallway. This had happened before. MC eggs were useful in some ways, but also useless. They couldn't be eaten directly. Even Sanji could. Their only use might be to throw them against a wall to hatch chicks. Naturally, he headed to the breeding room. This was where the cows, sheep, and chickens were raised. Seeing the animals huddled together, Cheng Lang didn't bother them and was about to throw the egg. But the next moment, he sensed something off. Wasn't this egg a bit too round? MC eggs were angular and had a sandpaper-like texture, but this one seemed unusually smooth. He squinted at it. Bombed him. Cheng Lang stared blankly at the egg in his hand. Then, as if struck by a thought, he whirled around and saw that the trapdoor had been opened. The bomb fruit was still there, but there was a clear gap in it. Cheng Lang took out the devil fruit and examined it. He noticed that the name had changed, Paramecia-type bomb fruit invalid. He then checked the recycling price. 0. Obviously it was useless now. Could it be? He arrived at the girls' dormitory. The door was locked. Cheng Lang hesitated but still knocked. Soon sounds came from inside. It was Kuyumi. Wearing pajamas and rubbing her eyes, Kuyumi asked in confusion, Cheng Lang, what's wrong? Where is your pet? Goo Goo. Well, Goo Goo. The originally Minecraft-styled chick had changed. Although its shape was still imp-like, it was no longer blocky. As I thought. Kuyumi picked up Gugu and asked puzzled, "What's wrong with Gugu? What happened? How does it have feathers?" While they were puzzled, the other women also woke up and saw this scene. They were also curious. If I'm not mistaken, it ate a devil fruit. Oh. Kuyumi was stunned, then she realized. Her expression instantly turned strange and fearful. "I'm sorry. I didn't." Cheng Lang waved his hand. "I don't care about that. I'm just curious about Gugu's condition. Lend it to me for a while." Kuyumi hesitated but still handed over Gugu. The girl's reluctance was obvious. Cheng Lang smiled. "Don't worry, I won't hurt it." He brought Gugu to the deck. Gugu tilted its head, looking at Cheng Lang with confusion. "It really has become smarter. Can you understand me?" "Not if you can." Gugu nodded. Cheng Lang was not surprised. Minecraftified animals originally had no intelligence, only basic code. They run when hit and cluck. "Can you understand me?" "Not if you can." Gugu nodded. Cheng Lang was not surprised. Minecraftified animals originally had no intelligence, only, but now its little eyes were noticeably more lively and emotions could be sensed. Cheng Lang took out some wheat seeds. Gugu was immediately attracted, staring fixedly. It also started clucking, still attracted to wheat seeds. "But by the way, do you need to eat in this state?" Cheng Lang was puzzled but still fed the wheat seeds to Gugu. As usual, a heart appeared above its head, but the next moment a Jadon fell to the ground. Cheng Lang picked it up. The laid egg is part of the body too. What about the chicken side? He was curious, but naturally he couldn't experiment inside the cabin. He brought Gugu to the deck. On the shore, a Tyrannosaurus Rex was glaring at Cheng Lang. "You're the one." Cheng Lang threw the Jadon. It wasn't fast. The Tyrannosaurus watched the Jadon fly toward it. It was a bit confused, but in its understanding such a thing seemed like an egg. Could this human be kindly feeding it? Such a nice guy. When eating it would chew a few times less. The Tyrannosaurus directly sent the Jadon safely into its mouth. Boom. A loud explosion. Shockwaves rolled, countless birds flew across the sky. Even the melee was rocked. Naturally, everyone in the cabin was awakened by the terrifying explosion. Cheng Lang wiped the blood splattered on his face. "Wow, that's some power." Cheng Lang looked at another Jadon in his hand. "Gugu, can you lay a bigger egg?" Gugu tilted its head, then nodded. But it clucked a few times, which Cheng Lang didn't understand. Seeing Cheng Lang motionless, Gugu immediately pecked at his palm a few times. "You mean seeds?" Gugu nodded. Cheng Lang took out one. But Gugu shook its head. "No." Gugu kept shaking its head. "Not enough." Gugu nodded. Cheng Lang thought for a moment and directly took out 64. Gugu's eyes lit up and it started eating. Watching the hearts popping up above Gugu's head, Cheng Lang's mouth twitched. With such density, one might think someone was giving likes to a streamer here. Gugu. A loud cry. A slightly blackened Jadon appeared in Cheng Lang's backpack. Jadon F1. Cheng Lang looked at it curiously. The name changed. A stack of wheat seeds gives F1. What if I continue? He thought for a moment and took out 128. Although Cheng Lang's current storage limit was 1,000, the maximum he could take out from the conversion table was 60. Gugu immediately came over and continued devouring. Jadon F2 hiss. Then Cheng Lang continued experimenting, and the final results were as follows. Jadon F3, Jadon F4, Jadon E1 X2, Jadon E2. Every 64 wheat seeds, the power of the laid Jadon increased by 1 grade, starting from F1 up to grade 4. Then, after reaching E1, the required quantity doubled. It was not an increase of 64, but 128. If nothing unexpected, the next grade would be D1, and 128 would double again to 256. Then further up were C1, C4. Continuing 512 would reach B1. As for the power in ordinary Jadon was equivalent to a TNT explosion. Looking at F2, Cheng Lang thought for a moment and threw it farther away. Boom. A loud explosion. Shockwaves rolled. Cheng Lang walked over to check. The power was 10 times that of an ordinary Jadon. He looked at F3. Continued testing. This time it was not 100 times, but 20 times. Then Cheng Lang threw E1. It was directly 100 times that of an ordinary Jadon. If nothing unexpected, the C grade might be a small mushroom. As for continuing to feed and directly creating a little boy, Gugu had stamina limits. Right now, even if wheat seeds were placed in front of it, Gugu couldn't eat anymore. If estimated correctly, at most 1 E4's worth per day. While Cheng Lang was experimenting, such a huge commotion naturally attracted everyone on the island. 2 giants looked at the large crater blown out and curiously came closer. The others who knew the situation gathered around, looking left and right. Especially Wusuapu, who got the last 2 Jadons, one E1 and the other E2. Why can the eggs laid by Gugu maintain the explosion indefinitely? Wusuapu's concern was clearly different. He touched the slightly blackened 2 Jadons, unable to understand. He had secretly experimented with many things yesterday. No matter what, any substance leaving his body would fail to explode within half an hour. Exhaled air was even shorter. If not triggered within 30 seconds, it would fail, and the explosion power was pathetically small, no different from his own fire star. Cheng Lang thought. This left Wusuapu speechless. If I could lay eggs, that would be a miracle of biology, he complained. Wusuapu then went off to study the Jadon on his own. After all, he had also eaten the bomb fruit. Gugu lay another ordinary one. Gugu's body trembled, as if struggling greatly. It chirped twice, then collapsed on the ground. Gugu. Although I didn't know what Gugu said, I could roughly understand its meaning. Truly not a single drop remained. Holding the bomb egg, Cheng Lang pondered, then began to squeeze it in his hand. But no matter how hard he gripped, the bomb egg showed no signs of cracking. It indeed follows the rules of Minecraft. It won't break unless thrown, huh? Usopp didn't think much. He took it and prepared to shoot. But Cheng Lang stopped him. Try pulling it to the limit. Don't worry about the explosion. This bomb egg is tougher than you imagine. Usopp's nose twitched. You say it so easily. An explosion in the face is no joke. Relax, have you forgotten you're wearing my diamond armor set? Even if it explodes in your face, it won't hurt you. Usopp thought for a moment and felt that made sense. Then he increased his strength. But even when he pulled the slingshot to its maximum, the compressive force was already high, yet the bomb egg still showed no signs of cracking. Finally, Usopp let go. The bomb egg flew 1,000 meters. If it hadn't been blown by the wind and hit a tree, it would probably have flown even farther. Boom. It flew slower than I expected. It's really because the egg shape is too large, huh? Usopp pulled down the telescope on his head and estimated the distance. At that moment, another explosion occurred, its power close to E1. This say, Usopp looked in disbelief. The others also curiously gathered around. The two giants even walked to the center of the explosion. Did I just see a black chick? Dongli said, stroking his beard in confusion. Uluoji nodded. I saw it too. Hearing their conversation, Cheng Lang was stunned, then surprised, and finally ecstatic. It even retains the properties of an egg. Judging by the explosion power, the chick's power seems to have increased across levels. Hiss. Usopp immediately realized the terror of it. Having been on the ship for so long, Usopp naturally understood the nature of the eggs influenced by Cheng Lang. When thrown to the ground, they had a chance to spawn a chick. As a result, they even developed a unique game, smashing eggs. A test of luck. Whoever smashes the most chicks out of 3 eggs wins. So Usopp immediately realized the horror of it. If luck was on his side, the E4 he threw would spawn 4 little black chicks upon explosion, equivalent to the blast power of 4C4S. Terrifying just to imagine. Sugoi. Luffy had already arrived on the ship by now. He stared wide-eyed at the scene. The others were all astonished. Usopp witnessed the explosion and then made a startling discovery. He himself couldn't even produce such an explosion. Was he inferior to a chicken? A deep sense of frustration left Usopp speechless. Among the women on the ship, only Nami was on par with him, and recently Nami had started training while he spent his days fooling around with Luffy. No way. He absolutely couldn't be outdone by a chicken. Usopp, give me 2 explosive eggs so I can see if I can replicate. Cheng Lang just remembered his conversion table ability. Looking at the explosive egg E1 in his hand worth 6,400 EMC, Cheng Lang's eyes lit up. A wheat seed sells for 1 and buys for 2. The price for F4 is 512, and for E1 it increases by 128 to 640. Yet this explosive egg turned out to be 10 times that price. 1,000% profit. But then Cheng Lang put on a pained expression. That meant his dream of becoming an explosionist art fanatic was dashed. After all, if the selling price was 6,400, didn't that mean he'd have to pay 12,800 to buy it? He checked the price of E2, 7680. As expected, though he couldn't become a fanatic of explosionist art, it was still good for selling and making money. Then Cheng Lang started considering the farming issue. The cost was 2 million per chicken. If Gugu could produce at most 1 E4 per day, that was 10,240 EMC value, meaning it would take 200 days to recoup the cost per chicken. If he increased investment. In the end, Cheng Lang sighed. No need. He could mine magma for an hour and earn over. Farming required high investment and long payback periods. Moreover, Cheng Lang wasn't sure he could manage so many chickens. Most crucially, if he wanted to cull them, what if the chicken fought back and exploded when he swung his sword? Getting killed by a chicken would be a real embarrassment. He abandoned the idea of raising explosive chickens. Cheng Lang looked at the crew members who were excitedly crowding around Gugu. Cheng Lang went alone to a secret room that he had prepared earlier. The purpose was naturally to place the nether portal. He inserted the obsidian he had prepared. I wonder if it can be lit. He clicked the flint and steel, and suddenly Cheng Lang felt something explode in his mind. His consciousness blurred, and the vision before him, then the EMC value in his conversion table quietly decreased. At the last moment of consciousness, Cheng Lang heard Ms. urgent call. Brother Cheng Lang. It's bad. Everyone. Brother Cheng Lang passed out. In the darkness, he didn't know how long. When Cheng Lang's consciousness returned, he groggily opened his eyes. An unfamiliar ceiling. A pair of somewhat cool hard objects were using a wet towel to cool him down. As if sensing the vibration from Cheng Lang's body, a series of clattering sounds ensued, then fell silent. Cheng Lang turned his head to look at the source of the sound, and saw a small raccoon-like creature, half hidden outside, staring at him in panic. Raccoon. I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer. As if realizing his gaffe, Chopper hurriedly ran away in a fluster. Cheng Lang silently got up and looked around. Outside snow and wind howled. What happened to me? Could this be Drum? What happened? Cheng Lang began to recall his previous experiences. I remember I was testing the explosive egg, and then I opened the nether portal. Then Cheng Lang looked down at himself and found his body thin and emaciated, his lips cracked and peeling. A drip needle hung from his arm, slowly dripping water. He raised his hand shakily. Without thinking, he prepared to open the conversion table to take out some food. But when he opened, where's my 6 million EMC? Who stole my EMC? Cheng Lang looked left and right, but the EMC value remained at 0. Abababa. Tired, let it all end. Cheng Lang collapsed onto the bed, his mind going blank. While Cheng Lang was feeling that life was tedious on another bed, a person also quietly awoke. It was Nanī. She sat up and saw Cheng Lang with his eyes open. Awake. Cheng Lang turned his head and saw Nanī, whose body seemed normal, but whose face was unusually red. So the plot still unfolded as expected, just without the battle causing clothes to be destroyed. Was Nanī still bitten by that? What happened? Cheng Lang asked curiously. Nanī thought for a moment and briefly recounted the events of the past few days. Cheng Lang was found unconscious, causing a commotion. Nanī stepped forward and immediately began treatment following Cheng Lang's previous methods, first feeding him milk, then using M-style food. But no matter what she did, Cheng Lang showed no signs of waking. During this time, Nanī herself suddenly fell ill for unknown reasons. Now both people on the ship who had some medical knowledge and ability to treat were in a coma. Fortunately, Vivi was still there. She had some navigation experience and could judge whether islands were nearby based on the environment. In the end, the group urgently set sail and arrived at Drum Island. After that, Nanī didn't know what happened as her consciousness completely faded after Luffy shouted that he had spotted. Clearly her condition was also critical at that time. As for being sustained by milk and food, the milk was fed to Cheng Lang by Luffy. The food was manageable. After all, food made from the furnace, though not as filling as original MC food, was sufficient. Having sorted out the cause and effect, Cheng Lang shook his head with a wry smile. It really was a close call. Yes, the doctor here said you were in a state of sustained physical exhaustion. If it continued, Cheng Lang was surprised. He had been teasing Nanī because from her story it had been over 10 days, not just 7. If not for Cheng Lang's MC food, Nanī would likely have. But Cheng Lang thought about it and could roughly understand. It must be related to the Hell Gate. The size of Hell in MC corresponds to the overworld, meaning Cheng Lang had in a sense created a world. His abilities were not that strong, leading to physical exhaustion akin to overusing his devil fruit ability. And it kept draining. At first there were no symptoms, presumably after draining his physical strength it began draining EMC. When EMC was exhausted it started draining his physical strength again. That explained why he was now so gaunt. Truly the guidance of fate, Cheng Lang remarked, looking at Chopper, whose half-body was visible outside. If he had been there he probably could have solved Nami's problem. After all, Nami's issue was more poison than illness, which later turned into a disease. If milk had been available initially, Nanī might not have fallen ill and Chopper might not have boarded the ship. After all, Cheng Lang wasn't sure if the island after Little Garden was Drum Island. In the original story, Luffy's crew happened to pass by Drum Island on their way to Alabasta and went to find it. Now his fainting at just the right time had coincidentally led to this encounter. It seemed Luffy's crew had some kind of strong luck binding them together. No matter how much he changed, they might not be separated. Thinking this, Cheng Lang stopped dwelling on it. He lay quietly in bed. Truly a life full of misfortunes. Nanī finally asked the question that had been on her mind. By the way, what did you do on the ship? Huh? What's wrong? That dark stone with a swirl of light inside. Oh, that. The Hell Gate. Hell. Nanī was startled, then her expression turned strange. You're not a demon from hell, are you? Cheng Lang couldn't help but laugh. I didn't know you had such a vivid imagination, Nanī. Nanī said nothing, but her expression remained odd. Cheng Lang didn't think much of it, dismissing it as her imagination. Just then the noisy voices of Luffy and the others came from outside. Nanī, Cheng Lang, you're both awake. Great. Luffy pushed open the door and saw the two chatting. He let out a sigh of relief. Sanji was also there, but his eyes immediately fell on Nanī. Even a sick Namikan is so adorable. As he passed by Cheng Lang's bed, Sanji stopped and took out a bento box. The doctor said you need to replenish your nutrition. This is my snow country dish with dinosaur meat. It should taste great. After saying that, Sanji turned into a whirlwind and arrived at Nami's bedside, kneeling on one knee and saying affectionately, "Ah, beautiful Namikan, what do you need? Your knight Sanji will prepare it immediately." Then just some simple porridge. My stomach isn't like some people's. The some people were eating dinosaur meat with a calm expression, oh my. Meanwhile, Luffy discovered Chopper hiding in the corner. A snowman. Chopper immediately dashed away. The lively ward instantly became quiet, both figuratively and literally, looking at the snow and ice blowing in from outside the door. Cheng Lang felt a bit helpless. He got up and closed the door. But just as he turned around, the door opened again behind him. Is the door broken? Cheng Lang turned back and saw Dr. Kureha, who was wearing a crop top even in the middle of winter. Hello. Kureha reached out and pinched Cheng Lang's face, pulling it left and right. Recovered so quickly. What is your body made of, kid? Kureha lifted Cheng Lang with one hand and tossed him onto the bed. Don't move. Let me examine you. Cheng Lang was thrown onto the bed like a doll, utterly stunned. But he obediently lay still. Kureha pulled out a device that looked like a blood pressure monitor from somewhere and wrapped it around Cheng Lang's arm. Then she took out a stethoscope. After fiddling for a while, she remarked, from organ failure and no subcutaneous fat to this normal state without any sequelae. You're quite resilient, kid. When they arrived, Nanī seemed in danger, but Cheng Lang was actually the more critical case. The former could be treated while the latter seemed fine on the surface, which was a huge problem. Because the cause couldn't be found, meaning there was no cure. No cure meant waiting for death. Kureha even doubted her own medical skills, but eventually determined that his physical strength was disappearing without limit. Although the cause was found, there was still no solution, as she could only give him some nutritional supplements. Cheng Lang smiled and nodded innocently. It's thanks to my devil fruit ability. Ability user. Kureha frowned in confusion. What ability could bring you from the brink of death to this state? Cheng Lang took out the lunchbox that Sanji had given him earlier. Now all the food inside had been eaten clean. This is the effect of my ability combined with the food made by our ship's cook. Kureha pinched a grain of rice, but no matter how she looked at it, it was just ordinary rice. She raised her head and stared at the other with a strange expression, making Cheng Lang feel a bit uneasy. Do you want to know the secret to my eternal youth? How did the topic jump to this? Cheng Lang quickly waved his hand. I don't want to know. Is that so? What a pity, Kureha said, and then prepared to stand up. Cheng Lang saw that she was about to leave without any hesitation, which struck him as odd. Then, as if remembering something, he immediately said, the food transformed by my ability possesses extraordinary power capable of healing non-disease injuries in a short time. For example, my previous state. If I had to make a metaphor, it's like food with extraordinary vitality. The rising Kureha curled her lips, not a bad ability. With that, she walked toward Nami's bed. Seeing her brisk steps, Cheng Lang let out a sigh of relief. Just now he remembered that Kureha was an old tsundere with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Too embarrassed to speak directly, she used this sudden question to express her thoughts. At that moment, Sanji rushed in like a whirlwind, carrying a bowl of meat porridge. Namakan, your knight. Hello, madam. Halfway through his words, Sanji immediately stopped his exaggerated behavior and walked over with a gentlemanly demeanor, placing the meat porridge with steak in front of Nami. Then he walked out properly. Truly he came and went in a flash. Seeing Sanji leave in a hurry, Cheng Lang found it amusing. Although he didn't know what had happened in between, it was most likely that he had been greeted with a volley of throwing knives. But soon after he went out, they heard Luffy shouting. Sanji, stop that raccoon ahead. I told you I'm a reindeer, not a raccoon. After a clattering noise, the sounds faded. Inside the room, Nami felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry. My companions seemed to be too noisy. Nami was a bit ashamed. Kureha reached out and placed her finger on Nami's forehead. Body temperature 38 degrees. It's a miracle you're still alive to see me. Kureha withdrew her finger and then looked at the food in the white porridge. Is this the key to your rapid recovery? Nami looked at the porridge. Then she smiled and brought the bowl to Kureha. Yes, want a taste? It's delicious. Kureha hesitated for a moment, but driven by curiosity, she scooped a spoonful into her mouth. It indeed tasted like plain porridge. But the moment she took a bite, Kureha could clearly feel a sense of fullness rising. Just one bite, and Kureha more or less understood the principle of this food. As expected, it's an ingredient with extraordinary vitality. Kid, can you sell me some ingredients? Consider it payment for your medical expenses. Cheng Lang shook his head. This gesture, though Kureha's expression, didn't change much. But Nami was frantic because this was not Cheng Lang's character at all, and she hurriedly tried to persuade him. Then Cheng Lang spoke up. Meat-based food is probably insufficient for now, but I can provide you with a more special item that should achieve a similar effect. At present, Cheng Lang didn't have any EMC value on him. And compared to ingredients that would be used up, he preferred to give something sustainable. After all, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. I teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Kuahaha, kid, you're to my liking. Tell me what you want. Can we have that little reindeer join our ship? You know our ship lacks a doctor. Although the food transformed by my ability has strong vitality, when it comes to illness, there's really no way to cure it. Oh, already targeting my foolish son. Kureha looked at the snowstorm outside the window. If you can take him aboard, go ahead and try. That guy's heart has been deeply scarred. Kureha began to tell the story of Chopper. Nanī ate her porridge, quietly listening. Cheng Lang did the same. However, a dry narration obviously lacked the immersive quality of the original anime's visuals. But it was enough. Chopper has really had a rough fate, Nanī sighed. He was treated as an outcast since childhood, and after eating a devil fruit, he became an outcast not only among reindeer, but also among humans. A situation where he was disliked by both sides. Nanī felt a deep empathy. After all, wasn't her own past a kind of otherness? She wasn't a fishman, yet she had to associate with fishmen, and at the same time she endured the strange looks from the villagers. Cheng Lang stood up, Dr. Kureha'll get to work now. After all, I need to fulfill what I promised you. He turned to head out. But then a scalpel whizzed past Cheng Lang's ear and embedded itself in the stone wall. This scene startled Cheng Lang into a daze. He swallowed involuntarily. What's wrong? You can't leave now. As a patient, you can only be discharged when I say you're cured. Kureha stated matter-of-factly, leaving Cheng Lang speechless. He pointed at himself. I'm jumping around lively. Do I look sick at all? That's different. As a doctor, I need to determine why you suddenly lost energy uncontrollably. If I don't figure this out, Cheng Lang was stunned, then smiled and waved his hand. I have a clue about that. It's not a disease, but a problem with my ability. Because my ability was activated, it drained my stamina endlessly. But it's fine now, my ability seems to have stopped. Kureha hesitated for a moment, since indeed, no matter how she looked at him, Cheng Lang was now full of energy. Finally, she waved her hand to let him go. She turned to look at Nanī, but now Nami's cheeks were no longer flushed. Kureha frowned, and then continued measuring her temperature. 36.8, normal body temperature. She looked at the food in Nami's bowl. It was almost empty. Nanī smiled and shook the bowl. Dr. I. Before she could finish, Kureha directly lifted Nami's clothes, revealing her abdomen. Nanī exclaimed, then tried to cover herself, but she also saw the purplish-black, corpse-like markings on her abdomen. Although your body temperature has returned to normal, your illness is not yet cured. Kureha watched the purplish-black marks visibly fading and murmured to herself, the body's immune system is already actively eliminating the illness. Such a powerful ability. As soon as he stepped out of the room, Cheng Lang immediately felt the biting cold wind. He glanced at the cotton-padded jacket on his body and felt it was utterly ineffective. He took out a torch and held it in his hand. The temperature around him rose considerably. Although the torch did not feel hot to the touch, that did not mean it had no heat. When thrust into the ice, it could melt the solid ice, clearly possessing temperature. Holding the torch, he walked forward all the way. He arrived outside the fortress. An endless expanse of white snow with snowflakes falling from the sky. Cheng Lang took out a shovel. He directly aimed at the snow beneath his feet and began shoveling. Bang! The iron shovel shattered. All the snow on the ground vanished, instantly revealing the soil. Then he sold them all to the conversion table. Snowballs were crafted into snow blocks, and the price of a snow block was 1 EMC value. Selling all the snow blocks only yielded 3,000. Then he sold them all to the conversion table. Snowballs were crafted into snow blocks, and the price of a snow block was 1 EMC value. Selling all the snow blocks only yielded 3,200 EMC. Although it was not much, it was better than nothing. Sell snowballs directly. Looking at the value of 0. Snowballs worth 0. 2 were too low for Cheng Lang to even look at, but fortunately after combining 4 into 1, they were worth 1 EMC. Cheng Lang looked at the environment he had destroyed and directly bought a pumpkin and 8 snowballs to create a snow golem. It was indeed exactly like in Minecraft. It would generate a path of snow layers. Silently, he trapped the snow golem with 4 glass blocks. Cheng Lang took out a stone shovel. Start shoveling the feet. 5 minutes later, Cheng Lang collapsed to the ground. Damn, this job is not for humans. Even though it was a heavy snow day, Cheng Lang was already sweating profusely. This was different from the game. In the game, you just needed to hold down the dig button, but in reality, he had to dig shovel by shovel. And as expected of a snow golem, the snow layer beneath its feet never disappeared, but the key was that it could not be chain mined. He bought some roasted beef and started eating. Even with the shovel spinning until it smoked, he only got 300 EMC. It was totally not worth it. But for now, in these 5 minutes, he could only sell snow blocks worth 300 EMC. That was equivalent to 300 seconds. With Cheng Lang's 4 hits per second, it meant about 1 snow block per second. Even with the shovel spinning until it smoked, he only got 300 EMC. It was totally not worth it. But for now, he really needed EMC to fill his wallet. Cheng Lang had no choice but to continue. He then attacked with both hands, doubling his speed. Aura! 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 The passionate shouts echoed across the mountaintop. 10 minutes later, Cheng Lang collapsed on the ground. I can't do it anymore. This foot shoveling job is not even for dogs. The result of pushing to the limit was only 1200 EMC. Totally not worth it. Cheng Lang somewhat missed the feeling of bathing in lava. Over here, Cheng Lang's efforts naturally attracted Luffy and Chopper, who were frolicking inside the castle. At that moment, Chopper came over. "What are you doing?" Cheng Lang looked at the little Chopper and had to admit he was quite cute. Making money. Making money. Chopper was puzzled. Cheng Lang took out a stone shovel and demonstrated simply how to shave the snow. At that moment, Chopper noticed that the snow golem was actually alive. Amazing, huh? The snowman is alive. Chopper, who was a bit slow on the uptake, widened his eyes in disbelief. Then he noticed the lowered ground around him. Hey, where is the snow in front of my house? Cheng Lang found Chopper's funny reaction amusing. Good grief, his reaction time is that long. At that moment, Luffy also ran over. Seeing that Cheng Lang could get out of bed, he immediately rejoiced. "Cheng Lang, you're finally better." Seeing Luffy rushing over and hugging him like a koala, Cheng Lang was almost suffocated again. "Sorry for worrying you." Cheng Lang smiled. Putting Luffy down, he chuckled. "If you don't catch Chopper now, he'll run away." Luffy then realized he still had a goal. "Stop, reindeer. Hey, what did you say his name was?" "Chopper." "Stop, Chopper. Come out to sea with us." "No." Chopper's small figure started running again. Faced with this scene, Cheng Lang found it amusing, but he looked at the still insufficient EMC value. He was not working here just to shave snow. He needed 9,600 EMC to open the nether portal, so he could teleport directly to the ship via the portal. He just did not expect this foot shoveling to be much more tiring than he imagined. Continue digging snow. By the time his first iron shovel struck, all the snow on the platform was already gone. Even if some remained, it had no support and fell directly off the cliff. As for digging straight down through the stone, he did not know the way. Jump down with water bucket. He was afraid of dying. After all, last time he was not sure if it was luck or the water bucket that saved him. After all, he would rather not have that experience again. Games are games, reality is reality. That kind of fall experience once was enough. Continue. Cheng Lang sighed. He estimated it would take over an hour to accumulate 9,600 EMC. Scratching his head, he finally dismantled the glass and freed the snow golem. After all, with that hour, he might as well take the elevator down and dig snow instead. Cheng Lang looked around trying to find the cable, but as he looked around, Cheng Lang saw several disheveled figures. Tui. Why did a sudden unexplained avalanche, Wapol clad entirely in iron, spat out the snow in his mouth, and also spat out the two subordinates he had swallowed, and of course another guy Cheng Lang had never seen before. Wapol clad entirely in iron spat out the snow in his mouth, and also spat out the two subordinates he had swallowed. What are you looking at? Wait, why do you look so familiar? At that moment, the pink-haired man with the black eye patch squinted his eyes. Wapol, that guy is one of the ones Straw Hat and Curly Brows were protecting. Oh, wasn't that guy all dried up? How did he change? Wapol frowned but soon dismissed it. Although you probably do not know me, it does not matter. Wapol looked at Cheng Lang as a cannon appeared on his arm. Die. The cannon roared. Smoke filled the air. This is the consequence of opposing the king of the Ci-Gu kingdom. Wapol looked disdainfully at his handiwork. Because of the cannon sound, everyone inside the fortress looked over. Kureha was standing by the window, noticing this scene, her expression shocked. How did these two come back together? Nami also looked curiously. Oh, that guy, was he not punched away by Luffy? You know them? Kureha asked, puzzled. Nami nodded. That guy's ship can sail underwater, right? When our ship passed by, he and his men attacked us, but in the end Luffy punched him away. As for the one beside him, no impression. Kureha's gaze fell on the pink-haired black-eyed man. His name is Mushiolu, Wapol's older brother. 20 years ago, after eating a devil fruit, he experimented with its ability using the lives of the citizens. Brutal by nature, he was eventually exiled by the old king. It is said he was banished to the volcano country of Jillawi, and then there was no news. What ability does he have? Nami asked curiously. Mushroom fruit user. 20 years ago, he used his ability to generate highly toxic and hallucinogenic mushrooms that spread, causing the deaths of people in several towns. Now 20 years have passed, it's hard to imagine how powerful he has become. Kureha stood up and picked up the scattered weapons nearby. So she let the situation unfold. Through the window, she looked outside. The smoke cleared. Cheng Lang appeared there unscathed, but there was an extra shield in front of him. What a great devil fruit ability wasted by you like this. Cheng Lang retracted the shield, and at that moment, he remembered who the unfamiliar man was. Movie 9. The Mystery of Chopper's Past. The setting is after the Enies Lobby arc, but before meeting Brook, it's an anime original story about Chopper, and the opponent is Wapol's brother. To be honest, this plot is very absurd. After all, Wapol is the younger brother. You know there's only one king. Wouldn't the two brothers have to compete? Back then when Cheng Lang saw this movie, he was stunned and thought it was a remake. But with these people here, what happened to the other crew members? Did they not meet as in the original, or something else? Cheng Lang steadied his thoughts. Looking at Wapple, he had already drawn his diamond sword. Wapple, being taunted, flushed red. Fine. Let me show you my newly acquired ability. Actually, I got the materials from your ship. Instantly, steam erupted around Wapple, and his body silently expanded. Wapple factory. The steam dissipated. A square, blocky Wapple appeared before him. Cheng Lang rubbed his eyes. Bro, really? A giant MC wooden house person? Not yet. He then swallowed his two subordinates into his stomach. Wapple factory. Combine. After bursts of steam, a combined being clad in full MC wood textured armor walked out from the wooden door. SSS. What the? Cheng Lang was stunned, speechless by the sight. Wahaha. Shocked by my amazing ability, aren't you? Don't be fooled by this wooden armor. Its hardness surpasses even steel. All damage dealt to him will be nullified. Cheng Lang stared blankly at this scene. Just then Chopper transformed into his reindeer form and walked out. Wapple. Wahaha, isn't this that witch's pet? It seems that during my absence a little mouse sneaked into my castle. Wapple was in high spirits. Ever since he ate that square wooden block, he felt he had never been better. This was the main reason he dared to bring his brother back from the volcanic kingdom. He just didn't expect Blackbeard had already run away, otherwise he should have made that bastard taste his power. Mafūba stared blankly at his younger brother. At this moment, he could sense that all the spores he had hidden inside his brother's body had disappeared. Moreover, he saw that his brother's hair and the wooden parts all had a mushroom-like appearance. Clearly his ability had also been utilized. Mafūba was also left speechless. It seemed his foolish brother wasn't really an idiot. Go, Jesse Kelluo. Wapple ordered. The four-armed, two-headed combined being stacked vertically charged forward. Cheng Lang witnessed all this, narrowing his eyes. So it's not just a simple human pyramid, but a real fusion of two people. After all, Cheng Lang could sense that the chi inside them was connected. The Munch fruit can not only synthesize Wapple metal through the body, but also connect and reshape human bodies. It's slightly different from what he remembered, but not much. Cheng Lang used shave and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already beside Jesse and Kelluo, slashing with his diamond sword aimed at them. Fast, but unfortunately there are two of us. X2, the lower arm, reached out directly to block the path of the diamond sword. Clang. The sound of metal collision rang out. It looked like a wooden arm guard, but was clearly fused with refined iron, possessing extraordinary hardness, while also having the characteristics of Cheng Lang's MC. Cracks appeared only to vanish silently in the next second. Cheng Lang was shocked. Damn, this hardness and power feels so familiar. Wahaha. How about that? My masterpiece. Wapple was satisfied. Just then a rubber fist shot straight. It was Luffy, who had been holding back all the way from intervening. You bastard. How dare you show up in front of me? Wapple didn't react, but remained calm. Straw Hat. I'm not someone you can just punch away so easily anymore. Wapple curled his lips. Waha. Too weak. Too weak. Haven't you eaten? This force is just like a tickle. But Luffy didn't care. If one punch didn't work, he would just keep punching. Wapple did not dodge or evade facing Luffy's storm of punches hidden. Although cracks appeared on his body, they vanished the moment they formed. Wapple continued to laugh arrogantly. Pathetic. 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 Seeing the style becoming increasingly abstract, Cheng Lang quietly moved to Wapple's side. He produced a diamond pickaxe in his hand. Then, puffed Wapple's body, a mix of MC wood and iron instantly disappeared. What a... In the next moment of shock, Luffy's fist had already reached his face. PFF. Without the shell, Wapple was punched, flying, his eyes rolling wide. Cheng Lang looked at the special block that had fallen to the ground. He picked it up. Wood iron, just a name, simple and clear. Mafūba, who had witnessed all this, blinked his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but everything happened too fast, giving him no time to react. After all, the invincible Wapple from 1 second ago was sent flying the next. Who could have expected that? Moreover, Cheng Lang's opponents weren't defeated. It was that Cheng Lang, while enduring attacks from 4 wooden iron hammers, reached Wapple and then used a pickaxe to dig Wapple away. How could Mafūba help with that? This idiot Wapple. Mafūba shook his head helplessly, but a smirk appeared on his lips as he silently released countless spores around him. Hallucinogenic spores, although somewhat weakened in the low-temperature environment, it was enough. Straw Hat, come here quickly. That guy released some kind of spores. Chopper warned the moment he detected the hallucinogenics. A smirk curled on Mafūba's lips. Too late. I've been releasing spores since the very beginning. Right now your vision should be a kaleidoscope of colors, shouldn't it? Oh, sorry. Once you're hit by my hallucinogenic spores, even your hearing will be stripped away. Mafūba let out a laugh identical to Wapple's. However, unlike Wapple, he didn't stand still and become a target for the enemy. At that moment, white mushrooms sprouted from the ground, heading straight for Luffy. Luffy's eyes had turned into swirling spirals. Wow. Cheng Lang, look, there are little people. Luffy pointed at an empty patch of ground and exclaimed. But the next instant he burst into cheerful laughter. Hey, you guys want to play with me too? White mushrooms silently crept up Luffy's body. Watching Luffy hallucinating like someone who'd eaten undercooked mushrooms and now controlled Cheng Lang felt a bit speechless. But he couldn't provide backup. This combined being was different from Wapol. He couldn't just dig it away with a pickaxe. Moreover, its reaction was indeed fast, or rather it had 2 pairs of eyes doubling its attention compared to normal. Relying solely on speed advantage to finish it off was a bit problematic. As for brute force, the wooden armor on its body was extremely tough. Its hardness was the same as iron blocks. Cheng Lang couldn't achieve a one-hit kill. Moreover, because they possessed the block properties of Minecraft, part of the impact force was dissipated on each strike. So tough. Cheng Lang couldn't help but exclaim. The combined being was equally speechless. We should be the ones. The wooden hammer in its hand struck without pause, yet Cheng Lang remained completely unfazed. Not only had he dealt with their king, but he also wore a calm, composed expression. If it weren't for the need to keep him occupied for the king's brother to execute his plan, they might have already given up. After all, full force attacks were quite exhausting. Even with 2 people fused, they couldn't sustain continuous hammering. Cheng Lang used the shave to retreat to the rear, preparing to test something he had been considering earlier. The combined being immediately pursued, but their speed was not fast. Clearly their coordination was not as seamless as imagined. Cheng Lang took a deep breath on the spot. Life returned concentration. An ability to concentrate the energy within his body into a single point. The muscles in both arms swelled. Visibly the satiety and drumstick indicators plummeted, finally stopping at the last drumstick. Shave. When Cheng Lang reappeared, he was already in front of the combined being. Slash. An upward diagonal cut from below. This was the basic upward sword stance previously taught by Zoro. No flashy techniques, pure explosive power. The falling snow, like graceful dancers struck by a freezing spell, froze midair. The freshly accumulated snow seemed startled by the strike, rising like frightened birds. A crack first appeared on the ground. Like creeping ivy, it gradually extended its roots, finally climbing onto the combined being's body. Finally, the crack split open from the forehead of the combined being. Yet the crack did not stop, a straight flying slash shot into the sky. Countless snowflakes swirled. Phew. That was really exhausting. Cheng Lang exhaled a breath of turbid air, then pulled out a steak and began devouring it. Cheng Lang's slash naturally startled Mafūba. What? You're a swordsman. The ability to unleash flying slashes proved that Cheng Lang was indeed a swordsman. Encountering such a powerhouse, he could only resign himself to his fate. After all, with flying slashes, he couldn't even get close. But seeing the other man munching on a steak, he simply couldn't associate him with the image of a swordsman. Is my full power strike what you call a swordsman? Cheng Lang sighed, feeling his own strength was still too weak. What did he mean by that? Could his strength actually be above this? Was he a great swordsman? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such a figure appear here? But whether swordsman or great swordsman, neither was something. Silently, he tried to find a way out, glancing at his brother who had been punched flying and the combined being split apart by the slash. If it were a 4-person fusion, they might have had a fighting chance. Coming back to his senses, he noticed that the suspected swordsman hadn't charged at him. What was going on? Your opponent isn't me. Cheng Lang pointed at Luffy. Wapol turned his head in confusion. Hadn't that straw hat guy been controlled by his hallucinogenic mushrooms and white hard mushrooms? But when he looked, he was stunned. Luffy's steam rising from his entire body glared back. Though his eyes were still spiraling, clearly still under the control of the hallucinogenic spores. But why? How had he broken free from the white, hard mushrooms? It's you who ate my friends. Mafūba looked bewildered. You. Before he could finish, the next instant Luffy appeared before him, a steaming rocket punch already slamming into his chest. Gomu Gomu no Jet Bazooka. Mafūba didn't even feel the pain upon impact. The sheer force knocked him unconscious, and the tremendous momentum didn't stop, blasting him off the mountain peak and into the sky. Finally, he turned into a star and vanished beyond the horizon. Cheng Lang watched this scene, then looked at the combined being struck by his full power slash. As expected of someone from the world of One Piece, such a tough physique still alive after being cut like that. That guy flying away. Judging by the speed, he probably won't leave the island, but falling from this height, I wonder if he'll survive. Cheng Lang looked at the map. Drum Island was now illuminated, and the distant Mafūba was rapidly traversing on the map. In that direction, Zoro and Usopp were there. He had no idea what they were doing. Damn bastard. Give me back my friend. Luffy was still berserk. Cheng Lang produced a bucket of milk, used the shave to appear beside Luffy, and shoved it into his mouth. If he let this guy keep raging, who knew what he'd mistake him for? He might even get hit by a rocket punch himself. After downing the bucket of milk, Luffy and stomped several to death. How infuriating. That was an illusion. An illusion. Look, do you see any little people now? Luffy stared blankly around, seeing only a vast expanse of white. The kaleidoscopic world, and the little people were, Cheng Lang and Luffy had finished their battle. Wapple, who had been playing dead silently, moved using his caterpillar. Inside the weapon repository, Wapple chuckled sinisterly. A bunch of rabble. They've completely forgotten how a king stays on his throne. He opened his mouth and swallowed every weapon in the armory. Wahaha. Good thing I ate enough. With this ability, I'm invincible in defense and explosive in firepower. Wapple. The country you ruled no longer exists. Kureha spoke, the meteor hammer in her hand spinning. If you fled the country, don't come back. Wapple swallowed the weapon in his mouth, and his once emaciated form began to transform. His withered body. Wapple swallowed the weapon in his mouth, and his once emaciated form began to transform. His withered body swelled as metallic substances flowed like liquid covering his frame. Then a wooden textured shell extended bit by bit. This wood is truly remarkable. It can even regenerate. Wahaha. Today I shall reclaim Drum Island, and make everyone know their king has returned. A metal barrel sprouted from Wapple's head, and a crimson glow brewed within the cranial cannon. Remember this cannon. I used it to crush all opposition back then. Waha. Wapple lowered the cannon's muzzle toward Kureha. Die, you wretched witch. Don't hurt Dr. Ring. Rumble ball. A childish voice rang out. Wapple was puzzled, then saw a small raccoon standing before him. But in the next instant, not only did the raccoon grow larger, but its arms swelled to an exaggerated degree, clapping together. Arm strength enhancement, cloven cross. The powerful strike sent Wapple, who had lowered his head, flying upward. This level of attack. Cloven hoof, falling cherry blossoms. Countless hoof shadows flashed in rapid succession. Wapple's neck suffered repeated heavy blows, and cracks began to appear across his body. No. How is this possible? In Wapple's unwilling roar, the metallic Wudandran armor shattered. He was instantly reverted to his original form, a gaunt, elongated figure. Yet he remained conscious, staring at his transformed body in disbelief. Why, oi? Because you turned your entire body into wood. The voice came from outside the weapon room. The speaker was naturally Cheng Lang. It's fine to make wooden armor, but why wrap your whole body? Against high-frequency attacks, it's only natural for it to shatter. Cheng Lang shook his head. He had to admit Wapple's idea was clever. The wood iron armor possessed both armor and block properties, and it was unbreakable. Before reaching a certain level of strength, such armor was formidable indeed. High-frequency attacks couldn't shatter this crack-resistant wood iron armor. But when the force exceeded its limit, it became as useless as nothing. After all, this armor had no durability. It was purely a block property. Yet Wapple had turned his body into a block, losing the armor's properties. Pure blocks could indeed absorb and neutralize impact, but against continuous attacks, his stamina-based repairs were futile. Truly, the Baku Nomi had given him many ideas about Minecraft blocks. At that moment, Luffy, who had just arrived, stared at Chopper in amazement. Sujii. Chopper, become my nakama. The persistently pestered Chopper with a complex expression shrank back into his small form. But I'm a monster, and I have a blue nose. So what? You're not only strong, but you can transform, and you're even a doctor. You're amazing. Luffy praised without reservation. Hearing this, Chopper's arms turned into wavy lines. Bastard. Even if you praise me, I won't be happy. Then become my nakama. Luffy persisted. Kureha watched this scene and sighed, shaking her head. This would never make her foolish son follow them, so she silently left the armory, followed by the reenactment of Chopper and Luffy's chase. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang approached. Due to the secondary damage of the blocks, Wapple's already depleted stamina had completely bottomed out. He stared at the ceiling, eyes wide. Damn it. Why did this happen? You're clever enough to create something that even impressed me, yet foolish enough to lose twice to block train. Wapple glared at Cheng Lang, fury blazing in his eyes. It's you. What did you do? Guess who gave you that power? Cheng Lang smiled, placing his hand on Wapple's head. Wait. No. Cheng Lang of course didn't kill Wapple. He had high hopes for the Baku Nomi. In his current state, he didn't have all the fruits yet. Why waste it now? Just then the rest of the Straw Hat crew arrived. Cheng Lang grabbed Wapple and headed toward the cable car. Emerging from the cable car were not only the Straw Hats, but also Dalton, the owner of the Ushi Nomi. Is this Wapple? Dalton exclaimed in surprise, seeing the man Cheng Lang held. Yes, defeated. You've got his brother. Dalton nodded. For some reason he fell from the sky. Lucky, I guess. I planned to use his brother to threaten him, but... Alvida interrupted Dalton's talk, curious. Did Luffy defeat him? Cheng Lang nodded. He flew out and happened to land near you. Dalton's mouth opened as if he'd heard something incredible. Alvida looked at the captive Wapple and seemed to sense something. Need me to accompany you? Cheng Lang nodded. Zoro stepped out. Where are Luffy and the others? In the castle. I have some business to attend to on the ship. Cheng Lang explained briefly, and the others, including Vivi, said nothing. Mi approached, tugging at Cheng Lang's hand, though silent, her worried eyes spoke volumes. Don't worry, I'm fine. He reached out and placed his hand on her head, smiling. Dalton, sensing something, asked, Are you taking Wapple somewhere? Cheng Lang looked at Dalton considering. Do you need them? Dalton instinctively shook his head. Not at all. His tone was like discarding trash. But Cheng Lang pondered. Actually, I think you do. Or rather, Drum Kingdom does. Dalton was puzzled. Cheng Lang glanced at Vivi, who was staring at Wapol with a distant gaze, as if recalling unpleasant memories. Vivi, I think you should come along. Vivi was confused. Cheng Lang smiled and gestured. Come with me. It might help you a bit. Cheng Lang's smile carried a hint of mischief. In the end, Cheng Lang departed from the mountaintop accompanied by Yair Lido Weiwei Duodun together with the king and his elder brother. On the cable car, unable to restrain his curiosity, Duodun finally inquired. Why did you say that the Drum Kingdom needs them? Do you know what they have done to Drum? Cheng Lang raised a hand to halt the words. First of all, it is not the Drum Kingdom that needs them. It is you, and then the kingdom. Duodun was utterly perplexed, and Weiwei was equally puzzled. After all, from any perspective, these two were not. Observing his confusion, Cheng Lang sighed. Strange it was, despite being oppressed so severely, why did these people not know how to resist? Cheng Lang pointed at Weibo. When danger strikes, the king's first thought is to flee. Do you think such a king deserves to exist? No. Cheng Lang nodded. Then why did these villagers not dare to fight back when you were attacked? You must have guns, right? They dared to challenge pirates, yet they dared not confront these two who had become pirates. Simply because he was once the king. Weiwei was astonished. How did Cheng Lang know all this? Could it be that he had been conscious at the time? Duodun hesitated for a moment, then sighed several times on the verge of speaking, but ultimately remaining silent. Seeing this, Weiwei kindly explained to Cheng Lang, because Weibo is the king of a member state of the world government protected by them. If anything happens to Weibo, the usurper would be deemed a criminal and placed under a bounty. Should Weibo die, the kingdom would be expelled from the world government, becoming a non-member state. Thus the Drum Kingdom, a winter island with no other resources, would never recover. Without the status of a member state, its already suffering people would lose food imports and many might starve to death. Weiwei laid out the current plight of the Drum Kingdom. To this, Duodun nodded helplessly and began recounting the island's situation. Because it was a winter island, the Drum Kingdom's population was sparse, allowing them to pay a relatively small amount of heavenly tribute. As a great medical nation, Drum Island had once boasted the world's most advanced medical standards. Naturally, its population had grown due to this achievement, and everything was progressing toward a brighter future. But ever since Weibo ascended to power, his incompetence and disdain for medical scholars caused few to follow him, especially the top physicians who looked down upon him. Then came the Dr. 20. Weibo used his methods to purge the nation thoroughly. The once thriving Drum Kingdom, ravaged by Weibo's mismanagement, now saw its population dwindling, and even a simple headache or fever could prove fatal. With fewer people, less heavenly tribute was required. For Weibo, this was a wise decision. He paid less tribute, while keeping his subjects powerless to resist. After all, the winter island's environment made illness common, and the sick had no choice but to beg Weibo for help. Having heard the state of the Drum Kingdom, Cheng Lang shook his head in disbelief. Tell me, without the reputation of being a medical leader, how much longer can your Drum Kingdom endure it? The cold wind howled outside the window. The cable car swayed gently like this crumbling nation on the verge of collapse at any moment, as if a single gust could bring it down. Do you think Weibo is still living carefree today? It's only because of his ancestral wealth and the exploitation of the common people, isn't it? For a common cold, one might lose all their possessions to confiscation. On a winter island, if your property is taken, what becomes of your future? Likely freezing or starving to death in an empty home, I imagine. How many have died this way over the years? Quite a few, I'd wager. And it all started with wanting to treat a simple cold only to end in ruin. Moreover, being a member state requires a minimum tribute quota. When your population falls below 500, do you think you still qualify as a member state? With a few words, Cheng Lang struck at the heart of the Drum Kingdom's plight. So I said you really need him. He nudged Weibo's head with his foot. Declare the end of Weibo's reign. Weibo's men and the Dr. 20 must have told you their grievances, right? Cheng Lang smiled at Duodun. Touching his stitched wounds, Duodun nodded. If Weibo remains alive, those he threatened will be in constant fear, dreading the king's revenge. But if the king dies, what will become of the threatened Dr. 20 and the soldiers who only wanted to defend their country? They will be liberated. The kingdom may be gone, but the people remain. A nation is made of its people. Without them, what is a country? As for the status of a member state, you don't need to worry about that now. You're struggling just to survive. Besides, you can still use the ships Weibo left behind to trade supplies with other countries and live as peacefully as before. Cheng Lang casually spoke these heretical words. Duodun stood dumbfounded. Wait, something about what you're saying feels off. Duodun quickly stopped Cheng Lang from continuing. Weiwei meanwhile listened in silence. Dynastic change is a natural progression of the times. Fortunately, your enemy is not an outsider, but an internal one. If it were outsiders, not only would your country be lost, but everyone might become slaves or corpses. Wei Wei's expression grew increasingly strange. Duodun seemed to grasp another layer of Cheng Lang's meaning. Are you saying I should become king? Though his political acumen was not sharp after so much prompting, Duodun began to sense it. Cheng Lang spread his hands. Was I that unclear? Duodun was stunned for a long moment, then sighed. I am not suitable. I was once part of the wrongdoing. Then you understand even more clearly the plight of the Drum Kingdom now. If you don't step forward, will you wait until everyone is on the verge of starvation? What about those who have already died? Only those who have come from the bottom know the suffering of the bottom. You once defended the country, but now you choose to defend the people. That proves you understand what truly matters in a nation. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat or capsize it. If you embrace the people, they will embrace you. Every era has its own responsibilities. The responsibility of this era has fallen upon you. If you choose to escape, someone else will rise, but at a great cost. Cheng Lang smiled at Duodun, awaiting his answer. Listening to Cheng Lang's treasonous words, her mind was like a roller coaster. Countless thoughts exploded in her mind, leaving her. Listening to Cheng Lang's treasonous words, her mind was like a roller coaster. Countless thoughts exploded in her mind, leaving her unable to comprehend and even doubting herself. As Cheng Lang had said, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. These words struck her heart like a monstrous wave. A country without its people. Could it still be a country? But was she the one in the wrong? Wei Wei looked at Duodun dazedly, as if seeing herself. Am I really capable? Cheng Lang sighed. If you want to watch the people of Tsigu country continue to live in dire straits, then pretend I never said anything. Cheng Lang sighed. If you want to watch the people of Tsigu country continue to live in dire straits, then pretend. Declare the complete dissolution of Tsigu country, hand over the culprit, pronounce his crimes, and at the same time announce the establishment of a new nation. Proclaim the future plans under his leadership, such as the goals to be achieved in 10 or 20 years. In simple terms, for you the best path is to continue to develop as a great medical nation. After all, your older generation hasn't died out, yet pass on the knowledge, establish schools, and teach the children, even though you've lost your status as a member nation. But when your medical standards return to their former glory, you will naturally be able to continue as a so-called member nation. As for the pirate problem, your guard force should still have plenty of effective strength. Of course, the best solution is to build a port. But you probably don't need me to worry about that. You've been a nation for so long. Deal with pirates, as you always have. However, I can offer a little insignificant help. Cheng Lang smiled and elaborated his thoughts. After listening, Duodun's confusion about the future was dispelled. You are really a pirate. It's hard to imagine someone like you becoming a pirate at sea. Duodun couldn't help but say this. For Duodun and the others who had been taught since childhood to be loyal to the country and the king, Cheng Lang's words were enough. Seeing Duodun like this, Cheng Lang's, the biggest problem in the world of One Piece is the monopoly of knowledge and the isolation of islands. The common people have no concept of schooling, being able to recognize their own names, and simply read a newspaper is considered enough. As for more, it doesn't exist. Even the nobles probably have limited access to learning. And this is essentially the so-called policy of keeping the people ignorant, monopolizing knowledge among the upper class. Lita crossed her legs, staring intently at Cheng Lang. Still claiming you're not a noble. No, you're indeed not a noble. You must be the successor of some great nation, right? Cheng Lang, being called out, could only sigh helplessly. Well, you're not wrong. I'm sort of the successor of a distant nation. A distant nation? What kind of nation? A nation that pursues equality for all beings where? Cheng Lang briefly explained the red ideology. A nation of equality for all with red ideology, huh? Wei Wei listened blankly, her confusion deepening. After all, as a member of the nobility, the education she had received was telling her. This was betraying her own class. What do you mean by means of production? Duodun asked in confusion. Means of production in simple terms are land. Suppose you are a lumberjack. You have a piece of land covered with trees. That land is your means of production as a lumberjack. But now these means of production are supposed to belong to the king. The land you farm and the trees you cut are actually the king's. Duodun understood. So that's what it means. What a wonderful system, communism. A flame of ideal burned fiercely in Duodun's eyes. Cheng Lang smiled. Duodun nodded immediately. So the first thing you need to do is declare the dissolution of Tsigu country. You need to become the next king. Of course, you can also call yourself a leader. The leader of a new era's system. Cheng Lang smiled. Duodun nodded immediately. But Wei Wei was filled with confusion at this moment. Witnessing this rising new star, she was speechless, feeling as if any word she said would be nailed to the pillar of shame. The cable car reached its destination. Cheng Lang stepped off. Duodun, you should go gather the villagers and spread the news. Lita, by the way, which direction is our ship? Lita led the way. Cheng Lang's first stop was naturally the ship. Then Cheng Lang walked out with a backpack full of fruit. Let's go. Duordan should be about done. Wei Wei followed the whole time without saying a word. Seeing her look like she wanted to speak, but held back, Cheng Lang noticed, but didn't take the bait. Instead, he quietly waited for the right moment. Lida naturally witnessed all of this. Although she didn't understand much about politics and nations, she knew Wei Wei was a princess, and Cheng Lang had taken the initiative to let her follow. Everything that was happening made Lida even more curious. However, she kept silent, waiting for what would happen next. Snowflakes fell. The country, perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, seemed to sense the rising star. The gloomy clouds in the sky were quietly thinning. Rays of sunlight spilled through the thick clouds. When Cheng Lang and his party arrived at the town, people from several surrounding villages and towns had gathered together. At that moment, on a hastily erected platform, Duordan stood there. After seeing Cheng Lang and his group arrive, his resolute gaze was now completely different from before. Cheng Lang smiled and pushed Weibo onto the stage. As soon as the crowd noticed Weibo, a murmur arose. Some fearful, some resentful, but most were. Under such rule, the bottom line had been breached countless times, leaving them long numb. Now, even if Duordan said on stage that Weibo had successfully restored the nation, they would probably just helplessly accept it and silently endure. But this time, everything was different. Weibo stood on the hastily built wooden platform, his gaze meeting the eyes of the crowd. Naturally, Weibo saw anger, fear, and numbness. Then Duordan's voice rang out, "Everyone. The former Tsigu country is a thing of the past. The former King Weibo, with his cruel rule, made our lives miserable. Now it's all over. Right here, I officially declare, Tsigu country is dissolved. For all that has happened in the past, Weibo should pay for his mistakes." On the stage, Duordan was recounting Weibo's crimes over the years. The more he spoke, the more sorrowful the villagers became. Some were even crying, and those who were angry shouted for execution. "Everyone, I feel your anger. But allow me to say this, all the mistakes are Weibo's fault. The doctors who were driven away and the current Yixing Ershi, everyone was forced by Weibo to become executioners. Like me in the past, if possible, I will use my own efforts to make the future better. The former great medical nation should not be destroyed by our generation." On stage, Duordan spoke with sincerity and also some fear, for he was truly afraid that the people below would not forgive him. A moment of silence fell. Then a laugh broke the stillness. "Mr. Duordan, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, many of us would have died already. And whether it's the Yixing Ershi or the members of the King's Guard, were they ever willing?" "Yes, exactly. The one at fault is not Mr. Duordan, it's Weibo. We all see Mr. Duordan's efforts. My son was in the guard. He came home and cried to me about the hardships of these years. So Mr. Duordan, please don't apologize. The one who should apologize is Weibo, right? The one to apologize is Weibo, not Mr. Duordan." One after another, words of forgiveness and comfort made Duordan's tears uncontrollably spill over. At that moment, the sun completely pierced through the clouds, crashing down onto the earth.